God Level Farm Chapter 449 to Chapter 490. In fact, it was almost 4 o'clock, and Li Jifu could still rest for an hour and a half. Xiao Ruofei could be said to have truly experienced the complexity of the manual tea-making process. Especially when the key processes were completed by one person, it was really quite difficult. Yi Linyun directly laid down a mattress on the floor in Li Jifu's room, while Xiao Ruofei returned to the car, put down the back seat, and slept in his clothes. He felt like the alarm clock had just closed his eyes. In fact, he slept very lightly for an hour or so. Xiao Ruofei sat up and looked out of the car window. Li Jifu's room was already lit up. Xiao Ruofei quickly opened the door and jumped out of the car. After more than an hour of rest, and with the effect of the Spirit Heart Flowers Petal solution, Li Jifu looked very energetic. He was instructing Yi Linyun to move the water sieve out. Yang Shuzhen had already pulled a wire in the yard and hung a 200-watt light bulb. The yard was suddenly bright. Xiao Ruofei also went up and saw Li Jifu carefully inspecting the tea green under the light. After a long time, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "The process of making the tea green is perfect. Now, the tea green is in a state of 3 red and 7 green." Li Jifu saw Xiao Ruofei's confused look, so he smiled and explained, 3 red and 7 green is our terminology. After the tea green has been shaken to make the tea green, the edges of the leaves have been rubbed and hit, and the damaged parts will be oxidized and dark red. At this stage, 3 red and 7 green is the best state. Xiao Ruofei looked like he had learned something. He said, "Mr. Li, there are too many things to pay attention to in this ancient tea-making method." Li Jifu laughed and said, "That's not all. There are more than a dozen processes in Dahong Pao, and there are many things to pay attention to in each process. If it wasn't for the master teaching me step by step and practicing hard every day, even the smartest person wouldn't be able to learn it." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. If you don't look, you won't know. Now that you've seen it, it's all about the knack. Mr. Li, I'll have to trouble you to learn from him." "Don't worry. Since I've accepted him as my disciple, I'll definitely do my best." Li Jifu said faintly, "There aren't many people who are willing to learn this traditional tea craftsmanship. Even if I keep it to myself, it's meaningless. I can't bring it into the coffin." Yi Linyun quickly said, "Master, you're in good health. Don't say such unlucky things." Li Jifu looked at Yi Linyun with undisguised fondness. He smiled kindly and said, "Okay, let's stop chatting and get to work." The next step was to stir-fry. Yang Shuzhen had already prepared the iron pot, but the steps of starting the fire were done by Li Jifu himself. This was related to the temperature of the tea leaves, so he would never let others do it. After the pot was heated up, Li Jifu poured the fermented tea green into the iron pot and began to stir-fry it with his bare hands. His gestures were also very strange. The tea green was flipped up and down under his stirring, and the moisture of the tea leaves quickly evaporated. The fermentation process was artificially stopped, and the essence of the tea juice was completely preserved in this process. Slowly, the tea green in the iron pot began to emit a trace of water vapor, and the temperature of the iron pot began to rise. Li Jifu began to use 2 half-moon-shaped wooden tea spatulas. First, he shook them slightly to release some water and evaporate the green gas. Then, he used the 2 spatulas to hold the stir-fried tea leaves. After a while, the tea green was almost ready to be taken out of the pot. Li Jifu shook the spatulas slightly to evenly disperse the water. After a few more stir-frying, the tea green was completely taken out of the pot. Li Jifu didn't even have time to take a breath, and immediately began the kneading process. The kneading was purely manual. And the action was a bit like washing clothes. Li Jifu pressed the stir-fried tea leaves into the kneading sieve and pushed it back and forth until the juice of the leaves flowed out. He rolled them into strips, and a strong fragrance assailed his nostrils. Then, he immediately began to unwrap them and shake them loose. Next, Li Jifu placed the tea green into the pot and stir-fried it. This process was very short, about half a minute. He only flipped it a few times before taking it out and kneading it again. The kneading time was also shorter than the first time. From the beginning of stir-frying to kneading, stir-frying, and kneading, the entire process took about half an hour. However, the workload was still very heavy, and Li Jifu didn't stop for a moment. After he was done, he was covered in sweat. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly handed over the nutrient solution that he had already prepared. Li Jifu took the small porcelain bottle and drank the spirit heart flowers petal solution in a few mouthfuls. Then, he wiped his mouth and said, "Jen, is the baking room ready?" "Master, it's ready," Yang Shuzhen hurriedly said. "Let's start the baking," Li Jifu said decisively. "Okay." When they arrived at the baking room, Li Jifu evenly placed the kneaded tea leaves in the baking basket made of bamboo strips. Then, he personally started the fire in the baking room and added the charcoal. The heat control during this process was also very important. Li Jifu had been making tea for dozens of years, and the reason why he was famous was because of his mastery of the heat control during baking. Therefore, Yi Linyun and Yang Shuzhen stared at him without blinking as they were afraid that they would miss a single detail. The charcoal in the baking room soon began to turn red, and Xiao Ruofei could feel the waves of heat from the room. Li Jifu carefully felt the heat and adjusted the position of the charcoal a few times. Then, he evenly sprinkled plant ash on top. This was also Li Jifu's specialty. Through the plant ash, he could control the temperature of the baking room and distribute the heat more evenly. After a few adjustments, Li Jifu finally nodded his head. Yi Linyun and Yang Shuzhen hurriedly lifted the baking basket and placed it on top of the baking room. The doors and windows of the baking room were tightly closed, and the moisture could only pass through the cracks in the roof, so the room was very hot and stuffy. However, Li Jifu still stayed in front of the baking basket and observed the state of the tea leaves. During this time, he stir-fried them several times. After about 15 to 20 minutes, the baking was successfully completed. After the tea leaves were baked, Li Jifu asked Yi Linyun to pour the tea leaves into a dustpan. Then, he personally used the dustpan to remove the yellow pieces, fragments, tea powder, and other impurities. Then, he spread the tea leaves out and moved them to the green rack outside to dry. After Li Jifu personally checked, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Xianxia, now it's about 5 hours to dry. Let's all go and rest for a while." Xiao Ruofei knew that Li Jifu probably didn't sleep all night. Although there were a few hours in between, the old man's sleep was very light. It was hard to say whether Li Jifu had slept or not. He quickly said, Okay, Mr. Li, it's been hard on you. You should go and rest for a while." Xiao Ruofei didn't rest much himself, so after he sent Li Jifu to the door of the room, he quickly got into the car and lay down. They slept until about 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Ruofei woke up feeling refreshed. He took out his travel toiletries from the trunk and went to the faucet in the yard to wash up. Li Jifu had also woken up at this time. He was checking the status of the tea leaves on the green rack. Xiao Ruofei quickly greeted him. "Mr. Li, how was your rest?" Li Jifu smiled and said, "It was okay, I slept for a while." "Xiaoxia, the manual tea-making process is more than half done. There are only a few more steps left. It will be done before noon. You've worked hard," Xiao Ruofei said sincerely. Xiao Ruofei's words were from the bottom of his heart. After all, this was an old man in his 90s. He had almost stayed up the whole night last night. Li Jifu smiled and waved his hand. It's not hard. I like such good tea. I don't feel tired at all." Next, Li Jifu asked Yi Linyun and Yang Shuzhen to carry the tea leaves to the roasting room. They started the roasting, stir-frying, and other finishing procedures. At about 11:30, the Dahong Pao tea was finally completed. Yang Shuzhen found an electronic scale and weighed it. It was about 1 catty and 2 taels. However, the entire process wasn't completed yet. After everyone had a simple lunch in Yang Shugen's small tea factory, Li Jifu began to personally refine the tea leaves. This was a more complicated process. It included picking, screening, repicking, wind selection, first roasting, and even piling. After Li Jifu's personal refinement, the final product, Dahong Pao tea, was finally presented to everyone. The Dahong Pao tea leaves were strong and neat. They were dark brown in color and had an oily glow. When they got closer to smell it, there was a very strong tea fragrance that made people feel refreshed. Yi Linyun and Yang Shuzhen both looked at Li Jifu with admiration. Li Jifu looked at the De Hong Pao tea that was only about one catty and couldn't help but show a very satisfied expression. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, Xianxia, the fresh leaves you provided are really of high quality. After so many years, I'm most satisfied with this tea. Look at this rope, it's quite tight and strong. The color is also quite pure. It also has such an obvious treasure aura. Not bad, not bad. Xia Ruofei said happily, Mr. Li, this is because of your superb skills. Otherwise, no matter how good the tea green is, it would be impossible to make tea of such quality. In terms of tea making, Li Jifu wasn't modest. He smiled and nodded. How about it? Let's try these tea leaves. Xia Ruofei immediately said, okay. No matter how good the tea leaves looked, the final quality was determined by the taste. Only after soaking and tasting it would they know. Yi Linyun and Yang Shuzhen were also full of anticipation. Yang Shuzhen quickly brought a full tea set. Li Jifu said, Jen find a tea jar first and help Xiaoxia seal the tea leaves. Okay. Yang Shuzhen was the owner of a tea factory, so he naturally had no shortage of teapots. He quickly brought over a 500 kilograms teapot and carefully placed the De Hong Pao tea personally made by Li Jifu into the teapot before sealing it tightly. Li Jifu put about a brewing amount of tea leaves that Yang Shuzhen had deliberately left behind into the Yixing clay teapot. The teapot looked a little old and was shining with a purple light. It should be what Yang Shuzhen usually used to make tea. After the spring water boiled, Li Jifu poured the water into the Yixing clay teapot. Suddenly, the room was filled with the fragrance of tea. Everyone's eyes lit up. This tea was really fragrant. Li Jifu put down the teapot and immediately picked up the Yixing clay teapot and poured the tea out. The De Hong Pao tea also needed to be washed, but the brewing process was very short. It didn't need to wait a few seconds like Tai Guanyin. Next, Li Jifu poured in the boiling spring water again. After letting it sit for about 10 seconds, he poured it into the smelling cups in front of everyone. When the tea was poured into the smelling cups, Yang Shuzhen's eyes lit up. He said happily, the tea is clear and bright. Good tea. Xia Ruofei looked at the tea in front of him. The tea in the smelling cup in front of him had a deep orange color. It was very clear and bright. Li Jifu smiled and poured the tea in the smelling cup into another teacup. Then, he picked up the smelling cup and rubbed it gently with both hands. Then, he brought the smelling cup to his nose, closed his eyes slightly, and took a deep breath. Xia Ruofei followed suit. He followed Li Jifu's actions and smelled the tea. He couldn't tell what was good about it. He just felt that the fragrance was refreshing, as if his whole body was energized. Clear and serene. The fragrance is overflowing. Good tea. Li Jifu said excitedly. Then, Li Jifu put down the smelling cup and finally picked up the tea-tasting cup. Yang Shuzhen and Yi Linyun were not rookies. They were quite proficient in tea tasting. After smelling the fragrance, they also picked up the tea-tasting cup. Xia Ruofei followed suit and picked up the teacup. Smelling the tea fragrance that filled the room, Xia Ruofei's mood seemed to calm down. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of appreciation and playfulness. He slowly inhaled the tea and then swallowed it. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt the mellow and refreshing taste in his mouth. He couldn't help but reveal a look of enjoyment. Li Jifu opened his eyes and asked with a smile, Little Xia, how do you feel? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Li, I'm not an expert in tea tasting, but I feel that the taste of this tea is very mellow. At the same time, it has a very tempting fragrance. In addition, there's an indescribable charm in it. Yang Shuzhen immediately said, the rock charm. Master, the rock charm of this De Hong Pao is very obvious. It's really a top-notch tea. Li Jifu smiled and nodded. Jenner is right. Little Xia, if you can taste the rock charm floating in it, it means that my De Hong Pao is a success. Rock charm? Xia Ruofei asked, somewhat puzzled. Li Jifu nodded and said, yes. In layman's terms, it's the rock charm. This is the unique charm of our Mount Wui De Hong Pao. It sounds a little mysterious. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. It's not mysterious at all. Our Mount Wui De Hong Pao turns this mysterious charm into a tangible charm that can be tasted, Li Jifu said. Then, his eyes revealed a trace of depth as he said, "In my opinion, De Hong Pao is like an old man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life. After experiencing the hardships of the wind and rain, after walking through a long life, he slowly tells you about it. This kind of story can withstand the sharpening of time and the scrutiny of the years." Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of awe. He never expected that an old tea farmer who had been working in Mount Wui for decades would be able to say such philosophical and poetic words. Xiao Ruofei looked deeply at Li Jifu, then asked, "Mr. Li, what do you think of the quality of this De Hong Pao compared to the legendary mother tree De Hong Pao?" Li Jifu's eyes showed a trace of reminiscence, and a faint smile hung on his weathered face as he said, "The last time I tasted the mother tree De Hong Pao was about 20 years ago, and I can't forget the taste to this day. Xiaoxia, the 500 grams of De Hong Pao we made today, whether it's the tea, the fragrance, or the taste, doesn't lose to the mother tree De Hong Pao at all. And I feel that it has a more natural charm than the mother tree De Hong Pao." Jenner was right, this is indeed a top-notch tea. Li Jifu's evaluation was very high, and even Yi Linyun and Yang Shuzhen were stunned. All along, De Hong Pao had been the most respected in rock tea, and the mother tree De Hong Pao was undoubtedly at the top of the pyramid. It was like a god, and also like a monument that people absolutely needed to look up to. In the early years, the mother tree De Hong Pao was exclusively provided to the country's leaders, and it was also given as a national gift to important foreign guests. After 2006, in order to protect the mother tree, those few trees had stopped harvesting, and the fragrant mother tree De Hong Pao had become extinct. In the 2005 auction, 20 grams of mother tree De Hong Pao was sold for 208,000 yuan, which was equivalent to 5.2 million yuan per 500 grams. Although the mother tree De Hong Pao's price was no longer just a display of the tea's quality, but also historical legends, the origin of tea culture, and even intentional hype, combined to create such a shocking price. But even so, Li Jifu's evaluation was quite high. Yang Shuzhen looked at the tea in the Yixing clay teapot, and then at the sealed tea canister next to it, and his heart surged. There were tea leaves worth millions in here. "I actually personally participated in the entire process of making it." Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, was very calm because he had confidence in Li Jifu's craftsmanship. He was even more confident in the tea he provided. He had a prejudgment of the quality of the tea leaves in the end, and now it seemed that the final result did not disappoint him. "Old Mr. Li, it's been hard on you this time," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Everyone, continue drinking. I heard that after 5 or 6 soaks of De Hong Pao, the fragrance still doesn't dissipate." Yi Linyun and Yang Shuzhen also looked at Li Jifu eagerly. Li Jifu smiled and continued to brew. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was especially harmonious and comfortable to watch. In the room filled with the fragrance of tea, everyone seemed to calm down. No one said a word, quietly savoring the charm of the supreme-grade great crimson robe. The tea leaves were brewed 6 times before everyone stood up, still longing for more. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Yang Shuzhen, "Mr. Yang, I've troubled you this time." Yang Shuzhen quickly said, "Boss Xia, you're too polite. It's my fortune to be able to observe and learn from my master. It's not troublesome at all. Besides, if it wasn't for Boss Xia, how would I have the chance to taste such top-notch tea leaves?" Xiao Ruofei laughed as his gaze fell on the sealed tea leaves on the coffee table. He thought for a moment and opened the can of tea leaves. Then, he picked up an empty iron box on the coffee table, grabbed a handful of tea leaves from the can, and put them into the iron box. This handful of tea leaves was about 10 to 20 grams, which was enough for 2 or 3 breaths. Yang Shuzhen still didn't understand the purpose of Xiao Ruofei's actions. Xiao Ruofei had already stuffed the iron box into Yang Shuzhen's hands and said with a smile, "Boss Yang, this is a small token of my appreciation." "Don't think it's too little." Only then did Yang Shuzhen understand. He retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. He waved his hand and said, "No. No. Boss Xia, your tea leaves are too expensive. I can't accept it." According to the auction price of the mother tree great crimson robe, 10 to 20 grams of tea leaves would cost at least 1 to 200,000 yuan. How much was Yang Shuzhen's small tea factory worth? This gift was indeed too expensive for him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and stuffed the iron box into Yang Shuzhen's hands. He said, why can't you accept it? My tea leaves were made in your tea factory. As the owner of the tea factory, what's wrong with keeping a few breaths for yourself? It's just that the tea leaves this time are a little too little, so I can't give you more. You can think that I'm stingy. Yang Shuzhen continued to decline. At this time, Li Jifu opened his mouth and said, Jen since Xianxia is giving it to you, just accept it. Xianxia is a big businessman. He can afford to give you a few breaths of tea. Since his master had spoken, Yang Shuzhen took the iron box containing the top-grade De Hong Pao. He held it tightly in his hand and said, Boss Xia, thank you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I should be the one thanking you. You provided us with such a good venue. Yang Shuzhen smiled honestly and said, Master's business is my business. Li Jifu's eyes also showed some warmth. He said lightly, Jen I'm going to the provincial capital in a few days. When I come back, if you're willing, you can learn tea making from me. Yang Shuzhen was stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a look of ecstasy. He knelt down and said while kowtowing, I'm willing. I'm willing. Thank you, Master. Xia Ruofei's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. This Yang Shuzhen looked very simple and honest, but his brain was very clever. He immediately understood that Yang Shuzhen wanted to take him in as a disciple, so he quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Li Jifu said faintly, all right, get up. Yes, Master. Li Jifu looked at Xia Ruofei and said, Xiaoxia, the tea-making matter has been settled. You see, Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Mr. Li, I want Ling Yun to take me to the grave of martyr Yan Xiaodong in the afternoon. You must be tired after staying up all night. Why don't we go home and have a rest? There will be fewer cars on the road. We can reach the 3 mountains in about 3 hours. All right, I'll listen to you. Li Jifu said with a smile. Yang Shuzhen quickly said, Master, Boss Xia, have dinner at my place. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Boss Yang, there will be opportunities next time. We've already troubled you this time. We'll have a simple meal at Uncle Nyo's place before we leave. Li Jifu also said, Jen don't bother. Wait until I come back from the 3 mountains. All right. Master, take care. Xia Ruofei first drove Li Jifu back to Niu Yuxing's house, and then drove to Shocking Village with Yi Lin Yun. He came to the grave of martyr Yan Xiaodong. The small grave had completely changed. Yi Lin Yun found a construction team to clean up the weeds, and the grave was repaired with cement and marble. The open space in front of the grave was also paved with stones to prevent the weeds from growing again. There was a newly built small altar in front of the grave. There were traces of incense and candles on it. This was left by Yi Lin Yun after the grave was repaired. The tombstone was still the original tombstone, but the words on it were all redrawn with red paint. Xia Ruofei took the incense, paper money, and offerings that had been prepared in advance from the car. He placed the offerings on the altar one by one, then lit the incense and candles with Yi Lin Yun and inserted them into the incense burner in front of the tombstone. Then Xia Ruofei took out cigarettes, lit 3, and inserted them side by side into the incense burner. Then the 2 of them burned all the paper money they had brought. During the whole process, Xia Ruofei and Yi Lin Yun did not speak. They just burned the paper money quietly. Xia Ruofei silently said in his heart, Martyr Yan Xiaodong, Master Song is too old to come in person. I came to visit you on his behalf. Every Qingming festival, I will come to pay my respects. Even if I can't come, I will definitely send someone. Rest in peace here. After burning the paper money, Xia Ruofei poured 3 glasses of white wine and said, Martyr Yan Xiaodong, we have to go back. Last 3 glasses of wine to you. After that, Xia Ruofei picked up the wine glass and slowly poured it on the ground. Then Xia Ruofei took out his SLR camera and took a few photos. Together with Yi Lin Yun, they packed up their things. Finally, they looked back at Yan Xiaodong's tombstone, got in the car, and left. Back at Niu Yuxing's house, Xia Ruofei asked Li Guizhi for a few sealed iron boxes for tea leaves. Almost every house in Wui Mountain had containers for tea leaves. Li Jifu, an old tea maker who had been making tea for decades, naturally had no shortage of them. This kind of small sealed iron box could hold about 1 tael of tea leaves. A box of tea leaves could be brewed 7 or 8 times. Xiao Ruofei filled 5 boxes. Half of his can of tea leaves was gone at once. There were only about 5 or 6 tails left. Li Jifu got up after sleeping for 2 or 3 hours. At this time, he was packing his clothes and luggage. Xiao Ruofei walked over with a box of tea leaves and said with a smile, "Mr. Li, this is for you. There are not many tea leaves. Please have a taste." Li Jifu didn't refuse. He took it and said, "Thank you, Xiaoxia." Then he opened the cupboard and carefully locked the box of tea leaves inside. Xiao Ruofei asked curiously, "You're going to Sanshan tonight. Aren't you going to bring the tea leaves?" Li Jifu said without raising his head, "Can you not give some of these tea leaves to Xiaosong when you go back? I'll just drink his when I get to the provincial capital. Of course, I have to hide such precious tea leaves." Xiao Ruofei didn't know what to say. This old man who loved tea as much as his life looked honest, but he knew better than anyone else. Xiao Ruofei called Yi Linyun over and gave him a small box of tea leaves. He said, "Linyun, this is for you." Yi Linyun quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't want it. It's so expensive. You should keep it for yourself. There will be more in the future." Xiao Ruofei pushed it into Yi Linyun's hands and said, "Take it. What are you waiting for?" Then, Li Jifu said without raising his head, "Linyun, if you want to learn how to make tea, you have to learn how to taste tea. Since Xiaoxia gave it to you, just take it. Besides, even if you don't drink it, you can give it to me." Yi Linyun and Xiao Ruofei looked at each other and thanked him while holding back their laughter. They took the box of tea leaves from Xiao Ruofei's hands and walked directly to Li Jifu. "Master, this is for you." Yi Linyun said. "You're not going to keep it for yourself?" Li Jifu politely declined. No, I can't taste anything at my level." Yi Linyun quickly said, "Besides, I've been learning from you. You can bring me along when you taste tea. It's best to leave it with you." Li Jifu nodded and took the box of tea leaves. He then took out the key to open the cupboard door. After putting the tea leaves in, he carefully locked it. Xiao Ruofei, who was watching from the side, also found it funny. It was the first time he saw Li Jifu's sly side. It also showed that Li Jifu really liked the tea leaves. On the other hand, it also showed that the quality of the Dahong Pao tea was really good. After having a simple dinner at Niu Yuxing's house, Xiao Ruofei and the other two drove back. Yi Linyun took the initiative to be the driver. Xiao Ruofei sat in the front passenger seat. The comfortable and wide single seat was naturally left to Li Jifu. Night fell slowly. The Night 15 sped along the highway. At around 8:30 p.m, it got off the highway at the exit of Mount Sanshan. However, Yi Linyun did not drive to the city. During the day, Xiao Ruofei called Director Liu again to confirm. Director Liu said that the bureau chief had instructed him to send Li Jifu directly to Guling Courtyard when he arrived at Mount Sanshan. After Yi Linyun drove out of the highway toll station, she went directly to Guling via the highway around the city. Then, she followed the mountain road all the way up and arrived at Guling Courtyard at around 9 p.m. Director Liu had already informed Xiao Ruofei in advance and reported his license plate. Along the way, the Night 15 was directly allowed to pass. Of course, the news that they had arrived at Guling was naturally passed on by the soldiers at the sentry posts. When the car stopped in front of Master Song's small building, Xiao Ruofei saw Master Song personally standing in front of the building under the street lights. Director Liu stood beside him. Xiao Ruofei and Yi Linyun quickly jumped out of the car and helped Li Jifu down. At this time, Master Song had already walked over quickly. His voice was full of joy. "Ah Fu! You're here. Little Song, why did you come downstairs personally?" Li Jifu said, "Your identity is different now. This is not appropriate." "What's not appropriate?" "In front of Brother Ah Fu, I'll always be that Little Song company commander," Master Song said with a smile. "Brother Ah Fu, the wind is strong in the mountain. Let's go inside and talk." Xiao Ruofei and Yi Linyun carried Li Jifu's luggage and walked into the small building. When they arrived at the reception room, everyone sat down. The waitress immediately served tea for everyone. Master Song smiled and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Little Xia, thank you for your hard work this time. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile on his face, not at all, Chief. Then, Xiao Ruofei reported, Chief, I've already done a preliminary examination on old Mr. Li in Wui Mountain. His recovery is very good. However, in terms of physical examination, Western medicine's data is more objective and clear, so I suggest that old Mr. Li undergo a thorough examination as soon as possible. Good, good, good. Little Xia, thank you so much. Master Song said with relief. You're welcome. Xiao Ruofei said, by the way, I also went to take a look at martyr Yan Xiaodong's grave this time. The martyr's grave has been renovated. Yi Linyun personally led people to complete it. Xiao Ruofei pointed at Yi Linyun. Little Yi, thank you for your hard work. Master Song said with a smile. Chief, you're welcome. Yi Linyun quickly stood up and said. Not at all. Xiao Ruofei then took out his tablet and showed Master Song the photos that he had imported from the camera in advance. Master Song looked at each photo very carefully and stared at it for a long time. He was quite satisfied with Xiao Ruofei's work. After looking at the photos, Xiao Ruofei took out 2 small boxes of top-grade Dahongpao tea leaves. The tea leaves that he had given to Li Jifu were actually 2 ounces. He didn't even have time to hold Yi Linyun's 1 ounce before it was given to Li Jifu, so he naturally couldn't favor Master Song. He also prepared 2 ounces of tea leaves. According to the standard of the mother tree Dahongpao tea leaves, 2 ounces of tea leaves were worth 1 million, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Chief, I got some very good tea leaves this time. I brought some for you to try. Oh? Master Song raised his eyebrows with interest. Xiao Ruofei added, it was made by Mr. Li himself. Really? Brother Fu, you still make tea at your age. Can your body take it? Master Song asked with concern. Li Jifu said, the tea prepared by Xiaoxia is of good quality. I'm itching to try it. Xiao Song, this tea is pretty good. At least it's not worse than the special tea leaves you have every year. Really? Then I'll really have to try it. Master Song's interest was immediately piqued when he heard Li Jifu's words. He smiled and said, Xiaoxia, thank you. You're so thoughtful. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's just a few ounces of tea leaves. You're welcome, Chief. After that, Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, Chief, I brought him here safely. I'll take my leave first. It was already night time. Master Song naturally couldn't stay any longer. He stood up and personally walked Xiao Ruofei to the door of the reception room. Master Song originally wanted to walk him downstairs, but Xiao Ruofei said that he didn't deserve it. He asked Master Song to stay. Master Song stood at the door of the reception room and thought for a while. He then called Xiao Ruofei back. Then, he called Director Lu over and whispered a few words. Director Lu immediately nodded and walked away quickly. Soon, Director Lu came back with a black plastic bag in his hand. Master Song took the plastic bag and handed it directly to Xiao Ruofei. He smiled and said, Xiaoxia, I remember you're a smoker. Take these 2 cigarettes and smoke. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, is this appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? You gave me tea and I gave you cigarettes. It's reciprocity. Master Song said with a smile. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, I'll accept it. Thank you, Chief. Drive slowly. Come and play chess with me when you're free. Master Song said with a kind smile. All right. At this moment, Yi Linyun hesitated and said to Li Jifu, Master, I haven't been back to the farm in a long time. I want to go back with Brother Xia. Li Jifu nodded and said, go. I'm staying with Little Song, so you don't have to worry. Yi Linyun was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. He really missed his brothers in the farm. He also knew that the company's security department had recruited a new batch of security guards. They were all his brothers from the old army, so he was eager to return home. Xiao Ruofei and Yi Linyun bid farewell to Master Song and Li Jifu. Director Lu personally walked them downstairs and watched them drive away. When Director Lu returned to the reception room, Master Song had already opened a box of tea leaves that Xiao Ruofei had given him. Li Jifu was using a teaspoon to scoop tea leaves from the box. Xiao Lu, come, come, come. Let's try the tea that little Xiao brought, Master Song said with a smile. Director Lu was Master Song's old subordinate for many years. He was basically like family to Master Song. All these years, Master Song's children were all officials in various places. On the other hand, Director Lu had been by his side for many years. Naturally, their relationship was closer. Director Lu smiled and said, "Thank you, Chief." Director Lu sat on the sofa on the side. He didn't make the tea. Although he usually did all the service work himself, he was still very self-aware. In terms of tea art, he was 8 streets behind Li Jifu. Li Jifu's movements were skillful and didn't seem to have a trace of smoke. Soon, the room was filled with the fragrance of tea. Master Song and Director Lu couldn't help but take a deep breath. At Master Song's position, what kind of good tea had he not drunk? Even for the mother tree, De Hong Pao, Master Song would be given 2 taels of tea every year. However, Master Song had drunk tea for so many years. This was the first time he had smelled such an intoxicating tea fragrance. Washing the tea, brewing, smelling the fragrance, soon, the first brew was poured into the teacup. Li Jifu smiled and said, "Little Song, do you want to try it?" "Try it," Master Song said with a smile. The 3 of them picked up their teacups and took a shallow sip. Then, they closed their eyes and slowly savored the aftertaste. Their mouths were immediately surrounded by the clear and distant tea fragrance, and the natural charm was even more impossible to get rid of. After a long time, Master Song sighed and said, "Good tea. Really good tea." Director Lu couldn't help but exclaim, "Chief, this tea is amazing. Mr. Li is old but vigorous. His craftsmanship hasn't deteriorated at all." Li Jifu smiled and said, "My craftsmanship only accounts for 3 points at most. The remaining 7 points are all because of the tea that Xianxia gave me." Master Song and Director Lu both looked surprised. Master Song knew that Li Jifu never exaggerated. For him to give such a high evaluation, it meant that the tea that Xiao Ruofei provided was indeed worthy of such an evaluation. Director Lu smiled bitterly and said, "Xiaoxia is really magical. Ever since I've known him, I've seen him create miracles countless times. It seems like there's nothing he can't do." Master Song said with a smile, "Xiaoxia isn't a fish in a pond. Xiao Lu. If you don't believe me, we can wait and see. He will definitely use miracle after miracle to refresh our understanding." Director Lu nodded in agreement. He really didn't agree with Master Song, but he agreed with this point of view from the bottom of his heart. Master Song sighed again and said, "This Xiaoxia. He suddenly gave me some tea leaves. If it's this kind of top-grade tea, how will I taste when I drink other tea leaves in the future? What's even more infuriating is that this kid actually gave me 2 taels. Isn't he too stingy?" Li Jifu said with a smile, "Xiao Song, be content. This kind of tea isn't easy to get. The tea that this kid brought to Wui Mountain yesterday was only about a caddy. He probably only has about half a caddy in his hands now." Master Song laughed and said, "If it were someone else, they might not be able to get more tea, but Xiaoxia definitely can. Xiao Lu, give that kid a call tomorrow and tell him to give me more next time. If it's less than half a caddy, I won't let him in." Director Lu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Chief." An official at Director Lu's level naturally wouldn't just look at the surface when looking at problems. Although Master Song's words sounded a little unreasonable, and half a caddy of this kind of tea could be worth 1 or 2 million yuan, these weren't the main points. Huaxia was so big, and there were countless people rushing to give Master Song gifts. When had Master Song ever received gifts from others? Xiao Ruofei was definitely an exception. Master Song's tone clearly didn't treat Xiao Ruofei as an outsider at all. Director Lu even felt that Master Song wouldn't even have such a close attitude towards his own nephew. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that his weight in Director Lu's heart had increased by a lot. He was driving down the mountain. After the car drove around a bend in the mountain road, the 2 of them let out a slight sigh of relief at the same time. Xiao Ruofei and Yi Linyun were both from the Special Forces. Xiao Ruofei even served in the famous Lone Wolf Commando team. The 2 of them were exceptionally sensitive to their surroundings. After turning that bend, the 2 of them felt their bodies relax. It was obvious that they had left Master Song's security team's range of surveillance. Yi Linyun, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, also relaxed a lot. He curiously opened the black plastic bag and said, "Brother Xia, let me see what good cigarettes Master Song gave you." Xiao Ruofei just chuckled as he drove, ignoring Yi Linyun. "Huh? Why is there nothing here?" Yi Linyun cried out in surprise. "White packaging. What kind of cigarettes are these?" Xiao Ruofei turned his head and glanced. He saw that the 2 packs of cigarettes in Yi Linyun's hands were both white packaging. There were no logos or pictures on them. "Why don't you open it up and see?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Then I'll open it up," Yi Linyun said. "Open, open, open," Xiao Ruofei said. "Aren't cigarettes for smoking? Why don't you open it up?" Therefore, Yi Linyun quickly tore open the packaging. "Hey! It's also white inside." Yi Linyun made a fuss. He took out all the cigarette packs inside. All 10 packs of cigarettes were white packaging. There were also no logos or pictures. "Open it up and see," Xiao Ruofei said. Yi Linyun immediately tore open a pack of cigarettes and took one out. He turned on the lights in the front row and looked at it over and over. He said, "Brother Xia, there's no logo on the cigarette. Did the chief give you unbranded products?" Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think that's possible?" Yi Linyun smiled and said, "This seems a bit unreasonable, nonsense." At this time, Xiao Ruofei thought of a rumor. His heart suddenly moved. At this time, the car had arrived at the foot of the mountain. The intersection was the highway around the city. Xiao Ruofei drove the car to the side of the road and stopped. He turned on the double flashing lights. "What's wrong, Brother Xia?" Xiao Ruofei said to Yi Linyun, "Linyun, give me the open pack of cigarettes." Yi Linyun obeyed and handed the pack of cigarettes to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took the pack of cigarettes. He took out all the cigarettes and put them aside. Then, he carefully took out the foil inside. Xiao Ruofei took the empty pack of cigarettes and shone it under the light. Sure enough, he found that there seemed to be a picture inside the pack. Yi Linyun also came over to take a look. He muttered, "Brother Xia, what is this?" Xiao Ruofei directly opened the soft pack of cigarettes and spread it out. The lights in the car were very bright. Yi Linyun could tell at a glance, "Isn't this a panda cigarette?" The inside of the pack of cigarettes was a picture of 2 pandas. It included the cigarette factory, the tar content, the quit smoking slogan, and so on. In fact, it was the outer packaging of panda cigarettes that could be seen on the market. It was just that it was packaged in reverse. So, what was seen from the outside was actually white. "Brother Xia, why is this pack of cigarettes packaged in reverse?" Yi Linyun asked. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I just guessed it. This is a special supply of cigarettes for a certain level of national leader. I heard that special supply cigarettes were packaged in the reverse side of ordinary cigarette packs. I didn't expect to see it today." Yi Linyun's eyes lit up. "This is the legendary special supply cigarette?" "Most likely." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Come, come, come, smoke one, smoke one." After that, Xiao Ruofei grabbed 2 cigarettes and threw one of them to Yi Linyun. Then, he put one in his mouth. With a click, he opened the lighter and lit the cigarette. The 2 of them took a deep breath at the same time. They felt that it was really different from ordinary cigarettes. It was slightly light, but the fragrance was mellow. "Good smoke," Yi Linyun praised. Then, he looked at the remaining 18 cigarettes and laughed. "Brother Xia, you opened the pack of cigarettes, so these cigarettes, you take it and smoke." Xiao Ruofei said casually, "Do you have something to put it in?" "Yes, yes, yes." Yi Linyun quickly said, "I just finished smoking this pack of cigarettes. There's only one left." "Then you take it and smoke," Xiao Ruofei said. "Thank you, Brother Xia," Yi Linyun said excitedly. He immediately took out the almost empty pack of cigarettes and carefully put the remaining cigarettes into it one by one. Xiao Ruofei found it funny and said, "If you like it, take a few more boxes. This cigarette is a bit light, I'm not used to smoking it." Yi Linyun quickly said, "No need, no need. This is enough. These cigarettes were given to you by the chief. I don't dare to ask for more. Xiao Ruofei smiled and started the car again. He said, okay then. Ask me for more when you're done smoking. We're brothers, you don't have to be so polite. Okay. Thank you, brother Xia. Yi Linyun grinned and carefully put the pack of cigarettes in his arms. After returning to the farm, Yi Linyun met with his comrades and was naturally excited. The staff cafeteria was already closed. Xiao Ruofei asked Lei Hu to send someone to town to buy some braised food and other dishes. Then, he contributed a few bottles of Zui Ba Xian wine and had a little supper with everyone before returning to the villa. Yi Linyun directly stayed in the staff dormitory. The next day, after Xiao Ruofei had breakfast in the staff cafeteria, he drove to the city. He brought 2 small boxes of top-grade Dahong Pao with him and gave them to Ling Xiao Tian and Professor Tian respectively. With only 12 tea trees, the yield would be very low. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect to sell the tea leaves for money. He originally wanted to give it to some elders and friends. It was perfect as a gift. After giving it to them, Xiao Ruofei only had about 4 ounces left. He didn't want to give the tea leaves away, so he kept them for himself. After giving the gifts, Xiao Ruofei drove back to Taoyuan farm. He went directly to the complex building. After leaving the farm for 2 days, the staff all knew that he was back. Even if he was just pretending, he still had to walk around the office. Walking to the door of his office, Xiao Ruofei found that the door was open. He couldn't help but be stunned. He glanced inside and saw Song Rui sitting on the guest sofa, holding a cup of steaming tea and drinking it happily. Hey! Xiao Ruofei shouted, why did you come here without saying anything? You scared me. I thought there was a thief in the office. You're the thief. Song Rui said, you're the boss, aren't you? What time is it that you came to work? Xiao Ruofei walked to Song Rui with a smile and sat down next to him. He said, isn't that nonsense? I'm the boss. I'm the boss in the company. Of course, I can come whenever I want. Then Xiao Ruofei asked again, aren't you addicted to being a good boy? How come you suddenly have time to come here? Of course, I have something to talk to you about. Song Rui said. Xiao Ruofei took out a pack of cigarettes and threw one to Song Rui. Then, he took one out and put it in his mouth. He lit it and took a puff before saying, say it. What's the matter? Let's make it clear first. I'm not going to drink with girls. Then, Xiao Ruofei saw that Song Rui's eyes were fixed on the pack of cigarettes that he had casually thrown on the coffee table. The box was pure white, without any logo or picture. This was the pack that Master Song had given to Xiao Ruofei yesterday. He casually took a pack with him. This? Where did this cigarette come from? Song Rui asked in surprise. Xiao Ruofei said casually, yesterday, I went to Guling Courtyard. Your Master Song gave me 2, how many? Say it again. Song Rui's eyes widened. 2? Yeah. What's wrong with that? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, why are you so surprised? Song Rui said angrily, what's wrong with that? It's totally wrong. Do you know how much my grandfather gave me when I begged him for a long time, acting cute and coquettish? How much? He only gave me 1 pack. Song Rui said angrily, he actually gave you 2 packs at once. Who's his grandson? Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui sympathetically and said with a smirk, you should ask Governor Song about that. Get lost. Song Rui shouted, I don't care. Where's the cigarette? Take it out. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Give me 1 pack. What do you mean just 1 pack? How is that just 1 pack? Are you trying to rob me? Xiao Ruofei said, I'll give you 1 pack at most. Why are you so stingy? Song Rui shouted, you already have 2 packs, and you're only giving me 1 pack? Aren't we brothers? At least 8 packs. 2 packs. That's all. 6 packs. 3 packs. I can't give you more. 5 packs. 4 packs. 4 packs and a half. 4 packs and 5 packs. 4 packs and 8 packs. 4 packs and 6 packs. 4 packs and 7 packs. 4 packs and 6 packs and a half, are you crazy? Song Rui shouted, I'm just asking you one question. Why are you giving me half a pack? Xiao Ruofei said calmly, I'll light it first, and when there's half left, I'll give it to you. Hey! Even if you don't think it's dirty, I do. Song Rui shouted. A giggle came from outside the door. The two of them looked up and saw Feng Jing standing at the door. She was overjoyed. Feng Jing heard Xiao Ruofei's voice and walked over from the office next door. She had heard the whole process of Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui bargaining. Feng Jing was speechless when the two of them talked about the 4 packs and a few sticks. They were simply 2 children who hadn't grown up yet. When Xiao Ruofei said that he would give half of it to Song Rui, Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Manager Feng. Xiao Ruofei said. What's the matter? Feng Jing held back her laughter and said, Oh. It's nothing. I just want to report some of my daily work to you. Chairman, please welcome your friends first. After that, Feng Jing nodded at Song Rui and turned to leave. A burst of suppressed laughter faintly came over. Xiao Ruofei said, Look. He's embarrassed in front of a beauty. The dignified young master Song is actually fighting over half a cigarette. When did I say half a stick of cigarette? It's obviously you. Song Rui said. Stop talking nonsense. Where are the cigarettes? Quickly take them out. After that, Song Rui reached out his hand and wanted to take Xiao Ruofei's pocket. Xiao Ruofei quickly dodged and said, Can you use your brain? Have you seen anyone put an entire stick of cigarettes in their pocket? Do you think my pocket is a Doraemon version? Song Rui smiled. Xiao Ruofei said angrily, Brother, you keep your word. 4 packs and 6.5 sticks, no. I don't want half a stick. Give me 4 packs and 6. Song Rui quickly said. Okay. I'll get it for you before you leave. Xiao Ruofei said, I think you're only this promising. What do you know? Song Rui said disdainfully, This is a good tool to show off. It's so cool to take it out during a party. Do you understand? I really don't understand the world of you rich kids. Xiao Ruofei said with a speechless expression. Song Rui took out a stick from Xiao Ruofei's cigarette box and lit it up. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled the smoke and muttered, Giving you this stick is a waste of God's gift. Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, If you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy. Busy my ass. Song Rui curled his lips and said, You came to work at 10:30. Who would believe that you're busy? Xiao Ruofei said without changing his expression, Kid, you don't understand the world of the company's leader. You'll know when you become the CEO of your family business. Hey! Don't provoke me. Song Rui said, I'm now moving towards that goal step by step. Okay. Don't joke around. Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded, Kid, do you have something to say? Did you come here just to get a stick of cigarettes? Song Rui said, I really do have something to say to you. I remember you invested in the Dingfeng winery, right? The one that produced the Drunken 8 Immortals. Yeah. Why? Get me 50 boxes of wine. Song Rui said, Our company is going to have a large-scale business dinner. We're going to use the Drunken 8 Immortals, but the people in the logistics department haven't been able to buy it. So, I had to do it myself. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Is that it? Can't you just make a phone call? Is it really necessary for you to come here personally? You made me lose a few packs of cigarettes for no reason. Song Rui said snappily, I just thought that I haven't been here for a while, so I came over to take a look. Why are you so stingy? You're not happy to take a few packs of cigarettes from you. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Who asked you to come here and ask for help and act like you're the king of heaven? Alright, there's no problem with your matter. I'll make a phone call now. You can get someone to pick up the goods from the factory directly. After that, Xiao Ruofei directly took out his mobile phone and called Li Jing, the sales manager of the Dingfeng winery, and told him about the matter. Although the major commercial channels were generally out of stock, there was definitely still stock in the factory. Xiao Ruofei made a phone call personally, so it was naturally a simple matter to solve the 50 boxes of wine. Li Jing quickly said that he would get someone to prepare the goods immediately and that he could come over to pick it up at any time. Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and said with a smile, "All right. You can get someone to get a small truck to pick up the goods directly." "All right." Song Rui said, "Thanks. It's just a small matter." "Why are you being so polite?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded. Song Rui immediately took out his mobile phone and called the company's logistics department supervisor. He asked the company to immediately send a small truck to the Dingfeng winery to pick up the wine. "It's not easy for you to come here. Have lunch here. Let's drink together," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. It was almost 11 o'clock now. Song Rui didn't hold back. He nodded and said, "All right." Xiao Ruofei picked up the phone on the table and called Feng Jing. After he found out that there was nothing particularly urgent, he packed his bag and said, "Let's go. Let's go to my villa." The two strolled to the first floor. Xiao Ruofei went to the staff cafeteria. It was almost time to get off work. Chao Tieshu's wife and the other cafeteria staff were nervously preparing the food. When they saw Xiao Ruofei coming over, the staff quickly greeted him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Chao Tieshu's wife, "Sister-in-law, I have a friend here today. Can you help me prepare a few dishes? Let Lei Hu send it to my villa later." "No problem. Boss, what do you want to eat for lunch?" Chao Tieshu's wife wiped her hands on the apron and asked with a smile. Xiao Ruofei said, "Let's eat whatever we have. There's no need to specially prepare. Just pick some fresh vegetables from the greenhouse. Also, make 1 or 2 meat dishes and a soup. The dishes have to go well with alcohol. As for the rest, you can do as you see fit. I believe in your culinary skills." Chao Tieshu's wife said happily, "All right. Then I'll do as I wish." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. Everyone has worked hard too." The cafeteria staff quickly said that it wasn't hard. Every time Xiao Ruofei came to eat, he would thank them and say that it was hard. They all had a good impression of Xiao Ruofei, this kind and approachable boss. After giving instructions at the cafeteria, Xiao Ruofei brought Song Rui back to the villa. Sit, sit, sit. I'll make some tea for you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "What kind of good tea do you have?" Song Rui said as he picked up a magazine on the coffee table and flipped through it. "Hee hee. Won't you know after you drink it?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He walked to the small cabinet next to the television background wall. With his back facing Song Rui, he squatted down and opened the cabinet door. He reached inside and took out a small box of tea leaves. Of course, the tea leaves were actually stored in the ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei was just putting on an act. The entire tea set was ready-made, and Xiao Ruofei was now learning from him. Her actions of brewing tea were methodical. Soon, the rich tea aroma filled the spacious villa living room. Song Rui, who was looking at the cover girl, sniffed, then put down the magazine and said with a smile, "Hey. Your tea smells pretty good. It tastes even better," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile as he put down the teacup in front of Song Rui. Song Rui took the teacup and took a sip. He slowly savored it and then shouted, "Damn. Your tea is pretty good. Where did you get it? Give me a few caddies to take away." "Pooh," Xiao Ruofei said, "I only have 3 or 4 ounces left. You want a few caddies with your big mouth. Why don't you go rob me?" "Comrade Ruofei. I realized that your business is getting bigger and bigger, but you are getting stingier and stingier." Song Rui said, "We are brothers. What's wrong with giving me a few caddies of tea leaves? What's wrong? I only gave your grandfather 2 ounces. Xiao Ruofei said angrily, "Do you know what Mr. Li Jifu said about my tea leaves? Compared to the mother tree de Hong Pao, it's better." Song Rui was stunned. As a qualified playboy who knew how to eat, drink, and play, he naturally knew about the mother tree de Hong Pao. Song Rui opened his mouth slightly and said, "Damn. So, we drank 10,000 yuan in one gulp. What do you think?" Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Rui. Song Rui revealed an excited expression and said, "Then all the more you shouldn't hide it. How can you keep such good tea leaves to yourself? You have to share it with your brothers. I think you are a locust. You eat mine, and then you take mine." In the end, the two of them haggled, and Song Rui was satisfied and took 1 or 2 ounces of tea leaves from Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a pinch. There were only 4 ounces of tea left. Now that Song Rui took away 1 ounces, he only had 3 ounces left. Xiao Ruofei said to himself, "Before the new tea leaves come out, I won't give these tea leaves to anyone else. I'll keep them for myself." Soon, Lei Hu brought over the food from the cafeteria with an old soldier. There were 3 dishes made of taoyuan vegetables, a plate of lychee meat, a plate of sweet and sour ribs, and a small pot of bamboo fungus soup. Although they were all home-cooked, Chao Tieshu's wife's culinary skills were still very good. These dishes might not look as good as those in big hotels, but the taste was quite delicious. Xiao Ruofei opened a bottle of Drunken Eight Immortals and chatted with Song Rui as they drank and ate. They ate until around 1:30 in the afternoon, when the two of them finished the bottle of wine. Only then did they stop and get up. Song Rui naturally couldn't drive after drinking, so Xiao Ruofei asked Lei Hu to arrange for an old soldier to help him drive. Seeing Song Rui get into the car and leave with a full stomach of cigarettes, top-grade Dahongpo cigarettes, and a big bag of taoyuan vegetables, Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved. He finally sent this guy away. If he had stayed a little longer, he might have stolen something else. This guy was simply a bandit. Did he still have the demeanor of a young master of an aristocratic family? After returning from Mount Wui, Xiao Ruofei's life returned to a peaceful track. The day of the next spirit pregnancy soup was getting closer and closer, and Xiao Ruofei's mood gradually became more and more excited. The materials needed to make the spirit puppet were basically all in place. If there were no requirements for new materials on the newly unlocked page, then he could basically start work after the content was unlocked. The days passed. Xiao Ruofei calculated that he could take the spirit pregnancy soup again tomorrow. Everything was ready, except for the east wind. At noon, Xiao Ruofei finished eating in the staff cafeteria and was walking to the small villa when his phone rang. "Hello, Miss Tian." Xiao Ruofei looked at the caller ID and answered the phone. The call was from Tian Huixin, but Xiao Ruofei did not hear Tian Huixin's voice. Instead, a childish voice came from the receiver. "Brother Xia." Xiao Ruofei's eyes instantly became much gentler, and a warm smile appeared on his face. He replied, "It's Huan Huan." "Huan Huan, did you miss your brother?" Of course I missed you." "Brother, why didn't you come to see me?" Huan Huan said cutely. Xiao Ruofei said a little awkwardly, I've been busy with work recently." "Huan Huan, have you been good at home? Have you listened to Daddy and Mommy?" "I've been very good. Mommy said that if I'm not good, Brother Xiao won't like me anymore." Huan Huan said. A child's words carried no harm. Xiao Ruofei was sweating profusely. He did not expect Tian Huixin to use such a method to scare Huan Huan. Of course, this also reflected that Huan Huan was very close to him. At this time, Tian Huixin's awkward voice came from the phone. "Xiaoxia, don't listen to Huan Huan's nonsense. This little girl has been very strange recently." Although Tian Huixin said that, she was very happy in her heart. When Huan Huan was autistic, she would not say a word no matter how much she teased her. Now, although she was very naughty sometimes, her speech and communication were no different from that of an ordinary child. Moreover, her good memory and focus were still there. The Ma family treasured her very much. And all of this was thanks to Xiao Ruofei, so they were very grateful to Xiao Ruofei. "Miss Tian, have you arrived at Sanshan?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "Yes. We just got off the plane, and Huan Huan is clamoring to see you." Tian Huixin said, "Xiaoxia, is it convenient for us to come to the farm now?" Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? You go to the city and find a place to settle down first. I happen to be free in the afternoon, so let's meet in the city." Sanshan City, Chongping Airport. Tian Huixin, who was dressed in a noble and elegant manner, ended the call. Huan Huan, who was as cute as a porcelain doll, immediately asked, "Mom, What did Brother Xia say? Tian Huixin smiled and touched Huanhuan's tender face. Brother said that we should settle down in the city first. He will meet us later. But I want to go to the farm to play. Huanhuan pouted. Brother Xia invited me to the farm to pick blueberries and lychees. I want to eat lychees. Tian Huixin smiled and said, lychees only ripen in the summer. You can't eat them now even if you go. Huanhuan, do you want to eat lychees or see Brother Xia? Of course I want to see Brother Xia more. Huanhuan said without hesitation. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, Huanhuan's closeness to Xia Ruofei had not weakened at all. As Huanhuan's mother, Tian Huixin could not help but feel a little jealous. However, Huanhuan's illness was cured by Xia Ruofei. If it were not for Xia Ruofei, Huanhuan would still be the silent child who was immersed in her own world. Parents of autistic children could understand the endless pain the most. Every day, they would see their child alone. No matter how much they called out to her, she would not respond. Moreover, from time to time, she would lose her temper without warning. On the other hand, children of the same age would be by their parents' side. That kind of feeling was indescribable. Therefore, Tian Huixin was more grateful to Xia Ruofei. Her daughter was close to Xia Ruofei, so she was not really jealous. Tian Huixin squatted down and smiled at Huanhuan. Isn't that enough? Brother Xia wants you to wait for him in the city. He will be here soon to meet you, okay? Huanhuan tilted her head and thought for a moment. Okay. I know. Brother Xia wants to treat Qingqing's illness first before he can play with me. Huanhuan is so sensible. Tian Huixin said. Beside Tian Huixin, there was a haggard young woman in her 30s. When she saw Huanhuan acting coquettishly and talking to Tian Huixin, she couldn't help but reveal an extremely envious expression. Once upon a time, Tian Huixin was just like her. Every day, she would take her child to various rehabilitation facilities. She would bring her child to undergo sensory training and thinking games. She would watch her child undergo those arduous training day after day, but the results were minimal. Her spirit was on the verge of collapse. Now, Huanhuan seemed to have changed into a different person. She had become lively and cheerful. She was no longer the autistic girl of the past. Her child, on the other hand, was still severely autistic. Until now, he could not even say mommy. No matter how hard the teacher tried, the child could only utter vague syllables similar to mommy. Now, the child was beside her, squatting on the ground and staring at an ant. He had been in this position for a long time. Tian Huixin carried Huanhuan and said with a smile, Biyun, I'll help you find a place to stay first. Xiaoxia will meet us in the city in a while. Thank you, Sister Tian. Shui Biyun said gratefully. Shui Biyun did not speak Cantonese. Instead, she spoke Mandarin with a Sanshan accent. In fact, Shui Biyun's family was from Sanshan. Like Tian Huixin, she was also married to Hong Kong. Because of this, the two of them met in a rehabilitation facility. When they chatted by chance, they found out that they were from the same hometown. In a foreign land, they had the same experience. Therefore, the two of them became closer and gradually became very good friends. However, Shui Biyun was not as lucky as Tian Huixin. The Hong Kong man she married was quite good to her in the beginning, especially when Shui Biyun gave birth to a son for him. He doted on Shui Biyun even more. However, when little Qingqing grew up, he could not speak. Finally, the hospital diagnosed him with severe autism and epilepsy. Shui Biyun's Hong Kong husband's attitude changed drastically. He would often come home drunk and scold Shui Biyun and her son. Especially when Qingqing lost his temper inexplicably or screamed at home, Shui Biyun's Hong Kong husband would be very impatient and even beat the child. Qingqing had a social disorder and was instinctively afraid of communicating with others. After being abused by his father, he became even more isolated and his condition became more serious. Often, Shui Biyun would put in a lot of effort to take the child through a long period of rehabilitation training. When the child's condition finally improved a little, she would go home and be scolded by her drunkard husband. The child would immediately shut himself in his own world again. In the end, Shui Biyun could not bear it and chose to divorce her husband. Under the circumstances that her husband's family deliberately made things difficult for her, Shui Biyun almost left with nothing. She accepted all kinds of unreasonable requests from her husband's family. The only request was that the child should be raised by her. Qingqing was regarded as a burden in Shui Biyun's husband's family. Shui Biyun was willing to take him away, so naturally, they were more than willing. In this way, the mother and son left the nightmare-like home. Fortunately, Shui Biyun had obtained the right of residence in Hong Kong. Her son was also born in Hong Kong and could enjoy welfare relief. In Hong Kong, autistic children could enjoy free rehabilitation training. Tian Huixin also helped them from time to time and was enthusiastic about introducing part-time jobs to her. She could not work full-time and had to take care of the child. Shui Biyun worked hard to take care of the child and save money while recovering. She managed to survive for several years. However, Qingqing's condition was very serious. There were organic lesions in his brain and epilepsy from time to time, so the effect of rehabilitation training was very weak. When she learned that Huan had recovered, Shui Biyun also ignited the fire of hope. Especially after Tian Huixin enthusiastically helped her to ask Xiao Ruofei for help and got his approval, Shui Biyun was quite excited. However, Xiao Ruofei had been very busy some time ago. If Ma Jiming had not mentioned it again last time, he would not have remembered it. Therefore, during this period of time, Shui Biyun had been waiting in torment. When Tian Huixin told her that she could take Qingqing back to Sanshan to find Xiao Ruofei for treatment, she was really moved to tears. Since the divorce, Shui Biyun had never returned to the mainland. She did not even have the money for a plane ticket, and she did not have the time. Her family was also very poor. She did not want her family to worry, so every time she called, she only reported the good news and not the bad. Stepping on the land of her hometown again after a few years, Shui Biyun had mixed feelings. At the same time, she was also a little worried. She was afraid that this trip to seek medical treatment would be like countless previous experiences, where she came full of hope and left disappointed in the end, but the child's condition did not improve at all. When she saw the lovely Huan, the faith in her heart seemed to be strengthened a lot. Even if it could not be completely cured, it would be fine as long as it could get better a little. Shui Biyun said to herself in her heart. Tian Huixin could also see that Shui Biyun was very nervous. She smiled and said, "Biyun, don't worry. Xiaoxia's medical skills are very magical. Qingqing's illness will definitely be cured." Shui Biyun's eyes were a little red. She looked at her son, who was squatting on the ground and not saying a word. She nodded and said, "Sister Tian, thank you so much this time. I really don't know how to support myself if you help me." Tian Huixin had helped Shui Biyun a lot over the years. Even the plane ticket back to the mainland was provided by Tian Huixin for free. Shui Biyun's heart was full of gratitude. Tian Huixin smiled and said, "Biyun, it's fate that we met. We are good sisters, so there's no need to be so formal. Let's go. The car is over there." A luxurious Mercedes-Benz business car came to pick them up from the Sanshan office of Hengfeng Group. They naturally had to do their best to protect the company's young mistress. The driver of the office took the luggage cart. Shui Biyun picked up Qingqing, and Tian Huixin held Huan's hand. Everyone got into the car together. "Old Wu, call Hengfeng Hotel and book a business suite," Shui Biyun instructed the driver after getting in the car. "Okay." Old Wu said quickly, then began to make a call. Shui Biyun quickly said, "Sister Tian, you don't have to book such a good place. Just find a hotel." Hengfeng Hotel was a super 5-star hotel. A standard room cost at least 1,000 yuan, and a business suite cost more than 3,000 yuan a day. To Shui Biyun, this was simply too extravagant. Tian Huixin smiled and said, "Biyun, don't worry about it. I'll pay for all the expenses in Sanshan." Shui Biyun said, "That's even worse. It's too expensive to stay in this hotel." Tian Huixin smiled and said, "This is a hotel that our family owns. The office has reserved rooms all year round. It's not a waste." Seeing that Shui Biyun still wanted to refuse, Tian Huixin said, "Xiaoxia wants to treat Qingqing. How can the environment be too bad? You can't let Xiaoxia treat Qingqing in a small hotel on the street, right?" Hearing Tian Huixin say this, Shui Biyun didn't refuse anymore. She just said with red eyes, "Sister Tian, thank you, For the sake of the child, Shui Biyun was willing to do anything. She already owed Tian Huixin a big favor. She would stay in Hengfeng Hotel. She would repay her in the future. After booking the hotel, Tian Huixin sent the room number to Xiao Ruofei. The Mercedes-Benz business car soon arrived at Hengfeng Hotel, which was located in a prime location in the city center. Under Old Wu's arrangement, Tian Huixin and the others quickly checked into business suite number 1808. This suite had a bedroom and a small reception room. There was also a balcony, and the view was very wide. When Shui Biyun saw the luxurious business suite, she felt uncomfortable and didn't know where to put her hands. Because Tian Huixin had booked the room, the hotel had thoughtfully prepared a large fruit platter, and even placed some toys and snacks that children liked. As soon as Qingqing entered the room, he rushed to the toys. Although the hotel had prepared Barbie dolls, plush bears, and other toys that girls liked, Qingqing was also very fond of plush toys. As soon as he went over, he held a pink plush bear and directly lay on the carpet, playing with it happily. Shui Biyun quickly said, "Qingqing, be careful. Don't dirty the toys." Tian Huixin smiled and said, "It's okay, Biyun. Let Qingqing play. As long as the child likes it. You sit down too. Don't be nervous. When Xiaoxia comes later, you can talk to him about Qingqing's condition. He will definitely have a way." "Okay." Shui Biyun nodded heavily. In fact, at first, Shui Biyun was like Tian Huixin. She didn't believe that there was anyone in the world who could treat autism. Until now, this was a worldwide problem. There was no effective medicine at all. They could only rely on some rehabilitation training to correct children's behavior. However, Huanhuan's recovery was an ironclad fact. There was no room for doubt. Tian Huixin sat on the sofa and chatted with Shui Biyun. Huanhuan ran over to play with Qingqing. However, Qingqing acted as if there was no one around. No matter how Huanhuan talked to him, he turned a deaf ear. He just played with the plush bear in his hand. Sometimes, his mouth would make some meaningless sounds. Shui Biyun occasionally glanced at the obvious differences between the two children. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. About half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Shui Biyun stood up immediately. Tian Huixin smiled and said, "It should be Xiaoxia. I'll open the door." Tian Huixin quickly went to open the door. As expected, it was Xiao Ruofei in casual clothes. "Xiaoxia is here. Come in quickly." Tian Huixin greeted him enthusiastically. "Ms. Tian, have your friends settled down?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile as he walked in. "Yes. They are staying here these days," Tian Huixin said. Then, she smiled and said, "Xiaoxia, it's weird for you to call me Ms. Tian. Why don't you call me auntie like you?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "As long as you don't mind me calling you old." "Hi. I'm old to begin with. Why would I mind?" Tian Huixin said with a smile. "Alright, then I'll call you Auntie Huixin." Xiao Ruofei said. Good, good, good. That's so intimate." As they spoke, the two of them entered the house. Shui Biyun's hands unconsciously grasped the hem of her clothes. She looked nervous and uneasy. Tian Huixin smiled and said, "Ruofei, let me introduce you. This is my best friend. Her name is Shui Biyun. Biyun, this is the doctor who cured our Huanhuan, Xiao Ruofei." "Hello, Dr. Xia. Sorry to trouble you." Shui Biyun said quickly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie Shui, you don't have to be so polite. I promised Auntie Huixin to treat your child a long time ago. However, I've been very busy recently, so it has been delayed until now. I'm sorry." Although Shui Biyun looked a little old, she was actually only 35 or 36 years old. Xiao Ruofei could totally call her big sister. However, Shui Biyun and Tian Huixin were best friends, so Xiao Ruofei could only call her Auntie Shui. Otherwise, it would really mess up the seniority. It's okay, it's okay." Shui Biyun said quickly. "I'm already very grateful that you can take time out of your busy schedule to treat Qingqing." Xiao Ruofei looked at Qingqing, who was squatting on the ground and playing with toys. He smiled and said, "So your child is called Qingqing. He's so handsome." He'll definitely be a handsome young man when he grows up. Shui Bian sighed and said, as long as he can grow up healthily. Dr. Xia, let me introduce Qingqing's condition to you. By the way, I brought all the medical records from these years. Please wait a moment. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. He said, Auntie Shui, don't worry. Let me take a look at Qingqing's condition first. After that, Xiao Ruofei walked in front of Qingqing and squatted down. He carefully looked at this handsome little boy. If it were any other child, they would at least raise their head to take a look if someone was looking at them from such a close distance. However, Qingqing continued to play with the plush bear toy in his hands as if no one was around. He completely ignored Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei tried calling out, Qingqing? He had been observing Qingqing's reaction. His voice was quite loud, but Qingqing did not even blink. It was as if nothing had happened. He was completely immersed in his own world. Xiao Ruofei was not surprised by this. Huan was the same back then. He pondered for a moment and reached out to pull the plush bear toy in Qingqing's hands. Qingqing immediately hugged the plush bear tightly. However, he finally raised his head and glared at Xiao Ruofei with a hostile gaze. Then, he lay down on the ground and pressed the plush bear tightly under his body. Xiao Ruofei sighed in his heart. When he saw Huan's condition the last time, he was greatly shocked. Today, when he saw Qingqing's condition, which was even more serious, Xiao Ruofei felt as if his heart had been slammed hard. These children of the stars were all very cute. They were more delicate and good-looking than ordinary children. If he did not have deep contact with them, he would not be able to tell that there was anything wrong with them. However, if he observed them carefully, he would find that their eyes were different from ordinary children. They lacked that kind of liveliness. And they almost never looked at others. It was as if they were never focused. Xiao Ruofei could imagine the pain and suffering of the star child's parents. Moreover, this kind of suffering was not temporary. Every day the child grew up, this kind of suffering was everywhere. Moreover, as the child grew older, the best period of correction would pass, and the deep despair would become stronger. Many families would try their best to bring their children into rehabilitation when they were young. However, during this long process, due to the lack of rehabilitation effects or family financial reasons, there would be people who would give up. In the end, most autistic patients could only be raised at home. They had no ability to live independently. This was also why most of the children in rehabilitation institutions were 2 to 3 years old. Because these children did not have the basic survival skills, and their social skills were basically zero, most of them could not go to school normally. Those with slightly better conditions might go to special schools, and those with severe cases could only stay at home. If it was accompanied by violent tendencies, it would be an incomparably heavy burden for the loved ones, be it physically or mentally. When the parents of these patients gradually grew old and even passed away, one could only imagine their situation. Xiao Ruofei looked at Qingqing with a heavy heart. His thoughts were no longer on how to treat Qingqing, but on the survival of the entire autism community. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Xiao Ruofei had the ability to cure Huan and Qingqing, but thousands of autistic patients and their families were still moving forward in helplessness, despair, and endless darkness. In recent years, the proportion of autistic patients has been increasing year by year. Research has shown that in every 150 newborns, there will be one autistic patient. This is an extremely large base. For the first time, Xiao Ruofei had the idea of doing something for this community. Of course, he might not have the ability to do so now, but he believed that as the Ring 2 space was upgraded, or as he continued to unlock the contents of the booklet, he might be able to find a complete solution that did not rely on the petals of the spirit heart flower, or only a very small amount of petals, to effectively treat autism. If he could develop a special treatment for autism, it would be a really great thing. It would be even more meaningful than curing cancer. Children were the future of this world. Shui Bian had been nervously watching Xiao Ruofei. She saw that after a simple conversation with Qingqing, Xiao Ruofei fell into silence. She was extremely nervous, and her heart was in her throat. When Xiao Ruofei stood up, Shui Bian quickly went forward and asked, Dr. Xia, how is it? Xiao Ruofei had a warm smile on his face and said, Aunt Shui, don't be nervous. I just want to know about Qingqing's situation. Shui Biyun nodded and said, Dr. Xia, let me show you Qingqing's medical record. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly, although he did not need to look at the medical record. If he did not even look at the medical record, Shui Biyun would probably feel even more uneasy. Most of the time, Xia Ruofei was very considerate of other people's feelings. When Shui Biyun went to look for the medical record, Tian Huixin sincerely said to Xia Ruofei, Xiao Xia, we really have to trouble you this time. It's not easy for Biyun to raise a child alone. She suffered a lot all these years. Moreover, she's also from the Three Mountains. So, after I met her in the rehabilitation center, we became very good sisters. You must help her. This is already her last hope. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Aunt Huixin, don't worry. Since I promised you, I'll definitely do my best. Also. Speaking of this, Xia Ruofei looked at Huan, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, and said, didn't I already have treatment experience before? I don't think there will be a big problem this time. Tian Huixin said happily, that's good, that's good. Huan just wanted to see you, but she fell asleep after a while. She's a child. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, she just got off the plane, so she must be very tired. Let her have a good sleep. Tian Huixin smiled and said, then, you can't leave later. Otherwise, when this girl wakes up and finds out that you came and left, she will definitely be angry with me. Okay, I will wait for our little princess to wake up before I leave. Xia Ruofei laughed and said. At this time, Shui Biyun found the medical record. There was a thick stack of medical records, and some of them looked very old. These medical records were a true portrayal of Shui Biyun and her child's painstaking search for medical treatment. Xia Ruofei looked through every medical record, every test report, and every electroencephalogram very seriously. After more than half an hour, he put them down. Dr. Xia, is Qingqing's condition serious? Shui Biyun couldn't wait to ask. Compared to Huan's condition, it is relatively serious, especially when he has epilepsy. Xia Ruofei said, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Xia Ruofei was not talking nonsense. Ever since he treated Master Song, he began to consciously learn some medical knowledge. He mainly focused on Chinese medicine, but he also learned a little about Western medicine. Xia Ruofei was no longer an ordinary person. His mental strength was many times stronger than that of ordinary people. Naturally, his learning efficiency was very high, so he still had a certain theoretical foundation. When Shui Biyun heard the first half of the sentence, her heart was tangled up. When Xia Ruofei said it wasn't a big problem, it was as if all the energy in her body had been sucked away. She sat down on the sofa and her eyes started to turn red. Tian Huixin quickly said, Biyun, since Xiao Xia said that it can be treated, you should be happy. Shui Biyun wiped her tears and said, Sister Tian, I'm just too happy. I'm sorry, Dr. Xia. Xia Ruofei smiled gently and said, it's okay. Then, Xia Ruofei turned to Tian Huixin and asked, Aunt Huixin, can you find the equipment to decoct the medicine? I'll ask the hotel to prepare it right away. What do you need? Tian Huixin said immediately. Casserole, charcoal stove, and charcoal. Xia Ruofei said, if it's not easy to find, an ordinary steel pot and induction cooker will do. Yes, I can find it. I'll call right away. Tian Huixin said. What if the effect of the medicine was affected by the steel pot and induction cooker? If the young mistress of the group asked for it, the hotel would definitely prepare something 100 times more difficult, let alone a casserole. Okay, ask them to send it over as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, I'll go to the pharmacy to prepare some Chinese medicine. Today, I'll decoct the medicine for Qingqing. Shui Biyun quickly got up and thanked him. The two of them sent Xia Ruofei to the door, and then Tian Huixin called the hotel to prepare the equipment to decoct the medicine. In fact, Xia Ruofei stored a large amount of commonly used Chinese medicine in his space, but he couldn't make them appear out of thin air. On the way here, he noticed that there was a Chinese medicine pharmacy nearby, so he simply left the hotel and went there to buy the medicine he needed before returning to the hotel. Xia Ruofei decocted the medicine to calm the mind and nourish the brain, but the real treatment was the solution of the spirit heart flower petal. When Xia Ruofei returned to the hotel, Hengfeng Hotel had already prepared the things he needed with the highest efficiency. So, Xiao Ruofei asked Tian Huixin and Shui Biyun to wait in the reception room while he carried the medicine to the bedroom, closed the door, and began to decoct the medicine. Xiao Ruofei was already familiar with decocting medicine. The decoction of the body tempering decoction and the spirit pregnancy decoction were very complicated, but he could easily complete them, let alone an ordinary decoction. After decocting the medicine, Xiao Ruofei opened the window to let the strong smell of the medicine out. Then, he poured out half a bowl of the decoction. Considering that Qingqing was still young and that it would be difficult to feed him medicine in this situation, Xiao Ruofei specially poured less. Then, Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and a porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. This was the solution of the spirit heart flower petal that he had specially prepared before he set off. The concentration of the spirit heart flower petal was relatively low, but there was no other way. If he put the whole petal into the decoction, Qingqing would be completely healed after drinking the decoction twice. That would be too shocking. According to Xiao Ruofei's calculation, Qingqing would need to consume the spirit heart flower petal solution for about half a month before he showed any obvious signs of improvement. If he continued to consume it for a month, he would consume 1 or 2 spirit heart flower petals. By then, he would be completely healed. Xiao Ruofei poured the solution of the spirit heart flower petal into the decoction, stirred it evenly with chopsticks, and put the bowl back into the original space. Then, he used the time difference between the inside and outside to cool the decoction down to a suitable temperature. Then, he took out the bowl and walked out of the bedroom with it. "Dr. Xia, thank you for your hard work." Shui Biyun hurried over and carefully took the bowl of medicine. In her eyes, this was not ordinary medicine. This was the hope of her son's recovery. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie Shui, let Qingqing drink the medicine." Shui Biyun nodded and carefully asked, "Dr. Xia, can I add sugar in it? Qingqing is a little afraid of bitter." "Yes, it's okay to add more." Xiao Ruofei said, "Auntie Shui, think of a way to feed Qingqing this medicine. I still have to deal with the rest of the decoction." Okay, you do what you need to do," Shui Biyun hurriedly said. Xiao Ruofei went back to the bedroom and locked the door. Then, he poured the rest of the decoction into a bowl and dumped the dregs into the trash can. Xiao Ruofei looked at the remaining decoction and silently calculated in his heart. Then, he walked back to the living room, took some mineral water from the water dispenser, and mixed it with the decoction. Then, he calculated the amount of medicine, took out the spirit heart flower petal solution from the space, poured it into the decoction, and stirred it evenly with chopsticks. Then, Xiao Ruofei took out the sealed bag of Chinese medicine that he had bought in the pharmacy and put the decoction into it one by one. There were a total of 9 decoctions, enough for 3 days. Xiao Ruofei took the vacuum bags out and saw that Shui Biyun had finished feeding Qingqing the decoction and was wiping his mouth. Shui Biyun had been taking care of Qingqing all these years, so she knew his habits and temperament like the back of her hand. She had her own way of feeding medicine. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved. "Dr. Xia, Qingqing has finished drinking." Shui Biyun saw Xiao Ruofei come out and quickly said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Very good. Auntie Shui, this is the decoction I decocted today. I put it in a vacuum bag. You can put it in the fridge and take it 3 times a day, half an hour after meals. 3 days later, I will have someone send the decoction for the next 3 days." Okay. Shui Biyun took the vacuum bag gratefully. "Dr. Xia, I'm sorry to trouble you. Auntie Shui, the first course of treatment will take about half a month. If there are no accidents, you should be able to see an obvious effect." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "After the second course of treatment, you should be able to recover as usual." Shui Biyun couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't dare to imagine it. After all, the consensus in the medical field today was that there was no way to treat autism with drugs, only behavior modification through training. Although the fact that Huan had recovered was in front of her, Shui Biyun still didn't dare to think that Qingqing could be like Huan. Sometimes she even thought, could Huan have been misdiagnosed? Maybe she was just introverted before, and gradually got better as she grew older? Of course, Shui Biyun quickly dismissed this idea because she and Tian Huixin had been taking care of the child for a long time. She knew Huan's situation very well, and with the financial resources of the Ma family in Hong Kong, how could there be a misdiagnosis? She was elated, but at the same time, she was afraid of being disappointed again. Worrying about personal gains and losses was Xue Biyun's current state of mind. Dr. Xia, then. Qingqing's epilepsy. Doesn't he need surgery? Xue Biyun asked carefully. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Chinese medicine treatment doesn't need surgery, and the brain lesions will gradually recover as the treatment continues. Aunt Xue, don't worry. Thank you. Thank you. Xue Biyun said with a choked voice. Don't mention it. We are all from the same hometown, and you are Aunt Huixin's good sister. If I can help, I will definitely help. Xiao Ruofei said. Xue Biyun went to put the sealed bag of Chinese medicine into the small refrigerator under the cabinet at the entrance of the room, and Xiao Ruofei looked helplessly at the sofa. Huan was still sleeping soundly. In fact, Xiao Ruofei wanted to go back to the farm as soon as possible. He could take the soup of pregnancy tomorrow, and after taking it this time, it was very likely to unlock a new page of the booklet. Xiao Ruofei planned to prepare the soup of pregnancy tonight, and then take it early tomorrow morning. However, he had just promised Tian Huixin, and now that Huan was still sleeping, he really couldn't leave. After taking the Chinese medicine, Qingqing also fell asleep on the ground after playing for a while. Xue Biyun hurriedly carried him up and put him on the sofa, and covered him with a small blanket. At this moment, a little Loli and a little Shota each occupied one end of the sofa, sleeping soundly. Xiao Ruofei and Tian Huixin looked at each other and smiled bitterly, helplessly sitting on the sofa opposite each other. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Huan finally turned over, then rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked around blankly, and slowly sat up. When she saw Xiao Ruofei sitting opposite her, looking at her with a smile, her hazy sleepiness suddenly disappeared, and she shouted happily, Brother Xia. Then, without even wearing shoes, Huan directly jumped off the sofa barefoot, and threw herself into Xiao Ruofei's arms. Xiao Ruofei also hugged Huan very lovingly. He reached out and gently pinched Huan's pink little face. He said with a smile, Huan has grown taller again. Huan seemed to like Xiao Ruofei's tranquil aura very much. She rubbed against Xiao Ruofei's arms and asked, Brother Ruofei, when did you come? Why didn't you wake me up? Xiao Ruofei joked, I've been here for a long time. Huan, if you didn't wake up, I would have gone home. Huan's mouth flattened as if she had been wronged. Tears seemed to be about to burst out of her eyes. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, Little Huan, I'm just joking with you. I've already seen Qingqing's illness, so I've been sitting here waiting for you to wake up. Huan suddenly smiled through her tears. Tian Huixin looked helplessly at her daughter, who was clinging to Xiao Ruofei's arms and refusing to move. She revealed a wry smile. Huan and Xiao Ruofei seemed to have endless things to talk about, and she had been sitting on Xiao Ruofei's lap. Tian Huixin called out to her several times, but she refused to come down. She seemed to have a kind of reliance on Xiao Ruofei from the bottom of her heart. At this time, it was almost dinner time. Tian Huixin proposed to treat Xiao Ruofei to dinner. The location was set at the restaurant of Hengfeng Hotel. Tian Huixin asked Xue Biyun to go downstairs to eat, but because Qingqing had been sleeping and the child had finally calmed down, Xue Biyun couldn't bear to wake him up, so she politely declined. Tian Huixin saw that Xue Biyun really wasn't in the mood to go downstairs to eat, so she didn't force her. Instead, she called Xue Biyun and ordered 2 nutritious meals, asking them to send them directly to the guest room. Then Tian Huixin took Xiao Ruofei and Huan downstairs. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, Huan didn't want to take a single step. Xiao Ruofei laughed and carried her easily with one hand. He followed Tian Huixin out of the suite. After arriving at the small private room that the hotel had arranged in advance, Huan got down from Xiao Ruofei's lap and sat next to her. Soon, the exquisite dishes were served. Considering that Xiao Ruofei had to drive, Tian Huixin did not order any alcohol. Everyone ate and chatted. Little Huan also livened up the atmosphere. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. When the dessert was served, Xiao Ruofei patted his head and said with a smile, I almost forgot. Huan, I even made delicious food for you. Huan's eyes lit up when she heard that. She clapped her hands and shouted, Brother Ruofei. What is it? I want to eat. I want to eat. Tian Huixin glanced at her daughter and teased, you already ate a lot just now. Can your little stomach still hold it? Huan raised her head and said, I can definitely eat what Brother Ruofei made. Tian Huixin was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled bitterly at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Aunt Huixin, it's just a dessert. I put it in the car's refrigerator. Please wait for a moment. I'll go downstairs to get it. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei patted Huan's head lovingly. He got up and walked out of the private room. He went straight to the parking lot downstairs and found his Night 15 off-road car. He took out the things that he had prepared before leaving from the car's refrigerator and returned to the hotel. The Night XV's refrigerator could be powered by the battery when the car was turned off. Therefore, the cooling effect was always maintained. The battery capacity of this car was very large. It could power the small refrigerator for a day and a night without a problem. Moreover, it had an automatic protection function. If the car owner forgot to turn off the battery to power the refrigerator and did not start the car for a few days, it would automatically cut off the power when the battery reached a critical level. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the car not being able to start the next time. When Xiao Ruofei appeared in the private room with a small bowl that was still emitting cold air, Huan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was a bowl of ice cream. There were various kinds of juices mixed with colorful smoothies and fresh fruits piled up into a small mountain. It was visually very appetizing. Although the weather was not completely warm yet, in the southern cities, food like ice cream could already be eaten. In fact, this was made by Xiao Ruofei before he left. He liked little Huan very much. After not seeing her for so long, he wanted to give her a small gift. The juices and fruits were not rare. They were all from Xiao Ruofei's kitchen and refrigerator. They were all purchased from the supermarket, so the quality was naturally top-notch. The key was that Xiao Ruofei added half a bottle of Spirit Heart flower petal solution to the juices. After mixing them evenly, he put them into the freezer and then took them out to make ice cream. The Spirit Heart flower petal solution would definitely bring great benefits to the little girl. Seeing her daughter happily taking the glass bowl and eating heartily, Tian Huixin smiled and said, Xiaoxia, you're so busy, but you still personally made food for Huan. This is too much trouble for you. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Aunt Huixin, Huan and I are considered to be fated. I came out in a hurry today, so I couldn't prepare any gifts for her. I wanted to make some food and bring it over, but I didn't expect that I would be so busy just now that I forgot about it. Luckily, there's still time for dessert. Tian Huixin smiled and shook her head. I'm really afraid that I'll spoil her. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, such a cute little princess, it's only right to spoil her. The ingredients that Xiao Ruofei used to make the ice were all very fresh, and the most important thing was that after adding the solution of the Spirit Heart flower's petals, it naturally had a tempting fragrance. Huan ate it with relish. As she ate, she said in a muffled voice, Brother Ruofei, it's so delicious. This is the best ice cream I've ever eaten. As long as Huan likes it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. But you can't eat it too often. The weather isn't warm enough now, so eating too much is not good for your stomach. I got it. Huan said obediently. In the end, the bowl of ice cream was finished by Huan. She even licked the glass bowl clean, as if she hadn't had enough. Xiao Ruofei, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but find it funny. However, this was also good. She wouldn't waste the ingredients of the Spirit Heart flower petal solution. Tian Huixin was angry and amused. The way this little girl ate was too indecent. She didn't look like the little princess of a billionaire family at all. Instead, she looked like a little beggar who had never eaten ice cream before. Was this ice cream really that delicious? Tian Huixin couldn't help but mutter in her heart. However, Xiao Ruofei only made a small bowl for Huan. Even if Tian Huixin wanted to try it, she didn't have the chance. After eating, Huan wiped her mouth and said coquettishly, Mom, I want to go to Brother Ruofei's farm to play. Tian Huixin said, Huan, we're going back to the mainland. We haven't gone to Grandpa's house yet. Let's go back to Grandpa's house tonight. When we have time in a few days, we can go to brother's farm to play, okay? Huan pouted and said, no. I want to go there today. Huan, be good. Tian Huixin said earnestly, Grandpa hasn't seen you for so long. He misses you a lot too. If we don't go back today, Grandpa will be very sad. Huan tilted her head and thought for a while. She seemed to feel that it wasn't right to leave Grandpa's side. She frowned slightly and thought for a while before saying, Mom, why don't you go back to Grandpa's house? I'll go to the farm with Brother Ruafei. Grandpa won't be sad when he sees you, right? Tian Huixin was dumbfounded and said, how can that be? Brother Ruafei is very busy. He doesn't have time to take care of you. When Huan heard that she couldn't do this and that, she pouted and began to cry. She said, no. I want to go to Brother Ruafei's farm. I want to go to Brother Ruafei's farm. Okay. After the little girl ate and drank her fill, she was in high spirits. Plus, her family usually spoiled her, so she immediately began to cry and throw a tantrum. Tian Huixin obviously didn't have any ideas. She looked helplessly at Xiao Ruafei and smiled bitterly. Xiao Ruafei scratched his head and said weakly, Aunt Huixin, why don't you bring Huan to stay at my farm for a night? My place is spacious and there are many rooms. Tian Huixin smiled bitterly and said, I've already called my father and said that I'll bring Huan back tonight. If I change my mind at the last minute, the old man will think too much. When Huan heard Xiao Ruafei's suggestion, her crying became softer. Her pair of black eyes secretly observed Tian Huixin through the gaps between her fingers. When she heard Tian Huixin's words, her crying immediately became louder. Tian Huixin hurriedly persuaded her, Huan, be good. Don't cry. These pale and powerless words were basically ineffective on Huan. Instead, she cried even louder. Xiao Ruafei said helplessly, then, why don't I bring Huan to the farm tonight and you go back to Professor Tian's place? You can come and pick her up tomorrow. Wasn't this Huan's suggestion just now? Tian Huixin hesitated and said, Huan is a very naughty child. I'm afraid she'll cause you trouble. Huan's crying stopped abruptly. She said, I won't. I'll listen to Brother Ruafei obediently. Xiao Ruafei smiled and said, Aunt Huixin, let's do it this way. Otherwise, Huan won't be able to keep crying. Also, when we go back to Professor Tian's place later, it won't work if this little girl keeps a straight face. Go back and explain to Professor Tian. Don't worry. I'll take good care of Huan. Tian Huixin trusted Xiao Ruafei very much. Besides, the two families were quite close. She was just purely worried about causing trouble for Xiao Ruafei. So after hearing Xiao Ruafei's words, Tian Huixin hesitated again and said helplessly, that's the only way. Huan, you have to listen to Brother Ruafei obediently. You're not allowed to be naughty and not allowed to affect Brother Ruafei's work. Do you understand? When Huan heard that, she immediately smiled through her tears and said happily, I know. Mommy, don't worry. Huan is the most obedient. Tian Huixin looked at her daughter. The snot that had flowed out from her crying just now was still hanging on her face. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she wiped her daughter clean with a tissue and said, You're being obedient? Huan said, Humph. That's because Mommy didn't allow me to go to Brother Ruafei's place. Otherwise, I would have been very obedient. Xiao Ruafei listened and couldn't help but laugh. Huan couldn't wait to stand up and said, Brother Ruafei, I'm full. Let's go back to the farm. Xiao Ruafei laughed and stood up. He easily carried Huan and said, okay. Brother will bring you back to the farm. Tian Huixin also quickly stood up and said, Ruafei, wait a moment. My luggage is still in Biyun's room. I'll go up and get Huan's sleeping bag and change of clothes. She has to take a bath every day, bathe the little girl? Xiao Ruafei's face almost turned green when he heard that. He asked weakly, Aunt Huixin, can't she not bathe for a day? Tian Huixin looked at Xiao Ruafei with a funny expression. She knew that Xiao Ruafei was such a big guy and definitely didn't know how to take care of a child, let alone bathe a child. So she thought for a moment and said, we're on the plane today. She definitely has to bathe. Why don't I help Huan Huan bathe in Biyun's room and then you guys go back. Huan Huan shouted, I don't want to. I want to bathe at Brother Ruofei's place. Tian Huixin smiled bitterly and said to Xiao Ruofei, Xiaoxia, you see. Why don't you do it? Could he not agree? The answer was definitely no. Xiao Ruofei looked at Huan Huan helplessly and slowly nodded. He felt speechless. Soon, Tian Huixin dragged her luggage downstairs. She also carried a small bag with Huan Huan's change of clothes and pajamas. Tian Huixin handed the small bag to Xiao Ruofei and said, Xiaoxia, then I'll go back to my father's place. Please take care of Huan Huan. No problem, Aunt Huixin. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei felt that his smile was a little bitter. Huan Huan couldn't wait to wave at her mother. Goodbye, Mom. After going downstairs, Tian Huixin sent Xiao Ruofei and Huan Huan to the car. She carefully fastened the seatbelt for Huan Huan and closed the door. After watching Xiao Ruofei's car leave the hotel, she got into the Mercedes-Benz of Hengfeng Group's Sanshan office and headed to Sanshan University's villa area. As Xiao Ruofei drove, he quickly turned to look at Huan Huan. The little girl was sitting in the front passenger seat with a smile on her face. Her legs were even tapping to the beat of the music in the car. She looked very comfortable. Xiao Ruofei sighed in his heart and continued to drive seriously. Huan Huan was very excited along the way. She pestered Xiao Ruofei and chattered non-stop. Xiao Ruofei really liked Huan Huan and always chatted with her patiently. From the city to the suburbs of Chongping, Xiao Ruofei told her 5 fairy tales. Huan Huan, who had slept for the whole afternoon, still didn't feel sleepy. Her big bright eyes were sparkling, and she looked very excited. Soon, the car drove into Taoyuan Farm. It was about 7 p.m. At this time, many of the employees living in the farm would take a stroll in the beautiful environment of the farm after dinner. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei slowed down the car. When the car was about to reach the small villa, Xiao Ruofei saw Feng Jing walking slowly along the road under the street light. Manager Feng. Xiao Ruofei slowly stopped the car and rolled down the window to greet her. Feng Jing smiled and said, Chairman, you're back? Then, her gaze swept to the cute little girl in the front passenger seat. She exclaimed in surprise, what a cute little girl. Chairman, this can't be your daughter, right? Xiao Ruofei was about to explain when Huan Huan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, curled her lips and said, Pretty auntie, what's wrong with your eyes? How can I be Ruofei's brother's daughter? I'm daddy and mommy's daughter. Feng Jing felt that she was going to be melted by Huan Huan's cuteness. She didn't realize that Huan Huan seemed to have called her old. She smiled and said, Chairman, this little girl is so cute. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, She's my friend's daughter. He asked me to take care of her for a day. Manager Feng, you can continue with your stroll. I'll go back first. I still have to help this little girl bathe. Speaking until here, Xiao Ruofei suddenly stopped and turned his head to stare at Feng Jing. Feng Jing felt a little uncomfortable under Xiao Ruofei's stare. Her face started to heat up. She thought to herself, why is the chairman looking at me so strangely? Could he be? At this time, Xiao Ruofei suddenly asked, Manager Feng, have you helped children bathe before? Feng Jing was dumbfounded, huh? She looked at the adorable Huan Huan in the front passenger seat and said uncertainly, maybe, should be able to? Xiao Ruofei quickly said, quick, get in the car. Manager Feng, you have helped me a lot today. In fact, Feng Jing was just an unmarried young woman. How could she have any experience in taking care of children? When Xiao Ruofei asked her just now, she didn't know if her brain had gone haywire or something, but she actually agreed. Now that she had said it, she couldn't take it back anymore. It's just giving a child a bath. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Feng Jing said in her heart, not feeling confident. After Feng Jing got into the car, Xiao Ruofei restarted the car and drove a short distance to the villa. Xiao Ruofei got out of the car first, then went to the front passenger seat and unbuckled Huan Huan's seatbelt. He carried her out of the car, he had no choice. The chassis of the Night 15 was too high. A 4 or 5-year-old child couldn't get down without the help of an adult. At this moment, a black shadow flashed past. Huan Huan's eyes lit up and she happily called out, Lightning. Then, she slid down from Xiao Ruofei's body and wrapped her arms around Lightning's neck. She stroked Lightning's glossy fur and rubbed her face against Lightning seemed to enjoy it too. It even stuck out its tongue and licked it gently. Feng Jing got out of the car and saw such a big dog hugging a cute 4 or 5-year-old girl. She was touched and felt very warm. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, no wonder she wants to take a bath every day. She just rubbed her face against Lightning's body. Lightning's tongue seemed to have licked Huan's face just now. Okay, Huan, let's go upstairs. Xiao Ruofei said, Lightning, go back to your nest. You can play with Huan tomorrow. Lightning wagged its tail at Xiao Ruofei and looked at Huan. It seemed to be waving goodbye to her, then it slowly went back to its nest. Xiao Ruofei easily carried Huan with one hand and carried the bag with Huan's change of clothes with the other. He turned to Feng Jing and said, Director Feng, please come upstairs with us. I don't know how to give Huan a bath later. Feng Jing smiled and nodded. She followed behind Xiao Ruofei. After returning to the room, Xiao Ruofei put down her things and went to the bathroom to fill the tub. Luckily, the bathroom in the villa's master bedroom was equipped with a bathtub. If it was that kind of showerhead, it would be more difficult to bathe the little Lolita. Xiao Ruofei would not have a child's bathtub at home. After filling the bathtub, Xiao Ruofei tested the temperature of the water. He found a new towel and bath towel from the cabinet in the bathroom and placed them next to the bathtub. There was no brand of shampoo or shower gel for children, so he had to make do with ordinary brands. Xiao Ruofei also found a shampoo and placed it next to the towel. After doing all the preparatory work, Xiao Ruofei came out and asked Huan to take a bath. Just as Xiao Ruofei was worried, the little girl asked Brother Ruofei to help her bathe. After a long time of persuasion, and Feng Jing's good friendliness, Huan finally pouted and reluctantly agreed to this unequal treaty. She followed Feng Jing into the bathroom. After watching the bathroom door close, Xiao Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he had finally settled the matter of bathing. However, it turned out that Xiao Ruofei was too naive. The whole process of bathing was full of twists and turns. It could be written into a novel. Feng Jing came out to ask for help again and again. The little girl wanted a fishing toy, which was the kind of fish that floated in the bathtub with magnets on its mouth. Then, she wanted a toy with magnets on the fishing rod. Then, she wanted to wear a waterproof hat when she washed her hair. Then, she didn't like the fragrance of shower gel and specified that she wanted strawberry-flavored one. Xiao Ruofei had a headache. It was late at night and far away from the city. How could he satisfy the little ancestor's many strange requests? In the end, he could only follow Feng Jing into the bathroom again and again. He tried his best to persuade her and finally solved the problem of bathing. When Feng Jing dried Huan's body and changed into Cherry Meatball's coral fleece pajamas, Xiao Ruofei, who had moved a plastic stool to sit next to the bathtub, exchanged glances with Feng Jing. They read the same meaning from each other's eyes. Children were really scary creatures. There was a trace of pity in Feng Jing's eyes. She had succeeded and retired, but Xiao Ruofei still had to sleep with little Huan. How many more tricks would there be in the long night? Only God knew. Huan ran out barefoot and used Xiao Ruofei's computer to watch cartoons. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing were both wet. The little girl was very restless when she was bathing. One moment, she played with the water without warning, and the next moment, she rubbed against Feng Jing. If it was summer now, Feng Jing's exquisite curves would be completely exposed. Fortunately, she was wearing a jacket today, so there was no risk of her being exposed. Even so, she was already in a sorry state. Even Xiao Ruofei, who was helping by the side, was splashed with water. Xiao Ruofei said, Manager Feng, thank you so much this time. Feng Jing wiped her sweat and said with a smile, You're welcome. It's just a lift of my hand. No matter how he hurt it, it was not as tiring as lifting his hand 1,000 times to bathe Huan. Xiao Ruofei probed again, that. Manager Feng, have you ever brought a child to sleep with you? No. I've never brought one. Feng Jing jumped up as if she had met a snake and said, Chairman, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Feng Jing was originally sitting on the toilet lid to put on her socks. After saying this, she directly took a sock that she did not have time to put on. One foot had a sock, and the other foot had no sock. She did not even pull out the top of her shoe and directly ran away, leaving Xiao Ruofei alone in the wind. There was no choice. Feng Jing could run, but Xiao Ruofei could not. He could only pray that Huan would not encounter any other problems in the following time. Xiao Ruofei prayed to the gods and Buddhas in his heart, praying for their blessings as he walked out of the bathroom with a look of facing death with equanimity. Huan was watching One Piece in front of the computer with great interest. He did not know how such a young child could operate the computer so skillfully and accurately find the cartoon she wanted to watch. Huan, don't watch it for too long. Xiao Ruofei said, it's getting late, get ready to sleep. I know, Ruofei Gidge. Huan turned around and said with a sweet smile, can you let me watch it for another 10 minutes? This episode is almost over. Huan's angel-like pure smile made Xiao Ruofei unable to reject her. He nodded and said, okay, then you have to promise me that after this episode, turn off the computer and go to sleep. Okay. Soon, after the episode was over, Huan took the initiative to turn off the computer player on the computer, which surprised Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei carried Huan to the bed and placed her under the blanket. He carefully covered her with the blanket and said, Huan, be good and sleep. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei reached out to turn off the lights in the room, leaving a dim night light on to create a warm sleeping environment. The room was very quiet, and they could clearly hear the breathing of the two people. Xiao Ruofei also leaned against the headboard with his clothes on. He was going to take a shower after Huan fell asleep. After a while, Xiao Ruofei turned her head to take a look. His eyesight was very good. Although the environment was dim, he could still clearly see that although Huan was lying on the bed obediently, her eyes were wide open, and there was no trace of sleepiness at all. Huan, why don't you sleep? Xiao Ruofei asked softly. Brother Ruofei, I want to listen to a story. Huan turned her head and said, at home, my mother always tells me stories, so I can fall asleep. Xiao Ruofei was suddenly speechless, and then he began to think. He began to try to tell a child a bedtime story for the first time in his life. In a faraway country, there lived a king and a queen. They longed to have a child. This is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Huan said, Brother Ruofei, I have heard it 8 times. Xiao Ruofei awkwardly changed the story. Dorothy, Uncle Henry, and Aunt Em lived in the middle of the prairie of Kansas, the Wizard of Oz. Huan looked at Xiao Ruofei contemptuously. I can almost recite it. Hey! This little girl is quite difficult to please. If you force me, I will give you a few strange stories from a Chinese studio. Let's see if you are afraid. However, Xiao Ruofei could only think about it. He did not want to scare the little girl out of sleep, and then have nightmares from time to time at night and scream a few times. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei continued to search the distant childhood memories, and tried the beginning of several classic fairy tales in succession. Huan showed a look of disgust, indicating that she had heard it before. In the end, when Xiao Ruofei tried the works of the fairy tale king, Huan finally did not show any expression, but listened carefully. Xiao Ruofei told Huan the adventures of Xianxia and Beta, a very classic work of Xianxia. Perhaps it was because it was not very popular in Hong Kong, but Huan had never heard of this story. Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel slightly relieved. This was one of the fairy tales that left the deepest impression on him when he was a child, and he was very familiar with the classic content. Back then, the 2 little mice who drove a helicopter and a tank could really be said to have been popular all over the country. Any little kid who didn't know about Shek and Beta would be despised. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei deliberately slowed down and lowered his voice as he began to tell the story. At first, Huan was still very energetic and very interested in the content of the story. She even asked a lot of questions from the perspective of a child from time to time. However, a child was a child after all. Soon, she felt sleepy and slowly closed her eyes, and her breathing became slow and even. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, did not notice that Huan had fallen asleep. He was still leaning against the headboard with his eyes slightly closed, slowly telling the story in a slow tone. His voice became lower and lower, and his talking speed became slower and slower. Before he knew it, he felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and in the end, he directly leaned against the headboard and fell asleep. After who knew how long, Xiao Ruofei lost his balance in his sleep and tilted outwards. It was not until then that he woke up. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and saw that Huan was already sleeping soundly. He carefully took out his phone and checked the time, only to smile bitterly. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. In other words, he had leaned against the headboard and slept for 3 or 4 hours. Taking care of a child was indeed a technical job. Xiao Ruofei, an inexperienced temporary stay-at-home dad, had only told a bedtime story, but he had actually managed to hypnotize himself. Xiao Ruofei got out of bed quietly, found his pajamas from the cabinet, and then went to the bathroom quietly. He was going to take a shower and change into his pajamas before going back to bed to sleep properly. Xiao Ruofei had been leaning against the headboard for a long time, so he felt that his neck was a little uncomfortable, and his waist was a little sore. Xiao Ruofei wanted to end this quickly, so he did not fill the bathtub with water. Instead, he stood directly in the bathtub and used the shower head to rinse himself. He quickly washed his hair, then wet his body and squeezed some shower gel. Just as he rubbed some foam on his body, he heard a knock on the bathroom door. Then, a childish voice with a hint of sleepiness was heard. "Brother Ruofei, are you in there?" Xiao Ruofei was startled and quickly said, "Yes." "Huan, why are you up?" "Little ancestor. What are you trying to do in the middle of the night?" He heard Huan say from outside the door, "Brother Ruofei, are you done?" "I want to pee." Xiao Ruofei's hand, which was rubbing the bath, suddenly froze. He looked at the foam on his body and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. After 2 seconds, he came back to his senses and quickly said, "Huan, bear with it. I'm taking a shower. I'll be done soon." After that, Xiao Ruofei did not care if he was clean or not. He quickly turned on the shower head and flushed his body. Huan was still outside and said, "Brother, can you hurry up? I'm about to pee my pants." Xiao Ruofei could vaguely hear the sound of Huan gently stomping her feet outside. This was really going to kill him. Xiao Ruofei took a few quick showers. He did not care whether the foam was clean or not. He directly pulled a bath towel and quickly wiped himself a few times. Then, he quickly put on his clothes and rushed to open the bathroom door. As soon as the door opened, Huan rushed in. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Do you know how to flush the toilet? Do you want me to help you?" "I know," Huan said as she took off her pajama pants. Xiao Ruofei reached out to touch his forehead and walked out with a hopeless expression. The sound of flushing came from behind. Huan walked out with her little slippers and a sleepy face. "Huan, go back to bed. Don't catch a cold," Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he turned to go back to the bathroom. However, Huan said weakly, "Brother Ruofei, aren't you going to sleep? You sleep first. I'll be right there," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Huan looked at Xiao Ruofei pitifully and said, "But I'll be scared to sleep alone." Xiao Ruofei wanted to cry but had no tears. "My hair is still dripping water. The foam on my body probably hasn't been washed clean. How can I sleep like this?" Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to walk to the bed with a bitter smile. He was still leaning against the headboard, ready to dry his hair after Huan fell asleep. Silence. After a long while, when Xiao Ruofei thought that Huan was about to fall asleep, the little girl suddenly turned her face and looked at Xiao Ruofei innocently and said, "Brother Ruofei, I suddenly can't sleep again. How about, you continue to tell me the story of Xianxia? Did they defeat Pippi's tabby cat?" Heavens, earth. Xiao Ruofei talked until his mouth was dry, and he finally coaxed the little ancestor back to sleep again. At this time, he was physically and mentally exhausted, and he was no longer in the mood to take another shower. Who knew if the little girl would suddenly want to go to the bathroom again while he was taking a shower? Xiao Ruofei went back to the bathroom and found a dry towel to dry his hair. He didn't even dare to use the hairdryer, for fear of waking Huan up again. After his hair was dry, Xiao Ruofei hurried back to bed, covered his head, and went to sleep. That night, Xiao Ruofei seemed to be constantly dreaming. For a while, he dreamed that he was caught by a little monster and forced to tell it the story of Xianxia. As he told it, the little monster gradually turned into Huan's appearance. Then, he dreamed that he was riding a horse on the prairie, and then suddenly it rained heavily, drenching him with foam. Yes, it was not water that was falling from the sky, but foam. Then, the scene in the dream turned into a kindergarten, and he seemed to be a kindergarten teacher? A large group of naughty children surrounded him and said, "Teacher, I want to pee, I want to pee," all kinds of breakdowns. Xiao Ruofei didn't sleep well the whole night. In a daze, he seemed to feel something rubbing against his face. Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes in a daze, and what came into his sight was a pink foot. Xiao Ruofei thought that he was hallucinating, and couldn't help but rub his eyes and look again. It really was a foot, and it even rubbed against his face a few times. What's going on? Xiao Ruofei got up and saw that Huan, who was asleep, was lying on her side. One of her legs was propped on his head while the other was rubbing against his face with great precision. Fortunately, the little girl was still covered with a quilt, or she would have caught a cold. Xiao Ruofei got up with a speechless face, gently picked up Huan, and put her in a proper position. Then, he picked up the phone on the bedside table and glanced at it. 5:10. It turned out that he had only slept for 3 hours. Why did it feel like he had been dreaming for so long? Xiao Ruofei continued to lie down, ready to go back to sleep. At this time, Huan moved and rubbed against Xiao Ruofei's arms, then changed into a more comfortable position, and curled up into a ball, shrinking into Xiao Ruofei's arms. Xiao Ruofei reached out and gently hugged little Huan, drowsily closing his eyes. As for the matter of brewing the spirit soup, Xiao Ruofei, he had no energy to care for it. It was even harder than practicing the third set of the golden statuette 3 times in a row. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 7 in the morning. Huan, and Huan was Huan's S. Xiao Ruofei gently removed Huan's little hand, then pulled open the quilt, got out of bed quietly, and went to the bathroom to wash up. After Xiao Ruofei finished washing up and changed his clothes, Huan opened her eyes in a daze. She said in a soft and weak voice, "Brother Ruofei, good morning, good morning." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Huan, it's time to get up. Brother will take you to eat breakfast. I want to sleep a little more." Huan said as she closed her eyes again. "Don't you want to visit the farm?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Oh right, you want to play with lightning, right? Also, I have 2 very beautiful fish at home. Do you want to get up and see them?" As soon as Xiao Ruofei's voice fell, Huan scrambled to her feet and exclaimed, "Good, good. Brother Ruofei, take me down." Xiao Ruofei pointed to the bathroom and said, "Wash up first, then eat breakfast obediently. Brother will take you to play." "Yes, sir." Huan saluted naughtily, then ran happily into the bathroom. Xiao Ruofei prepared a new towel and a new toothbrush for Huan. The little girl's ability to take care of herself had been trained. She could wash her face and brush her teeth by herself, but when wringing the towel, she couldn't wring it dry because she didn't have enough strength, so she still needed Xiao Ruofei's help. Soon, Huan finished washing up. Xiao Ruofei opened the bag that Tian Huixin had prepared yesterday and found the clothes inside. It was a small pink dress. After Huan put it on, she looked even more like a porcelain doll. However, Xiao Ruofei felt that there was something wrong with the style. He took a closer look and immediately found that it was a problem with her hair. Huan's hair was spread out, and it looked even messier after sleeping for a night. Little Huan was quite familiar with the routine after waking up, so she took the initiative to say, "Brother Ruofei, help me comb my hair. Then we can go eat breakfast." Xiao Ruofei looked embarrassed. "Comb hair? I don't seem to have mastered this skill yet." "Well, Huan, can I discuss something with you?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "Can we go eat first? There are a few beautiful sisters over there. I'll ask them to comb your hair." Huan shook her head like a rattledrum. She looked at Xiao Ruofei strangely and said, "Of course not. Image is very important. How can I go out with my hair disheveled?" "We didn't go out. We're still in the farm." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Huan, the place to eat is not far from there. Let's bring the comb and hair band over. I'll find the best sister to comb your hair. Is that okay?" No. Huan said, "I want to comb my hair before eating. Brother Ruofei, help me comb my hair." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and could only nod helplessly. Then, he began to comb Huan's hair clumsily. Huan Huan's style in the mirror began to change frequently. One moment, there were two upturned braids on her head, like Neza, and it was a Neza wearing a little dress. The next moment, there were two ponytails, but it seemed a little asymmetrical, and a few strands of hair fell outside. No matter how one looked at it, she looked like a village girl. In the end, Xiao Ruofei, who was exhausted, gave up. He took out his phone and called Feng Jing. "Manager Feng." Xiao Ruofei said weakly, "Can you come to my villa? It's an emergency." Feng Jing asked cautiously, "Chairman, what's the matter?" "Let me explain first. I don't have any experience in taking care of children." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry. It shouldn't be difficult for you. I just want you to comb Huan Huan's hair. You know how to do this, right? Comb her hair?" Feng Jing thought for a while and said hesitantly, "This. I think I know how to, then it's fine." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll wait for you. Please hurry up." Feng Jing could imagine Xiao Ruofei's embarrassed look. She smiled and said, "Okay, do you want me to drive over? I don't have a problem with you flying over, as long as it's faster." Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei said to Huan Huan, "In a while, the pretty sister from yesterday will comb your hair. Huan Huan, take a rest first." After that, Xiao Ruofei collapsed on the small sofa. Feng Jing soon arrived at the villa. With her help, Huan Huan's hair was finally combed. This little princess, who was very concerned about her personal image, was finally willing to go out. Xiao Ruofei thanked Feng Jing profusely. Then, he took little Huan Huan and Feng Jing to the staff cafeteria of the complex building for breakfast. The company started work at 9 o'clock. At this time, it was the time for the staff to eat. When Huan Huan, who was like a porcelain doll, arrived at the cafeteria, it immediately caused a small commotion. In particular, General Assistant Lu Qian and the other girls loved the little princess so much that they surrounded her. Little Huan Huan was very calm. When Chao Tieshu's wife brought her breakfast, she politely expressed her thanks, just like a little adult. The little princess of a rich family had received an aristocratic education. When facing strangers, she was very polite. Lu Qian and the others were quickly driven upstairs by Feng Jing to work. After Huan Huan finished her breakfast, Xiao Ruofei took her to the farm again. They directly drove the electric car used by the security guards. Huan Huan played very happily and giggled all the way. When they arrived at the orchard at the back of the mountain, both the lychees and the blueberries were not ripe yet. The little girl walked around and went down the mountain sullenly. If she wanted to play picking, she would have to wait until summer. When they returned to the villa, Huan Huan played happily with Lightning again. The whole yard echoed with her happy laughter. Then, Huan Huan saw the two super blood-red dragons as she wished. In the eyes of the little girl, everything on the farm was very fresh and she felt dizzy. Xiao Ruofei did not do anything and played with Huan Huan all the time. When it was close to noon, Huan Huan was a little tired. She nestled on the sofa in the living room and ate potato chips while watching cartoons on TV. There was the sound of a car in the yard, and there were two horns. Xiao Ruofei got up and went out to see. It was Lu Yu's BMW Mini. Xiao Ruofei quickly opened the door and said, "Huan Huan, get up. Your sister Lu Yu is here to pick you up." At this time, the people in the car had already gotten out. It was Lu Yu and Tian Huixin. Lu Yu seemed to have specially dressed up today. A pair of black tight leather pants outlined the curves of her tight and slender legs. Her upper body was a long black windbreaker paired with a beige tight knitted sweater. Her curves were also exposed, and her figure was very attractive. When she saw Xiao Ruofei go out, she seemed to blush slightly. Then she looked inside and pretended to be relaxed and asked, "Xiao Ruofei, where's Huan Huan?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "She's inside." "Aunt Huixin, Lu Yu, come in." Xiao Ruofei walked into the villa with Tian Huixin and Lu Yu. At this time, Huan Huan began to slowly put on her shoes. After seeing her mother and cousin, Huan Huan shouted, "Mom! Sister Yu Yu!" Lu Yu pretended to be angry and said, "Huan Huan, you little heartless girl. You just arrived at Sanshan and you stood me up. Humph, I was waiting for you at home yesterday. In the end, you came directly to the farm." Huan Huan ran over and hugged Lu Yu. She said, Sister Yu, don't be angry. Huan also missed you very much. But you missed Brother Ruafe more, right? Lu Yu asked. Huan smiled embarrassedly and didn't answer Lu Yu. However, the answer was very obvious. No, I'm angry. Lu Yu shouted, kiss me. Huan giggled and kissed Lu Yu's delicate face. Only then did Lu Yu's anger turn into joy and she carried Huan. At this time, Tian Huixin asked, Huan, did you sleep well last night? Of course. I promised Mom and Brother Ruafe. Huan raised her head and said. Tian Huixin didn't believe Huan's words. She smiled and asked, Xianxia, Huan didn't give you any trouble last night, right? This little ancestor is very good at tormenting people. Xiao Ruafei's face twitched. He forced a smile and said, no. Huan was very obedient. If she didn't have those weird requests, she would be even more obedient. Xiao Ruafei added in his heart. Huan said proudly, Mom, I didn't lie to you, right? Even Brother Ruafe praised me. Tian Huixin pinched Huan's face gently and said, you did well. Tian Huixin's gaze landed on Huan's head. She said in surprise, Xiaoxia, I didn't expect you to know how to comb children's hair. This looks even better than mine. Lu Yu also lowered her head to look at Huan's hairstyle. It was the kind of hairstyle where many small braids were woven together. It was relatively complicated. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruafe, I couldn't tell. You still have this skill. Xiao Ruafe said awkwardly, I'm really not good at this. I asked our company's Mr. Feng to help me. There's no choice. The hairstyle isn't pretty and the little girl doesn't want to go out. Tian Huixin and Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Tian Huixin continued, let's go, Huan. Say goodbye to Brother Ruafe. We're going back to Grandpa's house. Huan pouted and said, Mom, I haven't played enough. The farm is fun. Lu Yu said, but Grandpa and Aunt miss you a lot. And you've been with Brother Ruafe for half a day. It's time to accompany Sister and Grandpa, right? Huan, let's go home first. Sister will bring you over to play in 2 days. Huan tilted her head and thought for a while. Sister Yu, why don't you stay at the farm too? This way, I can accompany Sister and Brother Ruafe. Lu Yu blushed and quickly looked at Xiao Ruafe before saying, I don't want to. Sister bought a lot of delicious food at home. If you don't go back, I'll eat it myself. Tian Huixin also tried to persuade her. Then, she looked at Xiao Ruafe for help. Xiao Ruafe could only stand up and say softly, Huan, go back with Mom and Sister first. Come back in 2 days. Brother will take you to the beach to play, okay? Under the persuasion of the 3 people, Huan finally agreed reluctantly. Xiao Ruafe breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went upstairs to put the clothes Huan had changed out of yesterday and the pajamas she wore at night into separate bags and carried them downstairs. Lu Yu saw Xiao Ruafei's impatient figure and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Xiao Ruafe sent Huan to the car and waved goodbye. He watched the BMW Mini gradually go away and breathed a long sigh of relief. Naughty children were really terrible creatures. After sending Huan off, Xiao Ruafe finally had some free time to deal with his own matters. He looked at his phone. It wasn't lunchtime yet, so he decided not to go to the cafeteria for lunch. He ate some noodles in the villa and then went upstairs quickly. Back in the bedroom, Xiao Ruafe locked the doors and windows tightly and drew the curtains tightly. Then, he took out the spiritual map scroll and entered the space with a thought. Xiao Ruafe couldn't wait to brew the spirit-pregnant soup. He had a feeling that after drinking the spirit-pregnant soup today, he should be able to smoothly unlock the content of the next page of the booklet. The spiritual puppet that he had been looking forward to was finally going to reveal its true face. Xiao Ruafe skillfully picked out the herbs he needed from the shelves and began to brew the spirit pregnancy soup. An hour later, a bowl of soup with a faint medicinal aroma was ready. Xiao Ruafe held the bowl and disappeared from the original space with a thought. The next moment, he appeared in the stone room of the new space. Xiao Ruafe sat cross-legged on the jade futon. She picked up the bowl and gulped down the spirit pregnancy soup. A familiar warmth flowed from his lower abdomen. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly guided the spirit pregnancy soup all the way up into his sea of consciousness and slowly absorbed it. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei, who was sitting on the jade cushion, slowly opened his eyes. Two rays of light flashed in his eyes as if his temperament had changed a bit. His eyes were like two sharp swords, as if they could penetrate a person's soul. This was a sign that one's mental strength had reached a certain level. If this was in real life, Xiao Ruofei did not restrain his mental strength. Just a glance from him would probably cause the person to break out in a cold sweat. There was a saying, if looks could kill, you would have died 10,000 times over. In reality, people with strong mental strength could use their eyes as weapons. It was actually a form of mental strength suppression and attack. At this stage, Xiao Ruofei naturally could not kill with his eyes, but he could still give people nightmares. Xiao Ruofei carefully sensed the changes in himself. In the Ring 2 space, there was a direct reflection of the changes in mental strength. That was, his connection with the space had become closer, and his sense of every blade of grass and tree in the space had become sharper. Xiao Ruofei tasted it for a while and intuitively felt the improvement of his spiritual power. He grinned with satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, the booklet fluttered toward him and landed in his hand. Inside the spirit map space, Xiao Ruofei was already able to complete this kind of action with ease. Furthermore, he could definitely control something as small and light as the little booklet to perfection. He turned to the 4th page of the booklet. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power continued to pour in, and a familiar scene quickly appeared. The golden stripes quickly began to move, disintegrate, and recombine. When Xiao Ruofei saw this, he felt that there was a chance. When one's spiritual power was not strong enough, the activation speed of those golden stripes was very slow. It was like a low-power engine driving a heavy truck. Today's activation speed was obviously faster than the previous times. Xiao Ruofei focused all of his attention and poured his spiritual energy into the pages of the booklet. The golden stripes began to recombine at a faster and faster rate. Lines of text and diagrams began to appear at different locations on the pages. As time passed, more and more words and diagrams appeared on the booklet. Finally, the golden light on the page flashed slightly, and all of the words trembled slightly before they were completely fixed on the page. Xiao Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief and slowly retracted his remaining mental strength. He felt that he would not be able to hold on for much longer, and his mental strength would be exhausted soon. Fortunately, no matter what, he had successfully unlocked the 4th page. Xiao Ruofei casually picked up the Spirit Heart Flowers petal solution that he had prepared in advance and gulped it down. As he sat on the jade futon to slowly recover his mental strength, he eagerly picked up the booklet and looked at the contents of the latest page. After quickly skimming through it, Xiao Ruofei was dumbfounded. It was not that the content of the spirit puppet was not finished. On the contrary, all of the content of the spirit puppet was recorded. Moreover, in the latter half of the page, there was a small prescription. However, Xiao Ruofei was not in the mood to study the prescription. His attention was focused on the last part of the content of the spirit puppet. In this part of the content, the most important thing was the last picture. In the previous content, it involved the production of all kinds of components. The last picture was the combination of all the components. It was equivalent to an assembly diagram. There was nothing wrong with it. The crux of the problem was that no matter how Xiao Ruofei looked at it, this picture did not look like the spirit puppet that he had imagined. A spirit puppet, as the name suggested, should be a type of puppet. Not to mention other things, it should at least be in a human form, right? This should be the most basic, right? However, in this picture, the final result of the assembly was an octagonal flat object that looked like a large plate. How could he associate this with a spirit puppet? No wonder Xiao Ruofei had studied the previous unlocked content and felt that the components did not look like they were used to make a puppet. They were all simple strips and pancakes. There were also specific engravings on them. There were no arms, fingers, thighs, or calves, not to mention a head. Looking at the final result, at first glance, it looked quite similar to the 8 diagrams. However, it was obviously more complicated than the 8 diagrams. All of the components, big and small, had specific positions and combinations. Could it be a transformer? Bumblebee? A strange idea popped up in Xiao Ruofei's mind. Then, he immediately imagined a scene, recite a spell or something, and this large plate would immediately break down and reassemble into a majestic robot. This scene was too beautiful. Just when Xiao Ruofei felt a little confused, he noticed a small line of words at the end: place this disc array in front of the primeval stone tablet and you will get the spirit puppet. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt speechless. After all this time, those materials, including the core runes engraved on the white jade, were all used to form a disc array, and not directly to make a spirit puppet. In addition, what the hell was the primeval stone tablet? What was even more ridiculous was that this line of words was very small. It was several times smaller than the normal font on the page. If one did not look closely, it was really possible to miss it. This made Xiao Ruofei think of some real estate flyers or other advertising papers that had all kinds of strange restrictions that were almost negligible. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and determined that the primeval stone tablet mentioned in the page should be the wordless stone tablet outside the cave. That stone tablet looked ordinary, but Xiao Ruofei knew that it was definitely not simple. The 9 sets of movements demonstrated by the Golden Man were obtained from this stone tablet. It was these 9 sets of movements that benefited Xiao Ruofei a lot. Although he had only practiced to the 3rd set, his body had already been strengthened to a considerable extent. There was no doubt that these 9 sets of movements were very precious body refining techniques. Moreover, there was only one stone tablet in the entire Ring 2 space, so Xiao Ruofei concluded that the primeval stone tablet mentioned in the page was very likely to be that wordless stone tablet. However, no matter whether it was or not, he had to first create this octagonal disc array. Xiao Ruofei had previously collected a lot of materials through online shopping, but the contents of the newly unlocked 4th page also involved the last 3 or 4 materials. Although they were all relatively common ores and metals, it would still take a certain amount of time to collect them. Moreover, if he wanted to create the components of the disc array according to the requirements of the booklet, he would definitely need some small mechanical processing equipment. Some metal materials had a very high melting point. Without some modern technology, it would really be difficult for Xiao Ruofei to process those materials into disc array components. Xiao Ruofei read the method of creating the spirit puppet disc array from beginning to end. He roughly estimated the required equipment, including cutting, high-temperature forging, polishing, and so on. Then, he thought of something and left the Ring 2 space. He sat down in front of the computer in his bedroom and opened a web browser to search online. Xiao Ruofei now had a lot of cash. Even if he would use up more than half of it to buy jade materials in 2 days, he still had plenty of money. Therefore, he bought according to his own needs. In addition, he considered the requirements of miniaturization and searched online for the required mechanical processing equipment. He chose to buy the big brands. Soon, Xiao Ruofei selected 5 or 6 pieces of equipment with different functions. Although they were all small products, the principle of quality first was the principle of priority. The price of these equipment was not cheap, and the order amount reached 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Xiao Ruofei paid the deposit through the online trading platform and left the address of the warehouse in the city. For this kind of relatively large transaction, the other party would deliver the goods to his door. When the time came, he would settle the balance in person. Xiao Ruofei also ordered several materials mentioned in the newly unlocked content online. Similarly, the delivery address was also in the warehouse in the city. After ordering the equipment and metal materials, Xiao Ruofei suddenly thought of something. In the contents of the 4th page of the booklet, besides the last part of creating the spirit puppet disc array, there seemed to be a prescription. However, he did not pay attention to the specific content. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei once again entered the Ring 2 space. He directly appeared in the stone room, picked up the booklet, and turned to the 4th page. On the first line of the prescription, there were 3 large golden words: heart-nourishing soup. Xiao Ruofei quickly read through it. This prescription required fewer medicinal herbs than the body-tempering soup and the spirit pregnancy soup. Moreover, the brewing method was relatively simple. Put the medicinal herbs and water into the earthenware pot according to the correct ratio, and control the fire according to the prescription. It was not as complicated as the body-tempering soup and the spirit pregnancy soup. According to the prescription, the main functions of this heart-nourishing soup were to strengthen the spleen and qi, nourish the heart and mind, warm the kidneys and nourish the brain, nourish the liver and kidneys, dissipate phlegm and open the orifices, remove blood stasis, and so on. It could effectively improve the mind and brain of the user, and had the effect of enlightening the user. Xiao Ruofei was a little puzzled. Why was this prescription recorded in the booklet? According to his previous experience, whether it was the body-tempering soup or the spirit pregnancy soup, they had an obvious strengthening effect on the user's physical fitness and mental strength. Could it be that this heart-nourishing soup was to make the people in the Ring 2 space smarter? Xiao Ruofei made such a guess. However, after consuming the spirit pregnancy soup, as his mental strength increased, Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel that his memory and comprehension had improved greatly. Logically speaking, the spirit pregnancy soup should be enough. Ever since Xiao Ruofei obtained the Ring 2 space, he had been exploring by himself. There was no teacher by his side to guide him, so he could only make his own guesses. He felt that the improvement in memory and comprehension might be a side effect of the spirit pregnancy soup, and the heart-nourishing soup was specifically used to increase the user's intelligence. In any case, if it was recorded in the booklet, it would definitely not be a simple prescription. Xiao Ruofei was sure of this. Whether it was the spirit pregnancy soup or the body-tempering soup, if brought to the outside world, they would definitely be fought over by all kinds of people. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had an idea. Previously, because of Huan, when Xiao Ruofei was learning about Chinese medicine, he specially looked up the diagnosis of autism in Chinese medicine. From the perspective of Chinese medicine, there were a few general conditions for children with autism: deficiency of the heart and spleen, deficiency of yang of the spleen and kidney, deficiency of yin of the liver and kidney, confusion of the heart, blood stasis in the brain, and so on. And according to the description of the prescription, the heart-nourishing soup seemed to have a very good effect on all of the above conditions. Now, Xiao Ruofei already had a certain theoretical foundation of Chinese medicine. Although he could not analyze the composition and structure of this prescription, according to the description of the medicine's effects, it seemed to be very symptomatic. Xiao Ruofei looked at the prescription again: ripe Rehmannia, Chinese yam, polygala, peony skin, poria cocos, dogwood. Boss Lin had more than 10 medicinal herbs, all of which were relatively common. Although one or two of them were relatively expensive, they could all be bought in pharmacies. Xiao Ruofei's mood gradually became excited. Putting aside the fact that the heart-nourishing soup could help him, if this prescription could have a significant effect on autism, then the significance would be incomparable. The general conclusion of the world's medical community was that autism could not be treated with drugs. A large number of families with autism used behavior therapy to rehabilitate the behavior of the children. As much as possible, the patients could have a certain level of self-care ability and integrate into society. Now, the incidence of autism continued to rise, and there were a large number of children with autism every year. Behind every child with autism, there was a painful family. Xiao Ruofei had seen rich families like Tian Huixin, and poor families like Xue Bairu, who were still suffering from the bottom. They were undoubtedly a microcosm of thousands of families with autism. If the heart-nourishing soup could become a special medicine for autism, it would definitely be an epic-making medical achievement. Xiao Ruofei's great ambition to help the world when he achieved success began to stir again. Now, there was a very good opportunity. Xianxia was being treated by him. If he gave up on using the spirit heart flower petal solution and used the heart-nourishing soup, it should be easy to test whether this prescription was effective on autism. Xianxia's case was very typical. His condition was more serious than Huan's, and he had symptoms of epilepsy. If the heart-nourishing soup was effective on Xianxia, it would almost mean that there was hope for all autistic patients to be cured. Of course, there was a series of complicated procedures to introduce a medicine to the market. They also had to recruit volunteers to carry out a range of experiments, and so on. However, as long as the first step was taken, the follow-up would not be a problem. He thought for a moment and made a decision. He would test the efficacy of the heart-nourishing soup on Xianxia. There was definitely a risk in the experiment, but Xiao Ruofei had the spirit heart flower petal solution. Even if there were any problems, he was confident that it would not lead to a disaster. Of course, before that, Xiao Ruofei would definitely brew a heart-nourishing soup for himself. Although he was very confident in the contents of the booklet, Xiao Ruofei was still quite cautious when it came to children. The herbs needed to brew the heart-nourishing soup were all stored in the original space. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did as he said. He directly used his mind and disappeared from the stone room with the booklet. The next moment, he appeared in the original space. Filling the herbs, weighing, decocting, Xiao Ruofei was already very familiar with this procedure. The steps of the heart-nourishing soup were relatively simple, so it was not difficult for Xiao Ruofei to control the temperature. Soon, a bowl of steaming medicinal soup was out of the pot. Xiao Ruofei looked at this bowl of medicinal soup and felt very excited. This might be the dawn of hope for thousands of families with autism. When the medicinal soup cooled down a little, Xiao Ruofei raised his head and drank it up. The unique bitter taste of Chinese medicine filled his mouth, and at the same time, there was a faint fragrance. There was no sharp pain like being cut by knives and needles when he took the body-tempering soup. There was no warmth like a spring breeze when he took the spirit-nourishing soup. After the medicinal soup entered his stomach, everything seemed to be calm. However, Xiao Ruofei could feel that there seemed to be a cool feeling on his head. This feeling was very weak. If he did not deliberately feel it, it might really be ignored. It seemed that his whole brain had become much clearer. Xiao Ruofei took a Chinese medicine book next to the medicine shelf and flipped through it. Soon, he felt the difference. The usual obscure meridians, dialectics, monarch, minister, assistant, and messenger seemed to have become much easier today. In short, the efficiency of learning had increased a lot. Xiao Ruofei vaguely guessed the reason why the heart-nourishing soup could be included in the booklet. It was also an auxiliary magic tool. Xiao Ruofei flipped through the Chinese medicine theory book in his hand unhurriedly. The feeling of clarity lasted for almost an hour before it gradually faded. After the obvious effect of clear-headedness and refreshment disappeared, Xiao Ruofei could still feel a little improvement. Although it was very weak, if he took it for a long time, the improvement should be good. The function of the heart-nourishing soup as an auxiliary magic tool was beyond doubt, and it was not harmful to the human body. However, whether it could have a therapeutic effect on autism or not was still unknown. However, Xiao Ruofei was still full of confidence and expectation. After all, from the description of the medicine, the heart-nourishing soup was very symptomatic. Although the world's medical community couldn't solve this problem, and many parents were desperate to treat autism with traditional Chinese medicine, everything in the Ring 2 space couldn't be explained with common sense. The contents of the booklet were all excellent, which couldn't be measured by normal medical laws. Xiao Ruofei decided to start the experiment immediately. Xiao Ruofei had just boiled 2 bowls of heart-nourishing soup at once. After pouring the other bowl of soup out of the casserole, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, took out a vacuum-sealed bag, and divided the bowl of heart-nourishing soup into 2 portions. Of course, considering Xianxia's young age, the dosage was reduced by half. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei left the Ling 2 space. He went downstairs and drove Night 15 to the Hengfeng Hotel in the city center. Half an hour later, Xiao Ruofei rang the doorbell of Shui Biyun's business suite. Shui Biyun opened the door. When she saw Xiao Ruofei, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, she quickly stepped aside and said, "Dr. Xia, you're here. Please come in." Yesterday, Xiao Ruofei left 3 days' worth of medicine. Shui Biyun thought that Xiao Ruofei would come at least 3 days later. Xiao Ruofei walked in and asked with a smile, "Auntie Shui, Qingqing should have taken the 3rd dose of Chinese medicine, right? How's the situation now?" Shui Biyun said, "Dr. Xia, I didn't have time to feed him this medicine at noon. It's hard to feed Qingqing. I just coaxed and lied to him to feed him. I'm going to feed him the medicine in half an hour." Shui Biyun said with a wry smile. She had been taking care of Qingqing alone for so many years. She was the one who knew Qingqing the best. Even so, it was still very difficult for her to take care of him, such as eating and going to the bathroom. If it were someone who didn't know Qingqing's temper at all, they wouldn't be able to take care of him at all. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Well, I'll change the medicine later. I've already brought it." Xiao Ruofei said as he took out the 2 sealed bags of Chinese medicine from his bag and handed them to Shui Biyun. He said, "Drink one at noon and keep the other in the fridge. Feed him after dinner." Shui Biyun took the bag of Chinese medicine and asked curiously, "Dr. Xia, why did you suddenly change the medicine? Although he only took the medicine you gave him twice yesterday, I think it seems to have a little effect. In the morning, Qingqing and I looked at each other several times. It's never happened before. In fact, Shui Biyun wasn't sure if it was her illusion. For so many years, every time she went to see a doctor, she was full of hope, but in the end, she was always disappointed. She was naturally very happy that Qingqing had looked at her several times today, but she was afraid that it was just a coincidence, so she didn't tell Xia Ruofei just now. It wasn't until Xia Ruofei suggested changing the medicine that she couldn't help but mention it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie Shui, yesterday's prescription was exactly the same as the one Huan Huan took. After I went home yesterday, I thought about it for a long time and made some improvements to yesterday's prescription according to the actual condition of Qingqing's condition. So let's try the improved prescription first. If it's not ideal, it won't be too late to change back to the old prescription." Shui Biyun nodded and said, "I see, Dr. Xia. Sorry to trouble you, you're welcome." Xia Ruofei smiled gently and said, "Auntie Shui, if it's almost time, go get ready and feed Qingqing the medicine." "Okay. Okay." Shui Biyun put one of the medicine into the refrigerator, then opened the other bag, poured it into a bowl, and heated it in a clay pot. During the whole process, Qingqing was lying on the carpet alone, fiddling with the lid of a mineral water bottle. He completely ignored Xia Ruofei's arrival. Xia Ruofei knew very well that only taking the medicine twice wouldn't help much. After all, the solution of the spirit heart flower's petal this time was relatively thin. So it was the best time to test the effect of the heart-nourishing soup. If Qingqing's condition could be greatly improved after a period of treatment, it would be able to prove the efficacy of the heart-nourishing soup. Shui Biyun brought out the heart-nourishing soup that had been heated and added rock sugar, and began to coax Qingqing to take the medicine. Xia Ruofei sat on the sofa in the living room. He couldn't help much in feeding the medicine, but he couldn't leave either. He had to stay here to prevent any accidents from happening after Qingqing took the medicine. Shui Biyun still had a way to deal with Qingqing. Although the process was a little complicated, and the bowl of medicine was divided several times, she still chased Qingqing back and forth several times. In the end, she successfully fed him the medicine. Shui Biyun went to wash the dishes, while Xia Ruofei stood up and went to Qingqing's side, paying close attention to Qingqing's condition. Qingqing didn't have any abnormalities. After drinking the medicine, he began to play by himself. He didn't have any reaction to Xia Ruofei, who was so close to him. After Shui Biyun finished washing the dishes, she stood at the side and looked at her son. She secretly sighed. Xia Ruofei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He observed Qingqing's condition while chatting with Shui Biyun. He also said a lot of comforting words to let Shui Biyun have confidence in Qingqing. Half an hour later, Xia Ruofei felt that Qingqing wouldn't have any accidents, so he got up and prepared to leave. "Auntie Shui, I'll go back first. I'll ask someone to send the medicine tomorrow." Xia Ruofei said, "The medicine I gave you yesterday, give me the rest first." Even if the medicine was sealed and stored in the refrigerator, it couldn't be stored for more than 3 days. Otherwise, it would go bad. Although the medicine yesterday only had a little composition of the Lingxin flower petals, Xia Ruofei didn't want to waste it. He put the medicine in the Ringtu space, so that it could be stored for a long time. Shui Biyun quickly took out the remaining bags of medicine, put them in a plastic bag, and handed it to Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei took it, he thought for a moment, then took out a porcelain bottle from his bag and handed it to Shui Biyun. He said, "Auntie Shui, if Qingqing has any adverse reactions after taking the medicine, you can immediately feed him the medicine in this bottle. This can neutralize the medicine." It was a small bottle of Lingxin flower petal solution, which had been diluted several times. Shui Biyun now regarded Xia Ruofei as her life-saving straw, so she naturally listened to him. She quickly took it and held it tightly in her hand. Xia Ruofei said again, "Auntie Shui, this bottle of medicine must be kept safe. Don't let Qingqing take it by mistake. If there are no adverse reactions, he can't take it alone." Shui Biyun quickly said, "Okay, I'll lock it in the box." Xia Ruofei didn't mean to slow down Qingqing's recovery, but he was worried that it would affect the efficacy of the medicine test. Shui Biyun walked Xia Ruofei to the door of the suite. Because she had to take care of the child, Xia Ruofei asked her to stay and turned to leave the hotel. In the following days, Xiao Ruofei was very busy and fulfilling. The machines, equipment, minerals, and metal materials ordered online arrived one after another. He often had to go to the warehouse to receive the goods and pay the balance. In addition, these machines couldn't be driven by batteries. Xiao Ruofei went to the city to buy a small diesel generator. After the preliminary preparations were done, Xiao Ruofei took time every day to go to the Ring 2 space and use the machines to process, polish, and engrave the raw materials of the formation plate. The parts were slowly processed one by one. This formation plate was not big, but it involved more than 200 parts. Xiao Ruofei couldn't finish it in one go, but there was progress every day. He was very fulfilling. Huan came to Taoyuan farm again. This time, it was Lu Yu who brought her here. Xiao Ruofei didn't break his promise. He took the beauties to the beach near the farm and played with them for a day. He even brought his own ingredients to barbecue on the beach. Huan naturally had a lot of fun. Her pure laughter echoed on the beach. Xiao Ruofei felt that Lu Yu seemed a little unnatural. Sometimes, she would blush for no reason. Although she hid it very well, Xiao Ruofei still noticed it. Moreover, he could feel that Lu Yu was secretly looking at him several times. However, every time he looked back, Lu Yu's gaze was looking elsewhere. However, with Xiao Ruofei's current mental strength, his senses were still very sharp. Even if he had his back to her, he could still feel it immediately when Lu Yu's gaze fell on him. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't say it out loud. He just pretended not to know. Xiao Ruofei didn't pay too much attention to Lu Yu's little abnormality. He just relaxed and played with Huan for a day. Then, his mind returned to the formation plate of the spirit puppet. After Lu Yu and Huan went back, Xiao Ruofei used the night to process 6 parts of the formation plate. Under Master Song's arrangement, Li Jifu also went to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. The results were very gratifying. It was originally a late-stage cancer that had spread to many organs in the body. However, this examination found that the spreading cancer cells had disappeared without a trace. The original tumor had also shrunk significantly. It was basically the earliest kind of cancer. Even without Xiao Ruofei's help, with today's medical standards, Li Jifu's illness could be completely cured through surgery. However, regular checkups were still needed to prevent recurrence. Of course, with Xiao Ruofei, the miracle doctor, Master Song naturally wouldn't arrange for Li Jifu to receive treatment in the hospital. Otherwise, wouldn't it be neglecting the essentials? Moreover, it was unknown if an old man in his 90s could withstand the surgery. Li Jifu stayed in Sanshan City for more than a week. During this time, he continued to take the Chinese medicine provided by Xiao Ruofei. Then, he took Yi Linyun and 3 days' worth of Chinese medicine back to Huaishan City. Xiao Ruofei was prepared to follow the current treatment plan and let Li Jifu take the medicine for another month to ensure a complete recovery. Since the solution of the spirit heart flower's petals was diluted, the entire treatment process only used a little more than 1 petal. It was definitely less than 2. As for Qingqing, Xiao Ruofei had been using the nourishing soup to treat him. Every 3 days, Xiao Ruofei would send an old soldier to deliver the medicine to the Hengfeng Hotel in the city center. During this period, Xiao Ruofei would also personally make a trip to check on Qingqing's condition. What made Xiao Ruofei overjoyed was that after half a month, Qingqing's condition had shown a very obvious improvement. The most obvious sign was that Qingqing had started to rely on his mother. Although he still didn't know how to express it, he would take the initiative to get close to Xue Biyun. There was even one time when he hugged Xue Biyun tightly and stuck his face on her body, causing her to tear up. One of the most obvious characteristics of autistic children was that they were very indifferent to everything around them. They didn't care at all. Their attitude towards their relatives and strangers was basically the same. To put it bluntly, there was an obvious flaw in their emotions. Whether or not they could show closeness and attachment to their relatives was an important indicator for the recovery of autistic children. There were also some obvious improvements, such as walking on tiptoes, walking in circles for no reason, crying and making a fuss without warning, and other situations were becoming less and less frequent. As for speaking, there didn't seem to be much progress. However, this was a normal phenomenon. Ever since Qingqing was born, he hadn't officially and accurately spoken a single word. Even if his autism and epilepsy were completely cured, he would still have to learn to speak from scratch. However, this was only equivalent to learning to speak a few years later than other children. If his root problems were cured, he would be able to reach the intelligence level of a normal child. Speaking would also be a matter of time. Being able to make eye contact with others, knowing how to listen, being able to follow instructions, having an obvious sense of closeness to his relatives. In Xiao Ruofei's notebook, there were lines of such words recorded. Every time Qingqing made new progress, Xiao Ruofei would record it in his notebook. At the same time, his heart would become more and more excited. A few days later, Shui Biyun called Xiao Ruofei. There was an obvious tremor in her voice. She even sounded like she was about to cry. Dr. Xia, just now Qingqing called me mother. That's great. Auntie Shui, congratulations. These days, Shui Biyun, who was in high spirits, had been trying to teach Qingqing to speak. She was not a professional language teacher, but under her tireless efforts, Qingqing finally took this important step. Xiao Ruofei was also very excited. After he hung up the phone, he immediately wrote the words "first time calling mother" in his notebook. Then, Xiao Ruofei lit a cigarette and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He said to himself, the preliminary drug test should be considered a success, even if Qingqing didn't make any further progress. Of course, this possibility was very small. With the current efficacy, the heart-nourishing decoction had a significant effect on the treatment of autism. It could even be said that it had completely subverted the mainstream theory of autism treatment. It definitely had epoch-making significance. It was time to speed up the pace of progress. Xiao Ruofei put out the cigarette and picked up his phone to call Feng Jing. Chairman. Feng Jing greeted him with a smile. Recently, the company was on the right track, and Feng Jing was not as busy as before. But every day was very fulfilling. The sense of achievement from making a small company big was unparalleled. That was why she was in a good mood recently. Manager Feng, when you are free, go and find out what are the requirements to set up a pharmaceutical factory. Xiao Ruofei said. Pharmaceutical factory? Feng Jing was stunned for a while, and then she asked excitedly, Chairman, you have already found a way to mass-produce the Yuji ointment? Feng Jing could not forget about the Yuji ointment. It was because the beauty effect was too good. She was sure that once this product was introduced to the market, it would be a phenomenon. There would be a rush to buy it. That was why when Xiao Ruofei mentioned the pharmaceutical factory, Feng Jing immediately thought of the Yuji ointment. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, was stunned. He had been so busy recently that he had forgotten about his promise to Feng Jing to find a way to mass-produce the Yuji ointment. Xiao Ruofei said embarrassedly, there are still some technical difficulties that need to be solved. Oh. I see. Feng Jing said disappointedly. Xiao Ruofei was also curious and asked, Manager Feng, if I am not wrong, I should be asking you to find out more about the pharmaceutical factory, right? Even if the Yuji ointment is mass-produced, we should be setting up a cosmetics company. What has it got to do with the pharmaceutical factory? Feng Jing laughed and said, Chairman, didn't you tell me that the Yuji ointment is a natural Chinese medicine? Then it belongs to the category of cosmetics. Now, many pharmaceutical factories are producing this type of cosmetics. Don't you know? Only then did Xiao Ruofei realize that she was ignorant and inexperienced. The first thing he talked about was the pharmaceutical factory. It was no wonder that Feng Jing thought of the Yuji ointment. Xiao Ruofei awkwardly said, so that's the case. I really don't understand this. Manager Feng, I will speed up the production. I believe you will not have to wait too long for the production of the Yuji ointment. Feng Jing smiled and said, then I'll wait for your good news. By the way, since the establishment of the pharmaceutical factory has nothing to do with the Yuji ointment, do you have any good projects on your side? Since Feng Jing joined the company, she had already seen the power of Xiao Ruofei's projects. Whether it was Taoyuan vegetables, Zui Baxian wine, or Dendrobium ironhide, all of them were at the top of the industry. Therefore, she was quite interested in the new project proposed by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, well, I have a new formula, and I hope to build a pharmaceutical factory to produce it. So, you need to know more about the new drug testing and approval. Okay. Feng Jing agreed without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and called Tian Huixin. Xiaoxia. Tian Huixin quickly picked up the phone. Aunt Huixin, are you busy? Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked. Tian Huixin laughed and said, I'm bringing Huan shopping. Xiaoxia, what's the matter? Xiao Ruofei said, yes. Aunt Huixin, it's like this. I've made some minor adjustments to the prescription for Qingqing's treatment this time. I've even found substitutes for some of the precious herbs. After this period of treatment, the effect is still very good. This also proves that the new prescription is feasible. When Tian Huixin heard this, she was slightly excited and could not help but ask, Xiaoxia, you're saying, this medicine can be mass-produced? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, yes. It might take some time to mass-produce it, but it's already possible. Tian Huixin said happily, that's great. Xiaoxia, this is a good thing. Tian Huixin could empathize with the pain of an autistic family. She really understood that kind of helplessness and despair. Xiao Ruofei said, regarding the special medicine for autism, I still need you to do me a favor. Tian Huixin said without hesitation, tell me. No matter if it's funding or manpower, I'll definitely support you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, neither. Aunt Huixin, it's like this. Qingqing is the only case, and there's still a lack of representatives. I'm thinking of recruiting a small number of volunteers to further verify the effect of this special medicine. If it's feasible, I'm going to report it to the relevant departments for approval and try to mass produce it as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei paused and said, I'm considering that you've been in contact with more families of autistic children, so I hope to recruit about 10 autistic children through you. I'll provide them with this medicine for free. There's only one purpose, and that's to further verify the effect. No problem. Tian Huixin said without hesitation. This is definitely a great thing. Many autistic children's parents go around asking for medical help. They'll treat a little bit of information on the internet as a life-saving straw. Plus, you already have 2 successful cases, so they'll definitely rush to get it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, then I'll leave this matter to you. It doesn't have to be all children from Hong Kong. It's actually more convenient to have local children from Sanshan City. Also, it's best to have a variety of cases, with different levels and types of children. I understand. Tian Huixin said excitedly. Xiaoxia, I'll get this done immediately when I get back. Also, during the period when these children are receiving treatment, Hengfeng Hotel will provide a standard room for each family for free. Their 3 meals a day will also be covered by our hotel. Also, the transportation fees for the children from other places will be covered by Hengfeng Group. That's great. Thank you, Auntie Huixin. Xiao Ruofei said happily. Tian Huixin really wanted to help the autistic community. The Ma family's Hengfeng Group was rich and powerful, so such a small fee was naturally nothing. In fact, Hengfeng Group had a special charity fund, and every year, the charity fund was in the hundreds of millions. This is just a little bit of effort. Tian Huixin said with a smile. Those children should really thank you. Xiaoxia, this is really a great thing. I thank you on behalf of all the autistic children. Tian Huixin said very seriously. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, you're flattering me. I'm just trying my best. Tian Huixin was very motivated to start selecting autistic children to participate in the research phase of the trial. Feng Jing also started to understand the process of setting up a pharmaceutical factory and the approval of new drugs. At the same time, she also took the initiative to pay attention to the operations of some of the pharmaceutical factories around her. Feng Jing always thought about many things in advance when doing work. Without a doubt, directly buying a pharmaceutical factory would be much more convenient than building a new one. Xiao Ruofei temporarily put these things aside, because the Hengfeng Group's Sanshan office called him. The jade materials he needed were ready. This time, Xiao Ruofei asked for jade materials worth 50 million Huaxia dollars. The amount was indeed a little large. The reason why Hengfeng Group was able to prepare it in such a short time was because they urgently transferred goods from all over the world. After Xiao Ruofei received the call, he immediately drove to the city and handed over the jade materials at Hengfeng Jewelry's vault. Then, he went to the bank to transfer 50 million Huaxia dollars. Xiao Ruofei rushed all the way back to the farm with the jade materials. He easily carried 2 huge heavy metal boxes and ran upstairs. After closing the doors and windows, he couldn't wait to take out the spiritual map scroll and open the 2 metal boxes at the same time. The boxes were filled to the brim with jade materials. This was an entire 50 million Huaxia dollars. They were all replaced with jade materials. It was quite shocking to see them all piled up together. However, no matter how beautiful the jade was, it couldn't be eaten. It could be eaten by the spiritual map scroll. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate at all. With a thought, the jade materials and the boxes flew towards the spiritual map scroll. The moment they came into contact with the spiritual map scroll, they were like snowflakes falling into a pot of oil, disappearing without a trace. With Xiao Ruofei's current mental strength, even in the outside world, he could accurately control some small objects. It wasn't a problem for him to take things out of thin air. Those jadeite materials flew up one by one and flew towards the spirit map scroll one after another, forming 2 green arcs. After a short while, the 2 metal boxes were empty. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little pained. 50 million Huaxia dollars. If he threw it into the water, it would probably cause a huge splash, but it was absorbed by the spiritual map scroll just like that. The worst thing was that the spiritual map scroll was like a bottomless pit. If he wanted to level up, he didn't know how much jade materials he would have to absorb. At the very least, this 50 million was definitely not enough. However, after absorbing so many jade materials at once, the spiritual map scroll would definitely change. In the past, Xiao Ruofei had also experimented with it. After the spiritual map scroll absorbed the jade materials, even if it did not meet the requirements to level up, it could still expand its range, change the terrain, and so on. Once the requirements to level up were met, there would be a qualitative change. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei completely absorbed all the jade materials, he immediately moved his mind and entered the Ring 2 space in a flash. He first came to the original space. The first obvious feeling was that the density of the spirit energy had changed once again. Originally, there were already traces of spirit fog above the space, but now, the spirit fog seemed to have become thicker, and he could clearly feel the dense water vapor. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself, "It seems that after the next level up, the spirit energy in this space will be liquefied." The size of the original space still did not change. This was also within Xiao Ruofei's expectations. The changes should mainly be in the new space. Xiao Ruofei walked around and looked at the golden silk phoebe, the mother tree to Hong Pao, the wild ginseng, the dendrobium ironhide, and so on. Then, he came to the small fish pond. From the time this pair of wild shad entered the space until now, about 20 days had passed in the outside world. In this space, it was almost 2 years. Xiao Ruofei had been busy making the components of the disc array these days, so he didn't have much time to pay attention to them. Today, when he was patrolling the space, he suddenly remembered and hurried over to take a look. Xiao Ruofei focused his eyes and immediately revealed a joyful expression. In addition to the 2 shad swimming leisurely in the fish pond, there were also many very small fry. These fry were clearly just born. They were small black dots, and it was not easy to notice them if one didn't look carefully. He didn't expect this pair of shad to be so awesome. As soon as they settled down in the fish pond, they started to reproduce. It should be known that with only 1 pair of shad, the success rate of reproduction was very low. Moreover, the environment of the fish pond was very different from the shad spawning environment. They generally spawned in the tributaries of rivers or lakes, where there was a slow flow and sandy bottom of the river. All this could only be attributed to the unique environment of the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei could be said to be the absolute master of this Ring 2 space. With a thought, he understood everything in the fish pond at a glance. There were a total of 583 wild shad fry in this small fish pond, and each one of them was very vigorous. This pair of shad could really reproduce, Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. In this space, the shad grew very fast. Moreover, there was also the factor of the flow of time. It seemed that this small fish pond would soon not be enough. Xiao Ruofei didn't continue to expand the fish pond. He had originally planned to take the shad fry to the farm. The fish pond on the farm had been idle for a long time, and it was time to put it to use. However, these fry were still small. Xiao Ruofei was going to wait until they were a little bigger and stronger before sending them to the outside world. In addition, the shad's breeding environment was very particular. It was certainly impossible to just throw them into the fish pond. Shad were originally very timid. It was easy for them to secrete a lot of adrenaline when disturbed, and then die. In layman's terms, they would be scared to death. In addition, there were requirements for the water temperature, pH, illumination, and so on. The fish pond must be modified and protective measures must be added. This required professionals to carry out the planning and construction. In the future, the breeding process also required people with relevant professional knowledge to carry out management. Xiao Ruofei decided to settle this matter after leaving the space. It just so happened that the engineering team was still in the midst of construction. They could also settle the matter of the fish pond and recruit a few professionals to be in charge of the rearing of the shad. The shad born in the Ring 2 space were definitely more vigorous than the ordinary species. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei would certainly inject some spirit heart flower petal solution into the fish pond. Therefore, the success rate of breeding would certainly be quite high. Xiao Ruofei looked at it happily for a while. Once these shad were cultivated on a large scale in the outside world, it would be an objective and continuous and stable source of income for the Taoyuan company. Although Xiao Ruofei had made a lot of money some time ago, he had spent 50 million yuan to buy jade materials. His funds were a little stretched. However, Xiao Ruofei was not worried at all. This was because the new batch of Dendrobium ironhide was ready to be harvested. Xiao Ruofei planned to spend some time to harvest the Dendrobium ironhide in the next 2 days. Then, he would call Qian Lijun and ask Master Luo to bring the farm's employees back to the 3 mountains to make a new batch of iron maple bucket as soon as possible. When Xiao Ruofei was preparing to go to the new space, he sensed that the phone on the table in the outside world was vibrating. Now that Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had increased greatly, he could now pay attention to the outside world to prevent someone from accidentally breaking in or missing an important call. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power saw the caller ID. It was Feng Jing calling. Thus, with a thought, he left the spirit map space, grabbed his phone, and answered the call. Manager Feng. Xiao Ruofei said. Chairman, I have a situation to report to you. Feng Jing's tone seemed to be a little heavy. The approval process for a new drug seems to be very cumbersome. Most importantly, from the development of a new drug to the market, the whole process will take 6 to 8 years, or even more than 10 years. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He really didn't know much about this. He knew that for a drug to be marketed, there would definitely be a very complicated approval process, but he didn't expect the process to take so long. Xiao Ruofei couldn't even wait 2 or 3 years, let alone 6 or 7 years. He frowned and asked, Manager Feng, why is it taking so long? Feng Jing said helplessly, Chairman, there are too many steps from the approval process to the marketing of a new drug, and each step takes a lot of time. It can take as little as 10 days, or as long as a few months. The most time-consuming step is the clinical trial stage, and many of them take several years. Speaking of this, Feng Jing paused and added, and, if there's a bottleneck in the middle, or if it can't meet the standard requirements, then all the previous work will be in vain, and we have to start all over again. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. He just wanted to do something for the autistic community. A person's power was limited. Even if he didn't sleep or rest, how many patients could he treat? Compared to the thousands of autistic people, it was almost negligible. And strictly speaking, Xiao Ruofei didn't have a medical qualification certificate. It was illegal for him to treat patients. It was just that everyone found him for treatment in private. The only way to really improve the living conditions of the autistic community was to achieve mass production of this special drug. But he didn't expect that the road to mass production was so difficult. Manager Feng, the drug I'm going to produce is a pure Chinese medicine preparation. It's different from Western medicine. Xiao Ruofei said, and this drug is likely to be a special drug to fill the gap. Is there any special policy for this kind of situation? It's fine as long as the procedures can be simplified. Feng Jing obviously did her homework well. She immediately said, Chairman, the approval process for some Chinese medicine products can be simplified appropriately. According to the normal procedure, it has to be submitted to the Provincial Drug Administration for preliminary review, and the National Drug Administration for review. But for some Chinese medicine products, the approval process can be accelerated, and the application can be submitted directly to the National Drug Administration. At the same time, the local provincial drug administration can be submitted to the local drug administration for a trial site inspection and review of the original materials. Xia Ruofei asked, My medicine is a decoction of traditional Chinese medicine. Does it meet the requirements for expedited approval? Feng Jing said, As for the specifics, I'm not too sure. I'm not sure about the standards. But, Chairman, even if we speed up the approval process, it will still take a long time to go through all the steps. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, How about this? Professional things should be left to the professionals. Manager Feng, register a pharmaceutical company immediately and use the name of the company's research institute to recruit Chinese medicine talents. Then we'll consider the matter of approval. Xia Ruofei thought about it for a long time. Other than mass production, there was no other way to help the autistic families on a large scale. Therefore, he decided to set up a company first. After hiring people, he would consult the professionals. As for the approval process, Xia Ruofei definitely couldn't accept such a long wait. If it really didn't work out, he wouldn't hesitate to go through the back door. His connections were still very strong. Feng Jing said, Okay. I'll get to it immediately. Xia Ruofei said, Manager Feng, let's call the company Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company. It's considered a wholly owned subsidiary of our Taoyuan company. The registered capital is tentatively set at 10 million. When it's time to verify the capital, I'll transfer the money to the pharmaceutical company's account. Feng Jing said as she recorded quickly, Understood. Chairman, do you have any specific requirements for the research institute to recruit people? Xia Ruofei said, The higher the academic level, the better. Fresh graduates must have at least a master's degree in traditional Chinese medicine. If they're working in other research institutes, it's best if they have academic achievements. If they're an authority in the industry, it's better. Feng Jing said with a smile, We're a new company. I'm afraid it won't be easy to recruit such big names. Not to mention the pharmaceutical company, even the Taoyuan company was a little famous now. However, the position of CEO was still empty. The scale of the company was still too small. The truly capable people weren't suitable, and Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing weren't willing to compromise. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, We can use high salaries to attract talents. If there are really experts with high academic standards who are willing to change jobs, I can give them an annual salary of 1 million. I can even give them a house in Sanshan City. Feng Jing said with a smile, Chairman, this is really generous, knowledge is wealth. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, but we don't need too many people in the research institute. At most, 5 to 8 people. The prescription and production process of the heart-nourishing soup were very mature. Xia Ruofei set up this research institute mainly for the approval of new drugs. He didn't really need them to do the research, so there was no need to hire too many people. The pharmaceutical company's research level would definitely be a factor in the approval process. Naturally, academic talents were a kind of soft power. Also, Xia Ruofei's next step might be to study the mass production of the Yuji ointment. So, it was necessary to have a small research institute. With Xia Ruofei's earning speed, it was easy to hire a few researchers. Moreover, once the heart-nourishing soup was approved for mass production, it would definitely be profitable. For the heart-nourishing soup project, Xia Ruofei didn't need to pursue huge profits. But he still needed a normal profit. This was also the foundation of the company's sustainable and healthy development. Feng Jing replied, Okay, Chairman. I'll focus on this matter during this period of time. If there's anything I'm unsure of, I'll let you know. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Feng. Xia Ruofei said sincerely, Since you joined the company, you have never stopped working. The company is really indebted to you. I'm just doing my job. Feng Jing said with a smile, Furthermore, I also like to work. I like the feeling of fulfillment. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, I'll give you a big red packet at the end of the year. Then I'll be waiting. Feng Jing chuckled. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly. It was really difficult to do anything now. This was just the normal approval process. After all, drugs were related to the health and even the lives of thousands of patients. The country must be very cautious. Xiao Ruofei could understand this. If the approval went smoothly, it would take a few years. If there were any problems at any stage, it would really take a long time. Xiao Ruofei sighed for a while. Then, he remembered that he hadn't seen any changes in the new space. So, with a thought, he returned to the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei directly appeared in the stone room. He stepped out of the cave and first glanced at the wordless stone tablet at the entrance of the cave. This should be the Hunyuan stone tablet, right? Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. This stone tablet was really mysterious. It looked very simple and ordinary. However, in the entire space, it was the only thing that Xiao Ruofei couldn't see through. The other things, including the things inside the protective cover in the stone room that couldn't be opened for the time being, and the nameless booklet that had more than half of its contents unlocked. At least Xiao Ruofei could roughly understand their situation. Only this stone tablet gave Xiao Ruofei an endless feeling of mystery. Xiao Ruofei looked at the stone tablet a few times, then walked to the edge of the small platform and looked around. The first thing he felt was that little He and the others, who were playing at the foot of the mountain, seemed to have become smaller. The same was true for the all-terrain vehicle parked quietly in the space. Xiao Ruofei knew that this was because the mountain he was on had risen again. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and the invisible force of the space lifted him and quickly floated down the mountain. Only in this space, when his spiritual power reached a certain level, could Xiao Ruofei achieve such a leap in the air. This feeling, which was similar to flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground, was quite cool. Xiao Ruofei landed steadily next to the all-terrain vehicle. With a whistle, little He, Damao, and Ermao immediately rushed towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei intimately picked up little He, who was running in the front, rubbed its head and laughed, "Get in the car, I'll take you around." He jumped into the car and put little He on the passenger seat. Damao and Ermao also jumped into the car quickly. Xiao Ruofei started the engine and stepped on the accelerator. The all-terrain vehicle immediately rushed out. The open car was driving at high speed. The wind was whistling in their ears. The air they inhaled was extremely pure and with a trace of spiritual mist. The whole person felt refreshed. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei also paid attention to the new space. It had expanded a lot. The mountain seemed even more majestic, and it began to have a continuous feeling. The river that went around the mountain was also much wider. Now, it had completely become a torrential river. The river water rushed past, making splashing sounds. The terrain in the new space also had more ups and downs. The all-terrain vehicle flew flexibly between the hills and soon came to the nearest space membrane. Xiao Ruofei generally opened a circle along the space membrane to roughly estimate the area of the current space. This time, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but step on the brake. He stared at the space membrane with a look of surprise in his eyes. Most of the land in this new space was green grass. Looking into the distance, it looked like a huge green carpet. Today, as the space continued to expand, Xiao Ruofei saw a different scene. The closer he got to the space membrane, the sparser the green grass. 6 or 7 meters in front of the space membrane, there was no grass. The ground exposed was not soil but sand. Moreover, the closer the sand was to the space membrane, the lower it was. After reaching the space membrane, his eyes couldn't see through it. Xiao Ruofei showed a trace of doubt. He jumped out of the car and sniffed. There seemed to be a trace of salty fishy smell in the air. Xiao Ruofei had lived in Peach Blossom Farm for so long that he was very familiar with this smell. The air by the sea was full of this smell. Because the sea was humid, there would be some small droplets in the air, which would dissolve some salt. Could there be a sea in this space? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but have this thought. He stepped on the sand, or beach. He crouched down and grabbed a handful of sand. The color of the sand was almost pure white, and each grain was very fine. When he held it in his hand, it quickly slipped down through his fingers. It was a very comfortable feeling. Xiao Ruofei walked step by step toward the space membrane. He listened carefully. If there was a sea, would he be able to hear the sound of the waves? However, the space membrane seemed to be isolated from everything. Xiao Ruofei couldn't hear anything. So, he returned to the all-terrain vehicle, found a small camping shovel, ran back to the spatial membrane, and dug down hard. The sand here was fine and soft. After a while, Xiao Ruofei dug a big hole. When he saw that the sand at the bottom was already moist, he dug hard twice and then stopped. Xiao Ruofei crouched down and grabbed a small handful of moist sand. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. A bitter and salty feeling suddenly came from his taste buds. Xiao Ruofei spat several times, but there was still a taste in his mouth. But he was very happy. This was the taste of the sea. Xiao Ruofei knew that behind this space membrane was most likely the sea. When he thought of the boundless sea, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. It was just a picture scroll, but it contained such a large space. It could be called another world. This was really amazing. Xiao Ruofei was sure that as long as the space completed the upgrade, he would be able to see the sea. As for how far it could expand, he didn't know. Xiao Ruofei was looking forward to the sea that was about to appear. He jumped on the car and couldn't wait to start the car. He sped along the space membrane. On the one hand, he wanted to estimate the size of the space. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei also wanted to see if he could see the sea from other positions. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei found that the white beach was about 200 or 300 meters long. Then it was gradually covered by green grass. It was the same color as before. He continued to drive forward. When Xiao Ruofei returned to the hole that he had just dug, he knew that he had opened a circle around the space membrane. The coastline was indeed only 200 or 300 meters long. And for the time being, he could only see the beach, but not the sea. Xiao Ruofei roughly estimated that the space's area was close to 2,000 mu. That was to say, after absorbing 50 million yuan worth of jadeite, the area of the new space had nearly doubled. If there were enough jadeite to upgrade the space directly, the area of the new space would be expanded even more. Xiao Ruofei then looked at the oak tree he had planted in this new space, as well as the hornets that were kept in the huge iron cage. Finally, he played with Blackie and the rest for a while before leaving the spirit map space with anticipation for the sea. Feng Jing put most of her energy into the registration of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company. She knew that Xiao Ruofei attached great importance to this matter, so she strived for efficiency. She even asked her old classmate Wu Liqian to speed up the approval process through Wu Liqian's connections in the city. Tian Huixin was also helping to recruit the second batch of autistic children to receive treatment. Xiao Ruofei, in addition to providing Qingqing with a heart-nourishing soup on time, focused most of his energy on the transformation of the farm's fish pond. Feng Jing had enough things to do, so this time Xiao Ruofei didn't let her do it, but did it himself. Xiao Ruofei found his future father-in-law, Ling Xiaotian. Ling Xiaotian heard that Xiao Ruofei was going to try to cultivate wild shad, and was very happy. He immediately mobilized many connections to help Xiao Ruofei. Luo Ming, the executive chef of Ling's restaurant, was from Jiangnan. In his hometown, there were people who tried to cultivate shad, but most of them were fertilized eggs imported from the United States at a high price and transported back in oxygen bags. But in any case, there were still many people who had experience in shad farming. In the end, it was Luo Ming who helped Xiao Ruofei find a suitable candidate. This person's name was Jiang Hua, a distant relative of Luo Ming. He used to work in a shad farm for a long time, and later became the deputy farm manager. He had rich experience in shad farming and management. But the farm was not well managed, and the boss's other investments failed. In the end, it couldn't be opened, and Jiang Hua lost his job. Xiao Ruofei immediately asked Luo Ming to call Jiang Hua and ask him to come to Sanshan for an interview. After Jiang Hua lost his job, he didn't have a stable job. He wasn't very happy working in several places. His salary was far less than before, and it was more tiring. So when he heard that there was a boss in Southeast Province who wanted to cultivate shad and was willing to hire him, he immediately quit his job and took the train south. Xiao Ruofei talked with Jiang Hua for a while and found that he was indeed very knowledgeable about reeds and had valuable management experience. He immediately decided to hire him. Jiang Hua was at the same level as Chao Taishu in Taoyuan Farm. His salary and benefits were also the same. However, Xiao Ruofei also promised that as long as the sales of shad farming were good, the monthly performance reward would even be higher than the salary. In short, the better the results, the better the treatment. In fact, even in terms of pure wages, the southeastern coastal area was much higher than the inland cities. In addition, the farm also provided good conditions for free accommodation, and one person could enjoy an entire apartment. This treatment was really too good. Jiang Hua naturally agreed happily. In the space, the larvae were always in an environment where time flowed 30 times faster, so they grew very quickly. Therefore, as soon as Jiang Hua finished the procedures, Xiao Ruofei immediately brought him to the farm's fish pond. Jiang Hua looked at the environment of the fish pond and immediately frowned. He hesitated and said, "Boss, an ordinary fish pond like reeds can't be raised." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Of course I know. That's why I asked you to come. You have the final say on how to transform here. I'm only responsible for contacting the construction unit and providing funds." Jiang Hua nodded and said, "Boss, reeds have very strict requirements for the environment, and they are particularly timid, so the farm must be closed. In addition, the noise must be very low. Fortunately, this place is not close to the farm's main road, so it shouldn't be a big problem." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You take a look at the site first. I'll call the construction manager later. You guys can make a plan together. How much money do you need, what equipment do you need, just give me a list." Xiao Ruofei's words also made Jiang Hua very excited. He looked at the fish pond in front of him and said, "Boss, this ready-made fish pond definitely can't be used. The water needs to be pumped out first, and then rebuilt with cement. In addition, it must be made into a closed greenhouse with a thermostatic device. The water temperature of the fish pond must be maintained between 15 degrees Celsius and 28 degrees Celsius. In addition, the circulating water quality should reach the standard of drinking water, and the amount of dissolved oxygen in the water should also be strictly regulated. These are all slowly explored in the farm where I worked for many years." Xiao Ruofei said happily, "Jiang Hua, it seems that hiring you is the right thing to do. Your experience is very precious. So, I'll call the construction manager Li over now. You guys come up with a plan and budget. It must be done as soon as possible." "Okay," Jiang Hua said excitedly. Manager Li was overseeing the farm construction site. As soon as Xiao Ruofei called, he rushed over on a motorcycle. Xiao Ruofei introduced the two of them, and then told them about his plan to transform the fish pond. Manager Li heard it and immediately said that he would strictly follow the requirements and complete the task with quality and quantity. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Manager Li, the construction time of this fish pond is tight. Your people should be prioritized to protect this place." No problem, no problem." Manager Li said, "Boss Xia, I'll talk to engineer Jiang first and try to make the budget in 2 days." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Jing was busy with the registration of the pharmaceutical company. At the same time, the recruitment work was also underway. Moreover, the recruitment was the first to make progress. The first employee of the pharmaceutical company's research institute was a master's student from the Southeast University of Chinese Medicine. His name was Xuejin Shan. He majored in acupuncture and massage. As a graduate student, he was engaged in clinical Chinese medicine research. He was in line with the recruitment requirements of Xiao Ruofei's company. What was even rarer was that Xuejin Shan had been in contact with the work of drug approval when he was a graduate student. He also had relevant experience. At present, Chinese medicine and related majors weren't very popular. Xuejin Shan couldn't stay in school after graduation, and his job search wasn't very smooth. He couldn't enter the big hospitals in the provincial capital. He was unwilling to return to his hometown to waste his time in the Chinese medicine hospital. Moreover, the Taoyuan company's salary was quite good. It wasn't inferior to the income in the provincial capital's top 3 hospitals. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, he finally accepted Feng Jing's recruitment. After Feng Jing and Xuejin Shan reached a preliminary agreement, she reported to Xiao Ruofei. She knew that Xiao Ruofei attached great importance to the launch of this new drug, so she reported any progress as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei also knew that his company wasn't attractive enough at present, so he didn't have much hope for the recruitment. He was very clear that those with academic achievements in the industry wouldn't take a fancy to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied that he could recruit a graduate student in the same field so quickly. He immediately took time to meet with Xue Jinshan. Of course, Manager Li and Jianghua hadn't made a budget yet, so Xiao Ruofei wasn't too busy for the time being. In the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei met Xue Jinshan in his office. This was a young man who looked very energetic. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked gentle. Xiao Ruofei's attitude was very gentle. He smiled at Xue Jinshan and said, "Mr. Xue, please sit down." Xue Jinshan was a little reserved. After the two of them sat down in the reception area of the office, the general manager's assistant, Lu Qian, served Xue Jinshan a cup of tea and then left. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Xue, Manager Feng has talked to you, right? Are you satisfied with the benefits provided by our company?" Xue Jinshan immediately said, "Boss Xia, the benefits provided by the Taoyuan company are very good. It's even beyond my expectations. I'm definitely very satisfied." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "We are thirsty for talents now. Although Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company is a newly established company, and the relevant procedures are still in the process of approval, our company is very confident in the development of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company, and this confidence comes from our product. We are about to launch a brand new Chinese medicine preparation. This is a product that will fill the gap. There's absolutely no need to worry about sales." Xue Jinshan's expression changed slightly and asked, "Boss Xia, this is also something that I'm very interested in. May I ask, what is the main function of the new medicine that the company is going to introduce to the market?" Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and spat out a few words faintly, "Special medicine for autism." Xue Jinshan couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with a strange expression, and his heart was surging with turbulent waves. Could it be that I've met a scammer? Xue Jinshan said in his heart. As a medical graduate student, Xue Jinshan was very clear about what kind of illness autism was. He was also very clear that there were no drugs that could effectively treat autism at present. Such a newly established company with a completely amateur boss actually said that he had developed a special medicine for autism? And he even had the ambition to go on the market and sell it? Xue Jinshan felt that his brain wasn't enough. However, he didn't really think that Xiao Ruofei was a scammer. The company was really here. Such a large farm couldn't have been rented, right? Spending so much money just to deceive him? What did he have to be deceived by others? Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to get much money. Moreover, when Xue Jinshan received the invitation, he did some homework and had a certain understanding of the Taoyuan company. Moreover, Feng Jing's glorious career resume could be found online. No matter what, he couldn't be a scammer. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that the boss had been deceived. He didn't know who had bewitched him and bought an unreliable prescription, thinking that he could use it to make a fortune. Thinking of this, Xue Jinshan looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Boss Xia, forgive me for being blunt, but where did you buy the prescription in your hand? I think it's most likely fake. So many years of research have shown that autism can't be cured by drugs. This is a common understanding in the medical field." Xue Jinshan wasn't even officially employed yet, but he was already questioning the boss and suspecting that the boss had been deceived and taken advantage of. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't take it to heart. Instead, he quite admired Xue Jinshan. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Mr. Xue, the prescription wasn't bought. It's an ancient prescription passed down in my family. The ancient prescription says that it can cure autism?" Xue Jinshan asked with a strange expression. "Of course not. The main function is to strengthen the spleen and qi, nourish the heart and wisdom, warm the kidneys and nourish the brain, nourish the liver and kidneys, dissipate phlegm, open the apertures, and remove blood stasis." Xiao Ruofei said, "However, after an autistic patient takes it, there's an obvious improvement effect. I won't hide it from you. The efficacy of the medicine has been preliminarily verified by a patient with severe autism." Xue Jinshan finally couldn't remain calm. He took a deep breath and a shocked expression appeared in his eyes. Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. He had even established a pharmaceutical company, so he must be serious. That meant that Boss Xia had really developed a special treatment for autism? And it wasn't a team, but just an ancient prescription? Xue Jinshan felt as if he was dreaming. He realized that if the special treatment for autism that Xiao Ruofei mentioned could really have a good treatment effect, it would really fill in the gaps and even be an epic-making achievement. As a fresh graduate, he was able to participate in such a project and was also a first-generation entrepreneur. What a rare opportunity this was. Xue Jinshan couldn't help but feel excited. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said, Mr. Xue, I'm recruiting 10 autistic patients to prepare for the second round of verification. As long as you join our company, you can participate and even the prescription can be made public to you. In fact, the prescription of the heart-nourishing soup was one aspect, and the control of the fire was another. There were still many tricks involved. Even if the average person got the prescription, they might not be able to brew the real heart-nourishing soup in their lifetime. Of course, when mass production was achieved in the future, the control of the fire could be achieved through automatic settings. It might need to be repeatedly tested in the initial stage, but as long as the parameters were determined, the production could be done directly according to the ratio in the future. Xue Jinshan no longer hesitated and said directly, Boss Xia, I'm willing to join your company. If it's successful, this will definitely be a great project. Xiao Ruofei smiled and stood up. He extended his hand to Xue Jinshan and said, Welcome, Researcher Xue. The researcher that Xiao Ruofei was talking about was naturally a researcher at Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Research Institute. It was not a national title. With Xue Jinshan's qualifications, he would definitely start as an assistant researcher if he joined a research institute. It might take many years for him to be promoted to a researcher. After Xiao Ruofei shook hands with Xue Jinshan, he said, Researcher Xue, did Manager Feng tell you? If you want to join our Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Research Institute, you have to sign a confidentiality agreement and non-competition clause. This was also what Xiao Ruofei had specially asked Feng Jing to prepare. Any information about the heart-nourishing soup's prescription must be kept confidential and must not be leaked. Otherwise, not only would they face astronomical compensation, but they might also be jailed. Of course, this was also because for the heart-nourishing soup to be put into production, they had to apply for a patent and prepare the materials for approval. It was difficult to keep this confidential, and all these details had to be done by the researchers. Xiao Ruofei could not keep this a secret from them. Furthermore, he did not want to make use of this prescription to make huge profits. So, since he could not prevent the researchers from knowing about the prescription, Xiao Ruofei might as well restrict them in the contract. As for the production of the Yuji ointment in the future, Xiao Ruofei would definitely not apply for a patent because this was not a medicine. Also, this was a project with huge profits. Xiao Ruofei would definitely not apply for a patent, and he would also have to design a series of confidentiality agreements. This way, he would be the only one in control of the key steps. Xue Jinshan nodded and said, I understand. Boss Xia, don't worry. This is the most basic professional ethics, and I will abide by it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Even if the prescription was leaked, it would be difficult for others to replicate the heart-nourishing soup. But Feng Yu was very satisfied with Xue Jinshan's attitude. Xiao Ruofei said, Researcher Xue, I will ask Manager Feng to arrange for you to go through the paperwork later. Then, I will introduce you to the prescription and the results of the first trial. Your next step is to apply for a patent, and then prepare for the approval of the new medicine. In the next few days, we will be hiring a few more people. I hope that you will work together and push this project forward as soon as possible. Understood. Xue Jinshan said excitedly, Boss Xia, it is my honor to be able to participate in such a great project. Xiao Ruofei smiled and patted Xue Jinshan's shoulder. Then, he called Feng Jing and asked her to personally take Xue Jinshan through the paperwork. Of course, the most important part was the confidentiality and non-competition clauses. Xiao Ruofei could only rest assured if Feng Jing personally checked. After Feng Jing left with Xue Jinshan, Xiao Ruofei sat in his office and lit a cigarette. Manager Li and Jiang Hua's specific budget was not out yet, but Jiang Hua had reported to him that it would be at least a few million. Herring had high requirements for water quality and environment, and some of the equipment was very expensive. Also, Feng Jing's registration of a pharmaceutical company was progressing very quickly. The next step was to verify the capital. Xiao Ruofei spent most of his funds on buying jade materials. So, Xiao Ruofei had to hurry up and get a sum of money. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had already thought of a way, so he was very confident. The Dendrobium candidum in the original space had matured again. Xiao Ruofei planned to go into the space to harvest them today. After a few days, the next batch of Dendrobium candidum would be completed and he would have at least 20 to 30 million yuan in funds. This way, whether it was transforming the fish pond or setting up a pharmaceutical company, the funds would be more than enough. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't leave for the time being. He had just finished calling his comrade Qian Lijun in the Xianxia province and asked him to arrange for Master Luo and a few employees of Taoyuan farm to come back. When he was about to pack up and go home, Shui Jinshan, who had quickly completed the entry procedures, ran over. Boss Xia, I have completed all the procedures. I have also signed the confidentiality agreement and non-competition agreement. Shui Jinshan said excitedly, now can you tell me in detail about this autism drug? Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and saw her nod with a smile. He patted Shui Jinshan on the shoulder and said, Researcher Shui, don't worry. You should settle down first. Oh yeah, are you going to live on the farm or find a place to live outside? If you want to rent a house in the city, our company will provide transportation and rental subsidies. Shui Jinshan said, it doesn't matter. I can live anywhere. I can sleep in the office. Oh yeah, our pharmaceutical company doesn't seem to have an office yet. Shui Jinshan scratched his head embarrassedly. Xiao Ruofei laughed. He knew that if he didn't tell Shui Jinshan about the heart-nourishing soup, Shui Jinshan wouldn't be able to sleep well. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei led Shui Jinshan to the guest sofa and sat down. As for Feng Jing, she tactfully took her leave. Researcher Shui, I named this new drug heart-nourishing soup. Xiao Ruofei said directly, it's made of Rehmannia, Chinese yam, polygala, peony skin, poria cocos, dogwood, and more than a dozen other traditional Chinese medicines. As Xiao Ruofei spoke, he took a piece of paper and wrote down the prescription. Shui Jinshan couldn't wait to take the note and read it seriously, like a student thirsty for knowledge. Then, Shui Jinshan couldn't help but look at the prescription and mumble to himself, invigorating the spleen and qi, nourishing the heart and mind, warming the kidney and nourishing the brain, nourishing the liver and kidney. Judging from the medicinal properties, it might have these effects, but there are many prescriptions for this. There are several classic prescriptions in the pharmacopoeia. How can it be effective in treating autism? Xiao Ruofei leaned on the sofa with a smile and did not interrupt Shui Jinshan's train of thought. Is it a subtle effect caused by the interaction between the monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy? Shui Jinshan was still talking to himself. Which one is the main ingredient? Yuanji? Or dogwood? After a while, Shui Jinshan was still confused, and the look of confusion on his face deepened. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny as well. This heart-nourishing soup was recorded in the booklet, and even a strong person like himself had obvious effects after taking it. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei didn't write down the recipe on the paper. Even if Shui Jinshan had a master's degree in Chinese medicine, he wouldn't be able to analyze anything useful. After a while, Shui Jinshan smiled bitterly and said, Boss Xia, I really don't understand this prescription. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, you don't have to understand and analyze every prescription. Researcher Shui, we're not doing research. You haven't changed your mind yet. Shui Jinshan was stunned for a moment, then he scratched his head awkwardly and said, it's an occupational disease. When I was in graduate school, I often helped my supervisor analyze all kinds of prescriptions. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, actually, I don't understand it either, but it doesn't matter. Isn't it fine as long as it works? Shui Jinshan's eyes lit up, and he said eagerly, by the way, Boss Xia, you said that this prescription has been tested on an autistic child. Where is the patient now? Can I see him? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, don't worry, you'll definitely be able to see that child, but not now. I'll go see him in a few days, and you'll come with me then. Shui Jinshan was a little anxious, and he couldn't wait to see the child immediately. However, he at least knew that Xiao Ruofei was his boss, and he had to listen to his boss's arrangements. Therefore, he could only suppress his inner anticipation and nodded. Xiao Ruofei said, "Researcher Shui, I'll recruit about 10 autistic children in the future for the next step of the verification experiment. You can participate in the whole process, and you have to record the results of the experiment in detail. It may be useful when we apply for new drugs in the future." "No problem. Leave it to me," Shui Jinshan said excitedly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This isn't the most urgent thing. Our top priority now is to apply for a patent for this prescription. Researcher Shui, I've written down the prescription for you, and I'll give you a few copies of the finished decoction later. You can do a preliminary analysis of the medicinal properties, and then apply for a patent as soon as possible." "Boss Xia, if I apply for a patent, I'll need to provide the preparation process of the medicine," Shui Jinshan said. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and asked, "Do I have to provide the detailed steps? Can it be simplified?" Shui Jinshan also guessed that the preparation process of this prescription must be absolutely confidential. He pondered for a while and said, "For Chinese medicine preparations, the requirements in this area aren't so strict, but it's best to simplify the steps." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go back and think about it. You can do the other preparations first, and add the preparation process last." Applying for a patent was like a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it could protect the rights and interests of the patent owner, but on the other hand, it increased the risk of the secret being leaked. Shui Jinshan thought for a while and asked, "Boss Xia, is it just applying for a domestic patent?" "I think, in the current situation where there is no specific treatment for autism, it's best to apply for all the patents that can be applied for, especially in mainstream European and American countries." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "No need. Applying for a patent overseas is equivalent to giving the prescription to those pharmaceutical industry oligarchs. In a few years, their generic medicine will be out." Shui Jinshan couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. As an industry insider, he naturally knew that the large pharmaceutical companies in some European and American countries were actually a group of predators who ate people without spitting out the bones. The specific treatment for autism was like a tempting cake. Once a patent was applied for in another country, they could quickly obtain the patent application documents through various shady means, and then immediately organize a team to replicate it. As for the infringement lawsuit, these rich pharmaceutical companies were not afraid at all. They had a budget of hundreds of millions of dollars every year, which was used to fight all kinds of wrangling lawsuits. They had the world's best lawyer team, and they could even countersue Taoyuan Pharmaceutical for infringement. Then, they could drag a lawsuit for 8 to 10 years and use the legal fees to wear down their competitors. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had no intention of applying for a patent overseas. Although it was difficult to avoid the possibility of the secret being leaked when applying for a patent domestically, at least it would greatly increase the difficulty of plagiarism by those pharmaceutical companies. Moreover, as long as the core secret of the preparation process was not leaked, it would not be easy for those pharmaceutical companies to completely crack the prescription. Xiao Ruofei did not want to make a huge profit through the heart-nourishing soup, but this did not mean that he was willing to let his own things be plagiarized by others, especially by foreign companies, and then become their tool for profiteering. Shui Jinshan nodded and said, "I understand, Boss Xia. Then, let's apply for a domestic patent." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Well, you have to prepare everything as soon as possible. Also, the prescription must be kept absolutely confidential. I'll specially give you a new computer to write all kinds of application materials and application reports. All the work related to the prescription will be done on this computer. Also, this computer is strictly prohibited from connecting to the internet." Xiao Ruofei had already secretly decided that the computers in the pharmaceutical company's research institute would be directly isolated from the internet according to the military's confidentiality method. They would also directly remove the network card module and USB port, leaving only an optical drive. All the file transfer would be done by burning optical discs to ensure the safety of the prescription to the greatest extent. Shui Jinshan solemnly replied, "Understood." Xiao Ruofei said, "You go first. You can temporarily work in the farm before the pharmaceutical company is listed. I'll ask Director Peng to prepare an office and a new computer for you." Shui Jinshan immediately and carefully put the note with the prescription in his pocket, then got up and said goodbye. Xiao Ruofei raised his hand to look at the time. It was almost evening time to get off work, so he tidied up his desk and went directly downstairs to the staff cafeteria for dinner. Only then did he walk back to the small villa. At night, Xiao Ruofei turned into a hard-working farmer uncle again, working tirelessly to harvest Dendrobium candidum in the Ring-2 space. Xian Lijun had already told him that Master Luo would take the Taoyuan Company's employees, who were studying at the Dendrobium candidum base, back to the Three Mountains by train tomorrow morning. They would arrive at about noon. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had to harvest all the Dendrobium candidum tonight. Fortunately, after being tempered by the body tempering soup and the Golden Man body refining technique, Xiao Ruofei's physical strength was many times stronger than that of ordinary people. In addition, the time flow was 30 times faster, so he had plenty of time. Xiao Ruofei kept busy in the space. When he was tired, he would sit down and drink a mouthful of spiritual pond water. After dozens of hours, he finally harvested all the mature Dendrobium. Even though his physical strength was amazing, he still felt like he was going to collapse from working so hard without any sleep or rest. Xiao Ruofei drank a few mouthfuls of the spiritual heart flower petal solution, and his physical strength recovered a little. He gathered the Dendrobium together and weighed it in batches with the small scale in the space. It was about 2,400 pounds. Xiao Ruofei looked at the bags filled with Dendrobium candidum, fresh Dendrobium, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had been busy for a few days and nights. If he had to do this in the future, he really couldn't stand it. At this time, Xiao Ruofei thought of the spiritual puppet. He didn't know if the spiritual puppet could help him with this kind of repetitive and mechanical work. If the spiritual puppet in the space could help harvest the Dendrobium candidum, fresh Dendrobium, or even pick tea leaves, then it would be much easier for him. During this time, Xiao Ruofei would enter the space to process the components of the disc array when he had time. However, there were too many components, and each of them had to be very precise, so Xiao Ruofei's progress was still a little slow. He estimated that it would take some time before he could finish. After resting for a while, Xiao Ruofei left the Ring-2 space with a thought. Only 2 or 3 hours had passed in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei was sweating profusely and his body was stained with mud. Therefore, he rushed to the bathroom the moment he came out and gave himself a thorough wash. After coming out, Xiao Ruofei directly lay on the bed. This time, he was really tired. Especially since he hadn't slept for dozens of hours, he felt very dispirited. However, before he could fall asleep, he was woken up by a phone call. The phone call was from Ling Xiaotian. It turned out that tomorrow was the day of the release of Zui Baxian. Ling Xiaotian asked in advance if Xiao Ruofei was ready. Xiao Ruofei quickly said that he was ready in advance. Tomorrow, the winery would send a car to bring the new wine over as usual. He just needed to transport the improved Zui Baxian back. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. This was really two things at the same time. He was going to go to the warehouse tomorrow to take the Dendrobium candidum, fresh Dendrobium, out of the space and find a car to transport it back to the farm. This time, he could do both things at the same time. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei also asked Ling Xiaotian to find another small truck for him to use. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei simply set the alarm on his phone and turned off the power. Soon, he fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei was woken up by the alarm on his phone. He quickly got up and washed up. After a night of rest, his spirit was almost completely recovered. Xiao Ruofei dressed neatly and went downstairs to open the night 15. First, he went to the staff cafeteria to quickly solve the breakfast problem. Then, he drove straight to the warehouse in the city. Xiao Ruofei first took the 1-month wine jars out of the space and neatly arranged them. Then, he took out more than a dozen large wine jars that were slightly different from the previous ones and placed them in front of the 1-month wine jars. These were the 3-month wine. Finally, Xiao Ruofei took out the Dendrobium candidum, fresh Dendrobium, from the space that had already been packed. He waited in the warehouse for a while and the car sent by the winery arrived. Xiao Ruofei let the small truck drive to the warehouse door first and asked the porters to move the Dendrobium candidum, fresh Dendrobium, into the truck. Then, the workers began to skillfully move the wine jars. The new jars of wine were unloaded from the truck and placed on the other side of the warehouse. On the other side, the improved Zhuai Ba Xian wine was moved into the empty truck. Soon, the winery's car left the warehouse with the Zhuai Ba Xian wine. Xiao Ruofei drove the small truck back to Taoyuan farm. After returning to the farm, Xiao Ruofei called the veterans over to unload the truck and move the fresh dendrobium into the small warehouse of the iron maple bucket production workshop. After doing all this, Lei Hu called Xiao Ruofei. He had already picked up Master Luo and his team at the train station. Before Xiao Ruofei left, he had arranged for Lei Hu to pick him up at the station. He borrowed a 7-seater commercial car from Lingji restaurant and drove it there. After Master Luo and his team returned to the farm, they had a simple lunch and immediately began to process the Dendrobium candidum fresh dendrobium. When he saw that the quality of the fresh dendrobium was as good as ever, Master Luo was full of enthusiasm. He led the few farm employees who had been learning for more than a month and began to work in full swing. Xiao Ruofei was also in a good mood as he watched from the side and helped from time to time. In the afternoon, Jiang Hua and Manager Li came to the iron maple bucket production workshop together to find Xiao Ruofei. The budget for the fish pond renovation had already been prepared. Looking at the budget prepared by Jiang Hua and Manager Li, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but grit his teeth. It would cost nearly 8 million yuan. However, Xiao Ruofei understood after looking at it a little. The environmental requirements for rearing shad were too high. High-specification sound-absorbing materials had to be used in the civil construction. In addition, the air, water temperature, pH, and so on in the entire rearing workshop had very strict requirements. The circulating water in the fish pond even had to reach the standard of drinking water. Just a set of large-scale water purification equipment would cost about 2 million yuan. Although Xiao Ruofei knew that the shad fry he provided would certainly be very vigorous and not so delicate, this reason was not enough to let outsiders know. There was no way to lower the standard. Jiang Hua looked at Xiao Ruofei nervously. He was afraid that the boss would feel that it was too expensive and simply not do this project. It was not easy to find such a high-paying job that was in charge of a business and had a lot of autonomy. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate and said directly with a smile, "No problem, we'll build according to this standard." Jiang Hua suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ruofei said to Manager Li, "I'll ask the finance department to transfer the first phase of the project to your account soon." Manager Li said happily, "Boss Xia, don't worry, we're all old acquaintances." The Liang family's Jianda Group was considered a medium-sized company in Sanshan City. They all had fixed partners. Some of the construction materials and equipment were settled regularly and didn't need to be paid in cash. The workers' wages were also settled monthly, so it didn't matter if the project funds were transferred a few days later. Xiao Ruofei had a very good relationship with the crown prince of the group, Liang Qichao. The boss, Liang Weimin, was also very warm to Xiao Ruofei. Manager Li was very clear about this, so he never urged the project funds, including some of the previous construction projects. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had handed over almost all of the construction projects to the Jianda Group this year, and Manager Li was in charge of them. Manager Li made a lot of money just from the business commission alone, because the boss valued it. The best construction team was transferred over, so the efficiency was high and the money was naturally more. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's do it according to the rules." Friendship was friendship, but business was business. Manager Li, hurry up and report to Uncle Liang that we need to sign the contract in 2 days, and some equipment needs to be ordered in advance. Okay. Manager Li said quickly. By the way, the renovation of the fish pond is imminent. Xiao Ruofei said, "If we can't transfer the manpower, we can temporarily stop the other projects and prioritize the fish pond." Understood. Boss Xia, don't worry. Manager Li patted his chest and promised, "This project isn't a big project. If we concentrate our manpower and material resources, we can complete it in 20 days. Then I'll leave it to you." Xiao Ruofei nodded. 20 days was almost 2 years in the space. If the first batch of shad stayed in the original space all the time, they would definitely not be fry. Moreover, the fish pond in the original space was too small. More than 500 shad were definitely not enough to keep them. However, Xiao Ruofei already had a plan. When he first got the space, Xiao Ruofei did an experiment. At that time, the stream in the original space directly extended to the space membrane, and the fish that Xiao Ruofei deliberately put into the stream were blocked by the space membrane. In other words, life forms from the outside world could not pass through the membrane in the space. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided that after 2 days, when these fry had grown to a certain size in the original space, they would be moved to the river in the new space. The river in the new space was wide and long. Even if there were 100 times more fish, it would still be able to keep them. Xiao Ruofei only needed to move part of the fish pond's mud into the river to form a complete microbial chain. Then, the shad would have an endless supply of food. In addition, he would leave a part of the shad in the original space to continue breeding fry. There was another advantage to doing this. Xiao Ruofei could have an endless supply of fry. When the farm needed them, he only needed to select the right size fry from the river in the new space. As for the farm's fish pond, it was a very good cover organization so that Xiao Ruofei could publicly sell the precious shad. After manager Li and Jianghua got Xiao Ruofei's consent, they didn't even wait for a minute and immediately started the renovation work of the fish pond. Although the formal contract had not been signed yet, Manager Li had immediately transferred the construction machinery and construction team to the fish pond to start the construction. All kinds of special equipment and building materials were also immediately arranged for people to order. Now, the registration of the pharmaceutical company, recruitment, the production of the iron maple bucket, the renovation of the farm's fish pond, and other work were all going hand in hand. The whole company was busy. After Xiao Ruofei finished the arrangement, he had nothing to do. He took the time to boil 2 portions of heart-nourishing soup and gave it to Shui Jinshan. Because the heart-nourishing soup had a very obvious effect of calming the mind within an hour or so of taking it, it could significantly improve people's attention and comprehension. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei also made a 1:1 dilution. Otherwise, the effect of the soup would be too strong. It also proved that Xiao Ruofei's actions were necessary. Shui Jinshan's dedication was beyond Xiao Ruofei's imagination. He really took a portion of the heart-nourishing soup to experience the medicinal properties. Although it had been diluted, Shui Jinshan was still amazed by the miraculous effect of the heart-nourishing soup. As for the remaining portion, he took it back to school and borrowed the school's laboratory equipment to conduct a preliminary analysis and began to write the patent application materials. Xiao Ruofei also wrote a copy of the preparation process of the heart-nourishing soup. This was naturally the castrated version. Some key steps were deliberately omitted by Xiao Ruofei. In fact, the temperature of the boiling of Chinese medicine was often controlled by experience. There was no standard procedure for the preparation of Western medicine, where the temperature was controlled at 90 degrees. Could it not be 89 degrees or 91 degrees? This was not necessarily true. Western medicine was the synthesis and extraction of compounds. Of course, it had to be done strictly according to standards. However, Chinese medicine was not like that. Therefore, when Shui Jinshan saw Xiao Ruofei's vague preparation process, he did not raise any objections. He directly included it in the patent application report. Shui Jinshan spent a few days writing the report. Then, he flew to Beijing to deal with the patent application. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to find an acquaintance in Beijing through Song Rue. However, Shui Jinshan contacted a senior in advance and used some of his mentor's connections. According to his feedback in Beijing, the patent application was quite smooth. However, there was also a period for patent applications. Especially for invention patents, it took about 2 years to be officially approved. The people Shui Jinshan found were quite helpful. They expedited the processing of some links. They did not wait for the patent to be made public 18 months later and then carried out the actual review. In fact, if the applicant requested, it could have been made public in advance. Of course, the patent application documents did not mention the treatment of autism. They only applied for a new compound preparation patent for the functions of strengthening the spleen and qi, nourishing the heart and mind, warming the kidney and nourishing the brain, and nourishing the liver and kidney. The patent soon entered the actual review stage. After Shui Jinshan finished processing, he flew back to the Three Mountains. The only thing left was to wait. In the process of waiting, he might have to answer the questions raised by the examiners and cooperate with the patent examination work. However, they had managed to seize the initiative within the country. The next step was to further verify the efficacy of the drug and simultaneously start the new drug approval. This was not necessarily related to the patent and could be carried out simultaneously. Feng Jing recruited 4 Chinese medicine undergraduates. They were temporarily working on the farm. Xue Jinshan became the temporary leader of this small team. He led the 4 undergraduates to prepare the new drug application materials. Xiao Ruofei originally did not have much hope in recruiting academic experts. Therefore, he was mentally prepared for the current team composition and was not too disappointed. Moreover, young people had their own characteristics. They were full of vitality and enthusiasm when they worked. Moreover, it was rare and commendable that Xue Jinshan had participated in a new drug project when he was a postgraduate student. He was quite familiar with the application process. With him as the team leader, the work efficiency suddenly increased a lot. Of course, Xue Jinshan was more interested in the efficacy test. When Xiao Ruofei went to see Qingqing, he did not go back on his words and brought Xue Jinshan along. Xue Jinshan learned about Huan's condition in detail from his mother, Xue Biyun, especially the situation before Xiao Ruofei's treatment. He asked about it in detail. Comparing the two, Xue Jinshan was amazed by the efficacy of the heart-nourishing soup. He was extremely excited that he had participated in the approval of such a magical drug. Thinking that the company would produce and sell heart-nourishing soup in the future, Xue Jinshan felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood. This time, Xiao Ruofei brought Xue Jinshan to see Qingqing. The most direct benefit was that Xue Jinshan's enthusiasm for work was even higher. After returning to the farm, he dragged a few undergraduates to work overtime every day. He did not want to wait for a moment. He was focused on getting this good drug approved as soon as possible. Tian Huixin's recruitment of autistic children was also going very smoothly. She directly recruited autistic children in the name of Hengfeng Group's charity foundation for experimental treatment of the new drug. Hengfeng Group was a world-class consortium, and Tian Huixin knew many parents of autistic children. With Huan as an example, there was no way to seek treatment for autistic children. This time, Hengfeng Group provided free food and accommodation, reimbursed transportation expenses, and free treatment, so the people who signed up were naturally very enthusiastic. Tian Huixin very carefully selected 10 children, all of whom were relatively representative. They were of different age groups, different pedigrees, and different degrees of severity. Among the 10 children, some were from Hong Kong, some were from the mainland, and 2 were from Sanshan. Soon, they gathered from all over the country at Hengfeng Hotel in Sanshan. Xiao Ruofei had boiled hundreds of servings of heart-nourishing soup in advance before this, and they were all stored in vacuum-sealed bags in the storage space. So, he went to Hengfeng Hotel to meet the children. After understanding the situation of each child, he distributed 3 days' worth of medicine to each family. After that, things were simple. Xiao Ruofei only needed to send 90 servings of heart-nourishing soup every 3 days, and then come for a follow-up visit every once in a while. Of course, Xue Jinshan went to Hengfeng Hotel much more diligently than Xiao Ruofei. He went there almost every 1 or 2 days to record the situation of each child in detail, including some of their behavioral characteristics, reactions after taking the medicine, and so on. He also planned to ask the children's parents to fill out an autism scale every week to compare the changes of the children after taking the medicine. Feng Jing's application for a pharmaceutical company had also made progress, and the capital verification would be done soon. Fortunately, Master Luo and Qin Xiaojun worked overtime and had already finished making all the iron maple bucket. A total of 148. 5 kilograms of iron maple bucket was obtained. The quality was as good as ever, and it was definitely the best. Xiao Ruofei immediately contacted Boss Lin of Tongrentang in Qiantang City, and told him that a new batch of iron maple bucket had been made. Boss Lin felt like he had received a treasure. The iron maple bucket that Xiao Ruofei sold to Tongrentang last time was of superb quality, and it was quickly sold out. There were still many rich people these days, and everyone was very willing to spend money for their health. Moreover, Qiantang Tongrentang's best quality iron maple bucket had also become famous, and some branches in other areas had also come to Boss Lin to ask for more. Even the main store had come forward to coordinate with Boss Lin, wanting to transfer some goods to the main store in Beijing for sale. Unfortunately, Boss Lin couldn't cook without rice. Xiao Ruofei's call was like a timely rain. Boss Lin immediately said that the money was ready, and asked Xiao Ruofei to arrange for the goods to be delivered as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei prepared to provide Boss Lin with a 140-kilogram iron maple bucket this time, and he wanted to keep the remaining 5-kilogram iron maple bucket for himself. This kind of quality iron maple bucket was quite good for gifting to elders or friends. He arranged for Lei Hu and 2 skilled veterans to drive a pickup truck to Qiantang City overnight with the sealed 140-kilogram iron maple bucket. According to the agreement, starting from this batch of goods, Tongren Tang's iron maple bucket would have to be packaged with a new logo printed with the Taoyuan Company's logo. However, the Taoyuan Company had already shipped all kinds of packaging boxes to Qiantang City through logistics, so Lei Hu and the others only needed to send a large bag of iron maple bucket over. Boss Lin also paid very quickly. After checking the goods that night, after the bank opened the next morning, he sent a financial officer to the bank to make a public transfer, and directly sent a copy of the receipt to Lei Hu to bring back to Sanshan. According to the previous agreement, every kilogram of iron maple bucket was 170,000 Huaxia yuan, so this batch of goods brought in 23.8 million yuan of income to the Taoyuan Company. When Peng Hao reported to Xiao Ruofei that the payment for Tongren Tang had been received, Xiao Ruofei immediately asked Peng Hao to transfer 10 million yuan to the account of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company. At the same time, he also asked Peng Hao to transfer 2 million yuan to Jianda Group's account for the first batch of construction advance for the fish pond renovation project. After solving the problem of funds, there were people in charge of all aspects of the work, so the progress was very fast. Xiao Ruofei also had more time and energy to process the components needed for the formation disc. After working for more than 10 days, Xiao Ruofei finally polished the last component. He took out the small booklet with a hint of excitement and was ready to assemble the formation disc according to the blueprint. Xiao Ruofei couldn't wait to see what kind of thing this soul puppet that he had spent so much effort on was. It took a lot of effort to create the components of the array disc, but it was not difficult to assemble them. Many of the components were similar to the mortise and tenon structures in ancient buildings, but these mortises and tenons were all miniature. Xiao Ruofei quickly put these components together according to the order and position marked in the booklet. These components, which were strictly made according to the specifications specified in the booklet, were all put together to form a seamless octagonal metal plate. There were also lines on the metal plate. The lines on each component were all connected together after being put together. In the middle of the metal plate, there was a circular groove. Xiao Ruofei took out the best quality sheepfat white jade engraved with the core runes. With a click, the sheepfat white jade was inlaid on the plate. Xiao Ruofei had a faint expectation in his heart. He picked up the assembled array disc, and with a thought, appeared in front of the wordless stone tablet in the new space. Could this be the primeval stone tablet mentioned in the booklet? Xiao Ruofei also had a trace of apprehension in his heart. He carefully held the array disc with both hands and slowly approached the stone tablet. At this time, a suction force suddenly came from the stone tablet, and the entire array disc was sucked over. At the same time, an octagonal groove as big as the array disc appeared on the surface of the stone tablet, and the array disc was directly inserted into the groove by the suction force. Xiao Ruofei did not have time to react, and the array disc began to have light spots. These light spots moved at high speed along the lines of the array disc, forming streams of light. There were more and more light spots, and they slowly gathered together, and the streams of light became more and more dazzling. These streams of light shuttled back and forth in the lines of the array disc, and the dazzling brilliance enveloped the entire array disc in white light. These streams of light finally converged on the sheepfat white jade in the center. The light in the center of the sheepfat white jade became more and more brilliant, and Xiao Ruofei almost could not open his eyes. However, he did not dare to close his eyes, and kept squinting at the array disc nervously. This process lasted for about half a minute, and the white light on the sheepfat white jade reached its peak. Then, something seemed to have exploded. The whole process was very quiet, but Xiao Ruofei seemed to have heard a pop sound. Under an invisible wave, wisps of white fog appeared in front of the stone tablet. The white fog did not disperse, but gathered together. The white fog grew thicker and thicker, finally forming a ball of fog. The inside of the ball was indistinct, making it hard to see clearly. Xiao Ruofei looked a little perplexed. After all this time, only a white fog came out. Could this thing be a soul puppet? Wasn't this too different from what he had imagined? Moreover, how was this thing supposed to be used? Xiao Ruofei had spent the most effort on the spirit puppet ever since he obtained the spirit map scroll. His anticipation was also the strongest, so he was a little worried. The white fog was condensed to the extreme, and hovered steadily above the stone tablet. Then, there was no movement. Xiao Ruofei looked at it suspiciously for a while, and then tried to spread out his spiritual energy, approaching the white fog. He felt that the white fog was very penetrative, and his spiritual energy easily entered the white fog. Then, Xiao Ruofei saw the scene inside the white fog. Of course, it was not very clear, and seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze. The white fog seemed to be an independent space, and in this space, there was a human-shaped object, motionless. Xiao Ruofei suddenly had an epiphany, because this was very similar to the situation when he was investigating the Ring 2 space in the outside world. His spiritual energy quickly extended, and wrapped around the human-shaped object. Then, with a thought, he took something out of the space like he usually did. Sure enough, in the next moment, a person appeared in front of Xiao Ruofei out of thin air. Yes, it was a person. This person was wearing a green robe, and had a thin face with high cheekbones. He had an ancient hairstyle and 2 small mustaches. Xiao Ruofei was shocked, and subconsciously took a step back. He did not even notice that the white fog was quickly dissipating. The Ring 2 space had been in his hands for so long, and there had never been a human other than Xiao Ruofei in the space. Xiao Ruofei sometimes thought, if one day the space leveled up, and there was suddenly an extra person in here, and it was the owner of the space, how would he face it? Ever since he obtained the spirit map scroll, Xiao Ruofei had unknowingly obtained countless benefits. Without a doubt, he relied heavily on the Ring 2 space. Subconsciously, he had already treated the space as his private property, and the existence of the spirit map scroll was a top secret. He did not even reveal it to the people closest to him. Now that this green-robed middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the space, Xiao Ruofei could not help but be greatly shocked. However, he soon found a clue. This person was like a puppet. Although his eyes were open, he did not move and stood upright beside the stone tablet. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand in front of the green-robed man, and said, "Hello, hello, hi." The green-robed man's eyes were lifeless, and he stared straight ahead. No matter how Xiao Ruofei waved his hand, he did not even blink. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself, "Is this a spirit puppet? Isn't this too realistic? It will scare people to death." He gathered his courage to get closer, and carefully sized it up. It was impossible to tell that this was a lifeless dummy. The hair, eyes, beard, and even the pores, no matter how he looked at it, it was a real person. Xiao Ruofei reached out and gently touched the green-robed man. His skin was still elastic, and it was almost the same as a real person's skin. Wasn't the simulation technology too awesome? It was simply beating those so-called simulation robots. Xiao Ruofei thought that this green-robed man was dressed like an ancient person, and guessed that the person who made him should be from a previous dynasty. To be able to make such a realistic puppet at that time simply subverted Xiao Ruofei's understanding. Fortunately, this spirit puppet was in the image of a middle-aged man. If it was made into a beautiful woman, Xiao Ruofei really could not guarantee that he would not have a trace of evil thoughts. He shook his head violently, and expelled all the nonsense in his mind. Then, he circled the green-robed man a few times, and muttered in his heart, "This spirit puppet is realistic, but it can't be just an ornament, right?" According to the introduction of the booklet, spirit puppets could help the owner do a lot of work, but this spirit puppet in front of him was motionless, just like a dummy challenge. That was not accurate. It was originally a dummy. At this time, Xiao Ruofei heard a click, and he could not help but tremble. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the disc array on the stone tablet move, and hurriedly stepped forward. The disc array just happened to fall off the stone tablet, and Xiao Ruofei caught it. Then, the groove on the stone tablet disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the stone tablet returned to its original simple appearance. There was no trace of a groove on it at all. Xiao Ruofei thought in his heart, "Isn't this too unconventional? Just now, if he had not reacted quickly, the disc array would have directly fallen to the ground. The metal parts did not matter, but the core piece of sheepfat white jade was probably in trouble. This was the best sheepfat white jade. It was very expensive. Wait. Sheepfat white jade, Xiao Ruofei's mind flashed. He clearly remembered that the booklet said that the runes on the sheepfat white jade were the core to control the spirit puppet. Could it be that it was the key to making the spirit puppet move? With this thought in mind, Xiao Ruofei hurriedly picked up the disc array, and gently used his hand to remove the sheepfat white jade from the center of the disc array. Then, he was a little worried. He could guess the direction, but how was he going to install it on the spirit puppet? The robots on TV opened the hatch directly, and then the energy box could be placed inside. Did he have to take off the clothes of the man in green and check where to install the sheepfat white jade? As Xiao Ruofei thought of this, he could not help but imagine the scene in his mind, and he felt a chill in his heart. Xiao Ruofei tentatively took the palm-sized sheepfat white jade and gently touched the man in green, and said, "Take it." The man in green still did not move. "Hey, look carefully, it's the core runes." Xiao Ruofei picked up the sheepfat white jade and waved it in front of the man in green, and said, "It's the best sheepfat white jade, so expensive." The man in green was indifferent. "It can't be, right? Do I really have to take off his clothes?" Xiao Ruofei said to himself with a bitter face, "At least make him look like a beautiful woman." "That's too crazy." As he spoke, Xiao Ruofei looked at the sheepfat white jade in his hand with some reluctance, and with the intention of giving it a try, he released his spiritual energy from his body and circulated it along the sheepfat white jade's complex and mysterious patterns. Suddenly, a faint white light appeared on the sheepfat white jade, and the entire core runes were quickly lit up. The eyes of the man in green who was close by seemed to light up, and then a suction force came, and the sheepfat white jade in Xiao Ruofei's hand flew up, passed through the gaps of the man in green's clothes, and then disappeared into his body. Xiao Ruofei stared at the man in green nervously. The man in green's eyes slowly lit up, and his whole body seemed to come alive. He gently moved his arms and legs, then turned to Xiao Ruofei, and said with a respectful expression, "Master." Yes, this guy's expression was also quite realistic. Xiao Ruofei was also shocked, and kept muttering in his heart, "Is this a real puppet, or is he originally a person? Why do I feel so scared?" Xiao Ruofei cleared his throat, and pretended to be calm as he asked, "Well, you. What's your name? Please give me a name, master." The man in green bowed slightly and replied. "Give him a name? What should he call him? Old Zhao, Old Li, Old Wang?" Xiao Ruofei thought about how this guy lived in the Ring 2 space, which was equivalent to being his neighbor. He suddenly felt uncomfortable. "I definitely can't give him such a vulgar name." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while, looked at the man in green's robe, and said, "You'll follow my surname Xia. As for the name, how about Xiaoqing?" "Thank you, master, for giving me a name." The man in green, Xiaoqing, bowed and said. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Okay, then I'll call you Xiaoqing from now on." Then Xiao Ruofei asked hesitantly, "Xiaoqing, are you really just a puppet, and not a real person?" Asking this directly was a bit of a blow, but Xiao Ruofei really didn't have any confidence in his heart, and it seemed that this Xiaoqing was very respectful to his master. Xiao Ruofei thought that he shouldn't be angry. Xiaoqing indeed didn't have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, and still replied with a respectful tone, "I'm master's personal spiritual puppet, not a human." "Then who made you? What material is your body made of?" Xiao Ruofei asked. He was really curious about this problem. This spiritual puppet was so realistic that it seemed to have a high level of intelligence. It was even more realistic than the best AI robots in the world. It could be said that if Xiaoqing was given a set of modern clothes and allowed to go to the outside world, no one would be able to tell that he was just a puppet. Facing Xiao Ruofei's expectant gaze, Xiaoqing lowered his head slightly and said, "I'm sorry, master, I don't know." It seemed that this question was beyond Xiaoqing's scope. After all, he was just a puppet. What he knew and what he didn't know was determined by the person who made him. Xiao Ruofei was slightly disappointed, and then asked, "Okay. Then, what can you do for me?" Xiaoqing immediately said, "Master, I've implanted the 9 scrolls of Shinong, Essentials of Agriculture, Immortal Herb Sutra, and other manuals in my mind. I can help Master manage the spirit map world and take care of the spirit herbs and immortal herbs in the spirit map world. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word spirit map world. He knew that this was probably the correct name for the Ring 2 space. Therefore, he hurriedly asked, "Do you know that the place we are in is called the spirit map world? Then how much do you know about the spirit map world?" Xiaoqing replied, "Master, I only know that the spirit map world is divided into the Archean realm and the Mountain Sea realm. The Archean realm has a time array formation, so rare spirit herbs that require a relatively long age can be planted. The Mountain Sea realm is vast and boundless. It's a small world." With that said, Xiaoqing paused for a moment. He looked into the distance and sensed for a moment. Then, he said, "Master, the current Mountain Sea realm is only the tip of the iceberg. Master, you still have to work hard to grow the spirit map world as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up. Clearly, the so-called Archean realm was the original space, and the Mountain Sea realm was the new space they were in. He hurriedly asked, "Xiaoqing, do you know how to make the spirit map world grow as soon as possible?" "Master, you can plant more rare spirit herbs and immortal herbs. The spirit energy emitted by these spirit herbs and immortal herbs can nourish the spirit map world," Xiaoqing said. "For example, the spirit heart tree in the Archean realm is a very good spirit herb. In addition, there are some spirit herbs that are extremely beneficial to the growth of the spirit map world. For example, the purple heart mystic pearl grass, the mystic jade ginseng, the 9 heavens resurrection grass." Xiao Ruofei could not help but have a headache when he heard that. They were all names he had never heard of before. Furthermore, they were all very high and mighty. Where was he supposed to find them? He interrupted Xiaoqing and asked, Stop. Let's not talk about this for now. Xiaoqing, other than growing a variety of spirit herbs, is there any other way to promote the growth of the spirit map world?" Xiaoqing said, "There's another way." Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Tell me. Xiaoqing said, "Master, the world stone can promote the growth of the spirit map world. As long as there are enough world stones, the spirit map world can rapidly expand." "World stone?" Xiao Ruofei revealed a confused expression and said, "I once gave the spirit map space. The spirit map world absorbed jadeite." "Xiaoqing, are the world stones you mentioned jadeite?" Xiaoqing shook his head and said, "Master, according to what I know, jadeite contains a small amount of world stones. If the spirit map world absorbs a large amount, it can also expand. However, the amount required is extremely large." "Then what are the world stones?" Xiao Ruofei asked subconsciously. Then, a thought flashed through his mind and he quickly asked, "Xiaoqing, the world stones you mentioned, are they a type of black stone?" Xiaoqing nodded and said, "Most of the world stones are black. However, there are occasional exceptions. I can sense the aura of fresh world stones in the spirit map world." "Master, you must have recently absorbed a world stone for the spirit map world." Xiao Ruofei immediately felt excited. It was indeed so, the black origin stone was the world stone that Xiaoqing mentioned. No wonder the effect was so good after absorbing it. It was much better than jadeite. It turned out that this was the correct way to promote the upgrade of the Ring 2 space. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei noticed an important point in Xiaoqing's words. He could sense it. He couldn't wait and asked, "Xiaoqing, you said that you could sense the aura of the world stones? Does that mean you can help me find the world stones?" Xiaoqing revealed an apologetic expression and said, "I'm sorry, Master. I rely on the spirit map world to exist. I can't leave the spirit map world." Xiao Ruofei's surprised expression froze. After all this time, he was happy for nothing. He sighed and asked, unwilling to give up, "How could this be? Xiaoqing, are you really unable to leave the spirit map world? I should be able to send you to the outside world easily." Xiaoqing said, "Master, I completely rely on the core formation of the spirit map world to survive. Even if my body can leave the spirit map world, my consciousness can't be brought out. Therefore, I can only be a puppet without consciousness in the outside world." After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he realized that this shortcut would not work. He could not help but feel depressed. At this moment, Xiaoqing reminded him, "Master, the spirit map realm can actually sense the realm stone." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "I know. That's how I found the world stone last time. However, the sensing range of the spirit map world is too small. The outside world is so big, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Forget it, I'll think of something slowly. Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, Master, I actually have a way. I don't know if it can help you. Oh? Tell me about it. Xiao Ruofei said. I know of a formation that is specially used to find and sense the world stone. Xiaoqing said, actually, I have this kind of formation on me. Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up. You mean, I should be able to think of a way to set up this formation? Xiaoqing said, Master, if you bring the formation to the outside world, it should be able to help you find the world stone. How big is the sensing range? Xiao Ruofei asked anxiously. It's definitely bigger than the spirit map world. Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, however, I've never tried it before, so it's hard to say. However, it should be no problem at least within a radius of 5 kilometers. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. Even if it was 5 kilometers in diameter, it was still much larger than the sensing range of the spirit map scroll. It had to be known that the spirit map scroll would only tremble when it was very close, and this was for the world stone. For normal jadeite, Xiao Ruofei would only be able to sense it when he touched it. If there was a world stone within a radius of 5 kilometers, he would be able to sense it. That would be extremely helpful in finding the world stone. Xiaoqing, set up the formation now. Xiao Ruofei said anxiously, right, do you need any materials? Jade. The higher the quality, the better. Xiaoqing said. Xiao Ruofei was immediately worried and said, I can't bring the jade into the space. It will be directly absorbed by the spirit map world. Xiaoqing smiled and said, Master, I'm here. You just have to bring the jade in, it won't be directly absorbed. You have such an ability. Xiao Ruofei smiled in surprise and then asked, will the sheep-fat white jade work? Speaking of high-quality jade, there was still some left over from the sheep-fat white jade that Luyu gave to Xiao Ruofei last time. If it could be used, it would be perfect. This was because Xiao Ruofei usually didn't care too much about the quality of the jade materials he bought. Instead, he pursued quantity. In addition, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't keep the jade materials. Every time he bought them, he would give them all to the Ring 2 space to absorb. Xiaoqing nodded and said, the sheep-fat white jade is fine. Alright, then wait. Xiao Ruofei said, in a moment, I'll directly take the sheep-fat white jade from the outside world. No problem. Xiaoqing grinned and said. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei disappeared into the space. After returning to the room in the outside world, Xiao Ruofei immediately took out the sheep-fat white jade that was locked in the cabinet. To be safe, he didn't directly put all the sheep-fat white jade into the space. Instead, he chose a larger piece of scrap and put it into the space with a wave of his hand. Then, he controlled the sheep-fat white jade to appear in front of the origin stone tablet. Xiao Ruofei put the rest of the sheep-fat white jade back into the cabinet and then flashed back into the space. As soon as he entered the space, Xiao Ruofei saw the sheep-fat white jade in Xiaoqing's hand. Sure enough, this jade material wasn't absorbed by the space. Xiao Ruofei was secretly surprised. He asked, Xiaoqing, I still have some of this sheep-fat white jade. How many do you need? Master, the array to sense the boundary stone isn't complicated. This large piece is enough. Xiaoqing said. Okay, then you can set it up now. Xiao Ruofei said. Yes, Master. Xiaoqing replied respectfully. Xiao Ruofei stood at the side and watched. He saw Xiaoqing turn his hand and a small carving knife appeared in his hand. He didn't know if it was hidden on his body or if he had some other spatial magic treasure. Xiaoqing skillfully took the carving knife and began to carve the sheep-fat white jade. At the same time, he quickly carved out mysterious veined patterns on the surface. Jade fragments swirled in the air. Xiaoqing stared at the sheep-fat white jade in his hand with great concentration. His carving was fast and accurate. After a while, the sheep-fat white jade had completely changed its appearance. Master, I'm done. Xiaoqing said. Xiao Ruofei took the sheep-fat white jade that Xiaoqing handed over and glanced at it. This piece of jade had already been carved into a lifelike leaf. The veins on the leaf could be vaguely seen. Furthermore, there were faint veined patterns on the jade leaf. Some of these veined patterns were even inside the jade leaf, but the surface was not damaged. He didn't know how Xiaoqing did it. All of the veined patterns formed an incomparably mysterious pattern. Xiaoqing said respectfully, Master, I have already carved a small boundary stone sensing array on this jade leaf. Master, as long as you wear it, once there is a boundary stone within the sensing range, the leaf will heat up and alert you. Xiaoqing thought for a moment and continued, Master, this spirit map world has absorbed a boundary stone not long ago, so this jade leaf should have a reaction now. Xiao Ruofei carefully sensed it. Indeed, he could feel a trace of warmth coming from the jade leaf. It was truly godly. Xiao Ruofei asked expectantly, Xiaoqing, approximately how large a range can this jade leaf sense? Xiaoqing replied cautiously, Master, I just checked the array. Under normal circumstances, it should be able to sense boundary stones within a range of 20 miles. Any further and the reaction will be very weak. You might not be able to sense it. 20 miles was already enough to make Xiao Ruofei very satisfied. Just now, Xiaoqing said that it would definitely be able to sense boundary stones within a range of 10 miles. Although that was the lowest cost, the final effect would be doubled. This was already very good. That's great. Xiaoqing, thank you. Xiao Ruofei said happily. It's my honor to be able to serve Master. This subordinate is not worthy of your thanks. Xiaoqing said very respectfully as he bowed. Xiao Ruofei excitedly patted Xiaoqing's shoulder and said, You deserve it. You've helped me a lot this time. Oh right, Xiaoqing, is there anything I need to pay attention to when using this jade leaf? Xiao Ruofei asked. The array will automatically absorb heaven and earth spirit qi to maintain its operation at all times. Xiaoqing said, Master just needs to ensure that you wear it close to your body every day. Once the jade leaf senses the existence of boundary stones, you will be able to discover it in time. Xiaoqing paused and continued, Master, the closer you are to the boundary stones, the hotter this jade leaf will be. So once the jade leaf can sense it, Master should be able to easily find the boundary stones. Understood. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. This was really a good item with powerful functions and easy to use. Xiao Ruofei's excitement was written all over his face. Seeing this, Xiaoqing couldn't help but remind, Master, according to what I know, boundary stones are very rare. Although this jade leaf array has expanded its sensing range, the difficulty of finding boundary stones is still very high. You have to be mentally prepared that things won't go smoothly. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I know, don't worry. Boundary stones weren't cabbages, and one might not even be able to find a few in an entire country. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wasn't optimistic enough to think that he would be able to find boundary stones the moment he wore this jade leaf. This was simply unrealistic. But no matter what, this jade leaf that Xiaoqing made was still of great help to Xiao Ruofei. At the very least, when he was within 10 kilometers of the boundary stones, he wouldn't miss them. Now that he had the jade leaf, although it was still considered lucky when searching for boundary stones, it was of a much higher level than before. Naturally, the probability was much higher as well. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was already quite satisfied. Master, I just took a look. There are almost no spirit plants in this mountain sea realm. Xiaoqing said, You should have a variety of spirit plants. This can also help the spirit map world grow. Xiao Ruofei said somewhat embarrassedly, Xiaoqing, actually, the spirit plants you mentioned are almost extinct in the outside world. Even if I wanted to plant them, I wouldn't be able to. Furthermore, I planted some of the more precious crops in the void, in the Archean realm. Xiao Ruofei was still not used to Xiaoqing's way of calling the mountain sea realm Archean realm. He found it a little awkward. So that's how it is. Xiaoqing nodded and said, Master, I'll find some time to draw some diagrams of spirit plants for you. If you happen to encounter them in the outside world, you won't miss them. Alright. I'll get some paper and brush for you later. Xiao Ruofei said, By the way, follow me to the Archean realm to take a look. The more precious crops are all over there. Without Master's permission, I can't enter the Archean realm. Xiaoqing said. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I'll take you there directly. With that said, Xiao Ruofei brought Xiaoqing to the void with a thought. Golden silk cedar, wild ginseng, dendrobium ironhide, and so on did not seem to catch Xiaqing's attention. He only glanced at them indifferently before casting his gaze on the spirit heart tree. Spirit heart tree. Xiaqing's eyes lit up slightly as he said, Master, I know that there's a spirit heart tree in the Archean realm, but I never expected it to be such a big one. Xiao Ruofei could not help but roll his eyes. He looked at the spirit heart tree that was about the height of a person. It was so thin that it seemed to be unable to withstand a gust of wind. He thought to himself, is this spirit heart tree big? Xiaqing quickly walked to the front of the Lingxin tree. Her eyes were filled with fondness as she looked up and down. When he saw the spirit heart flower's stamen, his expression could not help but change slightly. Xiao Ruofei had just plucked the newly grown spirit heart flower petals in the morning. Therefore, there was only a single stamen left. Xiao Ruofei looked at Xiaqing's expression and could not help but ask, Xiaqing, is there a problem? I discovered that the spirit heart flower's petals are very effective in curing illnesses and strengthening the body. Furthermore, they will grow again after being plucked. Therefore, every time there are new petals, I will pluck them. Xiaqing said respectfully, Master, the spirit heart tree is indeed the best supplement for growing immortal herbs and plants. Furthermore, it has miraculous effects for curing illnesses and injuries. You were right to pluck the spirit heart flower's petals in time. Then why did you? Xiaqing sighed and said, Master, if I'm not wrong, you didn't take care of the spirit heart tree, right? Xiao Ruofei awkwardly scratched his head and said, the spirit qi in this space is very dense. I directly planted the golden silk cedar and wild ginseng and didn't take care of them. They all grew very well. Xiaqing said, how can these ordinary plants compare to the spirit heart tree? There was nothing wrong with this statement. Just the spirit heart flower's petals were incomparably precious. It could even be said that it was Xiao Ruofei's foundation. However, Xiao Ruofei could not help but ask, Xiaqing, how did you know that the spirit heart tree was not taken care of? I think it's growing quite well. Xiaqing seriously pointed at the stamen and said to Xiao Ruofei, Master, I counted just now. This spirit heart flower should only have 5 petals, right? Yes. In the beginning, it only had 3 petals. Xiao Ruofei said, later on, it has always been 5 petals. Is there a problem? Xiaqing said, Master, the final form of the spirit heart flower should be 9 petals. If it is not taken care of and is allowed to grow, 5 petals is already the limit. Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel a rush of excitement when he heard this. He eagerly asked, Xiaqing, you mean, if you take care of the spirit heart tree, this flower can grow 9 petals? This was simply too important. The petals of the spirit heart flower were one of Xiao Ruofei's most important resources. There were many aspects of his business that required the use of these petals. The difference between 9 petals and 5 petals was like heaven and earth. The number of petals would almost double, Xiaqing said cautiously, Master, 9 petals is the final form of the spirit heart flower. I can't guarantee it, but if I take care of it for a long time, it can at least reach 7 or 8 petals. Yes. Master, I will definitely do my best. Xiaqing said excitedly. He was a puppet created to assist in the planting of spirit herbs. There was no need to doubt his loyalty. Xiao Ruofei was willing to give him such an important task. Such trust made him extremely excited. Xiaqing, do you need me to prepare anything for you to take care of the spirit heart tree? Xiao Ruofei asked as he patted Xiaqing on the shoulder. Although Xiao Ruofei knew that Xiaqing was actually a spiritual puppet, it was just too realistic. Sometimes, he would unconsciously treat Xiaqing as a living person. Master, there's no need to prepare anything special. However, it would be even better if you could prepare some jade for me. Xiaqing said, the spirit qi in the Archean realm is very rich. I can set up a simple spirit gathering array and let the spirit qi gather around the spirit heart tree. No problem. Xiao Ruofei said, I'll prepare it for you after I leave. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment before saying, by the way, Xiaqing, you can stay in the Archean realm from now on. When you have time, help me take care of the golden silk cedar, dendrobium ironhide, and the rest. Oh right, take good care of the tea trees, especially the 12 here. Also, the shad in the fish pond are rather timid. Be careful not to disturb them when you are working. Most of the shad fry had already been moved to the river in the new space by Xiao Ruofei. However, there were still some left to be used as breeding fish. Yes, master, Xiaqing said. Xiao Ruofei thought of another question and could not help but ask, Xiaqing, what do you usually rely on to replenish your energy? Do you need to eat? Xiaqing smiled and said, Master, I only need a small amount of heaven and earth spirit qi. I can continue working in the Archean realm. Furthermore, I can sleep when I'm not working. I won't consume too much spirit qi. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he was completely relieved. He felt that the spiritual puppet had exceeded his expectations. It had a consciousness close to that of a human, and it had the skills to take care of spiritual plants. Furthermore, it didn't need to eat and could work all the time. It was simply too perfect. Xiao Ruofei found a pen and paper for Xiaqing in the original space. Now, he basically stored these common items in the space, so he could take them whenever he needed them. It was very convenient. Xiao Ruofei asked Xiaqing to draw a map of the spiritual plants when he was free. In the future, if he encountered it by chance, he could transplant it into the space and time. After leaving everything to Xiaqing, Xiao Ruofei left the Ring 2 space with peace of mind. After he returned to the outside world, the first thing he did was to go to Hengfeng Jewelry to buy jade materials. The manager of Hengfeng Group's Sanshan office personally accompanied Xiao Ruofei. This was not a large-scale purchase, so there was no need to wait. In the store of Hengfeng Jewelry, the store manager enthusiastically took out the jade materials in the inventory for Xiao Ruofei to choose. These were all unprocessed jade. The quality varied from glass type to bean type, and there were many of each grade. Xiao Ruofei didn't know what quality of jade Xiaqing needed to set up a small spirit gathering array, but he had his own way. Xiaqing could actually perceive the situation outside in the Ring 2 space, provided that the owner of the space, Xiao Ruofei, allowed it. As long as Xiao Ruofei wanted, he could seal the space at any time, so that Xiaqing's perception couldn't penetrate the space. This also prevented Xiaqing from watching him and Ling Qingxue doing something indescribable. Although Xiaqing was not a real human being in the strict sense, Xiao Ruofei would feel very uncomfortable if there were eyes watching him all the time. In fact, this was just a simple application of the invisible power of space. Xiaqing explained it to Xiao Ruofei a little, and he understood it. It was not difficult at all. Therefore, it seemed that Xiao Ruofei was choosing jade materials. In fact, every time he picked up a jade material, he was communicating with Xiaqing in the space with his mind. Soon, Xiao Ruofei figured out that the jade materials used by Xiaqing to set up the array didn't need the best jade. The waxy jade completely met the requirements. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei only chose waxy jade materials and chose about 200,000 yuan worth of jade. After leaving Hengfeng Jewelry, Xiao Ruofei got in the car and sent the jade materials into the space. He checked with his mind and found that the jade wasn't directly absorbed by the space. Instead, it was in Xiaqing's hands. Xiaqing set up the array very quickly. When Xiao Ruofei drove home, he had already placed the jade in a specific position around the spiritual heart tree. Of course, there was also a difference in the flow of time. Although it was only half an hour in the outside world, more than 10 hours had passed in the space. In the original space, Xiaqing began to be busy improving the planting environment of the spiritual heart tree. When Xiao Ruofei had time, he would also enter the space to see Xiaqing's results. He found that after setting up the spirit gathering array, the spiritual energy within 1 meter of the spiritual heart tree was significantly richer. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the spiritual heart tree seemed to be more energetic than before. Of course, Xiaqing's methods of taking care of the spiritual heart tree were not limited to this. There were many methods that Xiao Ruofei didn't understand. For example, Xiaqing piled some soil under the spiritual heart tree with the soil in the space. He also trimmed the branches and leaves of the spiritual heart tree in a small area and so on. Although these methods didn't work for the time being, Xiaqing told Xiao Ruofei that the improvement of the spiritual heart tree was a long-term process. It would take at least several years to reach the level of 8 to 9 petals. Xiao Ruofei was very patient and didn't care about this. No matter what the result was, as long as there was an improvement, even if it was just 1 more petal, it was worth it. On the 19th day, Manager Li led the construction team to work overtime and finally finished the reconstruction of the shad fish breeding workshop ahead of schedule. When Xiao Ruofei learned about this, he was quite surprised. However, when he thought about how the fish pond had been working 24/7 for the past half a month and how the workers worked in 3 shifts non-stop, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was reasonable for them to finish the project ahead of schedule. After receiving the news, Xiao Ruofei immediately called Feng Jing and went to the shad fish breeding workshop together. Jiang Hua and Manager Li were already waiting there. Boss Xia, Manager Feng. The two of them came forward and greeted them respectfully. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You guys have worked hard these past few days. Manager Li, I heard from Jiang Hua that you haven't been home for more than half a month. It's really troublesome for you." Boss Xia, our director Liang gave a strict order. If the construction period is delayed by 1 day, I, as the manager, will be kicked out. Manager Li laughed and said, "So, I didn't dare to slack off for even a second." Haha. It's not necessary, it's not necessary. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said. Boss Xia, Manager Feng, please take a look at the workshop. Jiang Hua came forward and said. Okay. Let's go take a look. Under the guidance of Jiang Hua and Manager Li, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing walked into the shad fish breeding workshop together. The entire aquaculture area covered an area of about 1.5 acres. All of them were enclosed in a greenhouse structure. There were 40 to 50 fish ponds of various sizes scattered according to their functions. As soon as Xiao Ruofei entered, he felt that the environment was much quieter than outside, and the air seemed to be fresher. Jiang Hua introduced from the side, Boss Xia, Manager Feng, our aquaculture area uses the best sound-absorbing materials, and the greenhouse is equipped with an air purification system imported from Germany. This is produced by the same manufacturer as the water purification system, and the quality is excellent. There was a hint of pride in Jiang Hua's words. These 2 sets of equipment were definitely the best in the aquaculture area in China. This was also under the coordination of the Jianda Group, and the German manufacturer temporarily transferred the goods over from Huaxia. If they were directly imported from Germany, 19 days would not be enough. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, "It is indeed not bad. You get what you pay for." When they came to the side of the blue fish ponds, Jiang Hua continued to introduce, Boss Xia, Manager Feng, these fish ponds have also been specially designed to be able to breed shad fish of different growth stages separately. Also, the purified water in here is not still. We have installed an intelligent system that simulates the Yangtze River's water flow. This way, the shad fish can quickly adapt to the environment inside. Manager Feng, it seems like there are quite a lot of tricks in here. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and said to Feng Jing. Yes. Chairman, professional things should really be left to the professionals. You were right to recruit Jiang Hua into the company. Feng Jing also said with a smile. Jiang Hua laughed a little embarrassedly at the side. As they continued to walk forward, they came to a small room with a glass wall. The lights inside were bright, and there were a few screens placed neatly on the table. Some were surveillance images inside and outside the aquaculture area, and some were some real-time rolling data. It looks very high-tech. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, Jiang Hua, what is this for? Boss Xia, this is the brain of our entire aquaculture workshop. Jiang Hua said with a smile, this surveillance system was used by the factory I used to work at. This time, I directly bought a set from the company that partnered with us. Jiang Hua pointed at the screen and continued, this set of surveillance equipment can clearly reflect the situation of the entire aquaculture area, including various indicators such as oxygen content, pH, water temperature, and so on. At the same time, my phone can receive the corresponding information so that I can observe the changes in the pond in time and make adjustments in time to ensure the fish's growth environment. As Jiang Hua spoke, he took out his phone, opened the surveillance system's accompanying app, and demonstrated it to Xiao Ruofei. Whether I am in the aquaculture workshop or not, as long as there is an abnormality in the fish pond, my phone will receive an alert in time, Jiang Hua said. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Ruofei said sincerely, Jiang Hua, you have indeed put in a lot of effort to make the entire workshop so perfect in such a short time. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he turned to Feng Jing and said, Manager Feng, Jianghua's work is so outstanding, shouldn't we give Jianghua a bonus? Feng Jing smiled and said, you are the boss, you have the final say. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, okay, later you inform Peng how to give Jianghua double his salary this month as encouragement. Jianghua showed a surprised expression, but he still said humbly, Boss Xia, this is all part of my job, there is no need to give a bonus. Meritorious service will be rewarded, and mistakes will be punished. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, our Taoyuan company has always been like this, we will never let the employees who have put in so much effort and work for the company suffer losses. This matter is settled. Then, thank you, Boss Xia. Jianghua said. Haha. No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. Xiao Ruofei patted Jianghua on the shoulder and said, you have technology and management experience, you can work in our company with peace of mind. As long as you work hard, your salary will get better. And better in the future. Yes, Boss Xia. Jianghua said, Boss Xia, actually, it doesn't matter if the bonus is given or not, I am more concerned about, when will our fry arrive? Jianghua was now very ambitious, he wanted to show off his skills as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, is the aquaculture workshop ready? Jianghua puffed out his chest and said, Boss Xia, everything is ready. Currently, all the systems have been adjusted to the best state, and the fish pond's parameters are fully qualified. Also, a few days ago, the company specially recruited 10 workers for the aquaculture workshop. I have already done the preliminary training for them, they are ready to work at any time. Xiao Ruofei said happily, that's good. You guys get ready to receive the fry. Jianghua asked in surprise, Boss Xia, can the fry be delivered immediately? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I have already contacted the fry, they are just waiting for you guys. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly bring me to deliver the fry. Jianghua said impatiently. You don't have to worry about this. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, you just have to bring the workers to finish up the work. I guarantee that you will see the fry before noon. Yes. Jianghua said excitedly. Today was considered the acceptance of the project. Xiao Ruofei also instructed Feng Jing to arrange for the finance department to make the final accounts as soon as possible, and then settle the balance. In this regard, Xiao Ruofei had always been very straightforward, as long as there were no problems with the quality of the project, he paid very promptly. After expressing his gratitude to Manager Li again, Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck and left the farm. In the back of the pickup truck, there were several large plastic boxes, which were specially prepared by Jianghua for Xiao Ruofei to transport the fry. These boxes were very thick, and at the same time, they were also very good at sound insulation, which could effectively reduce the loss of the fish during the transport process. Xiao Ruofei came to the warehouse he rented in the city, moved the boxes into the warehouse, carefully locked the doors and windows, and then took out the spirit map scroll. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and he entered the space. He did not go to the original space to disturb Xia Qing, but went directly to the river in the new space. Xiao Ruofei first filled the large boxes by the river with water. The water in the river and the space's spirit pool came from the same source, even the multiple layers of purified water in the aquaculture workshop could not compare to it. Then, Xiao Ruofei's mind moved slightly, and his mental power quickly radiated out, enveloping the entire river. The situation of every fry in the river suddenly entered Xiao Ruofei's mind. With a slight movement of his mind, the invisible force of space gently wrapped around the larvae, and they slowly rose above the river surface. This invisible power was very gentle, and the fish that were wrapped in it did not notice at all, and were still swimming in that small area. Above the river, hundreds of water balls were floating, and in each of the water balls was a larva fry. It was a very beautiful scene. Then, these water balls slowly floated towards Xiao Ruofei, and then gathered in one of the large plastic boxes, and slowly sank into the water. There was no vibration during the whole process, and the fish did not realize that the environment had changed. Xiao Ruofei did the same, and quickly picked out 1,000 fry. In the past 20 days or so, the two fish had carried out another round of spawning, and Xiao Ruofei let the newly born fry grow to a certain size in the original space before moving them to the river in the new space. After a while, Xiao Ruofei drove out of the warehouse, and in the large plastic boxes in the back of the car, there were already 1,000 priceless fry. When the pickup truck returned to the farm, Jianghua was waiting with the staff of the herring breeding workshop. Feng Jing, Peng Hao, Lei Hu, and others also put down their work and came to the door of the breeding workshop. As soon as Xiao Ruofei's car stopped, everyone gathered around. Facing Jianghua's expectant eyes, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The first batch of 1,000 hatchlings has all been transported here." Jianghua was overjoyed and quickly called out, "Everyone, come and move quickly. Be careful, your movements must be gentle and there must be no vibration. Otherwise, the hatchlings inside will be frightened and may die." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, don't move, I'll do it." "Ah?" Jianghua and others showed a surprised look. Xiao Ruofei smiled and went to the back to open the lid of the pickup truck's trunk. Then, with one box in each hand, he easily carried it down. Jianghua couldn't help but widen his eyes. He knew very well that this special transfer box had a thick interlayer and an oxygenation device. When it was filled with water and the hatchlings, it weighed nearly 200 pounds. Looking at Xiao Ruofei's appearance, it was as if he was holding 2 pieces of straw. It was light and weightless. The most important thing was that Xiao Ruofei's hands were very stable throughout the whole process, and his movements were very gentle. The 2 transfer boxes really didn't shake at all. "Boss's strength is too great, isn't it?" Jianghua, Feng Jing, and others opened their mouths slightly and were quite amazed. Only Lei Hu looked at it with a smile, thinking that this group of people really didn't know anything. Squad leader Xia is Lone Wolf's backbone commando. How can he carry a few hundred pounds of things? In fact, Lei Hu didn't know that although the previous Xiao Ruofei could also carry such heavy things, it was impossible for him to lift them as easily as he did now, and there was no shaking or vibration throughout the whole process. This is all thanks to the body tempering soup. Soon, under everyone's admiring eyes, Xiao Ruofei carried all the large plastic boxes into the breeding workshop. Xiao Ruofei pointed to these transfer boxes and said to Jianghua, "The hatchlings here are in 2 batches, and there are some differences in size. The 3 boxes here are in 1 batch. Why don't you take a look at it first?" Jianghua hurriedly and carefully went up and looked through the observation hole for a while. Then, he said in surprise, "Boss Xia, these fish seedlings are so big. I estimate that each tail is about 10 centimeters long, right? Is this batch all so big?" Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "The size of the same batch is about the same. Generally, 4 to 5 centimeters of fry can be transferred to the farm." Jianghua said happily, "These fry are really big. This is good too. Our survival rate will increase a lot when we breed them." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Take a look at the other batch." On Xiao Ruofei's left side, there were 3 transport boxes. Jianghua nodded and walked over. He said in his heart, "The first batch can reach 10 centimeters, and the second batch can reach 6 or 7 centimeters. That's pretty good." In the end, with a single glance, Jianghua's mouth opened wide, his face full of shock. Feng Jing couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Jianghua, what did you see? Why are you so scared?" Jianghua was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "Boss Xia, it turns out that the 10-centimeter ones just now were the small batch." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I didn't say that they were the bigger batch." "Jianghua, how is this batch of fry?" Peng Hao couldn't help but ask. "Look at how shocked you are." Jianghua said, "The longest fry here is nearly 20 centimeters, and the smallest is more than 15 centimeters. Strictly speaking, this is no longer fry. Boss Xia, I really admire you for being able to find such big fry. The price isn't cheap, is it?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I took it from a friend. Friendship price." Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything, so Jianghua naturally was very tactful and didn't ask this question again. He quickly arranged 4 fish ponds according to the size of the swordfish fry. 3 of them were used to breed the bigger batch of fry, and the 10-centimeter fry were concentrated in 1 fish pond. Since they were already in the breeding workshop, Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't need to do it himself. Jianghua led the workers to carefully carry the transfer box to the fish pond and slowly put it into the fish pond. Then, he opened the lid and reached out his hand to carefully tilt the box over very slowly, transferring the swordfish fry into the fish pond. The whole process was like taking care of a newborn baby. He was extremely careful. Xiao Ruofei and the others stood directly outside the cordon and didn't go near the fish pond. In Jiang Hua's words, swordfish were extremely timid. If a lot of people surrounded the pond, it was possible to scare them. Just transferring the swordfish fry into the fish pond took Jiang Hua a full hour, which showed how careful he was. Xiao Ruofei pointed with interest at the pond that had completed the transfer of the swordfish fry the earliest and asked, Jiang Hua, why are those swordfish still lined up neatly? The organization's discipline is quite strong. Everyone also noticed that after a short period of adjustment, the swordfish fry in the fish pond were now swimming quickly in a clockwise direction in the fish pond like a rapid march army. It was very spectacular looking from afar. Jiang Hua smiled and said, Boss Xia, this is the Yangtze River Flow Intelligence Simulation System that I reported to you. The swordfish's characteristic is that their intestines are short and they need to eat constantly and swim constantly. This system simulates the natural environment of the Yangtze River flow. The swordfish have a feeling of being in the Yangtze River and will unconsciously swim in the direction of the simulated flow. It's really good. Xiao Ruofei praised and turned to Feng Jing and said, Manager Feng, seeing Jiang Hua's performance, I'm even more confident in breeding swordfish. Feng Jing chuckled and said, Are you trying to say that you have a discerning eye? Haha. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Don't be a worshipper. Feng Jing's pretty face blushed slightly and said coquettishly in a low voice, Who worshipped you? Jiang Hua and the others' expressions became a little strange. Jiang Hua said somewhat unnaturally, That. Boss Xia, Manager Feng, I'll go and pick up the swordfish fry so that they don't affect the other fry. After saying that, he took a net bag and ran away. Peng Hao and the others also left one after another. The workers, regardless of whether they had something to do or not, pretended to be very busy and scattered in all directions. Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and looked a little embarrassed. Didn't I just casually make a joke? What kind of expression is that? Aren't your thoughts too dirty? Feng Jing blushed slightly and glared at Xiao Ruofei. Just as she was about to find an excuse to leave, she heard Jiang Hua not far away exclaim in a low voice. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing looked at each other and hurriedly walked over. As they were already close to the fish pond, Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to be too loud. He asked in a low voice, Jiang Hua, what's wrong? Jiang Hua looked back with a shocked face and said, Boss Xia, the survival rate of your swordfish fry is too high. In this entire pond, only one fry turned white. In the few ponds next to it, there are only 3 that turned white. Jiang Hua had been in this line for many years. Every time he transferred swordfish and caught adult fish, he had to be especially careful. Swordfish were very timid. In the past, when some farmers raised them in the open and encountered thunderstorms, hundreds of swordfish would turn white. In the process of transferring swordfish fry, due to the bumpy road and other reasons, the survival rate of the swordfish fry could reach about 90%, which was already very good. Jiang Hua had never heard of 1,000 swordfish fry that only a few turned white. Xiao Ruofei was not surprised by this. These were swordfish fry that were born and lived in the Ring 2 space for so long. Just the spiritual energy they absorbed during this period of time made their physique much stronger than ordinary swordfish fry. However, after Jiang Hua explained a few more words, Feng Jing was very surprised. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei a few more times. She felt that this chairman seemed to show extraordinary skills from time to time. Xiao Ruofei's image in her eyes became more and more mysterious. No matter what, after Jiang Hua's shock, the little bit of awkwardness just now had vanished into thin air. However, Jiang Hua was destined to be shocked again and again today. He carefully fished out the swordfish fry that had turned white. After taking a look, he couldn't help but exclaim again. Then he threw away the net and grabbed the swordfish fry that had died after coming out of the water. He turned it over and looked at it for a long time. Feng Jing couldn't help but ask, Jiang Hua, what's wrong? Jiang Hua turned a deaf ear. He picked up a few other swordfish fry that had turned white and looked at them. It wasn't until Feng Jing called a few times that Jiang Hua came back to his senses. However, he wasn't in the mood to answer Feng Jing. Instead, he looked at Xiao Ruofei in shock and asked, Boss Xia, isn't this American swordfish? If I'm not wrong, this is an authentic Yangtze River swordfish fry? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Yes. I didn't say that we were going to breed American swordfish. Is there a problem? Jiang Hua's heart was like a wave. His excited expression was overflowing. He spoke a little stutteringly, Xia. Boss Xia, are these really Yangtze River swordfish? At present, most or all of the swordfish farms in China were imported from the United States. The reason was very simple. Yangtze River swordfish had almost gone extinct more than 10 years ago. Although they were of the same species and even had similar DNA structures, in fact, in terms of taste and freshness, the American swordfish couldn't be compared to the real wild Yangtze River swordfish. At present, there were no large batches of Yangtze River swordfish on the market. The price of farmed American swordfish was very expensive. The most expensive time was more than 2,000 per catty. Later, with the increase of farmers, the price dropped, but it was at least a few hundred per catty. This was the price of the American swordfish. If it was authentic Yangtze River swordfish, it would be several times or even 10 times more expensive. No wonder Jiang Hua was so shocked. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. I'm sure that these fry are the most authentic Yangtze River swordfish, and they were bred in a simulated wild environment. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Jiang Hua's lips trembled slightly. Feng Jing couldn't help but ask curiously, Jiang Hua, is there a big difference between the Yangtze River swordfish and the American swordfish? Jiang Hua said without hesitation, one is heaven and one is earth. The Yangtze River swordfish is a delicacy that can't be bought with money, but the American swordfish has been successfully imported and can be farmed on a large scale. The conservative estimate is that the price difference is 10 times. Feng Jing's beautiful eyes couldn't help but show shock. Her cherry mouth was slightly open, and she couldn't close it for a long time. If the difference was 10 times, then it would be a few thousand per catty. If the 1,000 fry were to grow to 2 to 3 catties and sold, it would be 10 to 20 million. This was only the first batch, and they could recover all the investment costs, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Jiang Hua, these aren't the American swordfish that you are familiar with. Do you have the confidence to raise them well? Jiang Hua hesitated for a moment, then immediately said with his chest out, Boss Xia, no problem. In fact, the American swordfish farming method is gradually perfected according to the habits of the Yangtze River swordfish, so that they can adapt to the freshwater environment. During the farming process, I will pay close attention to the swordfish's situation. I have confidence that they can grow up healthily. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. I'm handing them to you. Each fish is worth thousands of dollars. But you don't have to feel pressured. As long as you do your best, I won't blame you if something goes wrong. The Yangtze River swordfish's fry were extremely precious in Jiang Hua's eyes, but it was nothing to Xiao Ruofei. As long as there was the Ring 2 space, there would be an endless supply of swordfish. If it weren't for the cover, Xiao Ruofei didn't even need to build this breeding workshop at all. The river in the new space was enough to let the swordfish population reproduce and grow quickly. Jiang Hua nodded and said, Boss Xia, I will do my best to ensure the survival rate of these swordfish. I promise that after a year, this batch of swordfish can be caught and sold. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, at present, this is only the first batch of swordfish. I see that many of the fish ponds here are still empty. I will contact them later and send more swordfish. Understood. Jiang Hua said very excitedly. After knowing that these swordfish were authentic Yangtze River swordfish, Jiang Hua did feel the pressure, but it was more of a motivation. Now he was really ambitious. Xiao Ruofei stayed in the swordfish breeding workshop for a while. Seeing that Jiang Hua had arranged everything in an orderly manner and was now busy putting in the first batch of bait, he felt relieved and left. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing walked on the path of the farm. Feng Jing thought for a while and said, Chairman, the registration and approval procedures for the pharmaceutical company have been completed. The first batch of recruitment is also basically completed. Now Shui Jinshan is temporarily in charge of the research institute and is leading the team to work on the relevant documents for the new drug approval. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I know. Manager Feng, if there are any difficulties, let me know immediately. I will be responsible for coordinating. Okay. Feng Jing said. Shui Jinshan said that after this small-scale drug trial has come to an end and the results of the trial have been included in the new drug approval report, they are ready to start the approval procedures. Did they study the policy? Xiao Ruofei asked, does our new drug fall under the scope of shortening the approval process? Feng Jing said. Shui Jinshan said that according to the regulations, our Chinese medicine preparations can be directly submitted to the National Drug Administration, and at the same time reported to the Provincial Drug Administration. However, the preliminary review work will be carried out by the Provincial Drug Administration. So I think if you have familiar leaders in the province, it's best to visit them. I understand what you mean. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Manager Feng, after Shui Jinshan and his team have the first draft of the report, please remind me. I will coordinate with the provincial government. Okay. Feng Jing said happily. She vaguely knew that Xiao Ruofei had a close relationship with Tian Huilan, the leader that Wu Liqian used to work for, so she reminded him euphemistically. Feng Jing knew deeply that in such a society, even if the same thing was completely in line with the regulations and policies, the result might be different if there was not enough authority to inform the leaders. After talking about the new drug approval, Feng Jing suddenly thought of something and quickly said, "By the way, Chairman, I have something to report to you. It is also related to the pharmaceutical company." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "What's the matter? Can't you just make the decisions for the general matters?" Feng Jing glared at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, "Are you addicted to being a hands-off boss?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Isn't this because I have full trust in your ability? Tell me, how many bosses in the world are like me, letting their subordinates do whatever they want? So I should be grateful, shouldn't I?" Feng Jing asked with a half-smile, "Do I have to set up a memorial tablet for you at home and burn incense every morning and night?" Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He smiled and said, "Too much, too much. There's no need for that. Our company doesn't encourage people to worship individuals." "You're still talking." Feng Jing glared at Xiao Ruofei and said while stomping her feet. Xiao Ruofei wanted to slap herself in the face. Wasn't she just touching a sore spot? Just now, in the shad farming workshop, because he had casually mentioned this, everyone seemed to have understood what he meant. It had made him and Feng Jing feel very awkward. Xiao Ruofei quickly changed the topic and said, "Let's not talk about this. Manager Feng, didn't you say you have something to report? Say it." Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Ruofei and saw Xiao Ruofei pretending to be serious. She couldn't help but laugh again. When it came to serious matters, Feng Jing also stopped acting like a little girl. She said, "Chairman, the pharmaceutical company is just an empty shell now. Currently, the main focus is on the new drug approval. There are only a few people like Shui Jinshan. It's okay for them to work on the farm temporarily, but I think we should think about the long term in advance. There are some things that need to be prepared early." "Oh? What do you think needs to be prepared in advance?" Xiao Ruofei asked seriously. Feng Jing said while walking, "First of all, the ultimate goal of setting up a pharmaceutical company is to produce heart-nourishing soup. In the future, we might also produce Yuji ointment. So, we need to have our own pharmaceutical factory sooner or later." "That's for sure," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "I think there are only two ways. One is to get the government to approve a piece of land and start from scratch," Feng Jing said. "The other is to acquire a ready-made pharmaceutical factory and transform it." "That's right." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Manager Feng, I prefer the second way. This can save a lot of trouble and the initial investment." Feng Jing nodded and said, "Yes, I've also been collecting relevant information during this period of time, focusing on the pharmaceutical factories in Southeast Province, especially those small factories that aren't doing well. I've been analyzing the possibility of acquiring them." Xiao Ruofei said nodded approvingly. "What did I say? I don't have to worry about you. You're always thinking about your work first. What's there for me to worry about?" Feng Jing blushed and said, "So, you agree?" Yes. This is the right way," Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. Feng Jing pursed her lips into a smile and continued, "Chairman, regardless of whether it's an acquisition or a new one, our company's business will definitely expand. I think the relocation of the company's headquarters should also be put on the agenda." "Yes." Xiao Ruofei nodded and did not say anything. Instead, he signaled Feng Jing to continue. "First of all, in the future, the pharmaceutical factory will not only have a few employees in the farm. Also, the pharmaceutical company's administrative team, the research institute, and the headquarters. Administrative team can't all work in the farm, right? Also, the land in the farm is limited. We can't keep building staff dormitories, right? Feng Jing said. Yes, continue. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said. In addition, this place is indeed a bit remote. Although the environment is very good, the transportation is always inconvenient. Feng Jing said, and our company is destined to be bigger and stronger in the future. The company's headquarters represents the company's image. I've never heard of a large international company's headquarters being located in a small farm in a mountain village. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, that makes sense. This place is still at the junction of several villages, and the land area is limited. Continuing to develop will be affected. There are many benefits to moving the company's headquarters to the city. Feng Jing said, first of all, the attraction to young people will undoubtedly be greatly increased. Second, we don't need to continue building staff dormitories. We just need to provide rental subsidies. Also, with the expansion of the company's business, the city center will be conducive to unified management and improve administrative efficiency. Xiao Ruofei agreed and said, yes. Now it can only be a temporary measure. Peng Hao complains to me every day. Just running to the bank is tiring. The logistics, especially the finance, is indeed very inconvenient. Feng Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a while and said, Manager Feng, I'll take your advice. The farm will continue to expand to the seaside in the future, and even develop seafood farming. The scale will certainly continue to expand. So after the company's headquarters is moved to the city center, the current office building and staff dormitories can also be used to their fullest potential. Feng Jing nodded and said, Chairman, the only problem now is whether the company's funds are enough to support the needs of building a headquarters in the city center? Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei after she finished speaking. As the company's general manager, Feng Jing naturally knew how much money the company had in the accounts. But the Taoyuan company could not be measured by common sense. Often, the company's accounts were about to dry up due to various projects being started at the same time, and then Xiao Ruofei would suddenly inject a sum of money. This young chairman always seemed to be able to magically find funds. In fact, even if they did not rely on additional funds, the Taoyuan company's cash flow was very healthy. After the farm's expansion was completed, with the increase of production capacity, the estimated monthly profit of Taoyuan vegetables could reach about 8 million yuan. And the sales of Zui Ba Xian wine were very hot. When all the different grades of wine were launched, Xiao Ruofei's monthly profit would be about 12 million yuan. Iron Maple bucket income was 22 million yuan in 1.5 months. On average, it was about 15 million yuan per month. This did not include the huge profits from the shad fish and the dividends from the Australian farm in the future, because these could not generate a large amount of income in a short period of time. Regardless of these, just the three above could bring in 35 million yuan of cash flow to the company, and the cost was almost negligible. Moreover, if the company was really short on funds, Xiao Ruofei could still sell some wild ginseng or some Phoebe Jiannan wood to raise funds. For the current Xiao Ruofei, raising funds was a very easy task. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Manager Feng, money is not a problem. But for now, the relocation of the headquarters is not urgent. Once the relocation is done, it will involve a lot of people. We can't rush it. How about this? Let's list the relocation of the headquarters as the company's priority for the next 2 years. Our initial goal is to move the headquarters before the pharmaceutical factory starts production. What do you think? Feng Jing nodded and said, yes. This way, the company's normal operations will not be affected. I agree. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, then, the burden on your shoulders will be heavier. From today onwards, you will have to start thinking about the location of the company's headquarters. Feng Jing shrugged and said with a smile, I'm used to it. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei raised his head and laughed. He did not return to the office building with Feng Jing. When they reached the fork in the road, he waved at Feng Jing and returned to the small villa. Ling to realm, primordial realm. Xiao Ruofei's figure appeared out of thin air. Xia Qing, who was in a deep sleep, immediately sensed it and opened his eyes. Master. Xiaoqing replied respectfully. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, then walked straight to the spiritual heart tree. Today was the day that the spiritual heart flower bloomed again. After Xiaoqing's improvement and care, Xiao Ruofei was looking forward to the spiritual heart flower that bloomed this time. He wondered if it would bring him a pleasant surprise. Xiaoqing smiled and followed behind Xiao Ruofei. On the spiritual heart tree, a flower that seemed to contain the principles of heaven and earth and emitted a mysterious aura had quietly bloomed. Xiao Ruofei's gaze landed on it as he silently counted with a trace of excitement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 petals. After about 20 days in the outside world, which was more than a year in the primordial realm, the number of petals of the spiritual heart flower had finally broken through the original limit. The number of petals of the spiritual heart flower had not changed during the last 2 upgrades. Xiao Ruofei knew that if it weren't for Xiaoqing, the number of petals would have been fixed no matter how the spiritual heart flower was upgraded. Well done, Xiao Ruofei said happily. Xiaoqing, you're really something. Xiaoqing said humbly, Master, I'm still very far from the limit of 9 petals. I still have to work hard. Xiao Ruofei laughed and patted Xiaoqing on the shoulder. Take your time. There's no rush. I can wait. Xiao Ruofei got Xiaoqing to collect the spiritual heart flower's petals before patrolling the spiritual heart space. Dendrobium ironhide, wild ginseng, gold-rimmed phoebe, and the precious Dahong Pao mother tree. These were all crops that Xiao Ruofei had specially instructed him to take care of. Xiaoqing carefully took care of them. Although he couldn't see any changes for the time being, Xiao Ruofei could feel that they were filled with more vitality. At that moment, Xiao Ruofei's gaze landed on the rows of small flower pots. He was pleasantly surprised to find that there were succulent plants in these small flower pots. Furthermore, they looked like they had been planted not long ago. Xiaoqing, did you do all of this? Asked Xiao Ruofei. Yes, master. Xiaoqing replied, I saw many empty flower pots beside them. Furthermore, there were cut marks on the plants, so I guessed that master was using them to plant them. Therefore, I acted on my own, Xiao Ruofei happily said, good. Xiaoqing, I'll leave the succulent plants to you in the future. You just have to take care of them when you're free. Yes, master, replied Xiaoqing. If there are too many succulent seedlings, you can directly move them to the mountain sea territory. There's a lot of space there. Xiao Ruofei said, let me know if there aren't enough flower pots. I'll send more to you. Okay. Xiao Ruofei's succulent shop on Taobao hadn't had any new products for a while. The main reason was that he was getting busier and busier, and the profits from succulent plants were becoming more and more insignificant to the current Xiao Ruofei. However, since Xiaoqing was free labor, Xiao Ruofei had the idea of continuing this business. Making money was secondary. Increasing the popularity of the Taoyuan brand had always been something that Xiao Ruofei had been diligently pursuing. Taoyuan Succulent Shop could provide the best succulent seedlings and become an important part of the high-end chain of the Taoyuan brand. Moreover, the succulent seedlings of Taoyuan Succulent Shop weren't cheap. If the quantity was large, the profits would be considerable. No one would say no to money. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to leave the space, Xiaoqing suddenly said, Master, the tea leaves are ready to be picked. Do you want me to pick them to make tea? The green tea from the previous round has already been wasted. Xiao Ruofei asked in surprise, you know how to make tea? Have you learned how to make Dahong Pao? Xiaoqing smiled and said, Master, I don't need to learn. The process of making Dahong Pao has been in my head since I was born. Only then did Xiao Ruofei realize that he had unconsciously treated Xiaoqing as a living person again. After spending some time together, Xiao Ruofei had already figured out that Xiaoqing's soul puppet was actually an advanced intelligent robot. The human-robot interaction could definitely be passed off as real. If he were to take the Turing test, he would definitely pass with full marks without any suspense. The skills that Xiaoqing had mastered were equivalent to the built-in program when producing intelligent robots. Without the built-in program, he naturally wouldn't have this skill. However, as an advanced intelligent robot, Xiaoqing could also master new skills through learning. Xiao Ruofei roughly understood that Xiaoqing's main ability was in the field of spiritual plants. It was equivalent to an agricultural assistant robot. However, the agriculture here was quite high-end. Xiao Ruofei had also asked Xiaqing some questions about the origins of the spirit map world, the situation of the previous owner, and so on. Xiaqing also knew nothing. He was very proficient in the cultivation and care of spiritual plants, and even the breeding of spiritual beasts. Xiao Ruofei said, "Since you have the ability, you don't have to ask me for permission when the tea tree matures in the future. Just pluck the green tea." "All right. Thank you for your trust, master," Xiaqing said happily. "By the way, you should need some tools to make Dahong Pao, right?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Xiaqing said, "Master, I can cut down wood and make most of the tools in the Archean realm. Don't. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly interrupted him and said, "What do you need? I'll prepare it in the outside world and send it in for you." What a joke. The wood inside was all priceless gold-rimmed Xinnan wood. The oak tree in the new space was also filled with top-grade truffles. Any one of them being chopped off would be enough to make Xiao Ruofei's heart ache for a long time. Xiao Ruofei carefully asked Xiaqing what tools he needed. From Xiaqing's description, Xiao Ruofei realized that the tools used were basically similar to the ones Li Jifu had used to make tea. From the looks of it, Li Jifu's tea-making skills had been passed down for many years. After having an idea, Xiao Ruofei got Xiaqing to pluck the green tea and store it well. After all, things could be kept fresh for a long time in the spirit map world. There was no need to worry about them going bad. After leaving the spirit map world, Xiao Ruofei gave Yi Linyan a call and asked him to help him buy a set of traditional tea-making tools in Mui Mountain. Yi Linyan quickly carried out Xiao Ruofei's instructions. He quickly found an old craftsman in Wui Mountain and forged a set of tools and utensils that Xiao Ruofei needed. Then, he hired a truck to transport them to Sanshan City. After Xiao Ruofei received the goods from the rented warehouse, he directly sent them into the Ring 2 space. Then, he bought some red bricks and charcoal according to Xiaqing's request and sent them into the space. The spirit map world's Dahong Pao handicraft workshop was established. However, Xiao Ruofei got Xiaqing to leave the tea-making matters in the Mountain Sea realm. After all, the Archean realm only had a radius of 8 acres. There were many precious crops, so space was very tight. As for the Mountain Sea realm, it was extremely spacious. There was no need to worry about not having enough space. Xiaqing was very motivated to take care of the spirit herbs and make Dahong Pao. As for Xiao Ruofei, he left the space with a peace of mind and returned to the outside world. A few days later, the 10 autistic children had all recovered after several courses of treatment. The 10 families were grateful and ended the drug experiment. As for Qingqing, he had long recovered. However, Shuebiyun did not return to Hong Kong. She was still helping Xiao Ruofei with the drug experiment. Shuebiyun's family was originally from Sanshan City. Now that Qingqing had recovered, she did not want to return to Hong Kong, which had made her sad. She planned to settle down in Sanshan City. Shuebiyun's family was still in a difficult situation. At the same time, as she had taken care of Qingqing all year round, Shuebiyun had a deep understanding of autism. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to recruit her to the drug company. Currently, she was mainly assisting in the drug experiment and helping Xue Jinshan and the others. After the second phase of the experiment ended, Xue Jinshan's team's new drug application report was officially completed. With the data from this experiment, a lot of the report's content was supported by evidence. After Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing read it, they felt that there were no problems. They got Xue Jinshan to bring the two of them to Beijing and began the long road of new drug approval. Xiao Ruofei could not stay idle either. The new drug approval was very important. Xiao Ruofei decided to visit Tian Huilan in the Sanshan City Committee compound. When Xiao Ruofei drove to the gate, he saw Tian Huilan's personal secretary, Xiao Mei, standing next to the armed police guard post, waiting for him. Although Tian Huilan was already a member of the provincial committee, her focus was still in Sanshan City. The secretary of the Sanshan City Committee was her main job, so although she also had an office in the provincial committee, she spent most of her time working in the Sanshan City Committee. Xiao Ruofei's Night 15 car was very conspicuous. Xiao Mei saw it at a glance and hurried to greet him. Xiao Ruofei stopped the car at the eye-catching yellow stop line, rolled down the window, poked his head out, and said with a smile, "Director Xiao, I'm so sorry to trouble you to pick me up in person." "Mr. Xia is a distinguished guest," Xiao Mei said with a smile. Xiao Mei smiled and said, "Secretary Tian personally instructed me to be courteous, so I wouldn't dare to neglect it." After that, Xiao Mei waved to the armed police guard at the gate. The bar in front of the gate immediately rose slowly, and Xiao Mei opened the door and sat in. It was not the first time Xiao Ruofei had come to the Sanxian City Committee compound. He parked the car in the reserved parking space in front of the main office building, and then walked into the office building under the guidance of Xiao Mei. There were many government officials coming in and out. When they saw Xiao Mei, they all greeted her politely. She was the personal secretary of the provincial committee leader. Generally, the lower-ranking government officials would be more polite to her when they saw her. Xiao Ruofei naturally attracted a lot of strange and inquiring gazes. Everyone was naturally curious about this young man who could be greeted by Secretary Xiao in person. Soon, the two of them arrived at Tian Huilan's office. Xiao Mei stood at the door of the outer secretary's office and whispered to Xiao Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, Secretary Tian said that you can go in directly when you arrive. In addition, the secretary has no other schedule for the next hour, so you have plenty of time." Xiao Mei's eyes also revealed a strange color. How could a high-level cadre like Tian Huilan not have any schedule for an entire hour? Just because Xiao Ruofei was coming to visit, Tian Huilan cancelled 2 activities and postponed the work report of the finance director, which was originally arranged, by an hour. This showed how important this young man was to Secretary Tian. "Thank you, Director Xiao," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then he took out a small porcelain bottle with a wide mouth from his bag and handed it to Xiao Mei. "By the way, Miss Xiao, this is a cosmetic product that I made myself. You can use it as a facial mask. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind." Xiao Mei's beautiful eyes widened, and she almost screamed out loud. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, and after a while, she asked softly, "Mr. Xia, this is the Yuji ointment you gave to the secretary last time?" After Tian Huilan used the jade skin ointment, his whole body had changed. Not only did he look at least 10 years younger, but his temperament was also much better than before. This caused a lot of commotion among the cadre, especially among the female cadre. As Tian Huilan's personal secretary, Xiao Mei naturally knew the inside story. It was because she used the jade skin ointment that Xiao Ruofei gave her. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. Xiao Mei dreamed of getting a jade skin ointment, but she also knew that such a miraculous cosmetic product, especially one that was handmade, couldn't be bought even if you had money. She didn't expect to get it today without any effort. Xiao Ruofei actually gave her one. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. After getting Xiao Ruofei's confirmation, Xiao Mei showed an extremely excited expression. But after she calmed down, she quickly said, "Mr. Xia, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it." As she said this, Xiao Mei's eyes were still looking at the bottle of jade skin ointment reluctantly. Xiao Ruofei secretly thought it was funny. In fact, this thing was incomparably precious to others, but to him, it was just a little effort. "Director Xiao, you've helped me a lot all this time, but I haven't had the chance to thank you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This is just a small token of my appreciation. Besides, this is handmade by me, and it's not worth much. It shouldn't be considered a bribe, right?" Xiao Mei quickly waved her hand and said, "That's not it, then it's settled. Just accept it." Xiao Ruofei stuffed the porcelain bottle into Xiao Mei's hand and continued, "Besides, our company is researching how to mass-produce the jade skin ointment. I believe that it won't be long before you can buy it on the market. It's not a rare thing." Xiao Mei tightly held the porcelain bottle of jade skin ointment and asked in surprise, "Really?" "Of course it's true," Xiao Ruofei said, "but the mass-produced version will definitely be slightly less effective than this handmade one." Xiao Mei said happily, "Boss Xia, thank you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, then gently knocked on the door of Tian Huilan's office. A gentle voice came from inside. "Come in." Xiao Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in. Xiao Mei looked at the porcelain bottle in her hand and couldn't hide her excitement. She couldn't help but clench her fist and whisper, "Yeah." She first put the jade skin ointment in the drawer, then thought about it and took it out and put it in her bag. After a few seconds, she simply took it out of the bag and carefully put it in her pocket. Then she smiled a little embarrassedly. Then she realized that she hadn't poured tea for Xiao Ruofei yet. She quickly stuck out her tongue and hurriedly took out the quilt and tea leaves from the cabinet. At this time, Xiao Mei had completely lost the steadiness of a staff member of the provincial party committee. It could be seen how tempting the jade skin ointment was to women. Tian Huilan's office. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come in, Tian Huilan put down the documents he was signing, stood up with a smile, and said, "Little Xia, you're here. Come sit down and talk." "Hello, Secretary Tian." Xiao Ruofei bowed slightly and greeted him honestly, then followed Tian Huilan to the sofa in the reception area. The two of them sat down. At this time, Xiao Mei knocked on the door and came in with a cup of hot tea. At this time, she had returned to her normal steadiness and said to Xiao Ruofei in a low voice, "Boss Xia, please have some tea." Then she walked to Tian Huilan's desk, took Tian Huilan's teacup, filled it with hot water, and brought it to the reception area. She gently put it on the coffee table, then quietly left the office. After Xiao Mei left, Xiao Ruofei took out the gifts he had prepared for Tian Huilan from his bag, 3 servings of jade skin ointment and 2 taels of top-grade De Hong Pao tea. Ever since he learned that Xia Qing could also make De Hong Pao tea, Xiao Ruofei didn't cherish the few tea leaves he had left so much. This time, he generously took out 2 taels of jade skin ointment. Xiao Ruofei believed that with Xia Qing's ability and the tea tree that he had carefully taken care of for so long, the De Hong Pao tea he made shouldn't be any worse than the one made by Li Jifu. "Secretary Tian, this is a small token of my appreciation for you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "You little Xia." Tian Huilan said with a smile, "I never accept other people's gifts, but I can't refuse yours." "Thank you. You are so considerate." Tian Huilan was very fond of jade skin ointment. Whether it was for his own use or as a gift, it was quite good. Jade skin ointment, which couldn't be bought with money, had become very popular among the upper-class ladies. Many people tried their best to get their hands on it. Tian Huilan naturally put Xiao Ruofei's gift under the tea table, then showed a kind smile and said, "Little Xia, Huixin also mentioned your matter to me. This is a great thing for the country and the people. I support you unconditionally." "Thank you, Secretary Tian," Xiao Ruofei said happily. Yesterday, when he had called Tian Huilan, he had roughly explained the matter. He hadn't expected that Tian Huilan would directly express his support. Officials at Tian Huilan's level were generally very particular about the leeway when they spoke. They wouldn't say anything that was definite. From this point, it could be seen that Tian Huilan really looked at Xiao Ruofei in a new light. Then, Xiao Ruofei reported the situation of the heart-nourishing soup, the establishment of a pharmaceutical company by the Taoyuan Company, and the preliminary drug test to Tian Huilan. Finally, Xiao Ruofei said, "Secretary Tian, the person in charge of our pharmaceutical company's research institute has already taken the report to Beijing to apply for the approval of the new drug. According to the regulations, our Chinese medicine preparations can be directly submitted to the National Drug Administration for approval. However, under normal circumstances, the preliminary examination work is still completed by the Provincial Drug Administration. So, we still need your support." Tian Huilan smiled and said, "Little Xia, I have already talked to Deputy Director He Kun of the Provincial Drug Administration, who is in charge of the drug approval work. Director He will give you the care you deserve within the scope of the regulations." "Thank you so much," Xiao Ruofei said happily. Tian Huilan smiled and said, "Comrade He Kun was originally the director of the Sanshan Drug Administration. He can be considered as my old subordinate. He was just transferred to the position of Deputy Director of the Provincial Drug Administration last year. He happens to be in charge of the drug approval work, so you can directly go to him." Xiao Ruofei knew that Tian Huilan was reminding him that He Kun was her direct subordinate. In this way, Xiao Ruofei didn't have to worry so much about anything and could directly go to He Kun. Xiao Ruofei understood and said, "I understand. Thank you, Secretary Tian." Tian Huilan handed a piece of paper that he had written in advance to Xiao Ruofei and said, "This is Director He's contact information. You should find him as soon as possible." You'd better talk to him about some specific things in detail. By the way, old he has worked in the drug administration for many years. He is more familiar with the people in the National Drug Administration. You can ask him to help coordinate with the higher-ups. This way, you can speed up the progress and enter the preliminary examination process as soon as possible. Okay. Xiao Ruofei carefully put away the piece of paper. After talking about things, Xiao Ruofei was about to get up and leave. Who knew that Tian Huilan would talk about private matters again? Xiaoxia, have you been in contact with Yu recently? Tian Huilan asked casually. Xiao Ruofei was stunned and said, last time, Aunt Huixin brought Huan over, I met Lu Yu twice. Secretary Tian, what's wrong? I feel that she has been a little depressed recently. I don't know if it's an illusion. Tian Huilan frowned and said, let's not talk about this. Xiaoxia, if you have time, contact Yu more often. You young people have more common topics. This daughter of mine. She always hides her thoughts and refuses to speak out. Sigh. Xiao Ruofei could only nod and say, okay, I will. He didn't know why, but he inexplicably thought of the night after he rescued Lu Yu and took her back to the farm. He saw that perfect body when he cleaned up Lu Yu's vomit. The person in front of him was not only a leader of the provincial party committee, but also Lu Yu's mother. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of guilt. He quickly got up and said, Secretary Tian, then I won't disturb your work. I'll take my leave first. Tian Huilan personally got up and walked Xiao Ruofei to the door of the office. Then, he said, Xiaoxia, if you have time, come visit us more often. My dad always talks about you, okay? Xiao Ruofei quickly said, please wait. After leaving Tian Huilan's office, Xiao Ruofei said goodbye to Xiaomei and then hurried downstairs. After getting into the car, Xiao Ruofei didn't rush to drive away. Instead, he took out the note that Tian Huilan had given him and dialed the phone number written on it. The phone rang more than a dozen times. Just when Xiao Ruofei thought that the other party didn't have a mobile phone or that the phone was on silent and couldn't hear it, the other party finally picked up. A slightly reserved voice came through. Who is this? Is this Director He of the Food and Drug Administration? Xiao Ruofei asked politely. I'm Xiao Ruofei from the Taoyuan Company. Secretary Tian of the Municipal Party Committee asked me to call you. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became warmer. So it's Boss Xia. Hello. Secretary Tian has already specifically instructed us about your matter. Please rest assured that our Provincial Food and Drug Administration will do our best to assist you. Xiao Ruofei was also used to the official's change from arrogance to deference, so he didn't feel unhappy. He just smiled and said, Director He, I wonder if you're free right now. I wanted to pay you a visit and give you a detailed report on the new drug approval. He Kuan said awkwardly, this. Boss Xia, I have to attend a National Drug Administration video conference in 5 minutes. This conference is expected to take quite a long time, so, That's okay, I'll find a time to come over next time. Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile. He Kuan seemed to be a little worried that Xiao Ruofei would misunderstand and think that he was deliberately neglecting him, so he pondered for a moment and said, Boss Xia, I personally think that the first hurdle for your company's project is the approval of the project. Only when the National Drug Administration officially approves the project and assigns our Provincial Food and Drug Administration to conduct a preliminary review of the drug can we be of help. Thank you for your advice, Director He, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, Director He, do you have any suggestions regarding the approval of the project? He Kuan had already thought about it, so he immediately said, Boss Xia, what do you think about this? I happen to be going to Beijing tomorrow to attend a pharmaceutical industry conference. Boss Xia, why don't you come with me to Beijing tomorrow? I know quite a few people at the National Drug Administration. I'll personally coordinate with them and should be able to expedite the approval of the project. This matter was personally instructed by Tian Huilan, and it wasn't as simple as a simple greeting. Tian Huilan had solemnly called He Kuan to his office and personally instructed him. How could He Kuan dare to be negligent? As the Deputy Director of the Provincial Bureau, I'm personally going to Beijing to help you coordinate the approval of the project. This should be enough sincerity, right? He Kuan thought to himself. In fact, the so-called pharmaceutical industry conference was just an excuse. If Hikuan wanted to attend it, there would be people fighting to invite him to attend such conferences 365 days a year. He was going to Beijing this time purely to help Xiao Ruofei coordinate the approval of the project. He had to spare no effort to implement Secretary Tian's instructions. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. He didn't expect Hikuan to be so proactive. He quickly said, "That's great. Director He, thank you so much." You're welcome, you're welcome. Hikuan smiled and said, "Boss Xia, please text me your ID number. I'll ask my secretary to book the tickets first." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "That's too much trouble. Director He, just give me the flight number. I'll book the tickets myself. It's just a small matter." Boss Xia, don't reject it. Hikuan said, "Boss Xia, it's settled then. I have to go to a meeting soon. I'll send you the flight number later. We can talk about the details when we get on the plane." Xiao Ruofei could tell that Hikuan was really in a hurry to go to the meeting. Therefore, he didn't reject it. He expressed his gratitude and hung up the phone. Xiao Ruofei sent his ID number to Hikuan and drove back to the farm. On the way back, Xiao Ruofei received a text from Hikuan regarding the flight information. Xiao Ruofei glanced at it as he drove. The flight was tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. It would be noon when they arrived in Beijing. Xiao Ruofei also noticed that Hikuan asked his secretary to book business class. Could a deputy department head take business class? Xiao Ruofei smiled and shook his head. Everyone had their own way. Hikuan even booked his own tickets. Of course, he had a place to settle the expenses. Xiao Ruofei sent a text to express his gratitude and drove back to the farm. He parked the car in front of the building and went upstairs to greet Feng Jing. When Feng Jing found out that Xiao Ruofei was going to Beijing to coordinate the project, she was very supportive. She smiled and said that Xiao Ruofei finally did something that a chairman should do. Xiao Ruofei could only smile bitterly at Feng Jing's teasing. After he left the office, he went straight home to pack his luggage. Of course, he also called Ling Xianxia to inform her. Ling Xiaotian had also been busy with the business of the Ling's restaurant chain recently. Ling Xiaotian was going to give her more responsibilities and let her take on the position of vice president. She was no longer just in charge of finance. In addition, Xiao Ruofei was also very busy during this time, so the two of them didn't have many opportunities to meet. However, whenever he had free time, Xiao Ruofei would chat with Ling Xianxia on the phone. The two of them were still very close. Ling Xianxia was very understanding and supportive of Xiao Ruofei's career. When she learned that Xiao Ruofei was going to Beijing on a business trip for a few days, she didn't say anything else. She just reminded Xiao Ruofei to take care of his health and safety. The two of them chatted on the phone for a while before reluctantly hanging up. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei went downstairs at 7:40 a.m. sharp. Lei Hu was already waiting in front of the villa with the company's Mercedes-Benz. At 8:10 a.m., Xiao Ruofei arrived at the departure hall of Chongping International Airport. He didn't let Lei Hu help him carry his luggage. Instead, he dragged a small suitcase into the hall alone. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to find a place to sit down and rest for a while, his phone rang. "Boss Xia, we're at the airport." Hikuan asked enthusiastically, "Where are you?" "Director He, I'm in front of the circular counter at the information desk," Xiao Ruofei said as he looked around. Soon, he saw two people walking towards him. One of them was dragging two suitcases. The other was a middle-aged man in a suit with slicked-back hair. He was also holding a phone in his hand. He waved at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei immediately waved her hand and dragged her small suitcase over to greet them. "You're Boss Xia, right? Aya, you're so young and promising." Hikuan smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. His attitude was very kind. "Director He, nice to meet you. Sorry to trouble you this time." Xiao Ruofei replied with a smile. The two of them shook hands tightly. The 30-year-old man behind Hikuan took the initiative to help Xiao Ruofei carry his luggage. Xiao Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. I don't have much luggage. I can carry it myself. Let's go get our boarding passes quickly." Haha, we still have plenty of time. He Kuan laughed and said. The group of people walked towards the check-in counter. He Kuan's secretary asked for Xiao Ruofei's ID. Then, he quickly walked to a VIP counter and quickly exchanged 3 boarding passes. Under the guidance of a VIP customer service representative, Xiao Ruofei and the group of people walked through the VIP passage and directly passed through the security check. They walked into the airport's VIP lounge. Xiao Ruofei and He Kuan chatted casually in the VIP lounge. He Kuan was also indirectly asking about the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Tian Huilan. Xiao Ruofei wasn't a rookie who had just retired from the military. He understood Tai Chi very well. As a result, Xiao Ruofei's image in He Kuan's mind became even more mysterious. Soon, everyone began to board the plane. He Kuan's secretary sat in the economy class. Xiao Ruofei and He Kuan sat next to each other in the business class. After the plane took off, Xiao Ruofei took out the documents and began to talk to He Kuan about the project. He Kuan listened very carefully. From time to time, he would pick up the documents that Xiao Ruofei had prepared for him. After all, after arriving in Beijing, he would be responsible for coordinating the project. Naturally, he had to understand the situation first. After Xiao Ruofei finished talking, He Kuan had a rough idea of what to do. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This matter shouldn't be difficult. The approval of a Chinese medicine preparation was much easier than that of Western medicine. As for the description that said it had a certain effect on autism, He Kuan didn't think so. Nowadays, medicine liked to make some gimmicks. They wouldn't stop until they shocked people to death. Strictly speaking, this was against the rules. However, the authorities in charge turned a blind eye to it. He Kuan was very clear about the rules. At about 11:30 p.m., Xiao Ruofei and the group of people took the plane smoothly landed on the runway of Beijing International Airport. When they walked out of the airport, they saw that the staff of the Beijing office of Xianxia City was already waiting on the side of the road with a car. Although He Kuan had been transferred to the provincial bureau, he had worked in Xianxia City for many years. Moreover, he was a direct subordinate of Tian Huilan. Therefore, every time he came to Beijing for work, he liked to coordinate the reception of Xianxia City's Beijing office. Everyone took the car of the Beijing office and quickly arrived at the Rongqing Hotel, which was located near the East 4th Ring Road of Beijing. This was the property of the Beijing office of Xianxia City. The rooms had been arranged. Xiao Ruofei and He Kuan both had small business suites, while He Kuan's secretary lived in an ordinary room with a large bed next to He Kuan's so that the leader could be called at any time. When they arrived at the floor where the rooms were located, He Kuan said kindly, "Brother Xia, go back to your room and wash up. We'll have lunch at the Rongqing Hotel." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay, brother He. See you later." After a long conversation on the plane, and because He Kuan deliberately got close to Xiao Ruofei, the two of them had become more intimate. Xiao Ruofei returned to his room and took a quick shower. He changed into a clean casual suit, then went to the balcony of his room to smoke a cigarette. Just then, the doorbell rang. It was He Kuan's secretary who came to invite Xiao Ruofei for lunch. At noon, in a small private room on the 2nd floor of the Rongqing Hotel, He Kuan ordered a lot of Beijing specialties. What surprised Xiao Ruofei was that the lunch was actually Zui Ba Xian wine, and it was a 3-month liquor that had just been introduced to the market. It seemed that Zui Ba Xian wine had also entered the eyes of the Beijing office of Xianxia City. It was used as a specialty wine of the southeast province to receive guests. He Kuan raised his glass and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, let's have a toast first. In the afternoon, you can rest in your room or walk around. If you need a car, just tell the front desk. I'll go to the seminar in the afternoon. In the evening, I'll have dinner with a few acquaintances from the National Food and Drug Administration. We've been friends for many years. When the time comes, you can toast a few more times. Maybe this matter will be settled." This kind of industry seminar was as common as the hairs on a cow. As the deputy director of the provincial bureau, He Kuan was already giving a lot of face by attending. So, at most, he would show up at the opening meeting. After that, he definitely wouldn't participate in the group discussions. After all, the main event of this trip to Beijing was to help Xiao Ruofei with some matters. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay, brother then I'll leave it to you, because Kuan had to attend the seminar in the afternoon. Everyone didn't drink too much. They all stopped after tasting a little. Soon, lunch was over. Xiao Ruofei returned to his room upstairs. Although he hadn't visited the Forbidden City or the Great Wall, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in the mood to go out for a stroll. Moreover, he only had one afternoon. With the traffic in Beijing, he probably wouldn't be able to go anywhere. After Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, he took out his cell phone and called Xue Jinshan. Boss Xia, you're in Beijing? Xue Jinshan's voice had a hint of excitement. Xiao Ruofei had told Xue Jinshan yesterday that he would personally come to Beijing to coordinate the project. Yes, Jinshan, how's it going now? Xiao Ruofei asked, have you handed in the materials? Boss Xia, it's too difficult to enter the door of the national ministry. Xue Jinshan smiled bitterly and said, we've been here for a few days. After putting in a lot of effort, we finally handed in the application materials to the Drug and Cosmetics Registration Administration Department. But after several trips, they said that it hasn't been accepted yet. I don't know how long it'll be delayed. Xue Jinshan also felt very depressed. He had witnessed the efficacy of the heart-nourishing soup with his own eyes. It was definitely a blessing for the majority of autistic patients. If it could be mass-produced as soon as possible, it could revolutionize the treatment of autism. But there was no other way. For the national ministry, it might be a big deal in your eyes, but for them, it was insignificant. If they strictly followed the number of working days for each link, they would have to wait until God knows when they could be approved for production and put on the market. Xiao Ruofei said faintly, Jinshan, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Don't worry. How about this, Director He from the Provincial Bureau is hosting a banquet for the comrades from the National Food and Drug Administration tonight. You guys should also attend. It'll be good to know a few more people and coordinate the approval in the future. Boss Xia has a way. Xue Jinshan said excitedly, Boss Xia, it'll be great if we can find an acquaintance in the National Food and Drug Administration. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I'll call you after the location is confirmed. You guys can take a taxi there together. Okay. Xue Jinshan said quickly. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he thought about it and sent a text message to Kuan, telling him that a few of his company's employees who were in charge of the project would also be attending the banquet. Kuan, who was in the middle of a seminar, replied to Xiao Ruofei's text message after about half an hour. Kuan naturally wouldn't mind if a few more people attended the banquet. He also sent the location of the banquet to Xiao Ruofei in advance. Xiao Ruofei looked at it. It was in an alley near the Rongqing Hotel, and the name was Wang Fu's Private Home Cuisine. Xiao Ruofei forwarded the location information and the private room number to Xue Jinshan. He slept in the hotel room and got up around 5:30 to pack up. Kuan's secretary came over to remind Xiao Ruofei to get ready to leave. The group of people took the Buick minivan from the Beijing garrison office, turned around in the nearby alleys, and soon arrived at a quaint courtyard house. This was where the Wang Fu's Private Home Cuisine was located. The courtyard house was the type that had multiple entrances. There were antique lanterns hanging at the door, and the copper nails on the door were shiny. It looked extremely luxurious. Xue Jinshan had already brought 2 research institute employees to the Wang Fu's Private Home Cuisine. The 2 employees were a man and a woman. The woman's name was Bai He. She was as beautiful as her name suggested. She gave off a refreshing vibe. The man's name was Zhou Qing. Although he still had a hint of childishness on his face, he was quite capable among the Research Institute employees, and was highly valued by Xue Jinshan. Both of them were fresh graduates, so they were a bit nervous in this kind of situation. When Xue Jinshan saw Xiao Ruofei and the group of people, he quickly greeted them and said, Boss Xia. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Jinshan, this is Director Kuan of the Provincial Food and Drug Administration. Xue Jinshan and the other 2 quickly greeted Kuan respectfully. For the sake of Xiao Ruofei, or more accurately, for the sake of Tian Huilan, Kuan's attitude was very amiable. He smiled and exchanged a few words with the 3 of them. Then, Kuan said, Brother Xia, let's go to the private room and wait. Section Chief Qi and the others get off work at 5 o'clock sharp, but there's a lot of traffic during the evening rush hour in Beijing. It will probably take a while for them to arrive. It's okay. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Brother He, let's go in first. From He Kuan's tone, Xiao Ruofei knew that he had invited a section chief this time. Although he was a cadre from a national ministry, he knew that He Kuan was a dignified cadre at the deputy department level, so there was no need for him to wait respectfully in the lobby. The group of people arrived at the quaint private room. Xiao Ruofei originally thought that they would only have to wait for half an hour or an hour. Since they were asking for help, it didn't matter if they were late. He didn't expect that they would have to wait for more than 2 hours. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that 3 people finally appeared at the door of the private room after He Kuan made 2 phone calls. What made Xiao Ruofei frown slightly was that the 3 of them walked a little unsteadily, and there was a strong smell of alcohol on their bodies. Oh, Director He, I'm so sorry. The leader, a man in his 30s, said with a fake smile. When we were about to leave, Director Lin stopped us and said that he had a meeting. We didn't dare to disobey the leader's summons. I'm so sorry. Since they had said so, He Kuan couldn't show his displeasure. He laughed and said, Haha, Section Chief Chi, it seems that Director Lin thinks highly of you. Your future is limitless. Section Chief Chi waved his hand and said, You're too kind. Director Lin just cares about his subordinates. As subordinates, we have to know our limits. Stop pretending to be a wolf. He Kuan cursed in his heart, but the smile on his face didn't fade. He said, Come, Section Chief Chi, let me introduce you. This is Boss Xia, the chairman of the Southeast Taoyuan Company, Xiao Ruofei. Brother Xia, this is Section Chief Chi Min, from the Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicine Department of the Drug and Cosmetics Registration and Administration Department. Both of you are young and promising. You should get to know each other later. Xiao Ruofei had been watching coldly for a while. Seeing that He Kuan was introducing him, he smiled and took the initiative to reach out his hand. Section Chief Chi, nice to meet you. Chi Min just glanced at Xiao Ruofei with a condescending gaze, then squeezed out a snort and nodded slightly as a greeting. He ignored Xiao Ruofei's outstretched hand. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown. This Section Chief Chi really gave him a very bad impression. He had agreed to a dinner with someone, but in the end, he dawdled until 8 or 9 o'clock. Moreover, he was full of nonsense and acted as if he was number one. In addition, he was also arrogant when he greeted him, which made him feel even more disgusted. He Kuan saw this and quickly gave Xiao Ruofei a look, then continued to introduce the other 2 people to Xiao Ruofei. Although the 2 people's attitudes were a little lukewarm, they were much better than Chi Min's. One of them was called Lu Ping, a senior staff member. The other was the oldest, Gua Ziang, a deputy investigator in the department. His rank was half a level higher than Chi Min's, but the 3 of them were obviously led by Chi Min. This was not uncommon in the system. A deputy investigator might not have as much authority as a section chief, and his words were not as powerful as the section chief. When he came out, he would naturally follow the section chief's lead. Moreover, He Kuan's main purpose this time was to invite Chi Min. Because the heart-nourishing soup belonged to the category of Chinese medicine preparations, the final decision on the project was made by the Chinese Traditional Medicine and Ethnic Medicine Department of the Drug and Cosmetic Registration Administration Department, and it was Chi Min's department that was responsible for it. He Kuan quickly invited everyone to take a seat. As for Shui Jinshan and the others, He Kuan did not introduce them at all. However, when Chi Min's gaze swept across by he couldn't help but take a few more glances at her, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Xiao Ruofei saw this and couldn't help but frown. He Kuan raised his wine glass and said, Come, Chief Chi, leaders, let's have a drink together. It's fate to be able to meet in Beijing. Chi Min nodded with a smile and said, Director He, you're giving me face by thinking of me first when you come to Beijing. This glass of wine must be bottomed up. After that, Chi Min clinked his glass with He Kuan's and then turned a blind eye to Xiao Ruofei and the others, directly raising his head and downing the glass of wine. He Kuan saw all of this and couldn't help but frown secretly. He felt that Chi Min's attitude today was somewhat strange. He Kuan had done similar things in the past. After all, the profits of Chinese medicine were considerable, and in recent years, many pharmaceutical companies had been developing Chinese medicine. The authority of the Chinese Traditional Medicine and Ethnic Medicine Management Department had also naturally risen. In the past, it was easier to make an appointment with Director Lin of the Chinese Traditional Medicine and Ethnic Medicine Management Department, but this time, he directly refused. It was not easy to make an appointment with Qi Min. Although this little section chief's words were relatively polite, the meaning of rejection was quite obvious. Especially when facing Xiao Ruofei, Qi Min was simply arrogant and didn't put Xiao Ruofei in his eyes at all. One must know that He Kuan had hinted on the phone that Xiao Ruofei was different from ordinary pharmaceutical company owners, and that the leader of the Southeast Provincial Party Committee had personally asked for help. However, Qi Min still didn't give him any face, which was indeed a little unusual. He Kuan was also very shrewd, so he didn't show it. After putting down the glass of wine, he laughed and said, "Leaders, let's all eat more." Eh? Why hasn't the Prince's Mansion's medicinal cuisine been served yet? I'll go and urge them. After that, He Kuan gave Xiao Ruofei a look, indicating for him to toast a few more glasses of wine. Then, he took his phone and walked out of the private room. He Kuan walked forward for more than 10 meters, turned a corner, and stopped. He then took out his phone and made a call. "Director Li, I'm Xiao He." He Kuan said enthusiastically. The person he was looking for was Director Li of the 2nd Food Safety Supervision Department of the headquarters, who was an old friend of He Kuan's for many years. Director Li used to work in the Southeast Provincial Department of Drug Supervision and was He Kuan's old boss. Many of He Kuan's connections in the headquarters were established step by step through Director Li. Director Li's voice was a little tired as he said, "Xiao He. What's the matter?" He Kuan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered a rumor he had heard not long ago. In the Yuanshan pharmaceutical food safety incident, the 2nd Food Safety Supervision Department had violated the rules many times during the process of handling it, which had caused a very bad social impact. Director Li, as the head, was likely to be held accountable. "Director Li, last time about Yuanshan Pharmaceutical." He Kuan asked carefully, "Are you okay?" Director Li said self-deprecatingly, "Xiao He. How could I be okay? How could you not wet your shoes if you always walk by the river? Yesterday, the leaders of the headquarters talked to me and planned to transfer me to an inspector." He Kuan couldn't help but slap his forehead. So this was the root of it. The people in the headquarters all knew that He Kuan was on Director Li's side. Now that Director Li had been dealt with and transferred to a non-leader position, their attitude towards He Kuan had changed 180 degrees. Sometimes, the more important the position was, the more obvious the fickleness of human nature was. "Director Li, how could this matter be so serious?" He Kuan didn't know how to comfort Director Li. Director Li laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "Someone is using this as a pretext to make a fuss. I'm blocking their way, so they're forcing me to make way for them." He Kuan let out a long sigh. Director Li asked, "By the way, Xiao He, why are you looking for me?" He Kuan didn't know what to say at all. He could only mumble, "Nothing, old leader. I just happened to come to Beijing today to attend a conference. How about this, I'll find time to visit you tomorrow." Director Li said with emotion, "Sometimes, old friends like us are the most reliable. Xiao He, I appreciate your kindness, but you don't have to come, so as not to affect you negatively." I'll come. He Kuan said quickly. After hanging up the phone, He Kuan's mind was in a mess as he walked to the private room. He realized that this matter wasn't going well. The connections that he had always been proud of had collapsed overnight, and this time, it was Secretary Tian who had personally given him this task. If it was the previous pharmaceutical factory owners who had asked him to do this, he wouldn't care if he couldn't do it. But this time, he couldn't. After thinking about it, he could only bite the bullet and coordinate with them. A Chinese medicine preparation project wasn't a big deal, and He Kuan felt that as long as he lowered his stance, Qi Min might not completely not give him face. In any case, he had to pass this test first. As for how he would pass the review when he returned to the headquarters, he couldn't think too much about it for the time being. With this mentality, He Kuan pushed open the door and walked in with a smile on his face. The atmosphere in the private room was a little strange. Qi Min, Lu Ping, and Guo Ziang chatted amongst themselves, toasting each other and leaving Xiao Ruofei and the others to the side. Xiao Ruofei didn't embarrass himself by toasting with them, but just frowned and sat in his seat. The development of the matter was different from what he had imagined. As soon as He Kuan came in, he immediately said enthusiastically, "Chief Qi, I'd like to propose a toast to you on behalf of the comrades at the grassroots level. Thank you for your strong support for the grassroots work. How about this? I'll drink this glass of wine, you can do whatever you want." Qi Min, Lu Ping, and Guo Ziang all had a strange look on their faces. After He Kuan went out for a trip, he obviously lowered his stance even more. Qi Min laughed and said, "Chief He, you're too polite. You're a leader, we should be the ones toasting you." Although he said that, Qi Min was only being polite. He picked up his glass and clinked it with He Kuan's. Then, he really took a sip and didn't drink it in one go. He Kuan's expression was slightly sluggish, and then he chuckled and drank the white wine in his glass. He even politely showed the bottom of his glass to Qi Min. Xiao Ruofei was even more confused by the situation. What exactly is He Kuan planning? Are all the government officials and the ministries and commissions so arrogant? A sector-level official dares to put on airs in front of the deputy director of the local drug administration? Qi Min had already had a drink before he came, so his face was flushed red. He reached out his chopsticks and put some food into his mouth. As he chewed, he said loudly, "Chief He, the pharmaceutical company CEO you brought here today seems to be very arrogant. I've been here for half a day, and I haven't seen him propose a toast. Does he still want to do his job?" He Kuan quickly said, "Boss Xia, come. Propose a toast to Chief Qi first." Xiao Ruofei helplessly picked up his glass and stood up. Lu Ping and Guo Ziang looked at Xiao Ruofei with interest. Xiao Ruofei didn't know what was going on, so he walked to Qi Min with his glass. At first, Qi Min didn't say a word. It wasn't until Xiao Ruofei walked in front of him that he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I don't like to drink with men." Xiao Ruofei frowned. Wasn't he deliberately humiliating him? If he didn't want to drink, why did he suggest it? He suddenly said this after someone walked in front of him with a glass of wine. This was domineering to a certain extent. At this moment, the director Lu Ping said with a smile, "Boss Xia, don't you understand what Chief Qi means? Ask the little beauty from your company to come and propose a toast." Xiao Ruofei frowned. Before he could say anything, He Kuan said, "Xiao Bai, since Chief Qi has called for you, come and propose a toast." Xiao Ruofei wanted to say something, but since He Kuan had already spoken, it wasn't appropriate for him to refuse. After all, He Kuan had already lowered himself for his sake. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't know why it was like this, he knew that something must have gone wrong. Besides, it was normal to propose a toast at the table. Xiao Ruofei didn't need to vent his anger on He Kuan. Bai's pretty face blushed slightly. She stood up a little nervously and walked in front of Qi Min with a glass. She said softly, "Chief Qi, I'd like to propose a toast to you. Please take care of our company's new drug project." Qi Min leaned back in his chair casually and said, well said, let's see how the beauty performs." Bai hesitated and said, "Chief Qi, I can't hold my liquor well. Why don't I drink this glass of wine and you can drink as much as you like?" Qi Min laughed and said, "I've never drunk casually with a beauty. But since you can't drink, let's do something extra." The director Lu Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled and said, "Chief Qi, you want to drink with the little beauty?" The deputy investigator Guo Ziang also slapped the table and said, "That's a good idea. Chief Qi is the most handsome man in our Chinese ethnic medicine department. A handsome man and a beautiful woman drinking cross-cupped wine. It's really wonderful." Xiao Ruofei saw this and couldn't help but reveal a trace of sharpness in his eyes. He finally couldn't take it anymore. Bai was a fresh undergraduate student who had just left the university campus. She had never seen such a scene before. She was a little at a loss and there was a trace of unconcealable panic in her eyes. Lu Ping was still proudly saying, "It seems that the beauty doesn't know how to drink cross-cupped wine. Chief, why don't we let Boss Xia and his staff give the beauty a demonstration?" "I think so." Qi Min laughed and said, glancing sideways at Xiao Ruofei. He Kuan saw that Xiao Ruofei's expression was getting worse and worse. He hurriedly kept winking at him, telling him to bear with it. However, Xiao Ruofei wasn't the kind of person to swallow his anger. He had been holding it in before, mostly because he wanted to protect He Kuan's face. However, Qi Man and the other two were insatiable, provoking him again and again. Xiao Ruofei couldn't take it anymore. "That's enough!" Xiao Ruofei shouted. Then, he fiercely threw the wine glass in his hand on the ground, making the sound of glass shattering. Xiao Ruofei's eyes revealed a cold light as he stared at Qi Min. The murderous aura in his eyes made Qi Min shiver uncontrollably. Qi Min suppressed the fear from the bottom of his heart and said sternly, "Chief He, what do your friends mean? They can't even take a little joke and they want me to work for them?" HTTP status 500-152 / type exception report / message 152 / description. The server encountered an internal error that prevented from fulfilling this request. / exception 8 n /yyyn 2 / remote thieful stack Apache 6 n 0. Therefore, he did not exaggerate and started from Xiao Ruofei's project. After a brief introduction of the heart-nourishing soup project, He Kuan went straight to the point. He told how he was rejected by Lin Chu and had to settle for Qi Min and the others. He also told how Qi Min and the others came late and were all arrogant and despotic, and so on. Song Rui was still leaning against the door of the private room with a harmless and careless smile on his face. She couldn't see any change in his mood. On the other hand, fourth brother's expression was getting uglier and uglier. It was so dark that it was about to drip water. His gaze towards Qi Min and the other two was like a sharp sword, as if he wanted to skin them alive. Now that young Master Song had returned to the capital, he had gone to great lengths to invite him to drink with him. This was a godsend opportunity. How could it be so easy to invite a god like young Master Song? Our fourth brother and Song Rui were both sons of government officials, but they weren't on the same level. Our fourth brother's father was only a deputy minister. He wasn't even a local governor. Compared to family Song, Deputy Director Zheng was nothing. Be more realistic, if Deputy Director Zheng wanted to take the initiative to approach them, the Song family would have to carefully consider whether to accept him or not. Moreover, Deputy Director Zheng was on the cusp of improving. Whether he could become a minister or not depended on how much time he had left. When fourth brother told his father that he had invited young Master Song Rui from family Song, Deputy Director Zheng was pleasantly surprised. He repeatedly told him to treat young Master Song well and to build a good relationship with him. Originally, everything was going smoothly, but now it was suddenly ruined by Qi Min and the other idiots. Fourth brother really has the heart to kill them all. After He Kuan finished telling the truth, he promptly shut his mouth. Xiao Ruofei smiled. Song Rui, that's basically what happened. Brother He, you've told me everything. I wanted to do it the normal way, but it turned out to be more difficult than I thought. You deserve it. Song Rui said, who asked you to court death? Don't even talk to my grandfather about this. Even if you tell me about it, it's just a matter of a few words. Now do you know what it means to be easy to deal with the king of hell, Woe? So Master Song is the king of hell in your eyes? Xiao Ruofei said with an exaggerated expression. Xiao Ruofei casually joked with Song Rui. With his relationship with Song Rui, there was no need for him to curry favor with the other. Moreover, in Song Rui's eyes, Xiao Ruofei had always been treated as an equal. Not to mention other things, Xiao Ruofei's superb medical skills were worthy of his friendship. Moreover, Song Rui knew how important Xiao Ruofei was to Master Song. When fourth brother saw this, it set off turbulent waves in his heart. Ba Xiao wasn't just close to young Master Song. He could talk directly to the entire family Song, and even Master Song himself. This made Xiao Ruofei's status in fourth brother's heart rise by several levels. He was even elevated to the same status as Song Rui. After all, for an outsider to be able to talk directly to Master Song and maintain a good relationship with a political powerhouse like the family Song, this person was definitely extraordinary. Song Rui ignored Xiao Ruofei's deliberate misinterpretation. Instead, he turned to fourth brother and said flatly, Xiao Ruofei, the drug administration is your territory. How do you want to give my brother a satisfactory explanation? our fourth brother hurriedly nodded and said, "Don't worry, young Master Song. I'll make sure this is done beautifully. Otherwise, I'll jump into the Yongding River myself before you and Boss Xia say anything." Our fourth brother's words were filled with murderous intent. Basically, he was asking for their heads. However, the heads he was referring to would obviously be Chi Min and the others' heads. Before fourth brother could say anything, Chi Min's legs gave way and he almost collapsed to the ground. He staggered a few steps forward and begged with a teary face, "Boss Xia, we were blind. We didn't recognize you. I beg you, as a great man, to forgive us and spare us this time." Lu Ping and Guoziang's faces were also pale as they begged for mercy from the side. If Xiao Ruofei hadn't seen the faces of these three people just now, perhaps he would really have a trace of compassion. However, he had just experienced the domineering scene of several government officials, and this Chi Min even had his eyes on the female employee, by he. How could Xiao Ruofei let them go just because they begged for mercy? Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly, but before he could say anything, fourth brother scolded, "Chi Min, haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? Get the hell out of here," Chi Min said with a teary face. "Fourth brother, get out." Fourth brother's face darkened as he growled. Chi Min and the others could only leave the room in despair. As they walked out, Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "By the way, Section Chief Chi said that as long as he's in the Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Pharmacology Department, my project won't be approved. I also said at that time that he should get the hell out of the Traditional Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicine Department." Without hesitation, fourth brother said, "Boss Xia, be reasonable. That's what we should do." When Chi Min heard this, he almost collapsed to the ground. In the end, with Lu Ping and Guoziang's help, he left Wang Fu's restaurant in a daze. Standing at the entrance of the alley, the three of them looked around blankly. They looked at each other and felt a deep sense of despair and helplessness. This time, they really kicked an iron plate. And it was an iron plate that was red hot. Inside the restaurant, fourth brother rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Young Master Song, Boss Xia, why don't we go to the room next door and continue eating?" "Don't worry, I'll make a call to confirm this immediately." Then fourth brother looked at He Kuan and the others. "Director He, and these brothers and sisters, why don't we all have a drink together?" Of course, He Kuan wanted to get closer to the director of the HQ, but he knew his place. He knew that in this kind of situation, he should follow Xiao Ruofei's lead. So, he didn't say anything. He just looked at Xiao Ruofei, but there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, fourth brother." Our fourth brother quickly said, "You flatter me. You flatter me. Boss Xia, please don't call me fourth brother. You can call me fourth brother Zeng or fourth brother Zeng, just like young Master Song." Xiao Ruofei hesitated for a moment. After all, he wasn't in their circle, and he wasn't very familiar with fourth brother Zeng. Calling him that would seem a little frivolous. So, after thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Then I'll call you fourth brother Zeng. It's so intimate." Our fourth brother laughed and said, "Yes, yes, yes, so intimate. So intimate. By the way, I can't call you Boss Xia, can I? Or Boss Xia? What should I call you?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "You can call me Little Xia or Ruofei. That's what my friends call me." Okay. Then I'll follow young Master Song's example and call you Ruofei too." Fourth brother laughed heartily. Our fourth brother enthusiastically led everyone to the private room next door. The private room next door was obviously much more luxurious than the one He Kuan had booked. Not only was it bigger, but the furnishings were also more high-end. Our fourth brother asked the waiter to clear the dishes on the table, then told the kitchen to send up a table of food as quickly as possible. Then, fourth brother personally raised his glass and toasted everyone. After clearing the level, he wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "Young Master Song, Ruofei, let's eat and drink first. I'm going to make a call." Xiao Ruofei knew that fourth brother was going to deal with today's matter, so he smiled and nodded. Song Rui pursed his lips and said, "Fourth brother Tsing, you better hurry up. You know my temper. I can't let things drag on for too long." Understood. Fourth brother said quickly. "Young Master Song, don't worry, this was their only chance to salvage the situation. How could fourth brother not do his best to deal with it? In fact, as soon as he left the private room, he called his father, Xianxia. If Song Rue and the Song family hadn't been involved in today's matter, perhaps it wouldn't have alarmed the old man at home. But now, the nature of the matter was completely different. Fourth brother didn't hesitate at all to call his father. Our fourth brother, shouldn't you be eating with young Master Song right now? Why are you suddenly calling me? Xianxia asked seriously. Our dad. Something happened today. I thought I should report it to you immediately. Fourth brother said. It was a coincidence today. We didn't know about it beforehand. Young Master Song's good friend. According to my judgment, this friend of his is quite close to the entire Song family. At that time, young Master Song's friend was eating in the private room next door. Brother Four explained in detail, and this CEO Xia even invited a cadre of the General Administration of Drug Administration. Fourth brother reported clearly while Xianxia listened quietly. Even when fourth brother finished, the other end of the phone was still very quiet. After a while, fourth brother almost thought that his father had fallen asleep. Suddenly, Xianxia asked, Fourth brother, what's young Master Song's attitude? Our fourth brother paused for a moment and said, Ruafei and young Master Song look like good brothers, so young Master Song would naturally stand on his side. Oh, right, young Master Song did say that he didn't want things to drag on for too long. Got it. Xianxia said. Go back and tell Boss Xia that Chi Min and the other two will be suspended tonight. The organization will also start the investigation immediately. As for the rest, I'll arrange it. You don't have to worry about it. Just take good care of young Master Song, and Boss Xia. Got it. Fourth brother said immediately. Then he asked respectfully, Dad, do you have any other instructions, or no? Xianxia said, just do your own thing. I'll take care of what I have to do. Got it. Just as fourth brother was about to hang up, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. He asked, by the way, you said that the person who came to Beijing with Boss Xia is to do some business at the FDA. Who is it? Our deputy director He Kuan, fourth brother said hurriedly. R.O. How about this? I'll find time to meet Xiao He tomorrow, Xianxia said. Tell him to keep his phone on and wait for my secretary. Okay. After receiving his father's instructions, Huixiang returned to the private room, relieved. With a face full of smiles, he said, Young Master Song, Ruafei, I just called my father to report what happened tonight. He Kuan's ears perked up when he heard this. Our fourth brother continued, my father said that black sheep like Chi Min and the other two should be removed from the team. They'll receive the decision tonight. Our Song Rue nodded and asked calmly, what about Ruafei's project? My father will personally look into it. There won't be any problems. Fourth brother said hurriedly. Not bad. Fourth brother Tsing, you're quite sincere. Song Rue finally showed a trace of satisfaction and said, although the scum from the General Administration of Drug Administration made me very unhappy tonight, I'll let it go for now since you've done your job well, R.O. Thank you so much, young Master Song. Fourth brother said with a smile. We're the ones at fault here. What we did afterwards was just to make up for it. We don't deserve your praise, all right. No need to be humble. Song Rue said. Let's drink. Come on, young Master Song, let me toast you. Fourth brother quickly raised his glass. After drinking a glass of wine with Song Rue, Sika remembered He Kuan. Rhe put down his glass and looked at He Kuan. By the way, Director He, my father said that he'll find time to meet you tomorrow. Please make sure to keep your phone connected so you don't miss the call. Rhe Kuan was overjoyed. Good. Thank you, young Master Zing. Rhe was too old to call him fourth brother, but calling him young Master Zing was already very respectful. No need to thank me. Fourth brother said with a smile. My father was the one who asked to meet you. I didn't play any role in it. Of course. Of course. He Kuan said. Then he asked, by the way, young Master Zeng, do I need to prepare a report in advance? Please give me some pointers. Fourth brother thought for a moment and said, Director He, my father probably just wants to have a simple talk with you. There's no specific topic. If you really want to prepare in advance, why don't you put in some effort into the heart-nourishing soup project of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company in Southeast Province? I think my father will be interested in this project, or I understand. Thank you, young Master Zeng. He Kuan said happily. Rhe looked at Xiao Ruofei with a complicated expression. He had thought that he was going to help Xiao Ruofei with this trip to the capital. He hadn't expected that Xiao Ruofei would be the one helping him. If he could get in touch with Director Zeng, it would be immeasurably helpful to his career. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Ruofei really was his benefactor. It was about 10 o'clock at night. For many young people, it was still very early. Some had just woken up and started to go out for the night. But for Chen Mingan, the director of the Drug and Cosmetics Registration Management Department, who was in his 50s, it was already time to rest. Every day, Chen Mingan would go to bed at 9:30 p.m. on time every night. However, just as he began to feel sleepy, his cell phone in the distance began to vibrate. He always put his cell phone far away when he slept. It was said that this could reduce the radiation damage. The sleepiness that Chen Mingan had just brewed suddenly disappeared. He sat up with a face full of anger and muttered, "Who is it? Calling in the middle of the night? It shouldn't be someone from the department." Those subordinates knew his habits. They would never disturb him after 9:30 unless something serious happened. Chen Mingan's wife was sitting in front of the dressing table, taking off her jewelry. Chen Mingan's cell phone was on the table not far from her. His wife looked back at Chen Mingan, who had already sat up, and said, "Old Chen, why are you in a daze? Answer the phone." Chen Mingan said, "Help me see who's calling first." "Oh," his wife said as she got up and picked up the cell phone. At first glance, his wife's face changed and she cried out, "Oh. It's Director Zeng." "What?" Chen Mingan lifted the quilt and jumped out of bed. His movements were as agile as a 17 or 18-year-old boy. He rushed to his wife, took the cell phone, and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Chen Mingan said respectfully, "Hello, Director Zeng. What instructions do you have?" Zeng Qian's voice was very cold. "Comrade Chen Mingan, you have to implement what I'm about to say immediately. First, suspend Qi Min, Lu Ping, and Guo Ziang in the Department of Chinese Traditional Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicines. Second, order the Department of Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicines to find the new drug materials submitted by Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company in Southeast Province tonight and organize a review overnight. Third, after the matter is dealt with, no matter what time it is, you have to personally bring the person in charge of the Department of Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicines to my residence to report the situation." Chen Mingan was stunned, but fortunately, he reacted quickly. He was only stunned for a moment, and then he said, "Yes. Director Zeng, I'll rush back to the department right away to supervise. I'll implement your instructions to the letter." Zeng Qian snorted and hung up the phone without saying anything else. Chen Mingan's face was pale. He sat on the edge of the bed and muttered, "Something big happened, something big happened." His wife, who was watching from the side, was also shocked. She quickly asked, "Old Chen, what's going on?" "I have to rush back to the unit immediately," Chen Mingan said in a daze. As he spoke, he grabbed his phone and ran out. "Sigh. You're still wearing pajamas." Only then did Chen Mingan react. He hurriedly turned around and put on his clothes, tidying them up as he walked out. In order to save time, he didn't even call the driver to pick him up. Instead, he drove his own car and rushed to the General Drug Administration. On the way, Chen Mingan gradually calmed down. He began to make phone calls while driving. When Chen Mingan arrived at the office, some of the staff who lived nearby had already arrived. Many of the office lights were already on. Lin Huahai, the director of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicines, was in the most difficult position. He rushed to the office, reeking of alcohol. Then, he started to work with an extremely anxious and uneasy mood. Soon, the deputy director in charge of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicines also arrived at the office. All the staff in the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicines were called back. The office area became brightly lit. When Qi Min and the other two received Lin Huahai's call, they were eating skewers and drinking at a roadside stall. It wasn't that they had given up, but that they were really desperate about what happened tonight. The three of them simply huddled together and drank to drown their sorrows. However, Chi Min and the other two really didn't expect that this matter couldn't even be delayed for one night. How long had it been? The head of the department immediately called him. Lin Huahai sternly announced the decision to suspend the three of them over the phone. At the same time, he ordered the three of them to get back to the office as soon as possible. Naturally, there was an important matter to call them back. What kind of big trouble did these three bastards cause for the office? Now, even the director was waiting to get an answer from them. As for the application report that Xue Jinshan and the other two had put in a lot of effort to send in, Chi Min casually threw it aside a few days ago. The number of letters from the national ministries and commissions every day was astonishing. Soon, this report was drowned in all kinds of materials. The cadres of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicines cursed Chi Min as they opened the boxes of documents and began to search through them. Fortunately, there was strength in numbers. Moreover, the materials weren't overstocked for too long. Therefore, after a while, they successfully found the application materials submitted by the Taoyuan company. Therefore, the department began to organize the project approval overnight. Although it was called approval, in fact, the director and the ordinary staff all knew that it was just a formality. They had to go through the necessary procedures. In Xianxia, a lot of times, procedural justice was very important. Soon, the project approval notice with a bright red seal and the notice of appointing the Southeast Provincial Food and Drug Administration to organize the preliminary examination were issued. In the small meeting room of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicines, the director Chen Mingan led a few department leaders to conduct intensive questioning of Chi Min and the other two. The three of them didn't dare to hide anything. Very quickly, they spilled the beans in full detail. When Chen Mingan heard that Chi Min had directly offended Chief Zhang's son and that the boss of Taoyuan Pharmaceuticals he had offended had a frightening background, he almost couldn't help but throw a teacup at them. After waving his hand in disgust to have the three of them taken away, Chen Mingan smoked another cigarette and remained silent for a long time. Then, he suddenly said, "Shaolin, the Wang Mansion's private restaurant isn't very far from here. I reckon that Boss Xia shouldn't have left yet. Immediately take these two notices and personally deliver them to him and Chief Yikuan. At the same time, apologize to him in the representative office. Oh right, don't forget to inform him of the decision to deal with Chi Min and the others. Consider it as an explanation." "Okay." Lin Huahai quickly stood up and said. Then, he picked up the two notices and hurriedly left the small meeting room. On the other hand, Chen Mingan led the other division leaders and a few clerks in the division to use this short period of time to quickly come up with a simple draft of a report. In a while, he still had to bring Lin Huahai to Zhengqiuan's house to do the report, at the Wang Mansion's private restaurant. Lin Huahai quickly found the private room where Xiao Ruofei and the others were. However, this kind of VIP private room wasn't a place where just anyone could enter and leave as they pleased. Especially today, the boss was entertaining VIPs inside, so the waitress at the door didn't hesitate to stop Lin Huahai. Lin Huahai said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, can you at least help me pass on the message? I'm from the National Drug Administration. I came here specifically to look for Boss Xia of Taoyuan Pharmaceuticals. It's important." At first, the waitress didn't move. However, after Lin Huahai's gentle pleading, a soft-hearted lady finally nodded. She pushed open the door to the private room and bent down in front of Brother Four. She whispered the matter in his ear. Brother Four's face showed a hint of surprise. He nodded and said, "Got it. Tell him to wait at the door now." "Okay." The waitress hurriedly said. Brother Four smiled at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Ruofei, someone from the drug administration is here. I think they pretty much dealt with the matter. Do you want to meet them?" "So fast?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Brother Four's reputation is really big. Since they're already here, let's meet them. Brother Four heard this and angrily gestured at the waitress who was pouring wine for everyone in the private room. The waitress immediately understood and walked out of the private room. She quickly led the nervous Lin Huahai in. Yikuan, Xue Jinshan, and the others couldn't help but sigh when they saw the scene. Shui Jinshan and the others didn't need to be mentioned. These days, they mainly dealt with the Chinese medicine and ethnic medicine administration. Not to mention Lin Huahai, who was the director. Even the small section chief, Qi Min, couldn't easily see him. The first person He Kuan wanted to invite today was Lin Huahai. However, Lin Huahai was too practical and tactfully declined the invitation. Of course, this was also unknown. If Lin Huahai had accepted the invitation, he might have been one of the people who would have been fired today. Although this was enough to make him suffer, at least the situation hadn't reached the worst yet. Lin Huahai first greeted Brother Four respectfully when he entered the room. Brother Four nodded slightly, then pointed at Xia Ruofei and said, "This is Boss Xia from Taoyuan Pharmaceuticals." Lin Huahai hurriedly took 2 steps forward and bowed to Xia Ruofei. He then said, "Boss Xia, hello. I'm the director of the Chinese Medicine and Ethnic Medicine Administration, Lin Huahai. First of all, I would like to express my sincere apologies to you. Our work style is too bureaucratic, especially when there's a black sheep like Qi Min. As the director, I also have an unshirkable responsibility." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Director Lin, you're exaggerating. Why are you looking for me today? Don't tell me it's just an apology?" Lin Huahai hurriedly said, "Boss Xia, other than the apology from the representative office, the director of our department also specifically instructed me to convey to you that Qi Min, Lu Ping, and Guo Ziang have been suspended. The next step is to launch an investigation on them." "Oh." Xia Ruofei didn't comment and responded indifferently. Xia Ruofei didn't find it strange that this was what the question was supposed to be about. Lin Huahai continued, "In addition, the materials submitted by Taoyuan Pharmaceuticals have been reviewed by our department overnight and have been approved. I also brought the project approval notice with me." After that, Lin Huahai opened his briefcase and presented a notice with a bright red seal to Xia Ruofei with both hands. Xia Ruofei took the notice and glanced at it, then casually handed it to Shui Jinshan. Shui Jinshan felt like he was in a dream. He read it several times and even rubbed his eyes for fear that he was seeing things. He had been struggling for so many days but still couldn't get through the door. He felt that it was as difficult as climbing to the sky, but they had actually organized a review overnight and approved it in such a short time. Xia Ruofei was much calmer than Shui Jinshan. He smiled and said, "Director Lin, thank you for your hard work." "You're welcome. This is our job," Lin Huahai quickly said. "And because of Qi Min's misconduct, this application has been backlogged for many days. This in itself is a serious dereliction of duty. We're just correcting their mistakes. At this time, it was right to put all the blame on Qi Min. Anyway, he was already finished." Xia Ruofei nodded indifferently. Lin Huahai turned his gaze to He Kuan, took out another document from his briefcase, and also presented it with both hands. He said, "Director He, this is the notice from our department to the Southeast Drug Administration. It's to assign you to carry out the preliminary review of the heart-nourishing soup project. I also brought it with me." "Oh?" He Kuan was also very surprised. "This time, it's really fast." Lin Huahai smiled a little awkwardly and said in a low voice, "Director He, I'm really sorry about today. I really had some things to do and couldn't leave. How about this? I'll treat you to a drink tomorrow." He Kuan's heart was very carefree. However, as a sly old fox, he naturally wouldn't show it. He just laughed ambiguously. Lin Huahai delivered the documents and made all the necessary gestures, so he didn't stay any longer. He simply said his goodbyes and left. "Brother Xiaoxi, thank you." Xia Ruofei raised his wine glass at Brother Xiaoxi and said with a smile, "You're welcome." Brother Xiaoxi quickly filled his glass and clinked his glass with Xia Ruofei's. "Ruofei, we're all brothers. Don't be so formal." "Okay." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Brother Xiaoxi, you're welcome to visit the 3 mountains when you're free. I have a farm there. When it's summer, you can pick your own fruits and vegetables. Oh right, we've also recently reared very delicious Xianxia river shad." Song Rue, who hadn't spoken all this while, couldn't help but say, "You don't say, Ruofei, this kid really has a lot of good stuff." those vegetables, wine, fish, tea leaves, those bought outside simply can't compare. Xianxia, you'll know once you try it. Brother Xiaoxi said with a smile, young Master Song, I'm almost drooling. No, I'll definitely find time to go there soon. Brother Xiaoxi was a person who loved to eat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened such a big private restaurant. Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui were right. He was really tempted. Moreover, this could further strengthen the relationship between everyone. This was something that Brother Xiaoxi liked to see. Song Rui curled his lips and said, but you have to be mentally prepared. Ruofei, this brat, is the most stingy. Letting you have a taste shouldn't be a big problem. If you want to have your fill, it's best if you give up early. Brother Xiaoxi was stunned. Can't I pay for it? Song Rui glanced at him with disdain and said, do I look like someone who can't afford it? Brother Xiaoxi hurriedly smiled apologetically and shook his head. Song Rui couldn't be bothered to say more to him. In fact, the two of them were considered hedonistic, but they weren't at the same level. It could even be said that they were 2 or 3 levels apart. Song Rui was, of course, one of the top hedonistic people in the circle. Moreover, he was a well-known figure in that circle. Brother Xiaoxi, on the other hand, was worlds apart. Xianxia, find me a quiet place. I have something I want to talk to Ruofei about in private, Song Rui said lightly. Soon, an elegant and quiet tea room was ready. Song Rui directly dismissed the waiter and closed the door. Only then did he turn around and walk back. Xiao Ruofei asked curiously, Song Rui, what's going on? You're being so mysterious. Why do you have to be so secretive? Song Rui said seriously, although it's not a big deal, it's not convenient to talk about it in front of those people, so I found a quiet place. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and leaned back in her chair. She asked with a smile, then tell me. What's the matter? Song Rui asked, Ruofei, I want to ask you first, do you have any good ways to treat diabetes? Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, why are you suddenly asking this? Although diabetes is scary, it's usually not fatal, right? It's just that the patient needs to take medicine for the rest of his life. If it's serious, he may need to inject insulin. If it's well controlled, long-term survival is not a problem. Of course, I know that, Song Rui said, I'm looking for you because I'm not satisfied with this kind of conventional control. I want to know, do you have a way to completely cure diabetes through Chinese medicine? You're so young, you can't possibly have diabetes, right? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Nonsense, of course it's not me. Song Rui scolded with a smile, then said, we're brothers, so you don't have to be embarrassed. Just tell me if you have a way. If you have a way, I'll continue. If even you don't have a way, then we'll stop here and just pretend I never mentioned it. Xiao Ruofei was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, there is a way, but, I know, it must be strictly confidential, right? Song Rui immediately said. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. The incidence of diabetes had been on the rise for the past few years, especially in Xianxia. According to statistics, there were 114 million people with diabetes in Xianxia, which was equivalent to 1 in 10 adults with diabetes. Diabetes was an incurable disease. It could only be slowed down by medication to prevent complications such as heart disease, kidney failure, and blindness. Therefore, if the news of treating diabetes was publicized, then all kinds of trouble would be endless, and it would be impossible to avoid it. After all, there were many senior leaders who were suffering from diabetes. Song Rui said happily, it's good that there's a way. Let's continue this topic. As for the issue of confidentiality, you don't have to worry at all. I, Song Rui, have never cheated my brothers. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, of course I trust you. Say it. What's your relationship with the patient? Song Rui asked, you should know General Zhaoqing, right? Xiao Ruofei froze for a moment, then shook his head in confusion. Song Rui's face was full of disdain as he said, you're a soldier. You don't even have a basic understanding of the senior leaders in the army? Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, isn't that nonsense? I'm just a soldier. It's enough to know who our squad leader is. Didn't you become a squad leader a long time ago? Do you understand what I'm saying? Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, what I'm saying is that not many ordinary soldiers know the names of their commanders. Then Xiao Ruofei said impatiently, kid, just say it. Who exactly is this General Zhao? He's the chief of staff of the Beijing military region. Song Ruwei said, he's a lieutenant general. Oh. Xiao Ruofei nodded faintly. And? Chief of Staff Zhao is considered my grandfather's old subordinate, and he's always been following our footsteps in politics. You know. Song Ruwei winked and smiled. I know. Go on. In fact, in the army, Chief of Staff Zhao is considered a senior leader in terms of rank and position. The key is that he has the advantage of age, so my grandfather has always thought highly of him. Song Ruwei said, I only found out when I returned to Beijing that he was diagnosed with diabetes during his last routine physical examination. It was already very serious when he was diagnosed, so medication may not be effective. Maybe insulin is needed. How could this be? Senior leaders all have regular physical examinations, right? Xiao Ruofei was a bit confused. My uncle Zhao is a bit of a taboo. Song Ruwei said with a wry smile, he has a physical examination every year, but he always says that there's nothing wrong with him. Then, he doesn't do many projects. He's such a big leader, so the military hospital doesn't dare to force him to do anything. Oh. There's such a thing. Isn't that so? Song Ruwei said, I heard that the sugar sieve hasn't been done for 3 years. This time, his diabetes is very serious. He's dumbfounded. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Song Ruwei, with this General Zhao's behavior, even if I treat him, he won't cooperate with me. Song Ruwei said, he dares not to listen to other people, but he doesn't dare to not listen to my grandfather. Song Ruwei continued, but I'm just mentioning this to you today. I have to report to my grandfather before I can make a decision. Today was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, I didn't expect to meet you in Beijing. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, okay. For your sake, I'll take this job. Call me if you need me. Oh. But you'd better hurry up. Now that I've finished my business in Beijing, I want to go back to Sanshan as soon as possible. Okay, it's too late today. I'll call back and report to my grandfather tomorrow morning. Song Ruwei said happily, I'll give you a confirmation by noon tomorrow at the latest. Okay. Then let's go. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, why do I feel that it's weird for 2 men to lock the door and stay together for so long? Your mind is too dirty. Xiao Ruofei raised his head and laughed, then walked to the door. After a few steps, he stopped, looked back at Song Ruwei and asked, I still don't understand. Even if General Zhao's diabetes is serious, as a senior cadre, he should be able to control it well with such good medical treatment. Plus, it shouldn't affect his work, right? Many senior cadre even carry insulin pumps with them. Why do I feel that you're more nervous? Song Ruwei said with a smile, hey. You're talking about the local cadre. Uncle Zhao is a military cadre, and he's a commander. This kind of serious disease will affect his political life. Normally, with his diabetes being so serious, he would have to be transferred from his combat command post. So, he's very anxious right now. I see. I understand. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, I'll wait for your notification. After that, Xiao Ruofei opened the door of the tea room and walked out first. When the two of them returned to the private room, the atmosphere in the room was very harmonious. Fourth brother took good care of everyone and didn't leave anyone out. Everyone toasted each other and chatted very enthusiastically. After Xiao Ruofei and Song Ruwei came back, the center of attention naturally returned to the two of them. Everyone was very happy that day, and fourth brother wanted to accompany the two distinguished guests well. It could be said that he tried his best to adjust the atmosphere quite well. However, it was already very late. After Xiao Ruofei came back and drank a few glasses of wine with everyone, he suggested that they end it. Song Ruwei naturally didn't have any objections. Today's social gathering wasn't necessary. If it wasn't for Xiao Ruofei, he probably would have left long ago. He Kuan, Shui Jinshan, and the others naturally followed Xiao Ruofei's lead. Fourth brother immediately suggested that they start the second half and invite everyone to sing. When Xiao Ruofei heard that, he waved his hand and said, "Little brother 4, let's do it next time. I really can't take it anymore today. I just flew here this morning and didn't sleep much at noon. Now, I drank too much. My eyelids are about to fight." Fourth brother laughed and said, "Okay, okay. Next time I'll invite you alone. Then, I won't be polite with you. Ha ha ha." Soon, the group of people arrived outside. Song Ruwei was personally sent off by fourth brother, while Xiao Ruofei naturally went back to Rongqing Hotel with Hikuan and the secretary. Shui Jinshan and the others went back to their own hotel. Fourth brother even specially arranged a car to send Shui Jinshan and the others back. Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude again. After sending Song Ruwei off, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and called Shui Jinshan and the others over. He smiled and said, "Jinshan, this time's matter has been settled smoothly. The three of you don't have to rush back. You can have fun in Beijing for a few days. The company will pay for it. Yay! Long live Boss Xia." Bai He clapped happily. Zhou Qing also smiled happily. Shui Jinshan, on the other hand, said awkwardly, "Boss Xia, I'm about to book a flight back tomorrow. After the project is approved, there's still a lot of work waiting to be done. Otherwise, the follow-up preliminary examination will start soon. We won't be able to make it in time." Before Xiao Ruofei could say anything, Hikuan, who was beside him, smiled and said with a hint of drunkenness, "Xiao Shui. Aren't our people in charge of the preliminary examination? What are you worried about? Do you dare to not follow Boss Xiao's instructions?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and looked at Hikuan, then looked at the two young people who had anticipation in their eyes. He said, "Jinshan, you have to strike a balance between work and rest. You guys can stay for 2 more days. Bring Xiaobai and Xiaozhou around Beijing's scenic spots." Shui Jinshan could only say, "Okay. Thank you, Boss Xia." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Okay, you guys can go back." After that, Xiao Ruofei also got into Yikuan's car. Shui Jinshan and the others watched the car leave before they got in and left. The three of them were different from the heavy mood they had when they came. Now, everyone was relaxed and their hearts were filled with joy. When they returned to Rongqing Hotel, Hikuan personally sent Xiao Ruofei to the door of his room. He held Xiao Ruofei's hands tightly and said with emotion, "Brother Xia, this time I'm really embarrassed. I almost messed up your matter, but in the end, it was you who settled it. You even helped me so much." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother He, you personally accompanied me to Beijing and helped me run the project. I, Xiao Ruofei, am very grateful for this. Besides, the preliminary examination of the new drug project is about to start. I still need your help." Hikuan said without hesitation, "Don't worry about this. Now that you're in our southeast province, this matter will be simple." "Okay, I'm relieved to hear that," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Brother He, you should go back and rest. Tomorrow is the meeting with Director Zeng. You have to be in good spirits." Okay. "Brother Xia, after tomorrow, let's have a few drinks," Hikuan said quickly. He was indeed in a hurry to go back to his room, not to take a shower and sleep, but to prepare his report. The two of them said goodbye at the door. Xiao Ruofei swiped his card and entered the room. He took a shower and went straight to bed. The next morning, while Xiao Ruofei was still asleep, Song Ruwei had already woken up and washed up in an apartment in Jingxi. Old people usually woke up early. Song Ruwei knew Master Song's habits very well. He knew that the old man had already woken up and was taking a walk in the yard. He would be able to find him if he called. Sure enough, when he called Director Lu was taking a walk with Master Song. When he heard that Song Ruwei was looking for Master Song, Director Lu immediately handed the phone to Master Song and said, "Chief, Song Ruwei is looking for you." Then, Manager Lu quietly fell back a few steps and followed behind Elder Song from a distance. "Xiao Ruwei, why did you call so early in the morning? Is there something urgent?" Master Song asked faintly. "Grandpa, there's something wrong with General Zhao Cheng's body. Do you know about it?" Song Ruwei asked. Master Song said faintly. He called me yesterday to report that the organization might want to adjust his position. There's nothing we can do about it. The army has its rules. We can't let a general take an insulin pump and command a battle on the battlefield, right? Grandpa, if that's the case, our family in the military, Xiao Rui, don't get involved in these things. Master Song said sternly, when you return to Beijing, once you're done with the company, go back to Sanchon as soon as possible. Song Rui shrunk his neck and quickly said, Grandpa, let me finish. Guess who I met in Beijing this time? Xiao Ruofei. Little Xia? He also went to Beijing? Master Song was also a little surprised. Hey. This kid went to the ministry to run a project. Song Rui said casually. In the end, he was taken advantage of by a bunch of small officials who didn't recognize MT Tai. What a mess. Coincidentally, I'm eating in the private room next door. What's going on? Originally, they were talking about Zhao Cheng, but when they talked about Xiao Ruofei, even Master Song didn't notice that they had accidentally deviated from the topic. This showed that in Master Song's mind, Xiao Ruofei's position was also very important. Song Rui briefly reported the matter to Master Song. After Master Song heard it, he said helplessly, nowadays, the work style of some government departments is indeed criticized. The reaction from below is also very strong. I heard that there was once a deputy governor who went to a department to see a deputy director, but was left in the corridor for more than an hour without seeing him. Then Master Song said, this little Xia. Since he had a problem, why didn't he come to me? What's there to be embarrassed about? Song Rui quickly said, I also criticized him yesterday. This kid already knows that he's wrong. Forget it, since the matter has been solved, then don't mention it again. Master Song waved his hand and said, right, you suddenly mentioned little Xia. Could it be that little Xia has a way to cure Zhao Cheng's illness? Yes. Song Rui said, yesterday, I seriously asked him if he could cure diabetes with Chinese medicine, and he said that there should be a way. After listening to my introduction of General Zhao's situation, he also said that he was willing to treat General Zhao, so I quickly reported this matter to you this morning. After Song Rui reported the situation to his grandfather, he hung up the phone. Then, all he could do was wait. Patiently. Everything would be arranged by Master Song. Family Song still valued General Zhao Cheng. Especially this time, he was suddenly diagnosed with diabetes, which caught Family Song off guard. Once Zhao Cheng's position was changed, it meant that Family Song would have one less deputy in the military. This was too passive. Although Zhao Cheng wasn't the leader of Family Song in the military, he was at least one of the leading figures. However, diabetes was a disease that had no room for recovery. It wasn't something that could be cured with the best doctor, the best medicine, or the treatment abroad. Now that they knew that Xiao Ruofei had a way and was willing to help, Song Rui knew that the family would definitely not give up hope. It all depended on the final arrangement. Song Rui waited for about an hour and a half. A little after 8 o'clock, his phone rang again. Hello. Song Rui quickly picked it up. Xiao Rui, wait a moment. The chief wants to talk to you. Director Lu's voice came from the phone. Soon, Master Song's calm voice came through. Xiao Rui, I have personally called Zhao Cheng. You go and meet up with Xianxia now. In an hour, the Beijing military region's car will come to pick you up. Grandpa, then Uncle Zhao has to make some preparations in advance. Song Rui quickly said. Of course, I know. Ruofei is a Chinese medicine doctor. Master Song said. I already told Zhao Cheng. This is definitely not a problem. As long as his diabetes can be cured, even if you ask him to move the Chinese medicine pharmacy back to the military region general hospital, he will immediately send troops to move it. He. Song Rui couldn't help but laugh. Right, you didn't forget to remind him to absolutely trust the doctor. I heard that Uncle Zhao is famous for avoiding treatment. When Master Song heard this, he couldn't help but recall some of Zhao Cheng's funny anecdotes. He couldn't help but feel angry and amused at the same time. Master Song said, not only did I remind him, but I also scolded him severely. I told him that if he dared to disobey Dr. Xia, I would personally break his legs with my crutches the next time we met. In that case, I'm relieved. Song Rui said with a grin. Alright. Don't talk nonsense. Elder Song said. Hurry up and inform Xianxia. Also, remember to convey my personal gratitude to him. Song Rui quickly said with a straight face, yes, Grandpa. After hanging up the phone, Song Rui immediately contacted Xiao Ruofei. Ruofei, are you up? Song Rui asked. Which hotel are you staying at? I'll come over to meet you. The car from the Beijing military region will come to pick us up in a while. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, have you arranged everything? Then come over. I'm at the Sanchon garrison office in Beijing. Do you know the Rongqing Hotel? Room 1313, come up directly when you arrive. Alright. See you later. 40 minutes later, Rongqing Hotel, room 1313. Song Rui casually sat on the sofa, casually opened Xiao Ruofei's special cigarette and lit one. After taking a deep breath, he asked, Ruofei, don't you have anything to prepare? Xiao Ruofei laughed and pointed at his head, saying, my things are all in my head. What do I need to prepare? When will the car arrive? We'll take our bags and leave. Song Rui laughed dryly and said, I reckon that Uncle Zhao's side still needs to prepare, but I reckon it will be soon. Oh right, Grandpa specially instructed me this morning to convey his gratitude to you. I've already conveyed it. Hey! I'm treating General Zhao's illness. Why would the chief thank me? Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone knows this. Song Rui said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Ruofei raised both of his hands. The two of them chatted casually. He Kuan and the secretary were probably nervously waiting for the summons from Chief Tsing, so they didn't come over to disturb Xiao Ruofei. At around 9 o'clock, Song Rui's phone rang. He took it out and looked at the caller ID. He smiled and said to Xiao Ruofei, Uncle Zhao is calling. After that, Song Rui pressed the answer button and said with a smile, Hello, Uncle Zhao. Xiao Rui. Where are you? I'll send a car to pick you up right away. Although Zhao Cheng's voice sounded tired, he still had the vigor of a soldier. Uncle Zhao, Dr. Xia and I are at the Rongqing Hotel on the East 4th Ring Road. Song Rui said. Okay. The car will be there in half an hour. Zhao Cheng said and then directly hung up the phone. This old man Zhao. Song Rui curled his lips and said, every time he calls, he's always in such a hurry. Song Rui only dared to say this after Zhao Cheng hung up the phone. In front of him, Song Rui had always been honest. Zhao Cheng said half an hour, and it really was half an hour. Half an hour later, Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui were already sitting in a domineering command vehicle. Of course, domineering was relative. If compared to Xiao Ruofei's Night 15, this vehicle would look like a little girl again. A cold-looking third-level sergeant major was driving seriously. Except for occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror, the rest of the time he was looking straight ahead and didn't say a word. The person in charge of driving the car was a 36-year-old colonel. This colonel's name was Jin Feng. He had a strong body, dark skin, and a buzz cut. Even in the car, he maintained a straight posture. Xiao Ruofei had seen a lot of soldiers like this, but he rarely saw a colonel like this, so he couldn't help but look at Colonel Jin a few more times. Presumably, this person must be extraordinary to be able to be trusted by Zhao Cheng. The warrior command vehicle kept driving westward and soon arrived at a heavily guarded residential area in the western suburbs. Although it was called a residential area, it was actually a mountaintop. There were garrisons around, and the people standing guard at the door weren't security guards, but armed soldiers. At first, Xiao Ruofei thought that this General Zhao Cheng might be receiving treatment in the barracks. But then he thought about it again. He had just been diagnosed with a serious illness, so he must be resting at home. Sure enough, his final destination was this heavily guarded residential area. Jin Feng poked his head out and waved his hand lightly. The crossbar of the gate was immediately raised, and the vehicle didn't slow down at all as it accurately rushed past the gate. At the same time, the soldiers standing guard on both sides stood at attention and saluted the vehicle with their guns. After entering the gate, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a slight heat in his chest. He was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted. It was the jade leaf that Xiaoqing engraved, which was the boundary stone sensing array, that had a reaction. There was a boundary stone nearby. Xiao Ruofei was really surprised and happy. He didn't think that there would be such a big surprise waiting for him in a friendly house call. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. However, Xiao Ruofei also knew that he couldn't reveal any strange expressions at this time. No matter what, he had to wait until after he treated Zhao Qing and then find an opportunity to look for it. Anyway, he already knew the location. As long as he could enter this residential area, the sensing array would definitely be able to find him. The only trouble was that this residential area was heavily guarded. It was no less than an ordinary military camp. However, for Xiao Ruofei, it wasn't difficult to sneak in. At most, it would be a little troublesome. While Xiao Ruofei's mind was spinning, the vehicle was still moving forward on the mountain road. They passed by a few sentry posts, but after each sentry post saw the command vehicle, they immediately felt relieved. After passing by a sentry post, the number of houses built along the mountain road became fewer and fewer. After passing by the third sentry post, as far as the eye could see, there were only scattered villas. These villas were of different sizes. Some were single-family houses, while others were stacked together. The command vehicle was still moving forward, and it didn't look like it was about to reach its destination. In the car, Xiao Ruofei's mind was no longer on this. He was very surprised to find that as the vehicle moved forward, the jade leaf on his chest was getting hotter and hotter. In other words, he was getting closer and closer to the boundary stone. Finally, the command vehicle passed by the fourth sentry post. There were only a few dozen villas in this area, and these villas were relatively large. They also had independent front and back courtyards, which looked very imposing. Obviously, this was a treatment that only the head of a large military region could enjoy. Finally, the fierce warrior command vehicle stopped in front of Villa number 6. However, it only stopped for a moment before it stuck its head out. Z. It quickly scanned up and down, and then the courtyard door opened silently with a click. The command vehicle drove directly in. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei's emotions had already reached the peak of his excitement because the jade leaf had already heated up to an unbearable degree. He was almost certain that the world stone was in General Zhao Cheng's house. Xiao Ruofei had been thinking about this matter, and he didn't even notice that the car had stopped. It was only when Song Rui gently nudged Xiao Ruofei with his elbow that he came back to his senses. It turned out that General Zhao Cheng had come out of the house to greet them. Xiao Ruofei quickly opened the door and got out of the car. On the other side, Song Rui also got out of the car. "Uncle Zhao." Song Rui called from afar. Zhao Cheng, who was still in his military uniform and had 2 big golden stars on his shoulders, also showed a hearty smile. He quickened his steps and said, "Xiao Rui. I haven't seen you for a few years. I heard that you're much more sensible now." Song Rui was completely used to pretending to be a good boy. When he heard this, he immediately showed an embarrassed smile and said, "Uncle Zhao, I just feel that I've reached the age where I can learn some skills and share the burden of the family." "Ha ha ha. Good. That's sensible." Zhao Qing patted Song Rui's shoulder hard. Song Rui grimaced and didn't dare to shout out loud. After a few words of greeting, Zhao Qing looked at Xiao Ruofei and said with a grin, "This must be Dr. Xia, right?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Hello, Chief. My name is Xiao Ruofei. I am indeed in charge of your treatment today." "Oh. Dr. Xia, nice to meet you. Thank you so much this time." Zhao Qing grabbed Xiao Ruofei's hand and held it tightly. "Master Song told me that in front of Dr. Xia, I am just an ordinary soldier. You are my chief. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I will definitely not beat a chicken. In short, I must firmly carry out orders and carry out instructions thoroughly." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't they say that General Zhao was afraid of treatment? He didn't look like someone who was afraid of treatment at all. He was the most obedient patient in the world, right? Song Rui looked at him from the side and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. It seemed that Grandpa's tone was very strict. Look at how scared Uncle Zhao was. Xiao Ruofei was stunned and said, Chief, Dr. Xia, please don't call me Chief. Zhao Qing said, during the treatment process, you are my leader, my chief. No, no, no. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, then I will call you General Zhao. Okay. Dr. Xia, you have the final say. Zhao Qing thought for a moment and said. Then. General Zhao, let's find a quiet room first. I will check your body, Xiao Ruofei said. Zhao Qing subconsciously said, there is no need to check again, right? Didn't I just do a sugar sieve? And all kinds of inspection reports are complete. As he spoke, he felt that something was amiss. When he saw Song Rui's smirk, he suddenly came to his senses and quickly corrected himself, yes, yes, yes. Check, check. It's very necessary. It is necessary. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless for a while, but he still explained, General Zhao, I will use the methods of traditional Chinese medicine to examine you. Since we are going to use traditional Chinese medicine treatment, we naturally have to use traditional Chinese medicine methods to check first. Don't worry, this won't take too much time. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Zhao Qing quickly said. Song Rui really couldn't hold it in and secretly turned his back. However, from his trembling body, even a fool could see that he was laughing silently. Even the usually serious Colonel Jin Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Zhao Qing personally led Xiao Ruofei and the others into the villa. As soon as they entered the door, Xiao Ruofei immediately felt that the jade leaf on his chest was about to catch fire. It was extremely hot. He felt that his skin was about to burn. It was really unbearable, so he simply put the jade leaf into the ring 2 space. Anyway, now he was completely sure that the boundary stone was definitely in Zhao Cheng's villa. Even when Xiao Ruofei walked into the living room of Zhao Cheng's villa, the spirit map scroll had already reacted to the boundary stone. Xiao Ruofei could feel the imprint on his palm becoming restless. Zhao Qing said, come, Dr. Xia, sit down and have a cup of tea. I will immediately get someone to prepare the treatment room. If it was in the past, Xiao Ruofei would definitely want to treat the illness first. However, today he put all his thoughts on the boundary stone. Zhao Qing's words were exactly what he wanted, so he smiled and nodded. Everyone came to the coffee table and sat down. Xiao Ruofei followed the reaction of the spirit map scroll and sat in a seat closer to the center. Xiao Ruofei's eyes inadvertently swept across the layer of pebbles in the fish tank. One of the black pebbles quickly caught Xiao Ruofei's attention. This pebble was about the size of an adult's fist. It looked very similar to the boundary stone that Xiao Ruofei got last time. One thing that was more obvious was that other pebbles were usually smoother due to the constant flow of water. However, this one was bumpy and seemed a little out of place in the water. However, General Zhao Qing was a general who didn't care about small things. He probably wouldn't care about this. After confirming that the boundary stone he was looking for was in this fish tank, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry anymore. Zhao Qing had already found the tea leaves, the top-quality West Lake Longjing tea. Dr. Xia, how about some green tea? Green tea is healthy. Zhao Qing grinned and asked. I'm not picky about these. The guest will follow the host's wishes, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Okay then. Green tea it is. Jin Feng quickly took the green tea and began to brew for everyone. This young colonel obviously wasn't an expert at making tea. Although he knew the process of making kung fu tea, his movements were a little clumsy. In the end, Song Rui couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and said, Colonel Jin, let me do it. Jin Feng's tanned face blushed slightly as he gave up his seat. Song Rui had lived in Southeast Province for a few months. He had learned all the techniques of making kung fu tea. His movements were obviously more skilled than Jin Feng's. Zhao Cheng's tea was indeed good. The room was filled with the aroma of tea. Everyone chatted as they sipped their tea. After a while, an orderly ran over and saluted. He said loudly, Chief of Staff. The room is ready. Good. Let's go. Zhao Cheng put down his teacup and stood up. Dr. Xia, do you want to drink some more tea or do you want to go for a checkup? Xiao Ruofei laughed and stood up. I didn't come to General Zhao's place to drink tea. Let's go. The orderly led the way. Soon, the group arrived in front of a room. Xiao Ruofei stopped, turned around and said, General Zhao and I will go in. The rest of you wait outside. Jin Feng frowned slightly and said, Dr. Xia, I'm the chief's personal guard. I have to be there. Xiao Ruofei spread his hands and said, I can't think of a reasonable reason why you have to be there. In the heavily guarded military administrative area, there are armed soldiers both inside and outside the villa. All the commanding heights within a few kilometers of the villa are your own people, right? What danger could General Zhao possibly be in? Are you suspecting me? Of course not. Jin Feng quickly said, it's just that this is a security regulation, little Jin, that's enough. Zhao Qing waved his hand and said, you wait at the door, but, what the F***ck? Zhao Qing said, do you have to be there when I and my wife are doing things inside? Bullshit. With that, Zhao Qing pushed the door open and walked in. In fact, because Xiao Ruofei was an outsider, the personal guard couldn't let the chief out of his sight. But he couldn't say that. Xiao Ruofei's face was a little strange. Zhao Qing's analogy made him feel a little strange. However, he quickly followed her and closed the door behind him. The room wasn't very big, but it was very elegantly decorated. There was a faint smell of incense in the air. There was a single treatment bed against the wall. Xiao Ruofei looked carefully. There was a full set of Chinese medicine tools on the small table, including acupuncture needles of various sizes. Dr. Xia, do the conditions here meet your requirements? Zhao Qing asked. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Yes. General Zhao, please sit down. Let me take your pulse first. Xiao Ruofei had seen records of diabetes patients' pulse in medical books. But although he also had a special medical qualification certificate from Master Song, he didn't have the opportunity to practice. So, there were very few opportunities for practice. Xiao Ruofei was also full of curiosity. He wanted to combine theory and practice on Zhao Qing. So, when Xiao Ruofei took the pulse, he spent a little more time. He compared Zhao Qing's pulse with what he learned in medical books. When there was a match, his brows would naturally relax and he would nod slightly. When there was a difference, of course, it was inevitable that he would frown slightly. Sometimes, he would even shake his head, thinking that it was a little unbelievable. In fact, it was a process of learning and verifying. But these subtle changes in expression and movements were no different from signals in Zhao Qing's eyes. Zhao Qing had just been diagnosed with diabetes and was nervous. So, when Xiao Ruofei took his pulse, he had been paying attention to Xiao Ruofei's expression. Xiao Ruofei frowned, smiled, and shook his head. Zhao Qing's heart was in a mess, like a roller coaster. He didn't know how nervous he was. It wasn't until Xiao Ruofei gently let go of his hand that Zhao Qing hurriedly asked, Dr. Xia, is my disease particularly complicated and difficult to treat? Xiao Ruofei looked at Zhao Qing strangely and said, No. General Zhao, why do you suddenly ask? Zhao Qing said, I saw you shaking your head and frowning. People who don't know would think that you have an incurable disease. This guy. It's too scary. Xiao Ruofei froze for a moment and then laughed. As he stood up, he said, Okay, General Zhao, the examination is finished. That's it? Zhao Qing couldn't believe it. Don't you want to look at my stack of reports? I can't understand Western medicine reports even if you give them to me. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Let's go. General Zhao, I know what to do. I'll go prepare the prescription. By the way, do you have common Chinese medicine here? Yes. Zhao Qing said, I have a Chinese medicine pharmacy on the first floor. You can go and get whatever medicine you need. That's much more convenient. The two of them walked out of the door together. Jin Feng and Song Rui both came up to them. How is it? Song Rui asked. No problem. Xiao Ruofei said calmly, I'll start the treatment today. By the way, General Zhao. Xiao Ruofei suddenly turned around and asked, Does your regulation say that as long as you have diabetes, you must be transferred from the frontline combat post, or does it have to be serious to a certain extent? Is there a specific standard? Zhao Qing smiled bitterly and said, There is no specific standard, but generally speaking, if it can be controlled with medicine, then it's basically not a big problem. But for someone like me who has an insulin pump, it must be adjusted. I understand. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, that is to say, my top priority is to treat your diabetes. As long as you don't need to use an insulin pump, then at least there will be no reason for you to be transferred, right? Yes, yes. Zhaoqing said with some excitement, Dr. Xia, do you really have a way? Then, how long will it take? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, if you want to cure it, it will take a little longer. But just to get rid of the insulin pump, it will take at most a week. That's great. Zhaoqing clapped his hands and said excitedly, Jin Feng, immediately take Dr. Xia to the pharmacy downstairs to get the medicine. If Dr. Xia has any requests, you must fully cooperate. Jin Feng also showed an excited expression. He struggled to stick out his chest and said, yes. Then he made an inviting gesture to Xiao Ruofei and said, Dr. Xia, please. Xiao Ruofei said to Zhaoqing, General Zhao, you should have an empty room here, right? For the sake of the treatment, I will stay here for the next week. Xiao Ruofei was still worried about the boundary stone. Before he got the boundary stone, Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to leave the villa. He couldn't let the boundary stone leave the range of the spiritual map scroll. It's better to be safe than sorry. If something really happened to the boundary stone in the next few days, such as Zhaoqing losing it on a whim, or a guest suddenly leaving, although the possibility of such an accident was very low, Xiao Ruofei would definitely not allow it to happen. Yes, yes, yes. There are plenty of rooms. Zhaoqing laughed and said, I've already prepared one for Dr. Xia. You can stay for as long as you want. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said to Song Rui, you don't have to watch over here. Go do whatever you need to do. After you're done, go back to the 3 mountains. After the treatment here is over, I'll go back by myself. Okay. Song Rui nodded and said, then I'll leave Uncle Zhao to you. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei said, when you go back, tell Master Song not to worry. I will definitely cure General Zhao's illness. No problem. You go prepare the medicine first. The sooner you cure him, the sooner Uncle Zhao can rest assured. Song Rui said. Okay. Jin Feng took Song Rui to the first floor. Opening the door to a large room, Xiao Ruofei suddenly smelled a familiar smell of Chinese medicine. A row of large cabinets almost took up a wall. The cabinets were full of small drawers, and each drawer had the name of the medicine written on it. It was the kind of traditional Chinese medicine cabinet. Xiao Ruofei suspected that Zhaoqing had really moved a Chinese medicine pharmacy from a military hospital here. But he didn't care so much, as long as he had the medicine he needed. Motherwort. It's here. Where's the red peony? Damn. It's so high. Where's the ladder? Attractalodes, kudzu root, haha, they're all here. Let me see, there's also ripe earth, wood, yam. Xiao Ruofei talked to himself while quickly looking for the herbs he needed. Encountering some herbs that were not easy to buy outside, or that he often used, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate and directly put them into the Ring 2 space. In the space, Xiaoqing naturally categorized them on the medicine shelves. The Chinese medicine here was not only more complete, but the quality was also obviously higher than the ones sold outside. Xiao Ruofei was even more certain that these must have come from a military hospital. There was also a full set of decoction equipment in the room. Xiao Ruofei quickly used the selected herbs to decoct a medicinal soup. This was a prescription for promoting blood circulation and lowering blood sugar. Ordinary diabetics taking it would also have a certain benefit. Of course, after Xiao Ruofei added the ingredients, this bowl of medicinal soup was naturally different. An ordinary bowl of blood circulation and lowering blood sugar soup directly became a miracle medicine that could treat or even cure diabetes. Xiao Ruofei pretended to be tired and opened the door. Jin Feng immediately greeted him. Xiao Ruofei turned back and pointed to the bowl of medicinal soup on the table and said, "Find someone to bring it to General Zhao to drink." "Colonel Jin, where is my room? I'm a little tired and need to rest." Jin Feng quickly called a capable soldier and asked him to carefully bring the bowl of medicine to General Zhao, while Jin Feng personally led Xiao Ruofei back to his room. The bedroom that Zhaoqing prepared for Xiao Ruofei was on the 3rd floor. It was a very spacious room with a large balcony. The room also had a separate bathroom and even a large bathtub. Dr. Xia, is this room okay? Jin Feng asked. If you are not satisfied, I will adjust it for you. No need, no need. Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, this is very good. I'll take this room. Well, Dr. Xia, you have worked hard. Rest first. I will call you when it's time to eat. Jin Feng said, then saluted and turned to leave. After Jin Feng left, Xia Ruofei called He Kuan to ask about the situation. He Kuan told him that Sing Kuan wanted to see him in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei told He Kuan that he had moved out of the Rongqing Hotel and that he had other things to do with Song Rui. He asked He Kuan to return after he finished his business in Beijing and not to worry about him. Hearing that Xia Ruofei had moved out of the hotel, He Kuan felt that it was a bit sudden. However, he was now focused on Sing Kuan's meeting with him, so he just said a few polite words. Then, he made an appointment with Xia Ruofei to have a good gathering after returning to Sanshan. After the call with He Kuan, Xia Ruofei called Feng Jing and Ling Qingxue respectively and told them that the project of the heart-nourishing soup was very successful. However, he had other things to do in Beijing and would be delayed for about a week. After that, Xia Ruofei took off his coat and leaned against the bed with his eyes closed. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Xia Ruofei shouted, "Come in." It was Colonel Jin Feng who came in. He saluted Xia Ruofei and said, "Dr. Xia, the chief asked me to invite you to dinner." "Thank you, Colonel Jin." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's go." When the two of them arrived at the dining room, a sumptuous lunch had been prepared. The style was very obvious. It was all rough and big plates, and the quantity of each dish was far more than that of the restaurants outside. Zhao Qing stood up and took 2 steps forward and said, "Dr. Xia, come and eat." At noon, there were only 2 guests, Xia Ruofei and Song Rui. Including the host, Zhao Qing, and Jin Feng, who accompanied him, there were a total of 4 people. However, there were at least 18 or 19 dishes on the big round table, and the quantity of each dish was frighteningly large. Zhao Qing warmly invited Xia Ruofei to sit on his right, and Song Rui naturally sat on his left. Then, he personally unscrewed a precious 20-year-old bottle of Maotai and poured it for Xia Ruofei and Song Rui. Then, he poured a glass for himself, put the bottle on the table, and said, "Dr. Xia, Xiao Rui, the first toast is to the 2 of you. I, old Zhao, was already in despair, but you gave me new hope. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, old Zhao is grateful to the 2 of you from the bottom of his heart. Come, let's toast." After that, Zhao Qing raised his head and drank. Xia Ruofei and Song Rui naturally didn't say anything and drank a glass with him. After drinking a glass of wine, Song Rui couldn't help but frown and say, "Ruofei, I've been drinking your drunken 8 immortals recently. I really feel that Maotai doesn't taste like alcohol anymore." Song Rui smiled and said, "Uncle Zhao, I really didn't mean to insult your aged Maotai. Ruofei made a kind of wine some time ago called Zui Ba Xian. The fragrance, the taste, how do I put it? It's unforgettable after drinking it once. This wine is already quite famous in the south. Maybe it hasn't spread to the north of the Yellow River yet." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I saw it in the Sanshan office yesterday. They should have sent it directly from the southeast province." "Really? Then I have to find time to go to the Rongqing Hotel to drink 2 bottles of wine," Song Rui said in surprise. The conversation between Xia Ruofei and Song Rui made Zhao Qing even more interested in Zui Ba Xian. He couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Xia, this Zui Ba Xian wine. He. Can you get 2 bottles for me to try?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "General Zhao, I didn't bring Zui Ba Xian with me when I came to the capital this time. Wait for me to return to the Sanshan. I'll ask the winery to send you a few bottles. Our production capacity hasn't increased yet. As long as you don't think it's too little." No, I just want to try it," Zhao Qing said happily. "Then it's a deal." "Deal?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "How about I get someone to get a few bottles from the Rongqing Hotel and send it over now?" Song Rui said with a hint of eagerness. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Come on. Kid, you're such a heavy drinker? Didn't you hear me say that there was Zui Ba Xian in the capital? I didn't see you unable to survive. Okay, stop messing around and drink. This Mao Tai is pretty good. After that, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to raise his glass and toast Zhao Qing. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei said, General Zhao, you just took your medicine not long ago. Don't take your medicine this time around. Wait until after dinner to take the second dose. Dr. Xia, you have the final say in the treatment. I will absolutely obey and cooperate with you. Zhao Qing quickly said. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay, then let's take a break in the afternoon. When it's about time, I'll go to the pharmacy to decoct the medicine. No problem. Song Rui also came over and said, Ruofei, then I'll leave Uncle Zhao to you. I won't stay here to accompany you. Go about your business. With me here, you can rest assured. Xiao Ruofei said. Song Rui patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder and said, yeah, I'll be done with my business in Beijing in a day or two. Then, I'll return directly to Sanshan City. Let's meet again there. As long as you don't keep thinking about my cigarettes, my wine, and the vegetables, fruits, and flowers on my farm, Peach Blossom Farm will still welcome you, Xiao Ruofei said with a grin. Song Rui rolled his eyes and said, I've never seen someone as stingy as you. I smoked a few packs of your cigarettes and you talked about it for so long. Xiao Ruofei raised his head and laughed, not feeling ashamed at all. After sending off Song Rui, Xiao Ruofei said goodbye to Zhao Qing and went back to his room to rest. Although it wasn't convenient for Xiao Ruofei to take out the spirit map scroll in Zhao Qing's room, as the owner of the spirit map world, Xiao Ruofei could still communicate with the spirit puppet Xia Qing in the space even if he was in the outside world. Xia Qing already knew that its master had found a clue about the world stone in the outside world, so it was very happy for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei specially asked Xia Qing if it would be affected when it absorbed the world stone in the spirit map world and if it needed to make any special preparations. Xia Qing said that it wouldn't be affected at all and that as long as Xiao Ruofei got the world stone, he could send it in at any time. Xiao Ruofei was relieved when he heard this and didn't continue to talk about it. Instead, he asked Xia Qing to wait patiently while he withdrew his consciousness from the ring to space. At around 5 in the evening, Xiao Ruofei got up and went to the pharmacy on the first floor. He skillfully found the herbs he needed and started to brew the medicine for Zhao Qing to drink tonight. Because Xiao Ruofei lived here and there were many herbs here, Xiao Ruofei only brewed one portion each time and drank it immediately. Although it was a bit troublesome, the quality of the medicine was better. After preparing the medicine, Xiao Ruofei asked someone to bring it to Zhao Qing to drink. Actually, the main ingredient of the medicine was still the spirit heart flower petals, so it didn't matter whether it was taken before or after meals. Soon, it was time for dinner again. Zhao Qing personally ate with Xiao Ruofei while Colonel Jin Feng accompanied them. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei went back to his room. For the next few days, Xiao Ruofei lived a secluded life like this. Every morning, he would brew the medicine while practicing martial arts in the spacious pharmacy. After he finished brewing the medicine, he would give it to Zhao Qing and everyone would eat breakfast together. It was the same at noon and at night. Xiao Ruofei would come to the first floor 1 or 2 hours earlier to prepare the medicine. After Zhao Qing drank the medicine, he would rest for a while and eat. Other than brewing the medicine, Xiao Ruofei spent the rest of the time in his room, reading books, surfing the internet, and sometimes talking to Ling Qingxue on the phone. If Song Rui had to live like this, he would probably be bored to death after a few days. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel uncomfortable at all. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. Although Zhao Qing talked and laughed with Xiao Ruofei every day, he was actually under a lot of pressure. Just a few days after the diagnosis, a leader from the headquarters had already talked to him and intended to adjust his position. To put it bluntly, it was to weaken his authority and transfer him from a frontline commander position to some insignificant position. Although Zhao Qing made it clear that he could continue to perform his duties as the chief of staff of the military region, and he quickly asked for leave on the grounds of recuperation, the news about his departure was still rampant. In the past few days, there had even been rumors that a commander of a group army was going to take over Zhao Qing's position. The rumors were very real and didn't seem to be made up by others. Therefore, Zhao Qing was actually very anxious, but he couldn't urge Xiao Ruofei. He also knew that the Chinese medicine treatment would definitely take a long time, so even if he urged it, it would be useless. He could only hold on. In the evening, after Zhao Qing took the medicine that Xiao Ruofei had just brewed, Xiao Ruofei appeared in front of Zhao Qing. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "General Zhao, the first course of treatment is over." Zhao Qing was stunned for a moment. It's over? He seemed to still be in a bit of disbelief. Based on his impression of Chinese medicine, it had only been 6 days, and he had only drunk a dozen doses of Chinese medicine. It had to be known that he had diabetes. It wasn't an ordinary cold or fever. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. General Zhao can go to the hospital for a re-examination tomorrow morning. I think the symptoms of diabetes should have been greatly improved. At least, you don't need to use an insulin pump for the time being. Zhao Qing was even more overjoyed when he heard this. He asked with some excitement, "Dr. Xia, is this true?" This was too important for him. If he could get rid of the insulin pump, he believed that no one would be able to force him to resign. After all, he was a leader with real power in the region, and behind him stood a behemoth like the family Song. If they wanted to transfer him to an idle position, they would first let the commanders and deputy commanders of the other military regions, who had diabetes for several years, set an example. If it weren't for Xiao Ruofei saying that the last dose of Chinese medicine needed 1 night to be absorbed, Zhao Qing might have run to the military general hospital overnight for a checkup. He endured for 1 night with great difficulty. The next morning, he didn't even have time to eat breakfast. He directly drove to the military general hospital with Jin Feng. Xiao Ruofei, who was full of confidence, didn't even go with them. He went directly back to his room, made himself a cup of tea, and sat on the lounge chair on the big balcony to slowly sip it. Zhao Qing's examination results came out quickly. The group of experts and professors were shocked when they saw it. It had only been a little more than a week. How could the results be so different? The last examination showed that he had extremely serious diabetes, and he had to be injected with insulin for life. Today's examination results still showed that his blood sugar was too high, but the degree was much lower. He only needed to take medicine to control it. The difference between the two was still very big. Could it be that there was a problem with the hospital's testing equipment? These doctors, experts, and professors didn't dare to easily tell the results to Zhao Qing. Instead, they secretly informed the laboratory to use the same specimen to do another test. This time, they must be careful and there must be absolutely no problems. The results of the second test also came out quickly. It was almost exactly the same as the first test. The office was almost boiling. Everyone expressed their disbelief because this completely subverted the medical theory system that they had formed over many years. Zhao Qing didn't care how these people were shocked. All he wanted was the results. Seeing that there were no results after a long time, Zhao Qing couldn't help but shout, "Little Gao! Get out here! How come there are still no results after a long examination? Your hospital's efficiency is getting lower and lower." President Gao of the General Hospital quickly ran over with the examination report and said, "Congratulations, Chief. Your diabetes has been treated very well. All the indicators are more normal than the last examination. I just want to know one thing." Zhao Qing interrupted President Gao, "Do I still need to use an insulin pump?" "No. There's no need." President Gao also heard the rumor that Zhao Qing was going to be adjusted, so he quickly said, "Chief, you only need to use drugs to control it. At the same time, you can maintain good and healthy living habits. It won't affect your work. Write this in the report," Zhao Qing said without hesitation. This obviously illegal request made President Gao hesitate. However, when Zhao Qing stared at him with his bull eyes, President Gao immediately agreed without any principles. With this report, Zhao Qing immediately went to the number 8 building. He found the head of the headquarters who spoke to him on behalf of the organization a few days ago. He directly placed the report on the head's desk and then sat down without saying a word. The chief of the headquarters was a little confused. He reached out and took the report. He couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at Zhao Qing and laughed, "Zhao de Peo, Zhao de Peo. Are you bored? After holding it in for a few days, you came up with this report to fool people?" Zhao Qing suddenly stood up and asked, "No. Chief, what do you mean? Who doesn't know that Chief of Staff Zhao is overbearing? The General Hospital of the military region is under the leadership of the Beijing military region. You can't write this report however you want. Zhao immediately exploded. Chief, how can you distrust me so much? What kind of person am I, Zhao Depeo, after so many years, don't you know? Don't talk about changing my position. Even if I were to be removed from my position, do you think I would do such a trivial thing? The chief of the headquarters pondered for a moment and said, this is not your style, it's not like that. Zhao said, Chief, I went through a week of Chinese medicine treatment. All the indicators were reduced, and then I had to do a re-examination. Chinese medicine treatment? Treatment of diabetes? The chief of the headquarters felt like he was listening to a fantasy story. Chief, at first I didn't believe it either. Zhao said with a smile, but the facts are in front of me. This doctor's medical skills are really amazing. He said he could get rid of the insulin pump in a week, and he did it in 6 days. He also said that as long as I continue to receive treatment, it is completely possible for me to be cured. Which famous doctor is it? The chief of the headquarters couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhao smiled embarrassedly and said, Chief, I'm sorry. He was also introduced to me by an elder. He is an otherworldly expert. I promised him that I would keep his identity a secret. The chief of the headquarters laughed heartily and said, That's good. Then I won't ask. Zhao asked with a hint of expectation, Chief, since there is no big problem with my body, then work as usual. The chief of the headquarters said, But you, kid, don't be like before. Otherwise, your body will have a big problem sooner or later. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Zhao was overjoyed. He stood up and saluted before continuing, Chief, then I will go back first. I will rest for a day or two at most, then I will return to work. The outside world was abuzz with the news that a certain army's commander Yang was going to take over his position as the chief of staff of the military region. Zhao couldn't wait to return to his position. He wanted to let those who spread the news intentionally or unintentionally see that he, old Zhao, was still in this position. Not only was he still there, but he would also get better and better in the future. Unless he was promoted or took the initiative to give up his position, no one would be able to take the position away from him. The chief of the headquarters nodded with a smile. He knew his favorite subordinate very well and knew what Zhao was thinking. Zhao left the number 1 building and asked Jin Feng to take the car back to the villa area of the military region. Along the way, Zhao swept away the bad luck of the past few days and appeared high-spirited. At this time, he was already thinking about how to properly thank Xiao Ruofei in order to express his sincerity. As soon as Zhao got home, he rushed upstairs to find Xiao Ruofei. He grabbed Xiao Ruofei's hand and shook it excitedly. Dr. Xia, thank you so much this time. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, General Zhao, are the results out? It's out. It's out. Zhao said. My condition has improved greatly. I don't need to inject insulin at all. I just need to take medicine to control it. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, if you persist for a few more courses, there is hope for a complete recovery. Yes, I believe in you, Dr. Xia. Zhao said happily. I really have to thank you this time. Dr. Xia, tell me. What do you want? As long as it's not too precious, I have a way to get it for you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and shook his head. General Zhao, I came to treat you because someone asked me to. I don't want anything in return. I know that, but I, Zhao, have received such a big favor from you. If I don't give you something in return, it would be ridiculous. Zhao said. I know Dr. Xia is not short of money, or I would give you money directly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, General Zhao, let's not talk about this first. After that, Xiao Ruofei picked up his simple backpack and said, your treatment here is finished. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with in my own company. So I should go. You're leaving? Zhao felt a little surprised. Dr. Xia, I'm only halfway through the treatment. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, there are a lot of things in my own company. I certainly can't stay here for a long time, so the follow-up treatment may be a little troublesome. You need to send someone to get medicine from me regularly. Or you can simply take a period of leave and live in Xianxia City for treatment. When your body is fully recovered, you can return to work. Zhaoqing shook his head repeatedly and said, that won't do, that won't do. I've already asked for leave for quite a few days. If I don't go back, those bastards in the headquarters will turn the sky upside down. In truth, Zhaoqing was more concerned about the negative effects of his long disappearance. For a young and powerful general like him, the impact on his future development was too great. Therefore, it was definitely impossible for him to take a leave of absence for treatment. They could only use Xia Ruofei's method, which was to regularly send people to Xianxia City to collect the medicine. This kind of decoction could only be stored for 3 days at most. In other words, Zhaoqing had to send people to the 3 mountains every 3 days. This was indeed quite troublesome. However, for a deputy district chief, this was nothing. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, then send someone to collect the medicine regularly. It will take about 2 to 3 months to completely cure diabetes. No problem. Zhaoqing said. I'll send someone to pick it up regularly. But I'll have to trouble you to brew the medicine. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, this is nothing. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Besides, since I've already promised Master Song, I naturally have to do it well. General Zhao, when your people arrive at Xianxia City, just give me a call. Okay. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded to Jin Feng. He put his backpack on his shoulder and walked downstairs. Zhaoqing hurriedly caught up and said, Dr. Xia, I haven't properly thanked you yet. Xia Ruofei stopped and looked into Zhaoqing's eyes and asked, General Zhao, how do you want to thank me? Giving money is too vulgar. Dr. Xia, do you have anything you want in mind? As long as you can think of it, I'll do everything I can to get it for you. Zhaoqing said. The things in this villa are also okay? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. That's great. You can take whatever you like from my room. Zhaoqing said, then lowered his voice and said. Even if you want the guns in my collection, I, old Zhao, won't say anything. Not only will I give it to you, but I'll also help you get all the documents. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, General Zhao is really thoughtful. I've already thought of what I want. Oh? What do I have that can catch your eye, Dr. Xia? Zhaoqing asked curiously. Xia Ruofei said as he walked downstairs, General Zhao, no matter what I want, I can take it directly, right? Yes. Don't be polite with me. Then after I take it, we'll be even. You don't have to keep thanking me. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. A gift is just a small token of appreciation. Of course, I have to thank you. You've helped me so much, nothing can replace my gratitude. Zhaoqing said. Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly. At this time everyone had already reached the first floor. Xia Ruofei said, General Zhao, then I'll take it directly. Take it directly. Don't be polite. Zhaoqing made a gesture of invitation. Jin Feng was also very curious. He originally thought that Xia Ruofei would refuse, and then Zhaoqing would prepare a gift for Xia Ruofei according to his own ideas. Xia Ruofei reluctantly accepted. This was the right script, right? He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be a guy who didn't play by the rules. He really did choose a gift at Zhao Cheng's house. What would he take? That set of mahogany furniture? It's too big and inconvenient to carry. The calligraphy of General Zheng hanging on the wall? That's possible. Great General Zheng was an uncouth man, one of the 10 great generals of the Republic with outstanding achievements. He didn't leave much calligraphy in the world, and the one in Zhao Cheng's collection is also very precious. If that wasn't the case, then did he really want the guns in General Zhao's collection? Jin Feng kept guessing in his heart. Zhaoqing was naturally thinking of a similar question. Under the gaze of the two, Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate to walk to the side of the fish tank. He reached in and grabbed the boundary stone, and picked it up. Xia Ruofei reached out and pulled a few pieces of tissue from the coffee table next to the sofa. He wiped the water off his arm and the boundary stone, then picked up the stone and showed it to Zhaoqing and Jin Feng. Xia Ruofei grinned and said, okay, the gift is chosen. General Zhao, you don't have to worry about it anymore, right? Jin Feng's face was shocked, and Zhaoqing was dumbfounded. Doctor. Dr. Xia, this is the gift you chose? Zhao said, this is too. Xia Ruofei put the boundary stone into his backpack, then smiled and said, didn't you say I can choose? I want it. General Zhao, you won't go back on your word, right? No, no. Zhao hurriedly said. His lips squirmed a few times, and after a while, he said, Dr. Xia, you are a good doctor who is indifferent to fame and fortune. I, old Zhao, will remember your kindness. I won't say any more words of thanks, but if you need me in the future, just let me know. I will definitely not refuse. Jin Feng looked at Xiao Ruofei with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Obviously, the two of them thought that Xiao Ruofei deliberately chose this worthless pebble. His goal was naturally not to accept Zhao Cheng's gift, but at the same time, he didn't want to make things difficult for Zhao Cheng. This kind of noble character and unquestionable integrity really made the two of them respect and feel grateful. Xiao Ruofei knew what the two of them were thinking, but this matter wasn't easy to explain, so he could only let the two of them misunderstand. No matter what, this time, he came to treat Zhao Cheng's illness and was able to obtain this precious boundary stone. It was really an unexpected surprise. This trip was not in vain. After getting the boundary stone that he wanted the most, Xiao Ruofei was anxious to return home. He said, General Zhao, then I will take my leave. Please send a car to take me to the airport. Zhao Cheng hurriedly said, Dr. Xia, don't be in a hurry. Sit down and rest first. Xiao Ruofei asked puzzledly, General Zhao, is there anything else? Zhao Cheng smiled slightly and didn't answer Xiao Ruofei's question. Instead, he directly turned to Jin Feng and said, Little Jin. Immediately call the Military Region Air Force and ask if they have any transport or training plans to Xianxia City in the Southeast Province today. I have an important guest on the plane. Jin Feng immediately stood at attention and said, yes. After that, Jin Feng immediately walked to the corner of the living room and picked up the military line phone to make a call. He understood what Zhao Cheng meant. This call wasn't as simple as just asking. The Military Region Air Force didn't care if there were any transport planes to Xianxia City, but after Jin Feng made this call, there would definitely be one. Temporarily adjusting the training plan and letting the pilot fly in an unfamiliar airspace and route was also part of the actual combat training. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Jin Feng walked over and saluted Zhao Cheng and said, Chief of Staff. The Military Region Air Force has a transport plane that will take off from Nanyuan Airport in an hour and fly to Xianxia City in the Southeast Province. I've already arranged it. Dr. Xia can take this plane back to Xianxia City. Good. It's almost time. Little Jean, immediately arrange a car. You must personally send Dr. Xia to the plane. Zhao Cheng said. Yes. Jin Feng straightened his chest and said. Zhao Cheng then turned to Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, Dr. Xia, do you think my arrangement is okay? Although the military transport plane isn't as comfortable as civil aviation, it's better in that the flight time is shorter, and this is also a relatively special experience. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, very good. General Zhao, speaking of which, I haven't been on a military plane for more than a year. It's good to experience it again. Thank you. Haha. Then let's not be long-winded. Time is a bit tight. You can go now. Zhao Cheng said happily. Jin Feng had already prepared the car. Zhao Cheng personally sent Xiao Ruofei to the door and watched with emotion as the warrior command vehicle left. After a while, he turned around and returned to the house. Jin Feng was leading the car in the front. He was still silent, but it was obviously different from when he came. This colonel was full of admiration and gratitude for Xiao Ruofei. The car sped all the way and arrived at Nanyuan Airport after more than 40 minutes. Because of the flight training, the alert level of the airport was also raised a lot. They could already see the light and dark sentries scattered around the airport. However, this warrior command vehicle with a military license plate was unimpeded all the way. Soon, it drove into the interior of the military airport and went directly to the runway. A military green transport plane was parked on the runway. The engine was already started. Several soldiers in Air Force Forest camouflage stood near the plane. When they saw the car coming, several soldiers quickly walked up to greet it. The two sides saluted each other and exchanged greetings. Xiao Ruofei found out that among these people, there was the chief political commissar of the field station and the chief of staff of the Air Force stationed at the field. The captain of this plane was Zhang Shiguang, the deputy commander of the Air Force. It was enough to show the importance of this flight to the Air Force of the military region. Of course, Xiao Ruofei knew that all of this was because of Zhao Qing. The leaders of the Air Force of the military region were very polite to Jin Feng. Of course, they were even more polite to Xiao Ruofei, the only passenger. This was an important guest personally arranged by Chief of Staff Zhao. After some greetings, Xiao Ruofei also expressed his gratitude and then boarded the plane accompanied by Jin Feng. The military transport plane naturally wouldn't be as comfortable as the civil flights. The cabin was neatly stacked with military green boxes. The outside was tightly fixed with a net, and a row of simple seats were between the boxes. Xiao Ruofei could see at a glance that these boxes were all weapons and ammunition. It seemed that this trip was really a transportation mission. If an average person knew that they were sitting among a pile of explosives and grenades, they would probably be scared witless. However, Xiao Ruofei was quite used to it. He didn't change his expression and even had a hint of enjoyment. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei was in the army, he was already used to this kind of mixed equipment. Sleeping on a bed with ammunition boxes was also a common occurrence for Xiao Ruofei. Those who were in the know knew that there was nothing to be afraid of. Jin Feng was also intentionally or unintentionally observing Xiao Ruofei's expression. When he saw Xiao Ruofei's relaxed expression, Jin Feng couldn't help but secretly admire Xiao Ruofei's courage. Soon, everyone who was not participating in the flight, including Jin Feng, waved goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and got off the plane. A young pilot in a blue flight suit looked at Xiao Ruofei curiously. He went over to close the cabin door and reminded Xiao Ruofei to fasten his seat belt. The big brother of the Air Force was in charge of all the airspace in Xianxia, including the civil airspace. Therefore, this transport plane naturally didn't have to queue for takeoff or flow control. The plane began to taxi as soon as the cabin door was closed. The control tower immediately gave the order to allow takeoff. The transport plane began to accelerate and then quickly raised its head. The plane left the ground at a large angle and began to rush into the sky. A civil aircraft wouldn't have such a large movement and such a large ascending rate. The pilot who dared to do so would definitely be flooded with complaints. Xiao Ruofei sat in the cabin with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. He looked left and right, and from time to time, he leaned over to the porthole to look at the scenery outside. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear from the rough flying movements. It was still the familiar formula and the familiar smell. Xiao Ruofei had experienced this style of flying countless times. What was there to be afraid of? From Beijing to Sanshan, there was no interference on the route of the military transport plane. It was flying in the no-fly zone for civil aircraft. Moreover, it was basically flying in a straight line all the way. There was no need to fly around every route point. In addition, the military pilots didn't need to consider any gentle operations to maintain economic speed and save fuel. Therefore, a 2.5-hour flight by civil aircraft was completed in an hour and a half. At around 11:30, the transport plane landed heavily on the runway of the Isu military airport with a large descent rate. If it was according to the standards of civil aircraft, this was definitely considered a heavy landing. If the co-pilot was operating it, he would probably be scolded by the captain. However, for a sturdy military transport plane, this was the correct way to land. As soon as the plane came to a stop, the cockpit door opened. Xiao Ruofei's expression didn't change. He unfastened his seat belt and stood up steadily. He laughed and said, "Deputy Commander Zhang, your flying skills are great. The most important thing is that you fly fast." Zhang Shiguang laughed and said, "Yes. Flying fast is the key. I don't like the pilots of civil aviation. They're so sissy when they fly a plane. If there's a war, relying on that group of people to transport strategic supplies, it's going to be too late." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Deputy Commander Zhang, you're too extreme. The division of labor in the revolution is different. If other people fly a plane like you, the passengers won't want to do it." Zhang Shiguang smiled and said, "Dr. Xia, please. The car that will pick you up is already waiting on the tarmac." "There's a car to pick me up?" Xiao Ruofei said with some surprise. Colonel Jean arranged it. Zhang Shiguang said with a smile. He's really considerate. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, then let's go. Xiao Ruofei picked up his backpack and took the lead to step out of the cabin. When he came down from the simple gangway, he saw a camouflaged cheetah off-road vehicle parked next to the plane. An Air Force major was standing next to the car waiting. Hello, Dr. Xia. I've been ordered to bring you a car. The Air Force major saluted when he saw Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, thank you for your hard work. Then Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude to Zhang Shiguang and the other crew members. Then, he got into the cheetah off-road vehicle and directly left the Isu military airport. Along the way, the Air Force major was also silent. After asking about the location of Taoyuan Farm, he said a few words to the driver. Then, he sat in the front passenger seat and looked straight ahead. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to get close to people. He knew that Jin Feng had arranged for the local garrison to send him a car. With such kindness, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, he couldn't wait to return to the farm. The boundary stone in his bag hadn't been absorbed yet. Xiao Ruofei was also worried that the spirit map scroll would produce an anomaly when absorbing the world stone, so he held back and didn't directly absorb it. He planned to return to the farm first. After leaving the military airport, Xiao Ruofei drove the cheetah directly onto the highway around the city. The speed of the car gradually increased. After about half an hour, Xiao Ruofei saw the gate of the farm from afar. Xiao Ruofei didn't ask the driver to send him directly to the farm. After all, this was a military vehicle. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to be too ostentatious. He asked the driver to stop the car when it was still 100 or 200 meters away from the farm gate. Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude to the Air Force major and the military vehicle driver before he walked back to the farm with his bag. Brother Xia. A veteran on duty at the entrance was pleasantly surprised to see Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He asked, De Gang, are you on duty today? De Gang grinned and said, that's right. Brother Xia. You've been away for quite some time this time. Is everything fine here in the farm? Xiao Ruofei asked as he tossed a cigarette to De Gang. Nothing. Everything is normal. De Gang said with a smile after receiving the cigarette. All right. You stand guard first. Xiao Ruofei said. I'm going home. Brother Xia, I'll drive you in with a battery-powered car? De Gang quickly said. No need, no need. I just want to walk around. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and refused. Xiao Ruofei continued walking into the farm. When he passed by the greenhouse, he didn't go in to check it out. Instead, he went straight back to his own little villa. After playing with Lightning, who had intimately pounced on him for a while, Xiao Ruofei carried his bag and quickly returned to his room upstairs. After locking the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, Xiao Ruofei summoned out the spirit map scroll from his palm. With a thought, he entered the spirit map world. Xiaoqing was standing straight beside the spatial pool with his eyes closed. However, when Xiao Ruofei appeared in the space, Xiaoqing immediately opened his eyes and his entire being came alive. Earlier, Xiaoqing was in a state of deep sleep. When he wasn't working, Xiaoqing would spend most of his time in deep sleep. That way, he could conserve energy. Master. Xiaoqing called out respectfully. Today, I obtained a world stone. Xiao Ruofei said. That's great. Xiaoqing said happily. Master, I can sense that the spirit map world is close to its next breakthrough. With this world stone, it will definitely be able to break through. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, in a moment, I will immediately send the world stone over for the spirit map world to absorb. Xiaoqing, are you sure that during the process of spirit map world absorbing and breaking through, you won't be affected in any way? Do you need me to prepare anything for you? Xiaoqing had helped Xiao Ruofei a lot, so Xiao Ruofei was very cautious about this. He was afraid that Xiaoqing would be injured. Xiaoqing smiled and said, there won't be any impact. Master, those dogs in the mountain sea realm should have been inside for a long time, right? When the spirit map world broke through in the past, weren't they fine as well? Xiao Ruofei thought about it and felt that what Xiaoqing said made sense. Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the spirit map world was not as good as Xia Qing's, so since Xia Qing was so sure, he was relieved. Alright, I'll go out and get the world stone. Xiao Ruofei said. Master, hurry up. I can't wait. Xia Qing said excitedly. Xiao Ruofei saw that Xia Qing seemed to be eager and felt that it was a little strange. However, he did not say anything. With a thought, his figure disappeared from the ring to space. Returning to the outside world, Xiao Ruofei carefully took out the fist-sized, black world stone from his backpack. When the world stone was taken out, Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel a sense of anticipation and even hunger from the spirit map scroll. The entire spirit map scroll seemed to be trembling slightly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. The spirit map scroll immediately floated up and flew into Xiao Ruofei's hand. With a thought, the world stone in Xiao Ruofei's other hand disappeared into thin air. He had already sent the world stone directly into the ring to space. The spirit map scroll trembled slightly. Xiao Ruofei knew that the ring to space was undergoing a drastic change. At this time, Xiao Ruofei could only wait patiently in the outside world. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Ruofei heard Xia Qing's voice in his mind. Master, the absorption is complete. Xia Qing's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Xiao Ruofei was also somewhat impatient. Hearing this, he immediately disappeared from the room with a thought. Once he entered the ring to space, Xiao Ruofei immediately felt relaxed and happy. Although the environment in the ring to space was obviously many times better than the outside world, Xiao Ruofei, who often went in and out of the space, was already used to the difference. The reason why Xiao Ruofei felt so refreshed this time was obviously because the space had leveled up. Master. Xia Qing happily welcomed him. How is it? Did the spirit map world break through? Xiao Ruofei asked. It broke through. And it went very smoothly. Xia Qing said. I only absorbed a small portion of the world stone before I broke through. After that, I continued to absorb for a long time before I finished absorbing the entire world stone. Oh? Are there any changes in the entire spirit map world? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask. Master can see for himself later. Xia Qing said. Master, come over here first. With that, Xia Qing led Xiao Ruofei to the spirit heart tree. Xiao Ruofei focused his eyes and saw a complete spirit heart flower blooming. This wasn't strange. In the past, every time the space leveled up, no matter how much harvest was left, the spirit heart flower would bloom again. However, Xiao Ruofei quickly discovered that this spirit heart flower actually had 7 petals. There's another one? Xiao Ruofei cried out in surprise. Xia Qing smiled and said, Master, I used the energy produced when the spirit map world broke through to set up a small array. This allowed the spirit heart tree to gain quite a bit of benefits. Isn't that right? Its quality has increased by another level. That's great. Xiao Ruofei cried out excitedly. Xia Qing, well done. This wasn't as simple as just one petal. This was because the spirit heart tree's quality had permanently increased by 1 level. In the future, every spirit heart flower that bloomed would have 7 petals. Every time there was an additional petal, after a long period of time, it would accumulate to a very impressive number. The spirit heart flower's petals had a very wide range of uses. Whether it was planting, breeding, or if Xiao Ruofei wanted to become Divine Dr. Xia, he couldn't do without these miraculous petals. It could be said that the spirit heart flower's petals were definitely strategic resources to Xiao Ruofei. There was no such thing as too many. Thank you for your praise, Master. Xia Qing said with a face full of joy. I will continue to work hard and strive to let the spirit heart tree break through to its peak state as soon as possible. When the time comes, every time it blossoms, it will have 9 petals. Xiao Ruofei patted Xia Qing's shoulder and said, Okay. Then I'll leave it to you. Xiao Ruofei then walked around the primordial realm. The size of the space was as he expected. There weren't any changes. However, the density of the spiritual energy in the air had clearly increased. After walking around the gold-threaded Phoebe forest, Xiao Ruofei faintly felt like it was drizzling. When he came out, he realized that his clothes were somewhat wet. The spiritual energy had already begun to liquefy, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. If the space continued to level up in the future, would it still rain spiritual energy? Then how heaven-defying would the environment inside become? Gold-threaded phoebe, dendrobium ironhide, wild ginseng, and tea trees were all growing well. After the space leveled up, these crops seemed to have become more vigorous. The herring fish and the top-grade red dragon in another fish pond were also full of vigor. Every one of them was full of vitality. After Xiao Ruofei casually walked around, he brought Xiaqing to the new space, which was the mountain sea realm that Xiaqing had mentioned. As soon as they entered the mountain sea realm, Little Black, Damao, and Ermao immediately pounced on Xiao Ruofei intimately, wagging their tails at him. Xiao Ruofei chuckled as he patted Little Black's head and said, "Let's go. Patrol with me." With that said, Xiao Ruofei led Xiaqing, followed by the dogs, to the all-terrain vehicle. Xiaqing often came to the mountain sea realm to make Dahong Pao tea leaves, so he had seen the all-terrain vehicle a long time ago. However, he naturally knew nothing about such a technological product. He only vaguely felt that this steel monster was quite terrifying. Xiao Ruofei jumped into the driver's seat and gestured for Xiaqing to sit in the passenger seat. Xiaqing followed suit and fastened his seat belt like Xiao Ruofei. As for Little Black and the others, they lay down in the back with familiarity. Xiao Ruofei laughed and started the car. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the all-terrain vehicle immediately rushed out. Xiaqing was startled and subconsciously grasped the handrail beside him. As the car drove faster and faster, Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, "How is it?" "Xiaqing, is it exciting?" In the whistling wind, Xiaqing tightly grasped the handrail and asked loudly, "Master, this car doesn't have a horse. How can it run? And it can run so fast. It's amazing." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. For a long time, in Xiao Ruofei's eyes, Xiaqing was very knowledgeable. He knew more about the spirit map realm than he did. Moreover, he knew how to cultivate spiritual plants, arrange formations, make tea. There were many other skills that Xiao Ruofei might not have realized. However, in front of this all-terrain vehicle, Xiaqing was timid. This was the crushing of an era. Although he knew that this was a little mischievous, Xiao Ruofei still enjoyed it. He drove the all-terrain vehicle and deliberately chose uneven places to drive. The car jumped and landed heavily. Xiaqing couldn't help but grip the handrail even tighter. Soon, the car arrived at the beach. The salty and fishy smell of seawater assaulted Xiao Ruofei's nostrils. From afar, Xiao Ruofei saw a zigzag line of water. Extending her gaze forward, what entered her eyes was the dark blue ocean, waves churned. Although the spatial membrane was more than 100 meters away, the sea still gave Xiao Ruofei a feeling of vastness and unfathomability. The car had already stopped. Xiao Ruofei muttered, "There really is a sea." At that moment, Xiaqing, who was slowly recovering, said, "Of course, this is the mountain sea realm." "How can it be considered a mountain sea realm with only mountains and no sea? If the spirit map realm continues to level up, how big will the mountain sea realm eventually be?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Now, even the sea had appeared. Could the final state of this space be a planet? Xiaqing shook his head and said, "Master, I'm not sure either. There are many things about the spirit map realm that Master needs to figure out himself." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "I understand." He started the car again and drove along the coastline. Soon, Xiao Ruofei heard the sound of flowing water. A huge river blocked his path. This river had appeared with the mountain sea realm. It was a river that circled around the mountain. However, it didn't extend to the spatial membrane back then. It constantly widened and lengthened as the space leveled up. This time, it was directly connected to the sea. The river surged towards the sea, blocking Xiao Ruofei's path. A river naturally couldn't stop Xiao Ruofei. If he wanted to go over, he could fly over with a thought. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't do so. Xiaqing looked at Xiao Ruofei with a strange expression and said, "Master, as far as I know, the reed fish live in the sea. They will only swim up the river when they are laying eggs. Isn't this perfect?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he realized what Xiaqing meant. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "That's true. This is in line with the nature of the reed fish. However, Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said, that's not right. These reed fish will all go into the sea when the time comes. I won't be able to catch them when I need them. Although only a small part of the sea had been unlocked, which was only about 100 meters away from the coastline, it was foreseeable that the sea would become even wider as the space leveled up in the future. Xiaqing smiled and said, Master, you forgot that this is the spiritual map world. You are the absolute ruler of the spiritual map world. What's the difference between the reed fish in the river and the sea? As long as you think about it, no matter where they are in the spiritual map world, they won't be able to escape from your control. That makes sense. Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses and said with a smile, Xiaqing. The spiritual map world is getting bigger and bigger. Sometimes, I really forget that this is an artificial space. Xiao Ruofei tried to sense it. He could clearly sense every blade of grass and every tree in the space, including every reed fish that had returned to the sea. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei felt that as long as he thought about it, the invisible space force that was everywhere could gather all the reed fish. It would not take much effort at all. Xiao Ruofei was completely relieved. With a thought, the invisible space force lifted the all-terrain vehicle and carried Xiaqing, Xiaohei, and the rest over the river. They landed steadily on the other side of the river. Then, Xiao Ruofei continued to drive forward, inspecting the mountain sea territory of the Ring 2 space after the upgrade. Xiao Ruofei discovered that about 1/3 of the mountain sea territory was coastline, while the remaining 2/3 was still land. According to this trend, his current location was either a continent or a peninsula. The specific situation could only be revealed after the space continued to expand and upgrade. Xiao Ruofei circled the shoreline and the spatial membrane before returning to the starting point. Currently, the area of the mountain sea territory was roughly estimated. It was about 3,800 mu. In other words, it had nearly doubled in size compared to the last time it absorbed the jade material. And this was only the surface area of the land. If the surface area of the sea was included, it would definitely exceed 4,000 mu. Now that the environment in the mountain sea realm was more suitable for the growth of herring carp, Xiao Ruofei decided to move a portion of the herring carp seedlings to the mountain sea realm. Of course, there were still some breeding fish left behind in the Archean realm. This was because in the Archean realm, the herring carp's reproduction speed was naturally 30 times faster than normal. This way, Xiao Ruofei could expand the herring carp population even more quickly. Xiao Ruofei circled the Archean realm and felt that it was too spacious. Apart from some oak trees that he had transplanted earlier, there were almost no other crops. This was because Xiao Ruofei had basically placed the high-value crops in the Archean realm. For example, wild ginseng could obtain the greatest benefits under the 30 times faster time flow. As for crops that didn't have obvious economic benefits, Xiao Ruofei had no need to plant them in the space. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, but it also wouldn't earn much. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and voiced his thoughts. Then, he asked, Xiaqing, the Archean realm is so spacious. It's a waste to just leave it here. Do you have any good suggestions? Xiaqing thought for a moment and said, Master, you can set up a herbal garden here. Herbal garden? Xiao Ruofei said, I've never even heard of the immortal herbs you mentioned last time. Where can I find seeds to plant? Xiaqing said with a smile, Master, spirit herbs and immortal herbs can only be found by chance. The herbal garden I mentioned isn't for planting immortal herbs. Not for planting spirit herbs and immortal herbs? Are you talking about ordinary Chinese medicine? Xiao Ruofei asked. Xiaqing nodded and said, Yes. Master, I've seen the herbs you bought from the outside world. To be fair, the quality is very poor. When you brew body-tempering soup, spirit-nourishing soup, heart-nourishing soup, jade skin ointment, and so on, these herbs can barely produce a little medicinal effect. That can't be, right? I ordered those herbs from large pharmacies. Xiao Ruofei said, the quality should be guaranteed, right? Xiaqing shook his head and said, perhaps it's because of the external environment. In short, the medicinal effects of those herbs are very weak. In my opinion, they don't qualify. So you're saying that we should plant them ourselves? Xiao Ruofei asked. Xiaqing nodded and said, Yes. Master, there's a large open space in the mountain sea territory now. We can plant a large number of herbs that you usually need. The quality of the herbs produced in the spiritual map territory is definitely much higher than those that you bought. It can significantly improve the efficacy of spirit-nourishing soup and body-tempering soup? Xiao Ruofei asked. That's for sure. Xia Qing said without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, good. Then let's make a spatial herbal garden. Xia Qing, give me a list of the herbs that you need to plant. I'll take care of the seeds. I'll leave the specific work of opening the herbal garden to you. Is that okay? Master. I promise that I won't let you down. Xia Qing said with his chest puffed out. You just need to provide the seeds. Leave the rest to me. Good. Make a list now. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand, and the paper and pen that he had kept in the origin realm immediately appeared in his hand out of thin air. Xiao Ruofei handed the paper and pen to Xia Qing. Xia Qing listed the names of more than 30 herbs on the spot. They were all common herbs, so it shouldn't be difficult to find their seeds. Xiao Ruofei folded the paper and put it in his pocket. He said, I'll buy the seeds as soon as I get out. Xia Qing, you can start the preliminary work now. Yes, master. Xia Qing said respectfully. Xia Qing was a soul puppet that assisted in the management of the spirit map world. Reclaiming land, taking care of spirit plants, and planting herbs were all his innate skills. Furthermore, as an absolutely obedient soul puppet, the joy of his master giving him tasks came from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Ruofei also instructed Little Black and the others to stay in the space obediently. After the expansion of the farm was completed, he would bring them outside to have fun. Then, Xiao Ruofei left the space with a thought and stored the spirit map scroll in his palm. Xiao Ruofei looked at the time. It was already 1 in the afternoon. He had long missed lunch. Thus, he went downstairs to the kitchen and cooked some noodles to make do with it. Of course, he didn't forget to make 2 eggs. Together with the tomatoes and cabbage from the space, an ordinary bowl of noodles became incomparably delicious with the space's magical vegetables. The vegetables grown in the primordial realm had long been removed by Xiao Ruofei. However, there were still many vegetables that he had harvested in the past. He had stored them in the space, so he could eat the most authentic vegetables from the space whenever he needed them. Logically speaking, since Xiao Ruofei had been out for 7 or 8 days, he would definitely go to the company to understand the situation, especially the progress of the new medicine's preliminary examination. However, it was currently lunch break. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to disturb his employees at this time. Thus, he simply drove the pickup truck and left the farm, heading straight for the seed company in the city. The Sanshan Seed Company was the largest in the entire southeast province. They sold all the common Chinese medicine seeds. Xiao Ruofei followed Xia Qing's list and bought all the seeds he needed in one go. He bought 5 kilograms of each of the more than 30 types of seeds. Xiao Ruofei felt that with so many seeds, it should be enough for Xia Qing to use. There were more than 50 kilograms of seeds. The expensive ones cost a few hundred yuan per kilogram, while the cheap ones only cost 10 to 20 yuan. Xiao Ruofei spent more than 5,000 yuan on all of them. He carried a large bag of seeds and left the seed company in the city. Xiao Ruofei didn't immediately return to the farm. Instead, he drove to the northern suburbs of Sanshan City. There were many companies selling agricultural machinery here. Xiao Ruofei considered that with the large plantation area, it would be very inefficient to rely on Xia Qing's manpower to reclaim the land. Therefore, he specially drove over to see if there were any small machines that could be used. After walking around, Xiao Ruofei really gained something. A company called Dahua Agricultural Machinery was selling a super small crawler agricultural excavator. It only cost about 80,000 yuan. Compared to those engineering hook machines that cost hundreds of thousands to millions, this was simply a good price. Although this kind of super small excavator was almost useless on construction sites, it was very suitable for reclaiming medicine gardens in the space. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to buy one. The other party was even responsible for delivering it to his door. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei told them to directly send the small excavator to the warehouse he rented in the city. On the way, he also bought a large barrel of diesel. In the warehouse, Xiao Ruofei directly sent the excavator, diesel, and the seeds he just bought into the space. Then, Xiao Ruofei directly communicated with Xiaoqing in the space. He told him to first deal with the seeds and not reclaim the land. Everything would wait until he entered the space. After finishing these things, Xiao Ruofei drove back to the farm. When he arrived at the farm, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Therefore, he directly drove to the building and parked his car. Then, he went upstairs to Feng Jing's office. Knock, 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 Xiao Ruofei gently knocked on the door. Feng Jing looked up and saw Xiao Ruofei. She immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Chairman, you're finally willing to come back to Sanshan? I thought you fell into the land of women in Beijing and forgot about home." Xiao Ruofei pretended to be serious and said, "What are you talking about? I'm doing business in Beijing. Didn't you finish your business a long time ago?" Feng Jing said with a smile, "I heard from Xue Jinshan that you personally went and got the approval that night. You're very domineering." Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, "I had other things to do in Beijing. Didn't I rush back as soon as I finished my business?" Feng Jing said with a smile, "I don't dare to care about you. Moreover, we're all used to you going missing from time to time. Anyway, the company will still operate without the chairman." "That's right. Who asked me to have such a capable general manager?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Director Feng, how's the company these few days?" "Everything's normal." Feng Jing said, "The expansion project will be completed in about a week. Our company's funds are quite sufficient, so there shouldn't be a problem to pay for the project." "That's good." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I have to prepare the seeds in advance. When the time comes, there will be so many greenhouses, so the seeds will have to be supplied." "Yes. Chow Tai-shu has already looked for me, but you're always in charge of the seeds, so I asked him to wait for you to come back." Feng Jing said. "Don't worry. There won't be any delay." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Also, after the expansion of the farm is completed, there won't be enough manpower for the greenhouses." Feng Jing said, "I've already asked Chow Tai-shu to spread the news of recruiting workers, mainly from their village. There are many villagers who have signed up, and everyone is very enthusiastic." "That's for sure." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Chow Tai-shu and his batch of workers are amazing. Everyone in the village is envious of their current income and benefits." Xiao Ruofei did not intend to interfere with the recruitment. "It's just a few greenhouses," and he directly threw all the work to Feng Jing and let Chow Tai-shu handle the details. After all, Chow Tai-shu will be the one in charge of the recruitment, and delegating power to him will increase Chow Tai-shu's prestige in the village. At the same time, his loyalty to the company will also increase. Following that, Xiao Ruofei asked about the preliminary review of the new medicine that he was most concerned about. Feng Jing told Xiao Ruofei that the Provincial Food and Drug Administration paid close attention to the preliminary review of the heart-nourishing soup, and their efficiency was very high. The second day after Xue Jinshan returned, the preliminary review had already started. Also, the Deputy Director of the Food and Drug Administration personally came forward to coordinate with the Provincial Health and Family Planning Committee to arrange for Union Medical Hospital, which was more authoritative in pediatric neurosurgery, to be the clinical trial unit. Currently, Union Medical Hospital was selecting suitable test subjects and control groups according to the clinical trial requirements, and preparing to conduct the first phase of the clinical trial under double-blind conditions. Double-blind meant that the test subjects would be divided into a test group and a control group, and they would take the test drug, the control drug, or the placebo, respectively. The researchers and the test subjects would not know which group the test subjects were assigned to and which drug they were taking. "The progress is amazing," Xiao Ruofei said with some surprise. "Who says it isn't?" Feng Jing said, "According to the regulations, the preliminary review must first go through a technical review, an on-site inspection of the trial environment, and a test of the sample. These links have not been completed yet. We don't even have the drugs needed for the clinical trial ready." After the pharmaceutical company was established, it did not have its own pharmaceutical factory, so everything that Feng Jing said was naturally impossible. The drugs that Xiao Ruofei and the others used for their own experiments were temporarily brewed by Xiao Ruofei. These days, Xiao Ruofei was in Beijing, so Shui Jinshan naturally could not make the heart-nourishing soup. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Seems like our work is lagging behind. Manager Feng, you have to speed up the progress on your side. How's the inspection these few days? Hurry up and acquire a pharmaceutical factory. We still need to adjust the production line, fix the production process, reset the parameters, etc. Lastly, we still need to conduct a trial production for a period. If we don't speed up, I'm afraid that the progress of the clinical trial will be affected." Feng Jing said, "I have my eyes on 2 pharmaceutical factories and had preliminary contact with them. We are just waiting for you to come back and make the final decision." Shui Jinshan was leading a few newcomers in the research institute to study the preliminary approval of the heart-nourishing soup. The approval of a new drug involved many things, and Shui Jinshan was under a lot of pressure. He had to lead a few freshmen to study every day. When he heard that Xiao Ruofei was back, Shui Jinshan immediately put down his work and rushed to the meeting room with a notebook. "Boss Xia," Shui Jinshan said happily as soon as he came in. "The preliminary approval is going very smoothly. The Provincial Food and Drug Administration has given us unconditional support." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Jinshan, sit down and talk. Manager Feng has already told me about the situation. Everyone has worked hard during this period." Shui Jinshan smiled and said, "It's not hard at all. Everyone is full of enthusiasm to work with Boss Xia." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that other than Xiao Ruofei, Shui Jinshan was the one who understood the heart-nourishing soup the best. He knew very well that once this new drug was launched, it would definitely become the talk of the world. Shui Jinshan was full of enthusiasm at the thought that he was making history. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "We'll talk about the new drug approval later. I called you here today to discuss the acquisition of pharmaceutical factories. You also know that the new drug approval is going very smoothly, and the progress is far beyond our expectations. The acquisition of pharmaceutical factories for mass production is imminent." "Yes. Boss Xia, a lot of work is about to stop during the preliminary approval because our production site isn't ready yet," Shui Jinshan said sympathetically. At this moment, Feng Jing walked into the meeting room with a few stacks of documents and said, "Chairman, after our preliminary inspection, we have selected 2 pharmaceutical factories as the target for acquisition. The details are here. Take a look first." After that, Feng Jing signaled her assistant, Lu Qian, to distribute the documents to Xiao Ruofei and Shui Jinshan. Just when Xiao Ruofei and Shui Jinshan were looking through the documents, Feng Jing introduced, "These 2 factories produce Chinese medicine. One is Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company in Sanshan, and the other is Nanyue Pharmaceutical Company in Songping City." Xiao Ruofei casually flipped through a few pages and raised his head with a smile. "Since these 2 companies are able to catch your eye, they must have their own advantages and disadvantages. Mr. Feng, why don't you introduce their strengths and weaknesses?" Feng Jing nodded and said, "Firstly, both of them are Chinese medicine factories, and we can use their production lines. Furthermore, both of them have the intention to sell their factories because of their poor management." Feng Jing took a sip of water and continued, "Let me talk about Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company first. Their advantage is that they are located in Sanshan, and our company can manage them. Furthermore, we have inspected this factory, and the production line was updated 2 years ago. At least 90% of it is new. Nanyue Pharmaceutical Company is bigger than Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company, and they have 3 sterile production workshops. Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company only has 2. Furthermore, Nanyue Pharmaceutical Company has many production permits, and this is where Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company is weaker." Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, "Have they offered a price?" Feng Jing said, "This is what I wanted to say as well. Both of their offers are about the same, around 25 million. I have inspected the market, and the transfer price of small factories is about this level. They did not ask for too much." Speaking of this, Feng Jing changed the topic and said, "But for the same price, Nanyue Pharmaceutical is obviously at an advantage. Not only is their factory larger than Minjiang Pharmaceutical, they also have 5 more production permits than Minjiang Pharmaceutical. Just these permits alone are worth a lot of money. If it wasn't for the geographical location, I would definitely be leaning towards Nanyue Pharmaceutical Company." Xiao Ruofei smiled and did not express his opinion immediately. Instead, he looked at Xue Jinshan and asked, Jinshan, what do you think? Xue Jinshan pondered for a moment and looked at the information in his hand before he said cautiously, Boss Xia, I personally think that we can put aside the production permits. Even if we acquire the factory, it's not likely that we can continue to produce the medicine that they have produced before. The heart-nourishing soup can take over the other 10 projects. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Manager Feng, I have the same opinion as Jinshan. After we acquire the factory, we will only produce the heart-nourishing soup in the short term. The production permits for the other medicines are not significant to us. Feng Jing nodded and said, if we remove the factors of the permits, then Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company and Nanyue Pharmaceutical Company are basically on par. Nanyue Pharmaceutical Company might be bigger in scale, but Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company's production line has been updated. Furthermore, the land price in Sanshan City is not something that Songping City can compare to. Xiao Ruofei fell into silence for a long time as he compared the two documents in his hand. In the end, he raised his head and said, Manager Feng, from a management perspective, Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company is clearly more suitable. Furthermore, their 90% new production line is more attractive to me than Nanyue Pharmaceutical Company. My personal opinion is leaning towards Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company. Feng Jing nodded and said, all right. Then we will focus on negotiating with Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company. Xiao Ruofei agreed, don't cut off contact with Nanyue Pharmaceutical Company immediately. Let's use it as a backup plan. Furthermore, we must not let Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company know that we are in a hurry to acquire a factory. I don't think I need to teach you how to negotiate. Feng Jing smiled and said, understood. Chairman. Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company is still in a hurry to sell, and I believe that we will be able to make substantial progress in the negotiations. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, all right. Make the best use of your time to settle this matter. I don't have any other requests for this negotiation, and I won't set a bottom line for you. Even if the final price is only 25 million, I will accept it. Feng Jing nodded and said, I understand, Chairman. I will contact Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company today for an in-depth negotiation. I will report to you immediately if there is any progress. Xiao Ruofei gathered the documents and stood up. All right. Then let's go back to our positions and do what we are responsible for. Feng Jing and Xue Jinshan also stood up. At this moment, Feng Jing suddenly said, oh right, Chairman, Jiang Hua seems to be looking for you urgently these few days at the shadfish breeding workshop. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and quickly asked, is there a problem with the shadfish breeding workshop? Is there a large number of deaths? Feng Jing said, I'm not too sure about this, but it shouldn't be a large number of shadfish breeding workshop deaths. If such a big thing really happened, Jiang Hua will definitely report to me. Why don't you go to the shadfish breeding workshop to take a look? Jiang Hua must be at the fish pond now. Xiao Ruofei was originally in a hurry to go home, but after listening to Feng Jing's words, he immediately changed his mind and said, all right, I will go and take a look now. Xiao Ruofei left the complex building and didn't have the mood to walk. He drove the pickup truck straight to the shadfish breeding workshop. 100 meters away from the breeding workshop, there was already a barricade set up, and a veteran was guarding it. Xiao Ruofei knew that this was a special request from Jiang Hua. Under normal circumstances, vehicles were not allowed to get too close to the breeding workshop to avoid disturbing the delicate and timid shadfish. When the veteran saw Xiao Ruofei's car, he quickly wanted to open the barricade. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand to stop him. He got out of the car and said, no need, I will walk in. By the way, is Jiang Hua inside? Yes, Jiang Hua stays almost every day until 10 o'clock in the evening. Sometimes he stays in the breeding workshop overnight, the veteran said. Xiao Ruofei nodded, patted him on the shoulder and said, brother, it's been hard on you. After that, Xiao Ruofei quickly walked towards the breeding workshop. After opening the door, Xiao Ruofei unconsciously lightened his footsteps. Jiang Hua was squatting by the fish pond and observing the shadfish inside. Although Xiao Ruofei's footsteps were light, he still noticed it and turned around vigilantly. When he saw that it was Xiao Ruofei, Jiang Hua's face suddenly showed a hint of joy. He quickly stood up and walked to Xiao Ruofei and said in a low voice, Boss Xia, you are back. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I heard from Manager Feng that you were looking for me in a hurry. Did something happen? Jiang Hua said, Boss Xia, let's go. Let's talk in the control room. The two of them went to the control room together. A worker was monitoring the various data in the breeding workshop. Jiang Hua motioned for the worker to leave first, then pulled out a chair for Xiao Ruofei and said, Boss Xia, please sit. The control room was equipped with soundproof glass, so the two of them didn't have to talk like an underground gang meeting. After Xiao Ruofei sat down, he smiled and asked, Tell me. What's going on? Jiang Hua said, Boss Xia, it's actually nothing much, but I've been feeling uneasy. These shellfish are growing too fast. It's at least 30% faster than what I expected. At this rate, we can probably harvest them 3 months in advance. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Isn't that a good thing? Why are you so nervous? Jiang Hua said, Boss Xia, I've been feeling uneasy. I've raised shadfish for so many years, and I've never seen them grow so fast. I heard that Yangtze River shadfish grow even slower, but now it's completely reversed. They're growing even faster than the American shadfish I raised. Boss Xia, this shouldn't be a problem, right? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, What problem can there be? Our fry have all been improved and cultivated. Not only are their vitality stronger than normal shadfish, but they also grow faster, and their meat is as fresh and tender as wild shadfish. Jiang Hua nodded and said, So they're improved fry? No wonder they grow so fast. Boss Xia, you're really amazing to be able to get such good shadfish fry. Jiang Hua naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to ask Xiao Ruofei where the fry came from. As an employee, he just had to do his job and take care of these shadfish. After getting a reasonable explanation from Xiao Ruofei, Jiang Hua was relieved and stopped worrying about the shadfish's growth speed. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Engineer Jiang, my friend has prepared another batch of fry. They should be able to ship it over soon. You have to be prepared to receive it at any time. Jiang Hua said excitedly, No problem. Boss Xia, we still have a lot of empty fish ponds waiting for the fry to come. The more of these good fry, the better. It's best if there are a few more batches. Then we can sell mature fish every month. Don't worry. The fry will definitely be sent over continuously. Xiao Ruofei said, So we're only responsible for the breeding. We don't have to care about the shadfish's reproduction. Understood. Jiang Hua said. Since Xiao Ruofei came to the shadfish breeding workshop, he naturally had to patrol around. After looking at all the fish ponds, Xiao Ruofei didn't let Jiang Hua accompany him and asked him to do his own things. Xiao Ruofei continued to stroll around the shadfish breeding workshop. Soon, he seemed to inadvertently walk to the location of the circulation tank. The water in this large reservoir would go through multiple filtration cycles and be sent to each fish pond. Xiao Ruofei used his body to block the view behind him and also blocked the surveillance cameras. He took out a bottle of spirit heart flower petal solution and quickly poured it into the reservoir. This was the secret treasure that guaranteed the rapid growth of the shadfish and their tenacious vitality. Xiao Ruofei would come over every once in a while to add some. With his skills, he naturally had a way to do it without anyone noticing. Moreover, as the boss, he would come over every once in a while to patrol, so naturally, it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. After adding the petal solution, Xiao Ruofei gestured to Jiang Hua in the control room and then left the shadfish breeding workshop. Xiao Ruofei returned to the intersection and drove the pickup truck back to the small villa. He looked at the time. There was about an hour before dinner, so he decided to use this time to go to the spiritual map world and arrange the matters of the herb garden. After going upstairs and locking the doors and windows, Xiao Ruofei took out the spiritual map scroll and entered the space with a thought. The small agricultural excavator he had bought was quietly placed beside the all-terrain vehicle. Behind the excavator was a large barrel of diesel. Xiaqing was busy processing the seeds in the space. He had taken some of the empty plastic packing boxes that Xiao Ruofei had placed in the Archean realm. He had fetched some spirit pond water and was soaking the seeds in it. Upon seeing Xiao Ruofei enter, Xiaqing immediately stopped what he was doing and quickly walked over. He respectfully called out, Master. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, Xiaqing, do you know why I didn't let you cultivate the land first? I don't know. Xiaqing replied. Xiao Ruofei pointed at the small agricultural excavator and said, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. If you were to dig with your bare hands, the efficiency would be too low. That's why I specially bought an excavator. Xiaqing looked at the steel monster that was even weirder than the all-terrain vehicle and said in confusion, Master, are you saying that this iron guy can dig? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, yes. And it's countless times faster than digging with your bare hands. Xiaqing looked at the excavator and still found it unbelievable. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Xiaqing, I came here today to teach you how to use this excavator. After you learn it, you will have a powerful helper. The speed at which you open the herb garden will also greatly increase. Master, I can use this iron guy too? Xiaqing asked in surprise. Why not? The machine is dead. As long as you learn how to operate it, you will naturally be able to use it. Xiao Ruofei said, next, I will begin teaching you how to use the excavator. Xiaqing hurriedly looked at Xiao Ruofei without blinking, afraid that he would miss any details and not be able to learn it. Xiao Ruofei revealed a confident smile and said, first, the first step. Where is the instruction manual for this thing? Let me take a look first. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei was in the army, he had learned how to drive a variety of vehicles and even helicopters, including armored vehicles with caterpillar tracks. Xiao Ruofei was not completely clueless about the basic operation of small agricultural machinery. Moreover, this small agricultural excavator only had a few joysticks in total. Xiao Ruofei found the manual and looked at it briefly, grasping the basic principles. However, in order to teach Xiaqing, he first had to familiarize himself with the operation. This mountain sea territory was incomparably spacious, so there was no need to worry about any dangers. He could work as hard as he wanted. For safety reasons, Xiao Ruofei drove the all-terrain vehicle parked next to the small agricultural excavator far away. He also had Xiaqing and Little Hay move out of the range of the mechanical arm before jumping on the excavator. This small excavator was already half filled with diesel. When Xiao Ruofei turned on the key, the excavator made a toot-toot-toot sound, and black smoke came out of the exhaust pipe. Fortunately, this space had an automatic purification function. Otherwise, in this enclosed space, the air would quickly be polluted. Xiao Ruofei tried to move a few joysticks and quickly grasped the basic operations of moving forward, backward, and manipulating the mechanical arm. Amidst the toot-toot-toot sound of the engine, Xiao Ruofei operated the small excavator to move forward, backward, and turn in the space. Then, he began to clumsily try to dig. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ruofei, who was already familiar with the basics, called Xiaqing over. When Xiaqing saw the scene of Xiao Ruofei operating the excavator while practicing, he was already stunned. That big shovel could dig a big hole. If it was used to turn over the ground and dig a hole, it was simply a peerless divine tool. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei waved his hand, Xiaqing immediately ran over, his eyes almost shining. Xiao Ruofei began to teach Xiaqing how to operate the small excavator. Considering that Xiaqing had zero foundation, Xiao Ruofei started teaching him from refueling. He told Xiaqing that the excavator was powered by diesel and that if it ran out of fuel, it had to be refueled in time. The big oil barrel at the back was filled with diesel. Xiao Ruofei personally demonstrated and taught Xiaqing how to refuel. Then, he began to explain how to start the engine, how to move forward, how to retreat, and how to brake. In the end, Xiao Ruofei taught Xiaqing how to operate the mechanical arm. After explaining everything, Xiao Ruofei asked Xiaqing to observe from the side. He explained it again as he operated the machine to deepen Xiaqing's memory. Then, Xiao Ruofei handed the excavator to Xiaqing and let him try it out. Xiaqing was already eager to try. After receiving Xiao Ruofei's approval, he immediately sat in the driver's seat. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly took Blackie and the others and retreated far away. Xiaqing had never seen modern machinery before. Now, he had only listened to Xiao Ruofei explain the basic operations and then observed for a while. Xiao Ruofei himself was not confident and did not know to what extent Xiaqing could learn. Therefore, it was better to hide as far away as possible. In any case, there was nothing in the mountain sea territory except for a few oak trees and the iron fence that contained the hornets. the oak trees and iron fence were still far away from here. Let Xiaqing do whatever he wanted. To Xiao Ruofei's surprise, the situation that he was most worried about, where the excavator would lose control, did not happen. Xiaqing's driving of the excavator was a little shaky. It looked very clumsy, but it seemed that he was controlling it well. He was seriously experiencing the basic operations such as forward, backward, and turning. After a while, Xiaqing had already started to try using the mechanical arm. This required two joysticks to work closely together, and it was a test of one's hand. In the beginning, Xiaqing could not control it well. However, after a while, he was actually able to control it well. With the sound of the engine, the excavator's mechanical arm slowly pressed down. Soon, Xiaqing successfully dug up a shovelful of soil. Then, he twisted the joystick and the excavator quickly turned in another direction. He then controlled the mechanical arm to push the shovelful of soil to the side. Xiao Ruofei was dumbfounded. Xiaqing's learning ability was too strong. The more Xiaqing played, the more proficient he became. After a while, a large hole was dug in front of him and a small pile of soil was piled up on the side of the excavator. Until Xiao Ruofei shouted to stop, Xiaqing was still a little unsatisfied. He reluctantly dug up another shovelful of soil. Then, he followed the procedure that Xiao Ruofei taught him and turned off the engine. Then, he jumped down. Master! This excavator is too useful. Xiaqing said excitedly. With it, I can open up the herb garden much faster. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I bought it for you to use. Xiaqing, you can start working today. How to arrange the herb garden, how to plant the seeds, everything will be up to you. I don't care about the process, I only want the results. Yes. Master. Xiaqing said confidently. Just wait and see. Use the excavator as you wish. If you run out of diesel, let me know and I'll go buy more. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Yes, Master. Xiaqing said. By the way, Master, I've made all the Dahong Pao tea leaves that I picked last time into tea leaves. I'll go get them for you now. After that, Xiaqing ran up the mountain and took out a tin can from the cave stone room. This was prepared by Xiao Ruofei in advance for Xiaqing to store the Dahong Pao tea leaves. Xiao Ruofei took the tin can. As soon as he opened the lid, he smelled a strong tea fragrance. He grabbed a small handful of tea leaves and looked at them. The appearance was impeccable. Compared to the Dahong Pao tea leaves personally made by Mr. Li Jifu, they were definitely not inferior. As for the specific quality of the tea leaves, he would only know after brewing them. But just by looking at the appearance, the quality was definitely not bad. Xiao Ruofei put the tea leaves back into the tin can and carefully closed the lid. He smiled at Xiaqing and said, Not bad, not bad. Xiaqing, it's been hard on you. Master, it's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Xiaqing said with a smile. In the future, as long as the tea leaves from the 12 mother trees can be picked, you should immediately pick them. But you can save them a few more times to make them together. Xiao Ruofei said, in any case, the tea leaves won't go bad in this space. Yes, Master. Xiao Ruofei said a few more words. Then, with a thought, he left the Ring 2 space with the jar of Dahong Pao tea. After returning to the outside world, Xiao Ruofei saw that there was still a while before the cafeteria started to eat. So, he took the jar of tea leaves downstairs to the living room and skillfully set up the tea set. Then, he took a small bucket of water from the spatial spirit pool and poured it into the kettle to boil. Soon, an extremely strong tea fragrance began to pervade the living room of the small villa. Xiao Ruofei picked up the teacup and brought it to her mouth, gently taking a sip of the clear tea. The unique fragrance of Dahong Pao spread in his mouth. Even Xiao Ruofei, who didn't know much about tea, couldn't help but show an expression of reminiscence. He drank the remaining tea in the teacup in one gulp and savored the aftertaste in his mouth. Then, he swallowed it in one gulp. The best quality tea, it was also tea leaves from the 12 Dahong Pao trees. This batch of Dahong Pao tea made by Xiaqing didn't lose out to the batch made by old Mr. Li Jifu. Xiao Ruofei even faintly felt that Xiaqing's craftsmanship seemed to be more natural. This tea had a natural flavor that made it memorable for a long time. Xiao Ruofei couldn't find any words to describe this cup of de Hong Pao tea. After a long while, two words appeared in his mind. Immortal tea, yes. This tea should only be found in the heavens. How many times could it be found in the human world? Xiao Ruofei was very happy. Whether he kept this tea for himself or gave it to others, it was excellent. He continued to soak for 5 or 6 more times and found that the rich tea fragrance had only weakened slightly. The color of the tea had also become slightly lighter. It seemed that this de Hong Pao tea was even more durable than the ones made by Li Jifu. Xiao Ruofei carefully closed the tin can and then put it into the space. The space's freshness was the best. There was no need to worry about the preservation of the tea leaves in the space. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei selected another 500 young shad from the space. These young shad gradually returned from the river to the sea. However, in the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei was the absolute master. He effortlessly selected 500 young shad and transferred them to the plastic boxes without them noticing. Then Xiao Ruofei drove out and dawdled outside for more than an hour before driving back. When he was about to reach the farm, he took out the plastic boxes containing the young shad and neatly stacked them in the back of the pickup truck. When Jianghua heard that there were young shad, he also felt as if he had received a treasure. He carefully transferred the 500 young shad to the shad breeding workshop and carefully selected an empty fish pond. After adjusting all the indicators, he put them in the pond. On Fengjing's side, the negotiations were progressing very quickly. Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company was also anxious to sell the bad assets, and the Taoyuan Company was also very sincere in the acquisition, so both sides made certain concessions. In the end, both sides agreed that the Taoyuan Company would buy all of Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company's shares for 23.5 million Huaxia dollars. Under Fengjing's insistence, the Minjiang Group would be responsible for the relocation of the Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company's workers. However, Fengjing also promised that under the same conditions, the pharmaceutical factory would give priority to the Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company's workers. For the Minjiang Group, other than the pharmaceutical company, there were many other industries. It was actually not difficult to relocate these workers. Moreover, the Taoyuan Company also promised to recruit a group of skilled and hardworking employees. This way, the pressure on the Minjiang Group to relocate these workers was even lower. Just like this, after 5 days of negotiations, the Taoyuan Company and the Minjiang Group finally reached an agreement. Fengjing and the general manager of the Minjiang Group signed the transfer contract. Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company finally belonged to the Taoyuan Company. During the entire negotiation and signing process, Fengjing reported the whole process to Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei was addicted to being a hands-off manager. He basically did not interfere with the acquisition negotiations. Even the final signing was done by Fengjing. Naturally, the contract still needed the Taoyuan Company's official seal for it to take effect. This required Xiao Ruofei's approval. Very quickly, Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company was renamed to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Xiao Ruofei immediately brought Fengjing and Xue Jinshan to interview the Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company's workers who wanted to continue working in the factory. Roughly 30 people passed the interview and stayed in Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Among these people, there were grassroots workers, production line maintenance engineers, and some management talents. Even the deputy director of Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company participated in the interview and was hired by the Taoyuan Company. Most of these people were skilled workers who could operate the production line. In Xiao Ruofei's eyes, they were all talents. After the acquisition of the pharmaceutical factory was completed, the 30 people who passed the interview were quickly assigned to their respective positions. However, these people did not have anything to do for the time being. Because once the acquisition was completed, Xiao Ruofei got the pharmaceutical factory to stop production. In the past, there was no market for the Chinese medicine produced by Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company. Every day the production line was operating, they would incur losses. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not allow this to happen. After the personnel were gathered, Xiao Ruofei brought Xue Jinshan into the sterile workshop to study the production process of the heart-nourishing soup. This Chinese medicine production line was introduced by Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company last year, and it was relatively advanced. The feeding, pre-treatment, extraction, filtration, evaporation, concentration, and other processes were all controlled by computers. Furthermore, the entire process could be set up through the computer. After the parameters were set up, it could be packaged and encrypted. This production line could produce different Chinese medicine. They only needed to change the parameters in the control computer to switch to different production modes. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did not need this function at the moment. In the short term, the pharmaceutical factory would only produce one product, the heart-nourishing soup. Among the employees retained by Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company, there were a few production line maintenance engineers. Xiao Ruofei invited them to the sterile workshop and asked them to be teachers. He introduced the operation of the production line and the settings of the control computer in detail. In fact, the parameters were set up for fools. Anyone with a little foundation in software would be able to grasp it after a little bit of research. After Xiao Ruofei tried a few times, he basically grasped it. Thus, he began to write the parameters of the heart-nourishing soup in the control computer. The parameters of the heart-nourishing soup were naturally the company's top secret. Thus, Xue Jinshan tactfully pulled a few production line maintenance staff out of the control room. Xiao Ruofei sat alone in front of the control computer and began to follow the procedures of the heart-nourishing soup. He slowly entered the parameters of the various processes, such as the feeding order, the temperature, and so on. On Xue Jinshan's side, Xiao Ruofei did not let him be idle. He directly sent him out to buy Chinese medicine. He was going to try the production today. The machines and equipment were definitely not in place at once. Only through continuous trial production and enough failures could the parameters get closer and closer to the optimal value. Without the help of a professional engineer, Xiao Ruofei spent more than 2 hours to convert the production process of the heart-nourishing soup into parameters on the control computer. Xiao Ruofei waved to Xue Jinshan outside the glass, indicating that the first trial production was about to begin. Xue Jinshan quickly followed Xiao Ruofei's arrangement and put 3 of the herbs into the feeding port according to the ratio. After the herbs entered the production line, Xue Jinshan nervously watched from the side. Although the brewing process of the herbs couldn't be seen from the outside, Xue Jinshan didn't dare to take a step away. After a while, the indicator light at the feeding port lit up, and at the same time, it made a buzzing sound. The LED screen above the feeding port began to scroll and display the herbs needed to be put in after 1 minute. Xue Jinshan quickly prepared the herbs according to the ratio and personally put them in the feeding port. Xiao Ruofei had been watching the whole process in the control room. An hour later, Xiao Ruofei and Xue Jinshan received a large jar of medicinal soup. Because it was a trial production, Xiao Ruofei skipped the process of filling it. Xiao Ruofei carefully observed the color of the medicinal soup, and personally scooped a small spoonful into his mouth to taste. Xue Jinshan immediately used a test tube to sample the first trial production of the heart-nourishing soup and gave it to several undergraduate students in the research institute. They would test the various active ingredients of the medicinal soup and compare it with the data of the heart-nourishing soup made by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei also filled a small bottle, put a label on it, and put it in his bag. In fact, he only did the action of putting the medicinal soup in his bag, but in fact, this bottle of medicinal soup had already been sent to the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei telepathically contacted Xia Qing and asked him to identify this bottle of heart-nourishing soup. Through the previous inquiry, Xiao Ruofei knew that Xia Qing was very familiar with the several unlocked prescriptions in the booklet, including heart-nourishing soup, spirit-nourishing soup, body-quenching soup, and so on. In terms of understanding of herbs, 10 Xiao Ruofei added together couldn't compare to 1 Xia Qing. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly asked Xia Qing to identify this trial production bottle of heart-nourishing soup. After Xia Qing received Xiao Ruofei's order in the space, he was very efficient. After a while, he sent feedback to Xiao Ruofei through telepathy. According to Xia Qing's feedback, Xiao Ruofei began to adjust the production process parameters in the computer. For example, if Xia Qing said that the temperature of a certain medicine was not high enough, Xiao Ruofei would increase the boiling time and increase the boiling temperature. Similarly, the amount of distilled water added, the timing of adding ingredients, and so on were all fine-tuned to varying degrees. Outside, Xue Jinshan had already asked the workers to clean the production line. Before each trial run, the residue and liquid left behind from the last time had to be washed clean, so as not to affect the parameters of the test product. After the production line was ready, Xiao Ruofei completed the fine-tuning of the process parameters, so he immediately began the second wave of trial production. This time, Shui Jinshan also took samples of the medicinal decoction and ordered someone to test it. Xiao Ruofei took a sealed bottle and put it in his bag with different labels. In fact, he sent it to the Ring 2 space. Xia Qing was like Shenong, who tasted all kinds of herbs. He appraised the heart-nourishing soup sent by Xiao Ruofei and gave feedback. Xiao Ruofei continued to adjust the parameters according to Xia Qing's feedback. For the whole day, Xiao Ruofei stayed in Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, constantly correcting the parameters of the production process, and then carrying out trial production again and again. The test results on Shui Jinshan's side also showed that with Xiao Ruofei's adjustments, the data of the medicinal decoction produced was getting closer and closer to the data of the hand-brewed heart-nourishing soup. After more than 10 adjustments, the standard heart-nourishing soup was finally produced. Xiao Ruofei finally breathed a sigh of relief. This work was really tiring. Xiao Ruofei immediately ordered Shui Jinshan to find someone to thoroughly clean the production line, and at the same time, package and encrypt the entire production process parameters. In the future, when production was carried out, only this data package could be used, but the original data could not be seen. Moreover, this data package was also added with a self-destruct program. If it was forcibly cracked, all the data would be directly deleted. This control computer was isolated from the internet and was only connected to the production line in the sterile workshop. Therefore, the possibility of hackers stealing the data remotely was almost zero. Xiao Ruofei also attached great importance to the confidentiality of the heart-nourishing soup's formula. He immediately called Lei Hu and asked him to send 4 veterans to the pharmaceutical factory. These veterans were not responsible for the specific security work. Their only task was to protect the safety of this computer. The 4 of them took turns to be on duty to ensure that the control room was guarded 24 hours a day. This included when the technicians used the computer to call the program during the trial production in the future. It had to be under the supervision of these veterans. Any other unnecessary operations would be immediately stopped. Xiao Ruofei asked Shui Jinshan to immediately prepare a dormitory for the 4 veterans in the pharmaceutical factory. At the same time, a small room next to the control room was set up specifically for the 4 veterans to be on duty. Xiao Ruofei waited until the veterans arrived at the pharmaceutical factory before personally giving them instructions. He especially emphasized the importance of this control computer to them. Then, he specified their missions one by one. These veterans were Xiao Ruofei's most trusted people. Their loyalty was unquestionable. Therefore, when it came to such an important position, Xiao Ruofei would first think of them. After arranging all these, Xiao Ruofei left the pharmaceutical factory with Shui Jinshan. The entire pharmaceutical factory was temporarily in a state of suspension. Xiao Ruofei asked the former deputy director of Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company to temporarily take charge of the factory and bring the workers to clean up the factory's environment. This was because the pharmaceutical factory would soon start the trial production of the heart-nourishing soup. At the same time, it would also welcome the Provincial Food and Drug Administration's preliminary examination. The new medicine's production environment and production process were all things that had to be examined in the preliminary examination. The factory's environment naturally had to be clean and tidy. Although the Provincial Food and Drug Administration would definitely not make things difficult for the Taoyuan company during the preliminary examination, they still had to do some surface work. After returning to the district, Xiao Ruofei immediately called for a meeting with Feng Jing and the company's middle management, including Peng Hao, Shui Jinshan, and the rest. It was mainly about the new medicine's approval, trial production, and clinical trials. Xiao Ruofei sat in the middle and spoke first. Manager Feng, my colleagues, I have brought Jinshan with me today to test the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory's production line. Now, the factory's sterile workshop can produce the standard heart-nourishing soup anytime. Feng Jing was very excited when she heard this. That's great. Chairman, your efficiency is really high. Adjusting the production line and solidifying the mass production process in one day was simply heaven-defying. Of course, this was also all thanks to Xia Qing, the Shenong. It was because he personally tasted the medicine time and time again and gave targeted feedback that Xiao Ruofei could quickly adjust the parameters. It could be said that every adjustment was on the right path, and there were no detours. Naturally, the efficiency was extraordinarily high. Otherwise, it might not be possible to complete the test in 10 days or half a month. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The data from Jinshan's laboratory shows that the medicine we produced is basically the same as the hand-brewed heart-nourishing soup. I have also checked it personally and can basically confirm that our mass production test has been successful." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei paused and continued, "Today, I gathered everyone here to arrange the work for the next period." Feng Jing said straightforwardly, "Chairman, if there's anything you need to do, just tell us directly. We will do our best." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The main work for this period of time is naturally the preliminary test and clinical trial of the heart-nourishing soup. Of course, the daily operation of the company also needs to be ensured. This will depend on everyone to do their own jobs." Peng Hao smiled and said, "I can't help much here, but I will definitely do the logistics work for everyone." "Why can't you help? You are the god of wealth." Xiao Ruofei joked. "The approval of the new medicine, the trial production, there are many places where money is needed." Peng Hao smiled and said, "As long as Boss Xia nods and signs, I will naturally fully support you. We always only look at the boss's signature. But if it costs too much and we don't have enough liquid capital, then you can't blame me. Don't worry. In the future, you will only worry about having too much liquid capital and letting the bank take advantage of you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he said, "Okay, back to the main topic. First, the approval of the new medicine. Jinshan, you have to keep an eye on this matter. You will contact the Provincial Food and Drug Administration directly. You will be fully in charge." Shui Jinshan nodded and said, "Understood, Boss Xia. I will immediately contact the Food and Drug Administration and invite them to the pharmaceutical factory for an on-site inspection. This is also a very important procedure of the preliminary test." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "During the on-site inspection, they will definitely need to see our production process and test the medicine we produce. In addition, the clinical trial will be fully launched soon. At that time, Union Medical Hospital will also need a large amount of heart-nourishing soup. Therefore, the trial production work cannot be delayed. It must be launched as soon as possible." Shui Jinshan said, "Boss Xia, the workers are ready-made. The quality of these workers is very good and their professional ability is very strong. After some simple training, they should be able to work directly. The parameters of the production line have also been tested. We can start production at any time." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes, but before the trial production, there are some preparatory work to be done. First is the packaging of the heart-nourishing soup, including the glass bottles that are compatible with our filling and sealing equipment, the packaging box, and the exterior design. Manager Feng, let's leave this to the company's administrative department. Immediately contact the design company and the manufacturers to solve all the packaging problems as soon as possible." "No problem," Feng Jing said immediately. "Time is tight. I will give you 3 days. Can you complete it?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and asked. "Although it's a little tight, it shouldn't be a problem." Feng Jing said, "I will ask them to work overtime on the design." In fact, this task was mainly the design of the packaging. As for the glass bottles and straws, when Minjiang Pharmaceutical Company produced the Chinese medicine decoctions, they had cooperated with the manufacturers. They only needed to contact them, negotiate the price, and directly place the order. Xiao Ruofei nodded and continued, "The second thing is the storage of the required herbs. This is also the most important thing." Shui Jinshan thought for a while and said, "Boss Xia, the initial stage is only for the clinical trial. The demand for the medicine won't be too high. We can order the herbs needed to brew the heart-nourishing soup from a large Chinese medicine shop." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a while and said, "This can be used as a stopgap measure in the initial stage. But this can't be used in the long run. After we expand the production scale, we can't just rely on pharmacies to buy the herbs." Feng Jing said, "Chairman, I think in the long run, we can sign a purchase agreement with the nearby villagers and provide some subsidies to encourage them to plant the herbs we need." Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up and said, "This is a good idea. This way, we will have a stable source of ingredients, and we don't have to worry about being controlled by others in the future. Feng Jing hesitated for a while and said, Chairman, the only thing I am worried about is the confidentiality of the formula. It will be easy for people with ulterior motives to guess the formula from the herbs we ask the villagers to plant. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, first of all, we can ask the villagers to plant a few more herbs and set up a little illusion. Second, to be honest, I'm not afraid that people will know the formula of the heart-nourishing soup. Without the correct ratio, production process, even if someone guesses the formula, they won't be able to make an effective heart-nourishing soup. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Feng Jing said. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Jin Shan, you will be responsible for purchasing the herbs needed for the initial trial production from the pharmacies. Or you can go to Tong Rentang. I'll give you the contact information of Qiantang Tong Rentang Boss Lin. Tell him my name, and he will definitely give us the best price. Okay, Boss Xia. Shui Jinshan said as he recorded in his notebook. Xiao Ruofei continued, as for the matter of mobilizing the villagers to plant the herbs. Director Xiao, I'll have to trouble you. Will you be responsible for it? As Xiao Ruofei spoke, he looked at the company's marketing director, Xiao Chong. Although Xiao Chong was a little uncertain, he still nodded a little reluctantly and said, okay. Xiao Ruofei seemed to have seen through Xiao Chong's thoughts. He smiled and said, I'm more inclined to the few villages near our farm. I'll talk to the county leaders later. Director Xiao, listen to my notice. After I've coordinated it, you can go directly to the leaders in town and ask them to help mobilize the villagers. When Xiao Chong heard that the chairman would personally coordinate it, the trace of worry in his heart disappeared without a trace. He quickly said, understood. Chairman, I will do my best to complete the task perfectly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's good that you have confidence. Director Xiao, Jin Shan will give you a list of the herbs we need later. You can come up with a plan first, including the overall plan, the subsidy standards for the villagers, and so on. The more detailed, the better. Xiao Chong nodded and said, okay, I'll work on this matter immediately after the meeting. After Xiao Ruofei assigned this task, he looked at Shui Jinshan and said, Jinshan, before the exterior design, packaging, and other work is completed, take the workers in the factory to familiarize them with the production procedures. At the same time, clarify their respective positions. You can use some of the herbs for demonstration and training. My only request is that these workers can be familiar with the process in 3 days and can be put into production at any time. Yes. Boss Xia, Shui Jinshan said immediately. After the meeting, the whole Taoyuan company started to work, especially Feng Jing's entire administrative team and Shui Jinshan's several medical professionals. They were so busy that they didn't even have time to rest. After assigning tasks, Xiao Ruofei had nothing to do. The only thing he did was to call Wu Liqian, the executive deputy county magistrate of Chongqing County. Wu Liqian was very supportive when she learned that Xiao Ruofei's company wanted to encourage the villagers to plant Chinese herbs and was willing to sign the purchase agreement in advance. She also provided technical support and certain subsidies to the villagers. She immediately said that she would greet Jianggang town and ask the town to fully support this matter. Wu Liqian asked Xiao Ruofei to contact her relative, Wu Gang, the deputy county magistrate of Jianggang town. Wu Gang would naturally coordinate with the surrounding villages. With the town government as a guarantor, the villagers would be more relieved. As long as the profit of planting Chinese herbs was high enough, many villagers would be willing to sign the supply and sales contract with the Taoyuan company. The next day, Xiao Ruofei personally called Wu Gang. After receiving Wu Liqian's instructions, Wu Gang naturally expressed his full support. He also warmly expressed his gratitude to the Taoyuan company for supporting the economic development of Jianggang town. Xiao Ruofei then gave Wu Gang's contact information to Xiao Chong, the marketing director. Xiao Ruofei didn't need to personally deal with the rest of the matter. In addition to paying attention to everyone's work progress, Xiao Ruofei could also take some leisure time to spend time with Ling Qingxue from time to time. Some time ago, Xiao Ruofei was too busy and often went out. There were few opportunities for him to be with Ling Qingxue. The two young people who were in love really indulged themselves during this period, greatly relieving the pain of lovesickness. If he wasn't with Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei would enter the Ring 2 space at night to check on Xia Qing's work progress. With that small agricultural excavator, Xia Qing was like a tiger that had grown wings. Very quickly, according to his plan, he opened up a large piece of land at the foot of the mountain. It was about 400 to 500 mu, and it extended all the way to the side of the river. Now these pieces of land had been divided into medicine gardens by Xia Qing. In Xia Qing's words, the layout of these medicine gardens was very particular. The most suitable herbs for each piece of land were carefully designed. However, Xia Ruofei couldn't see the knack of it. After soaking the seeds brought by Xia Ruofei, they were all sown in the nursery. Many of the herbs had sprouted tender shoots. They could be transplanted when they grew a little more. For the past few days, Xia Qing had been making arrangements around the medicine garden. For this purpose, he specially asked Xia Ruofei for some jade materials. Xia Ruofei knew that Xia Qing arranged some small formations that could promote the growth of herbs. In this aspect, Xia Qing could definitely be called an expert. Therefore, he immediately bought enough jade materials according to Xia Qing's request. It wouldn't be long before a huge medicine garden appeared in the Mountain Sea territory. At that time, he would be able to harvest a steady stream of high-quality herbs. Xia Ruofei found that this sole puppet, Xia Qing, was really the best manager of the Ring 2 space. With Xia Qing, he didn't need to worry about anything in the Ring 2 space. Xia Qing took care of everything in an orderly manner. 3 days later, Feng Jing completed the task given by Xia Ruofei as scheduled. The outer packaging design of the heart-nourishing soup was completed. The packaging was mainly green, and the Taoyuan Company's logo was marked in an eye-catching position. A few simple lines outlined a heart-shaped ribbon. Xia Ruofei had seen this design before. At first glance, he felt that it was very much to his liking, so he immediately made the final decision. Soon, Feng Jing contacted the manufacturer to produce the packaging box and packaging paper according to the design. However, the order this time wasn't large. Because it was only a trial production and clinical trial, the heart-nourishing soup hadn't actually been approved for the market. Therefore, some of the instructions and packaging text hadn't been added. In other words, the current design was only a half-finished product. After it was officially put into production in the future, more comprehensive information about the medicine would be added. Xue Jinshan was also actively contacting the Provincial Food and Drug Administration. After Feng Jing's custom-made packaging and medicine bottles were in place, he immediately organized the workers to conduct a few trial production. This time, the whole process was automated production inspection, including the filling, sealing, packing, and other processes. It was completed according to the actual production procedures. A day later, the Provincial Food and Drug Administration that Xue Jinshan contacted sent people to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory to conduct an on-site inspection. They also watched the production process of the heart-nourishing soup on the spot. The Food and Drug Administration recorded the whole process. These were all necessary procedures. They had to be burned into a CD and reported to the National Drug Administration for the record together with the preliminary examination opinions. After going through this process, the Food and Drug Administration randomly took a few samples to a third-party laboratory for testing. They further confirmed the effective ingredients of the trial production of the heart-nourishing soup and compared it with the data in the materials reported by the Taoyuan Company. Originally, each process would have taken several working days. However, with He Kuan personally watching over these processes were greatly shortened. It could be said that this was the most efficient process in the history of the Provincial Food and Drug Administration. Soon, the Food and Drug Administration came to a conclusion about this on-site inspection. Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory met the drug production standards. There was no problem with the trial production process of the heart-nourishing soup. The medicine produced was consistent with the description in the materials reported. With this conclusion, the clinical trial could soon be carried out. As the clinical trial unit, Peking Union Hospital had already found the test subjects and the control group. Of course, the patients participating in the clinical trial did not know whether they were the real test subjects or the control group. Every year, a large number of autistic patients went to seek medical treatment. Peking Union Hospital was well known in the country in terms of pediatric neurology. In particular, Chief Physician Zhou Ping of Peking Union Hospital was a well-known expert in the country. He was very famous in the treatment of autism. Therefore, many patients came from all over the country. For these parents of autistic children, even if there was a glimmer of hope, they would hold on tightly to it. Moreover, the hospital had also stated that participating in the clinical trial could give the new medicine free of charge. Moreover, the pharmaceutical company would also give each patient a certain amount of subsidy according to the time they participated in the trial. This was very tempting for some families with autistic children who had difficulties in their families. Moreover, the hospital also specifically stated that the medicine used in this clinical trial was a kind of Chinese patent medicine. Even if the treatment effect was not obvious, there would not be any serious adverse effects under normal circumstances. It was even less likely that there would be life-threatening. This also made the parents less worried. Therefore, Peking Union Hospital easily found the test subjects and the control group. After the on-site inspection, the Provincial Food and Drug Administration quickly decided to start the clinical trial. The production line of Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory also officially started operation. The produced heart-nourishing soup was packed and sent to Peking Union Hospital. These mass-produced heart-nourishing soups were specially provided to the clinical trial unit. This clinical trial would take at least 1 to 2 months. This was because Ikuan had specially arranged for it and compressed the process as much as possible. In fact, it would take at least a month or so for the heart-nourishing soup to have an obvious effect. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had long been mentally prepared for the duration of the clinical trial. Compared to the examination and approval of new drugs that could easily take several years, Xiao Ruofei was still quite satisfied with this level of progress. Soon, it was June. Summer came early in Xianxia City, and everyone began to change into short-sleeved shirts. The clinical trial of the new medicine was still in progress. This matter could not be rushed. They could only wait patiently for the results. Of course, Xiao Ruofei and Shui Jinshan were full of confidence in the efficacy of the heart-nourishing soup. They knew that the results would definitely be good. In fact, the heart-nourishing soup had caused a small stir in the pediatrics department of Peking Union Hospital. Because the clinical trial had been going on for more than half a month, the symptoms of many autistic children in the trial group had been significantly improved. Originally, Peking Union Hospital did not take Chinese patent medicine to treat autism seriously. In fact, whether it was Chinese medicine or Western medicine, the general understanding of the medical community was that there was no specific medicine for autism for the time being. Therefore, Peking Union Hospital only carried out this work with the attitude of carrying out orders from the Provincial Food and Drug Administration and the Provincial Health and Family Planning Commission. Who would have thought that the heart-nourishing soup would have such an obvious effect when everyone thought that it was impossible? As industry experts, the pediatricians of Peking Union Hospital naturally knew the significance of this for the global treatment of autism. Therefore, these doctors were very excited. They became more and more serious about the clinical trial. Even the director of Peking Union Hospital began to pay attention to this trial. Of course, according to the rules, Peking Union Hospital could not contact the manufacturer, let alone disclose the status and progress of the clinical trial. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei, Shui Jinshan, and the others did not know the situation at all. They just waited patiently in the company. At the same time, they were required to send a batch of heart-nourishing soup to Peking Union Hospital every 3 days. During this period, Colonel Jin Feng would appear on time at Taoyuan Farm every 3 days to bring back 3 days of Chinese medicine for General Zhaoqing. Zhaoqing's diabetes also improved day by day. After more than half a month, the results showed that Zhaoqing's diabetes was basically cured. Xiao Ruofei calculated that it was almost time, so he provided the last dose of Chinese medicine to Jin Feng and told him that after taking the medicine for 3 days, Zhaoqing did not need to take any more medicine. As long as he followed the doctor's advice and maintained healthy habits, the problem of diabetes would not appear again. Zhaoqing personally called from Beijing to express his gratitude to Xiao Ruofei. He also said that he would personally come to Sanshan to thank Xiao Ruofei in person when he had time. Even Master Song asked Song Rui to call Xiao Ruofei to express his gratitude. Zhaoqing was a capable member of the Family Song faction and played a pivotal role in the consolidation of Family Song's power in the military. Xiao Ruofei's treatment this time was tantamount to doing the family Song a big favor. Master Song naturally became closer to Xiao Ruofei. During this period of time, Xiao Ruofei often drove back to the city, not to date Ling Qingxue, but to visit Huzi's mother. Lin Xiao was about to usher in the most important exam of her life. The college entrance examination was just around the corner. Usually, Xiao Ruofei would only occasionally bring some Taoyuan vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, and so on to visit them when he was free. Now that Lin Xiao was about to take the college entrance examination, Xiao Ruofei was also relatively more diligent. He would visit every 1 or 2 days and send Taoyuan vegetables and carps from the space to her house as if they didn't cost money. In fact, they didn't cost money in the first place. They were all homegrown. After a semester of senior high school, Lin Xiao had become more and more beautiful, and her whole body was brimming with a youthful aura. Every time Lin Xiao saw Xiao Ruofei, she was very happy. She liked to stay by Xiao Ruofei's side. Huzi sacrificed herself to save him. Xiao Ruofei treated Lin Xiao as his own sister and naturally doted on her. Soon, it was June 6th. The next day, Lin Xiao was going to take the college entrance examination. Naturally, Xiao Ruofei also came to Lin Xiao's house on this day. 2 days ago, the school had stopped classes and everyone was asked to go home to recharge their energy. At this time, cramming at the last minute was basically useless. Xiao Ruofei came to Huzi's mother's house in the afternoon. He brought the vegetables, fruits, chicken, duck, fish, and fish to the kitchen with familiarity. Huzi's mother said, "Ruofei, you brought too much. We haven't finished the food you brought last time." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Auntie, I threw it away if I didn't finish it. That's why it's fresher." Xiao's going to take the college entrance examination is a major event in her life. She must keep up with the nutrition. You can't throw it away. Huzi's mother said, "I heard that these vegetables are sold for dozens of yuan per catty. It's many times more expensive than ordinary vegetables." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "That's the selling price. In fact, how can the cost be so high? We grew them ourselves. It didn't cost much. You can't waste it." Huzi's mother said, "Ruofei, in the future, you can give less. Sell it. It's all money." "I know, Auntie," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Huzi's mother also heard Xiao Ruofei's perfunctory tone. She also knew that no matter what she said, Xiao Ruofei would still do things his own way. She could only smile bitterly and shake her head. At this time, the door opened. Lin Xiao came back from outside. When she saw Xiao Ruofei, she immediately shouted happily, "Brother Ruofei." Then she kicked off her shoes and ran over barefoot. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. Why did you go out today? Xiao Ruofei asked dotingly. What? Lin Xiao said coquettishly, "I went to familiarize myself with the examination hall in the afternoon. The school arranged for us to go." That's more like it. Xiao Ruofei said, "How is it? Are you confident about the college entrance examination tomorrow?" "Of course. After working so hard for so many years, it all depends on this time," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "Don't feel pressured." Xiao Ruofei said gently, "The college entrance examination's acceptance rate is very high now. Just don't pack too much." "Okay." Lin Xiao smiled sweetly and intimately held Xiao Ruofei's arm. She looked up and asked, "Brother Ruofei, can you send me to the examination hall tomorrow?" At this time, Huzi's mother came out with a plate of food. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, she quickly said, "Xiao, why are you so immature? You have an exam at 9 a.m., and your brother Ruofei lives in the suburbs. Do you want him to wake up at 5 or 6 a.m. and come to the city?" Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Auntie. Even if Xiao didn't ask, I was going to send her." No. Isn't it just an exam? Why is it so troublesome?" "I'll send her there," Huzi's mother said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie, I have a car. It's very convenient. Moreover, I'll be there personally to cheer for Xiao. Maybe she'll perform better." "She'll definitely perform super well," Lin Xiao quickly said. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Auntie, did you hear that? This is related to Xiao's college entrance examination results. What's the big deal about me driving over? It's settled then. Huzi's mother's mouth moved. She wanted to object, but Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Auntie, let's not argue about this. I'm a little hungry. Can we eat now? Oh. Right away, right away. Huzi's mother quickly said and then quickly walked back to the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao looked at each other and smiled. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei sat for a while and then got up to leave. Lin Xiao had to take the college entrance examination tomorrow, so she needed to rest early tonight. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei brought the breakfast he bought on the way to Lin Xiao's house at 7 o'clock sharp. After eating breakfast with the mother and daughter, Lin Xiao rested for a while and then prepared to leave. Her exam venue was at Qingnan Middle School, which was quite far from here. It would take about 30 minutes to drive there, and considering that there would be many parents driving their children to school today, which might cause a traffic jam, Xiao Ruofei decided to leave early. Huzi's mother was also afraid of bringing stress to Lin Xiao, so she didn't remind her like before. She only said, do well in the exam. Don't be stressed. Xiao Ruofei drove the night 15 with Lin Xiao to Qingnan Middle School's exam hall. They arrived at Qingnan Middle School a little after 8 o'clock. There were more and more cars on the road. Xiao Ruofei found a parking space and parked the car by the roadside. Then, they walked to Qingnan Middle School. When they got out of the car, Xiao Ruofei reminded Lin Xiao to check if she had brought her pen and admission ticket. The two stood at the entrance of Qingnan Middle School and talked for a while. The exam hall opened and the candidates could enter. Lin Xiao looked relaxed and said, Brother Ruofei, I'll go in now. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay. Don't feel pressured. Just take the exam. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Lin Xiao smiled sweetly and nodded. She was ready to walk into the exam hall. Xiaoer, wait. Xiao Ruofei called out. He walked forward and took out a drink bottle. It was half filled with Chinese medicine. Xiao Ruofei handed the drink bottle to Lin Xiao and said, drink this before the exam starts. Lin Xiao blushed and said, Brother Ruofei, I can't drink water before the exam. What if I have to go to the toilet during the exam? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's just a little bit. It's okay. Remember. You must drink it all before the exam starts. Do you understand? What kind of magical medicine is this? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. Don't ask so many questions. You'll know when the time comes. Xiao Ruofei said, hurry up and enter the exam hall. Remember what I said. Drink it before the exam. Yes, sir. Lin Xiao said mischievously. She took the medicine that Xiao Ruofei gave her and walked quickly to the exam hall. The first exam was Chinese, and it took about 2.5 hours. Xiao Ruofei did not go anywhere. He went straight back to the car and put down the seat. He was half lying in the driver's seat as he casually browsed through the news on his phone. After reading the news for about 10 minutes, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had an idea. He immediately started the car and drove out of the parking lot. He considered that Lin Xiao's house was too far away from the exam venue. It would take about half an hour to drive there, and it would take an hour to go back and forth. With 2 days of exams, it would take more than 4 hours just to get there. Also, the exam would start at 3 in the afternoon. If he went home later, his lunch break would be very tight. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei immediately considered booking 2 rooms at a nearby hotel and checking out tomorrow afternoon. This would save a lot of time and allow Lin Xiao to have a better rest. Xiao Ruofei drove a few rounds around Qingnan Middle School before he realized that the business hotels and express hotels were already full. The other examinees' parents had already thought of what he had thought of. Many of the hotels near the exam venue had been booked by the examinees' parents many days in advance. A few hotels near Xiao Ruofei were the same. In the end, he could only give it a try and drove to a Kempinski that was about 5 minutes away from Qingnan High School. Xiao Ruofei thought that a 5-star hotel was so expensive, and the Kempinski had more than 20 floors and hundreds of rooms. It couldn't be that they were all booked, right? After asking at the front desk, Xiao Ruofei found out that the Kempinski only had a 2,888-day business suite and a 88,888 presidential suite left. The other rooms were basically booked by the examinees' parents. Xiao Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he had underestimated how important the college entrance exams were to the parents. At such a crucial time, as long as it was beneficial to their children's exams, even the most frugal parents would not hesitate to spend money. Xiao Ruofei did not dare to be negligent and quickly booked the business suite. It had to be booked for 2 days. After getting the room card, Xiao Ruofei went upstairs to look at the environment. Overall, he was quite satisfied. The room was on the 18th floor, so the sound from downstairs could not reach this height, so the environment was relatively quiet. Moreover, the comfort level of the 5-star hotel rooms was also quite high. There was also a small living room and a small study room. Lin Xiao could also have a very good learning environment here. In order to let Lin Xiao have a good rest, Xiao Ruofei went to the reception desk and asked for a single bed in the reception room. It was prepared for Huzi's mother. In this way, Lin Xiao could sleep in a big bedroom alone. 5-star hotels all provided extra bed service, but they had to pay a little more. After Xiao Ruofei swiped his card at the front desk, the waiter quickly set up a simple single bed. Xiao Ruofei looked at the time. There was still an hour before Lin Xiao finished his exam, so he took out his phone and called Huzi's mother. Ruofei. Huzi's mother was a little nervous. Did something happen to Xiaoer? Nothing, auntie. Xiaoer entered the exam hall on time. Xiao Ruofei said, "It's like this. I drove here today and calculated the time. It takes more than half an hour to drive from your house to the exam hall. It's basically across the entire city. It's a waste of time to go back and forth like this." Yeah. But there's no other way. The exam hall is randomly assigned, Huzi's mother said helplessly. Auntie, I've already booked a room in the hotel near the exam hall, Xiao Ruofei said. You and Xiaoer can stay in the hotel for the next 2 days. I'll text you the hotel address later. When you're done preparing lunch, pack it in a thermos and call a taxi. I'll go to the exam hall to pick Xiaoer up. Okay. Ruofei, you're so thoughtful. Huzi's mother said, lunch is ready. I'll pack it and leave immediately. This was related to Lin Xiao's college entrance exam. Huzi's mother did not reject Xiao Ruofei politely. Okay. I'll send you the address right away. Xiao Ruofei said, Auntie, the room card is with me. When you arrive, wait in the hotel lobby for a while. We'll go upstairs together after I pick Xiaoer up. Oh yeah, Auntie. Don't forget to bring Xiaoer's revision materials for the other subjects. Okay. I got it. Ruofei, go quickly. Huzi's mother said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei texted the address of the Kempinski Hotel to Huzi's mother. Then, he walked to the hotel parking lot and drove to the Qingnan High School, which was not far away. Not far from the school gate, Xiao Ruofei found a parking spot and parked his car. Then, he sat in the car and waited. It was a little past 11 when Xiao Ruofei got out of the car and walked to the entrance of the Qingnan High School. The exam ended at 11:30. At this time, there were many parents gathered at the entrance of the examination hall. Their faces were filled with anticipation and anxiety. Many of them couldn't help but pace back and forth. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. Even though the college entrance examination's acceptance rate has greatly increased, there's still a sense of nervousness. This is the most important exam in life. Not only is it testing the children, but it's also testing the parents. The summer sun was scorching hot. Xiao Ruofei found a shade under a tree and waited. At 11:30, the bell rang in the examination hall. The parents who had been waiting for a long time began to move toward the school gate. After a while, the examinees started to walk out in groups. The crowd of parents also became restless. Each of them stretched their necks and looked inside, trying to find the silhouettes of their children among the examinees who were wearing school uniforms. After the examinees came out, they quickly found their parents. The school gate also began to become noisy. Chong, how was the exam? Daughter, were the questions difficult? Don't think about it after the exam. There's a math exam in the afternoon. Let's go home. Your mom made you delicious food. The emotions of the examinees were all different. Those who did well walked much more briskly, and their faces were brimming with smiles. Those who didn't do well all had sullen faces. Some of the girls with weaker mental fortitude even cried on the spot. The entrance of the examination hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Xiao Ruofei also came to the entrance. After a while, he saw Lin Xiao and two girls walking out together, talking and laughing. The sharp-eyed Lin Xiao found Xiao Ruofei at a glance. She happily shouted, "Brother Ruofei." Then, she quickly said a few words to the girls beside her, waved at them, and jogged all the way to Xiao Ruofei. Lin Xiao grabbed Xiao Ruofei's arm and said happily, "Brother Ruofei, you really waited for me the whole morning." Xiao Ruofei pulled Lin Xiao's hand away without a trace and said, "Girl, your classmates are all here. Be careful of your image." "I don't want to." Lin Xiao tightly held on to Xiao Ruofei's arm again. She even used all her strength to press her body against Xiao Ruofei's arm. She said, "What's wrong with me holding my brother's arm? Who dares to say that?" Xiao Ruofei helplessly smiled bitterly. Lin Xiao's youthful and delicate body was clinging to his body. Especially the soft touch from his arm, it made him feel a little uncomfortable. The two of them walked towards the parking lot not far away. Xiao Ruofei didn't ask Lin Xiao about the exam. When the two of them got into the car, Xiao Ruofei asked, "Xiao, did you drink the Chinese medicine I gave you before the exam?" "How would I dare to disobey Brother Ruofei's instructions?" Lin Xiao said with a smile. "Brother Ruofei, what kind of magical medicine was that?" "After drinking it, I felt very clear-headed and my reaction speed was much faster than before. There were a few questions that I didn't really review today, but after thinking about it a little, I was able to answer them." Xiao Ruofei started the car. As he drove the car out of the parking lot, he said with a smile, "So, the first exam was pretty good?" "I felt pretty good." Lin Xiao said, "But our teacher said that we shouldn't compare the answers after the exam, so as not to affect our mood for the rest of the exam. So, I'm not too sure how the exam went. As long as you feel good." Xiao Ruofei skillfully drove the car and said, "Your teacher was right. Comparing the answers now has no meaning. It will affect your mood instead. You still haven't told me what kind of magical medicine it was." Lin Xiao said coquettishly. "It's a super stimulant. After drinking it, there will be strong side effects in a few days." Xiao Ruofei turned to look at Lin Xiao with a smile and asked, "Are you scared?" Lin Xiao was stunned. Then, he curled his lips and said, "Tsk. I don't believe you. If this thing was harmful, you wouldn't have given it to me. It's fine if you don't want to tell me." Xiao Ruofei smiled but didn't say anything. No matter how Lin Xiao asked, he wouldn't say anything. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had prepared an enhanced version of the heart-nourishing soup for Lin Xiao. He had taken the heart-nourishing soup before and found that within an hour or two after drinking it, his mind was particularly clear and active. This was the main effect of the heart-nourishing soup. The treatment of autism was a side effect that Xiao Ruofei had accidentally discovered. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had brewed the heart-nourishing soup in advance. He had even mixed in a whole spirit heart flower petal solution and divided the soup into 4 portions. Lin Xiao could drink it once for every exam. The heart-nourishing soup could help Lin Xiao improve his thinking ability in a short period of time. The spirit heart flower petal solution could help regulate his body. After the long preparation period for the college entrance exam, many students were in a state of suboptimal health. Moreover, Lin Xiao was a girl. If her relatives came during the exam, she might have a stomachache or something. With the spirit heart flower petal solution, these small problems could be eliminated. It could also remove fatigue so that Lin Xiao would be in the best condition for the exam. Xiao Ruofei's consideration was very thorough. As the car continued to move forward, Lin Xiao quickly realized that the road was not right. He couldn't help but ask, "Ruofei bro, I don't think we're going home from here, right?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "I didn't say I was going home." At this time, the car had already arrived at the Kempinski Hotel. Xiao Ruofei turned the steering wheel and drove the car into the hotel's parking lot. He then skillfully reversed the car into the parking lot. "Kempinski?" Lin Xiao said, "Ruofei bro, what's the situation? Get out of the car. You'll be staying here for the next 2 days. Xiao Ruofei said, this place is closer to the exam hall. You'll be able to rest better. Wow. A 5-star hotel. Lin Xiao said, Ruofei bro, you're really generous. Do you think I wanted to? Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, I went to the nearby Rujia, Suba, and Star of Jinjiang. They were all full. They were all booked by the examinee's parents 1 or 2 months in advance. I heard that my classmate also booked a hotel near the exam hall. Lin Xiao said. The two of them talked as they walked into the hotel lobby. Huzi's mother was carrying a big bag and an insulated lunchbox. She sat on the lounge sofa in the lobby and looked at the door from time to time. Xiao Ruofei waved at Huzi's mother and said, Auntie, over here. When Huzi's mother saw Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao, she quickly stood up and walked over with her bag and insulated lunchbox. Xiao Ruofei quickly took 2 steps forward and took the heavy bag from Huzi's mother. The group of them took the elevator and quickly arrived at the 18th floor. Xiao Ruofei swiped the card to open the door and inserted the room card into the power box at the door. He said, Auntie, I'll leave the room card here. Remember to take it when you leave. Okay, Huzi's mother looked around and asked, Ruofei, this hotel is pretty expensive, right? At least 3,000 to 4,000 a day. Lin Xiao said, this is a 5-star hotel, and this is a suite. Ah? That's so expensive. Ruofei, this is too expensive. Huzi's mother said, no, I have to give you the money. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Auntie, don't. Xiaoer is my sister. How could I ask you to pay for the hotel I booked for her? If Huzi found out about this, wouldn't he beat me up? This, Xiao Ruofei said, I didn't mean to be wasteful. All the cheap hotels around here have already been booked. This is the last Kempinski room, so there's no other choice. But this is good too. The environment here is good, and it's very quiet. Xiaoer's rest is more important than anything else. After that, Xiao Ruofei brought Lin Xiao and Huzi's mother to look around the room. He said, Auntie, Xiaoer is the oldest these 2 days. She will sleep in the bedroom at night. You can make do with this small bed for the night. The study here can be used for Xiaoer's revision, so this suite is very suitable. Ruofei, thank you. Huzi's mother said gratefully, you are so thoughtful. Auntie, you don't have to be so polite with me. Xiao Ruofei said, oh yeah, you brought lunch, right? Take it out for Xiaoer to eat. Yes, yes, yes. I made chicken soup for the whole morning. Huzi's mother said quickly, Ruofei, eat with me. I brought a lot. Okay. Then I'm in for a treat. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Huzi's mother had already eaten at home. She just watched Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao eat. Xiao Ruofei wolfed down a big bowl of rice and drank a big bowl of chicken soup. He wiped his mouth and said, I'm done eating. Auntie, your cooking is really good. It's so delicious. If you like it, come over more often. Auntie will cook for you every day. Huzi's mother said happily. Then I'll go every day. As long as you don't find it annoying. No, I'm so happy. Why would I find it annoying? Lin Xiao said with a lisp as she ate the chicken. That's right. You haven't been home for more than half a month. My mom has been talking about you all day. Soon, Lin Xiao finished eating. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, Auntie, you and Xiaoer should rest for a while. I'll wait for Xiaoer downstairs at 2:30. Huzi's mother couldn't help but ask, oh yeah, Ruofei, there's only one room left in this hotel. Where are you staying? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I'll sleep in the car at noon. I'll go back to the farm at night. Xiaoer's exam starts at 9 o'clock. I have plenty of time. That's too troublesome. Huzi's mother said, Ruofei, why don't you go back directly? It's so close to the exam venue. It won't take more than a few minutes to walk. I'll send Xiaoer there. Yeah, Ruofei bro, you don't have to send me every day. Lin Xiao said. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's okay. It's only 2 days. Besides, I'm not tired. Then Xiao Ruofei said to Lin Xiao, Xiaoer, have you forgotten? I have to give you super stimulants every time before the exam. How can I not come? Oh yeah. Lin Xiao said. Huzi's mother was confused. Ruofei, Xiaoer, what super stimulants? Lin Xiao said with a smile, Mom, don't worry about it. This is a little secret between me and Ruofei bro. You child, Xiao Ruofei also said with a smile, Auntie, I'm just joking with Xiaoer. It's nothing. It's just Chinese medicine that calms the nerves and nourishes the brain. I made it myself. I give Xiaoer a bottle before the exam. It's good for her performance. Ruofei, you're so thoughtful. Huzi's mother said with emotion. Huzi's mother never doubted Xiao Ruofei's medical skills. He could even cure uremia with Chinese medicine. How difficult would it be to prescribe Chinese medicine that calmed the nerves and nourished the brain? Hey! Xiaoer is my sister. Who else should I care about if not her? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Auntie, you guys have a good rest at noon. I'll go down first. After that, Xiao Ruofei waved at Lin Xiao and Huzi's mother and left the room. In the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei picked up Lin Xiao at the hotel lobby at 2:30 sharp and drove her to the exam venue. Before entering the exam venue, Xiao Ruofei gave Lin Xiao half a bottle of enhanced heart-nourishing soup as usual. The test in the afternoon was mathematics. This was originally Lin Xiao's weak subject, but with the help of the enhanced heart-nourishing soup, it seemed that the way to solve the questions was particularly clear. Lin Xiao was able to solve several of the more difficult questions. This was simply impossible in the past mock exams. After the mathematics exam, Lin Xiao was surprised and happy. After Xiao Ruofei sent Lin Xiao back to the hotel, he drove back to the farm. The next morning, he picked up Lin Xiao again with the enhanced heart-nourishing soup. Today's exam was comprehensive liberal arts and foreign language. Lin Xiao's homework was good. With the help of the enhanced heart-nourishing soup, she performed exceptionally well in comprehensive liberal arts. The last foreign language exam was in the afternoon. After Xiao Ruofei sent Lin Xiao to the exam venue, he rested in a nearby car like yesterday. When the exam was about to end, he waited at the entrance. There were still 10 minutes before the exam ended. Xiao Ruofei stood under the shade of a tree and fiddled with his phone. Just then, two boys wearing the 8th high school uniform walked out of the exam venue and passed by Xiao Ruofei. They seemed to be two students who had handed in their papers early. There weren't many people who handed in their papers early. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look at them. The two boys talked as they walked. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't mean to eavesdrop, his hearing was far better than ordinary people. The content of their conversation was clearly heard by him. Shuefei, you're really lucky this time. You're actually in the same exam hall as Lin Xiao, and you're sitting in front of and behind her. Lin Xiao's English is so good, you shouldn't have any problems with English, right? The tall, thin boy said enviously. The other short, fat boy said hatefully, don't mention it. I said hello to her before the exam, but this stinking girl didn't King respond at all. She even deliberately protected her paper during the exam. I kicked the chair a few times, but she ignored me. Damn it, she almost called the invigilator over. The tall, thin boy said in surprise, no way? She has such a personality? Didn't she transfer from the countryside? How dare she disobey you? Doesn't she know that your dad is the deputy mayor? Humph. This stinking girl doesn't know what's good for her. Shuefei snorted coldly. Xiao Ming, I'll definitely teach her a lesson that'll leave a lasting impression. I'll teach her how to behave. The tall, thin boy Xiao Ming smiled and said, all right. Please allow me to observe a moment of silence for that girl. It looks like eldest young Master Shui is really angry. Nonsense. No one has ever dared to treat me like this. Shuefei said. I'm done for in English. When the time comes, I'll have to rely on my old man to go to university. He'll definitely scold me for the whole summer. F***K. I'm annoyed just thinking about it. Shuefei, I heard a rumor. Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment before saying, this Lin Xiao might not have a simple background. I heard that when she transferred here, even the school leader personally went to welcome her, tch. So what? Shuefei scoffed. In Sanshan City, how big can her background be? I don't believe there's anyone I can't touch. I'm telling you, Xiaoming, I'm going to teach this stinking B*TCH who doesn't know what's good for her a lesson. No one can persuade me otherwise. Xiaoming shrugged and said, all right. Xiao Ruofei narrowed his eyes and heard every word of their conversation clearly. The two boys were from number 8 high school, and there weren't many students from number 8 high school who were assigned to the South City Middle School. It was impossible for two people named Lin Qiao to be assigned to the South City Middle School at the same time. The probability was too low, so it was basically certain that they were talking about Qiao. Why were children nowadays so vicious? Xiao Ruofei frowned and said in his heart. Just as he was about to chase after Xue Fei and give him a warning, the large group of examinees started to leave the exam venue. He immediately saw Lin Qiao in the front of the group. Thus, Xiao Ruofei drew back his foot. He only gave Xue Fei and Xiaoming's backs a deep look before he went to meet Lin Qiao. Foreign languages was the last subject. After finishing this subject, the hellish third year of high school would finally come to an end. All the examinees, regardless of whether they had done well or not, felt a sense of relief from the bottom of their hearts at this moment. Their faces were brimming with smiles, and their footsteps were much lighter. Basically, the summer break of the third year of high school was the most relaxing period of one's life. Lin Qiao also saw Xiao Ruofei from afar, and a charming smile appeared on her pretty face. She waved vigorously at Xiao Ruofei and called out loudly, "Brother Ruofei." The coldness on Xiao Ruofei's face instantly disappeared, and a warm smile appeared on his face as he hurried over to greet her. "Brother Ruofei. The exam is finally over," Lin Qiao said with a smile as she skillfully hooked her arm around Xiao Ruofei's. Xiao Ruofei was already used to this kind of intimacy. He had said it several times, but Lin Qiao still did things her way, so he could only helplessly accept it. Xiao Ruofei asked with a chuckle, "How is it? Do you feel a sense of relief?" "Yes." Lin Qiao said coquettishly, "I feel relaxed all over." "How was the exam?" Xiao Ruofei asked casually. "With your super stimulant, I had to perform above my usual standards." Lin Qiao said happily, "Brother Ruofei, I feel like I did very well this time. Every subject was much better than I expected. But this is just my own feeling, I don't know how the final result will be." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "The answers to the questions will be out as soon as tomorrow. By then, you will have a rough idea of the answers." "Okay." Lin Qiao nodded heavily with anticipation. As they spoke, the two of them had already walked to Xiao Ruofei's Night 15 off-road vehicle that was parked by the roadside. When Lin Qiao was sent out for the exam at noon, Xiao Ruofei had already checked out of Kempinski's room. Huzi's mother had also returned home early to prepare dinner. So after the two of them got in the car, Xiao Ruofei drove directly to Lin Qiao's house. On the way, Xiao Ruofei seemed to ask casually, "Qiao, you guys were distributed to different exam rooms, right? Were there any classmates in the same exam room as you?" Lin Qiao said, "Two of them were in the same exam room as me, and one of them was sitting right behind me." Xiao Ruofei squinted his eyes slightly. He was basically sure that the Lin Qiao that the boy named Xue Fei was talking about was Qiao. "Then did you guys help each other?" Xiao Ruofei asked jokingly. Lin Qiao curled her lips and said, "Who would dare? The exam invigilators are very strict, and there are surveillance cameras in the classroom. If you were caught cheating, your whole life would be ruined. My classmate even asked me to show him some of my papers before the exam, but I ignored him." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Qiao, you did the right thing." Lin Qiao smiled and said, "Bro Ruofei, let's not talk about these disappointing things. Now that the exam is over, I want to have some fun. In a few days, I want to stay at the farm for a few days." "No problem." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I welcome you with open arms. But you guys should still have to estimate your scores and fill in your college applications, right? Bro Ruofei, you're outdated." Lin Qiao smiled and said, "Nowadays, people fill in their college applications after the results are out. The earliest the college entrance exam results will be out is the end of the month. I think it'll be the beginning of July by the time you fill in your college applications. The estimated scores are our own estimates, and the college entrance exam answers are all available online." "Understood." Xiao Ruofei said, in other words, from today until the beginning of July, you guys basically have nothing to do, right? Correct. Lin Xiao said, Bro Ruofei, I remember that your farm has an orchard, right? When will the fruits ripen? I want to go and play picking. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, no problem. The cherries should ripen during this period of time and the lychees. It won't be later than the end of June. When the time comes, you can eat as much as you want, pick and eat as you like. Lin Xiao showed a look of anticipation and agreed. Xiao Ruofei then asked casually, Xiao, during this period of time, your school and class should be organizing some group activities, right? Gathering between classmates or something like that? Xiao Ruofei was worried that Xuefei was up to no good, which was why he was so concerned about Lin Xiao's arrangements during this period of time. As long as Lin Xiao didn't leave his line of sight, Xuefei wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Lin Xiao thought for a while and said, I guess our class will have a gathering. After all, after the exams, everyone wants to relax. Has the time been set? Xiao Ruofei asked again. Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Ruofei strangely and said with a smile, nope. The class committee should have organized it, we have a WeChat group, so it's easy to gather people. Then Lin Xiao said with a smile, Bro Ruofei, why are you suddenly so concerned about my matters? Could it be? You've taken a fancy to one of the girls in my class? Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, I don't even know where your class's door is facing, so how can I meet the girls in your class? Didn't you say you were going to stay at the farm? I'm trying to find out your schedule so that I can arrange it in advance. It's okay. Chongping County isn't far from the city, I can just come back when we have a gathering. Lin Xiao said casually. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. If that's the case, why don't you and Auntie stay at the farm tomorrow? I have a fiber optic network there, so it won't affect your grades. Okay. Lin Xiao said, I haven't been to the farm in a long time. The last time Lin Xiao went to the farm was during Chinese New Year, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The last semester of senior high school was especially intense, so Lin Xiao didn't have time to go out and play, spending almost every day in high-intensity revision. The two of them chatted, and the car soon arrived at the Forestry Bureau's residence rented by Huzi's mother. After the car was parked and they went upstairs, Huzi's mother had already prepared dinner. When she saw the two of them come back, she quickly came forward to take Lin Xiao's bag and asked with concern, Xiao, how did the exam go? For the past 2 days, she was worried that it would bring pressure to Lin Xiao, so she didn't dare ask about the exam. Today, the exam was finally over, and she couldn't wait to know how her daughter did. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. I did well this time. There shouldn't be a problem with the key points. Huzi's mother suddenly let out a long sigh of relief and said, that's great. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, I just discussed with Xiao on the way here. Now that her college entrance exam is over, the two of you can stay at my farm for a while. The environment there is good, and the air is fresh. Huzi's mother had been taking care of Lin Xiao for the past year, so she didn't go out to work. She thought for a while and said, okay, then we'll stay there for a while. When Xiao goes to university, I should go out and find something to do. Mom, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Lin Xiao said coquettishly. Your most important task now is to take care of your body. Don't go out to work, my body has been fine for a long time. Huzi's mother said. After you go to university, I'll be alone at home. If I don't find something to do, I'll be so bored that I'll fall sick. Lin Xiao smiled and said, what if I go to university at Sanshan? I'll come back to accompany you every night, so I won't fall sick from boredom, right? Xiao, didn't you say that you did well? Xiao Ruofei asked. Then you should apply to a better university? It's not like Sanshan doesn't have good universities, Lin Xiao said. Sanshan University and Southeast Normal University are both 211. There are also a few 985 schools. I think these schools are pretty good. The schools are good, and they're close to home. Huzi's mother said, let's talk about it after your results are out. Let's eat first. Huzi's mother specially prepared a sumptuous dinner. The three of them sat together happily, chatting as they ate. The atmosphere was very harmonious. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei chatted with the two of them on the living room sofa for a while. He then got up and said, "Auntie, I'll go back first. I'll come and pick you up tomorrow morning." Huzi's mother said, "Ruofei, don't run back and forth. Why don't you just stay at our house tonight? You can sleep in Xiao's room, and I'll sleep with her." Lin Xiao heard and quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Brother Ruofei, don't go. Tomorrow, you can accompany me to buy a computer first. I think it'll be useful for grading later. When I go to university, I can bring it directly to school." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Okay, I'll stay at your house tonight." "Yay!" Lin Xiao cheered. Huzi's mother said, "Xiao, I'll give you the money tomorrow. You can't spend Brother Ruofei's money to buy a computer, okay?" "Okay," Lin Xiao said. Xiao Ruofei said, "Auntie, you don't have to make such a clear distinction. It's okay for me to buy a computer for my sister." "That won't do." Huzi's mother said, "Ruofei, Auntie has money. How can I let you pay for Xiao's computer?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't say anything. Anyway, Huzi's mother wouldn't be coming with them tomorrow. When the time came, wouldn't it be up to him to buy the computer? Since he decided not to go back, Xiao Ruofei sat back on the sofa and chatted with Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao until 9 o'clock. He saw that Huzi's mother showed a hint of tiredness. He stood up and said, "Auntie, I'm a little sleepy. You guys should rest early too." "Okay, then you go take a shower first." Huzi's mother said, "Ruofei, we don't have any pajamas that you can wear here. Why don't I go out and buy you a set now?" Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Auntie, don't bother. I have some in my car." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei immediately opened the door and went downstairs. In fact, he always had some clothes in the Ring 2 space, including home clothes and pajamas. Going downstairs was just a way to fool people. After sitting in the car for a while, Xiao Ruofei took out a set of short-sleeved home clothes from the space and went upstairs with it in his hands. After taking a shower, Xiao Ruofei went to Lin Xiao's boudoir. He said goodnight to the two of them, then closed the door and prepared to go to sleep. The young girl's boudoir smelled good. The bedsheets were changed by Huzi's mother, and there was a smell of sunshine. Xiao Ruofei lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, after eating dinner at home, Lin Xiao dragged Xiao Ruofei out to buy a computer. Huzi's mother gave Lin Xiao 5,000 yuan and reminded Lin Xiao not to spend Xiao Ruofei's money. Lin Xiao naturally agreed. In fact, she didn't want Xiao Ruofei to buy a computer for her. Lin Xiao was a very simple village girl. She simply liked to stay with Xiao Ruofei and enjoyed the feeling of being taken care of. She wasn't the kind of girl who spent money recklessly. The two of them drove to the largest electronic product distribution center in Sanshan City, Lijia Electronic City. As soon as they walked through the gate of the electronic city, a few people immediately surrounded them. They were holding flyers in their hands and constantly soliciting customers. "Boss, do you want a computer? Young man, buy a computer at our place. We're having a big promotion. We just got a new Apple vending machine. It's much cheaper than the store." Xiao Ruofei tried his best to separate these people who were soliciting customers. He took Lin Xiao directly to the second floor. Some of the larger and more formal stores were on the second or third floor. The elevator slowly went up. Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao were looking at the dazzling array of signboards around them. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a cold gaze fall on him. Xiao Ruofei quickly saw a short and fat figure by the railing on the third floor. It was Shuefei, the boy he saw at the entrance of Qingnan Middle School that day. There was a girl beside Shuefei. She was pretty, but her peach blossom eyes were flirtatious and seductive. She wore heavy makeup at a young age, which made her look like a prostitute. Shuefei had obviously seen Lin Xiao and was staring coldly at Lin Xiao. When Xiao Ruofei turned his head to look at him, Shuefei was stunned for a moment. When he met Xiao Ruofei's gaze, he inexplicably felt a chill in his heart and subconsciously looked away. Shuefei didn't expect to meet Lin Xiao in Lijia Electronic City. He also didn't want to do anything to Lin Xiao in this crowded electronic city. In fact, he had already thought of how to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. Now wasn't the time. Therefore, Shuefei quickly hugged the girl's waist without batting an eyelid, turned around and walked away. Xiao Ruofei looked deeply at Shuefei's back and then turned his head with a normal expression. From Shuefei's gaze, Xiao Ruofei saw the boy's hatred for Lin Xiao. It was far more sinister than an 18 or 19-year-old. This made Xiao Ruofei even more vigilant. Soon, the escalator reached the second floor. Xiao Ruofei said to Lin Xiao, "Xiaoer, sit here and wait for me. I need to go to the bathroom." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Okay. Brother Ruofei, hurry up." Xiao Ruofei smiled and rubbed Lin Xiao's hair. "I know, don't run around. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you. I'm not a kid anymore." Lin Xiao glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Go." Xiao Ruofei then walked towards the bathroom at the corner. Shuefei had already put aside the matter of meeting Lin Xiao. His mind was now full of the girl beside him. This girl was called Wang Lina. She was also a student of 8th middle school. She was the prettiest girl in the class next to Shuefei and Lin Xiao. Shuefei had been chasing Wang Lina for a long time, but Wang Lina had always been neither friendly nor distant. She didn't explicitly reject Shuefei, but didn't get too close to him either. Wang Lina was obviously a very scheming girl. She knew that what she couldn't get was the best, so she had always been somewhat reserved. Until now, the most Shuefei could do was to hold her small hand and hug her waist. Whenever he wanted to take a step further, Wang Lina would cleverly avoid him. It gave him the feeling that he would be able to win it immediately, but he just couldn't. He was left hanging like this. Just like that, he spent a lot of money Wang's. After this college entrance exam, Shuefei secretly made up his mind that he must get Wang Lina into bed. So he clenched his teeth and decided to spend a lot of money. He brought Wang Lina to the Electronic City and promised to buy her an Apple laptop. The new Apple laptop that cost more than 10,000 yuan was very tempting for a high school girl. Even if Shuefei was the son of a government official, he still felt a bit of heartache when he spent 10,000 yuan. But Shuefei knew very well that he couldn't get anything out of it. When he didn't hesitate to swipe his card and buy an Apple laptop, Wang Lina looked at him differently. She looked at him tenderly. Shuefei took the opportunity to say that he had already booked a room at the nearby Marriott Hotel. He proposed to rest first before going for lunch. Wang Lina nodded shyly. She had been playing hard to get for almost a semester. Wang Lina knew that if she didn't agree, this young Master Shui might really get angry. Shuefei was the son of the deputy mayor. She would have a lot of benefits in the future if she got close to him. Wang Lina didn't reject this kind of thing at all, so she agreed. Shuefei was overjoyed. He impatiently pulled Wang Lina's hand and walked towards the exit of the Electronic City. Just as the two walked out of the Electronic City, they were blocked by someone. Shuefei frowned. He was about to scold him when he suddenly felt that the person in front of him was familiar. He immediately remembered. Wasn't this the person who was with Lin Xiao? The person was Xiao Ruofei. After he found an excuse to leave Lin Xiao's side, he quickly found Shuefei. Seeing that Shuefei was walking out of the Electronic City, he took a shortcut and waited outside. Without waiting for Shuefei to speak, Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "Lin Xiao is my sister. If you dare to touch her, I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll give you an unforgettable lesson." Shuefei's eyes flashed. "I don't understand what you're saying. Are you crazy? You're speaking incoherently." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said faintly, "Shuefei, don't play dumb with me. You know what I'm talking about. I'm only here to give you a piece of advice and a reminder in case you get hot-headed and cause a lot of trouble for yourself." Wang Lina on the side knew about Shuefei's background. Seeing this, she glanced at Xiao Ruofei with her foxy eyes and said sweetly, "Brother Fei, is this guy crazy?" "Why?" Before Wang Lina finished speaking, Xiao Ruofei suddenly took a step forward. His right hand quickly reached out. Shuefei was shocked and subconsciously took a step back. Then, he was shocked to find that the knife he had hidden at his waist was already in Xiao Ruofei's hand without him knowing. It must have been when he came up, but I didn't see his hand movements clearly. What is this person doing? Shuefei said in his heart with shock and fear. That knife was about 15 centimeters long and had a gorgeous scabbard on the outside. This was given to his vice mayor father by someone. He took it out to show off. Recently he often carried it by his side, saying it was for self-defense, but in reality he didn't have the guts to use a knife in a real fight. What do you want to do? Shuefei's voice was trembling. Wang Lina also revealed a fearful expression. What's the use of having a strong background? The aggressive are afraid of the reckless are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of the reckless. What if this guy is a fugitive? Xiao Ruofei smiled as he looked at the knife in his hand and said, good knife. It should be worth a lot of money, right? After saying this, he put his hands together and forcefully kneaded the knife in his hand. Shuefei and Wang Lina couldn't help but widen their eyes and reveal an expression of disbelief. That gorgeous knife was like plasticine in Xiao Ruofei's hands. He seemed to be effortlessly bending the knife again and then crumpling it into a ball. Shuefei was very clear. How could someone give his father a common knife? This was an authentic Xianxia knife. And it was personally made by Xianxia's master. Its hardness was extremely high. Although it couldn't cut iron like mud, when it was used to cut iron bars, iron scraps would fly up and the edge of the knife would never collapse or bend. Such a good knife was casually kneaded in Xiao Ruofei's hands like dough. This scared Shuefei and made him dumbstruck. At this time, Xiao Ruofei stopped the movement of his hands. A ball appeared in his palm. It was already impossible to distinguish the scabbard, the blade, and the handle. Xiao Ruofei smiled as he grabbed Shuefei's hand and put the iron ball in his palm. The heat from the iron ball made Shuefei come back to his senses. He looked at Xiao Ruofei in horror. The strength that Xiao Ruofei displayed was far beyond his imagination. Xiao Ruofei still had a gentle smile and said, Shuefei, if Lin Xiao is harmed, your end won't be much better than this knife. Is that clear? Xiao Ruofei's tone was very kind, but to Shuefei, it was like a demon. He looked at Xiao Ruofei in horror and couldn't help but nod. Xiao Ruofei nodded in satisfaction. He then patted Shuefei's shoulder and turned to walk back to the electronic city. Shuefei and Wang Lina stood there dumbfounded as they watched Xiao Ruofei's back slowly disappear into the distance. After a while, Wang Lina opened her mouth and asked, Fei Ji, who is this person? The Lin Xiao he was talking about. Isn't she the transfer student from your class? Do you have any grudges with her? Shuefei was upset, but he hadn't gotten Wang Lina into bed yet, so he didn't show any impatience. He only said, it's okay, Lina, you don't have to worry about this. Let's go. Let's go to the hotel. Wang Lina looked at Shuefei suspiciously, but because of Shuefei's identity, she didn't dare to ask too much. She just obediently held onto Shuefei's arm and walked forward. The two of them had their own thoughts and soon arrived at the hotel. Shuefei's frightened mood gradually calmed down, and at the same time his heart began to heat up. Wang Lina, this flower, could finally be plucked. What Shuefei didn't expect was that after being scared by Xiao Ruofei, his little brother actually became weak. Facing the naked Wang Lina, he kept his head down and couldn't show off his masculinity no matter how hard he tried. In the end, Shuefei could only resentfully give up the long-planned erotic plan. Facing Wang Lina's somewhat strange gaze, Shuefei felt incomparable anger. Xiao Ruofei's shadow was like a demon that followed him around like a shadow, making him tremble with fear. At first, he didn't dare to have any thoughts about Lin Xiao anymore. He was already scared out of his wits. But after trying for half a day in the hotel and still not being able to take down Wang Lina's home base, Shuefei's anger grew. He also took out his anger on Lin Xiao for the trauma Xiao Ruofei caused him. Shuefei said in his heart, my plan is flawless, no one can tell that I did it. When the time comes, that demon can't blame it on me, right? Worst case scenario, I'll just hide at home this summer. No matter how strong he is, he won't dare to come to the government residence to find me. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that his one warning turned Shuefei into Brother Wei. He also didn't know that Shuefei was so angry that he didn't even think about stopping. After he warned Shuefei, he quickly ran up the stairs to meet up with Lin Xiao, who had been waiting for a long time. Brother Ruofei, what took you so long? I thought you fell into the toilet. Lin Xiao giggled. Xiao Ruofei saw Lin Xiao smile and couldn't help but say in his heart, Huzi, don't worry. I'm here, I won't let any harm come to our sister. Whoever dares to touch Xiao, I'll cripple them. Xiao Ruofei's eyes flashed with a cold light, but soon a warm smile appeared on his face. He said, "You've been waiting for a long time? Let's go. I'll take you to buy a computer." Okay. Lin Xiao skillfully grabbed Xiao Ruofei's arm. The two of them walked forward together, and soon Xiao Ruofei brought Lin Xiao into a very big store. Lin Xiao paused and said, "Brother Ruofei, this is an Apple store." That's right. Although this American company isn't good, and their products are extremely expensive, the quality and performance are very good, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. You'll need to go to university, so we'll buy the best ones. But Lin Xiao said, "This is too expensive. I don't have enough money." Silly girl. I came with you. Do you think I'll let you pay for it yourself? Xiao Ruofei said. That won't do. Lin Xiao said quickly, "Before we left, my mom told me repeatedly that I can't spend your money anymore. A general can't obey military orders when he's outside." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Xiao Ruofei gave you a graduation gift, can you bear to not accept it?" But, no buts. Xiao Ruofei said, "Let's go in and take a look first. If you don't like it, we can go to another store. It doesn't cost us anything to take a look." Okay. Lin Xiao reluctantly agreed. This was a store authorized by Apple. The store was very large, and there were many display tables in the middle of the store. On the tables were mobile phones, tablets, laptops, and other peripherals for customers to try out. After all, Lin Xiao was still a high school girl. As soon as she walked in, she was attracted by the dazzling array of products. Her eyes showed a hint of fondness, and she quickly went to try them out. Lin Xiao tried out the entry-level Mac Air, which was priced at a little over 6,000 yuan. The metallic appearance, beautiful system interface, and smooth operation made her unable to put it down. Lin Xiao didn't hide her fondness for this computer, but she couldn't help but hesitate. Before she left, her mother gave her 5,000 yuan, which was definitely enough to buy a normal laptop. Apple's laptops were usually priced at a little over 20,000 yuan, but this one only cost a little over 6,000 yuan. Should I borrow 1,000 yuan from Brother Ruofei? Lin Xiao couldn't help but have this idea in her mind. Lin Xiao's number 8 high school was a key school in the province, and it was also a key class. Many students were the children of leaders, so there were many who used Apple phones and laptops. Usually, Lin Xiao saw her classmates using Apple products, so she naturally felt a little envious. However, she was very sensible since she was young, so she never compared herself to her classmates, let alone begging her mother to spend money to buy it for her. Now that she had graduated from high school and did very well in the college entrance examination, she was going to buy a computer to use in college. Lin Xiao was really tempted by this computer. Xiao Ruofei saw Lin Xiao's expression from the side. He laughed and said, "Xiao, there are a few more models here. Come and try them out." Lin Xiao walked to Xiao Ruofei's side. First, she looked at the price tag. This was the newly launched MacBook Pro. This 15.4-inch model was priced at about 22,000 yuan. When she saw the price, Lin Xiao couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She said, "This is too expensive, it's free to try it out." Xiao Ruofei still said the same thing. "Come and try it." Lin Xiao couldn't resist the temptation and tried it out. This MacBook Pro was naturally miles ahead of the Air in terms of configuration and performance. Moreover, the HD screen experience was obviously better than the Air's. Lin Xiao tried it out for a while and couldn't bear to put it down. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved to a shop assistant. He said, "Do you have this MacBook Pro with an i7 processor in stock? I want to sell one." The shop assistant quickly said, "Yes, yes. Sir, please come over here. I'll give you the bill right away." Lin Xiao came back to her senses and quickly said, "Bro Ruofei. This laptop is too expensive. I don't want it. I'll just buy the Air." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Since you're buying it, you have to buy the best. It's a one-step deal. This configuration is enough for you to use for 4 years in university. You don't have to replace it when the time comes." But, Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "It's settled then. As your brother, I'm just giving you a small gift." If you reject it, I'll be sad. After that, Xiao Ruofei signaled to the shop assistant. The shop assistant immediately nodded and walked quickly to the cashier to get the bill. Lin Xiao saw that Xiao Ruofei was so determined. She couldn't say anything more. She quickly looked at Xiao Ruofei and said softly, "Bro Ruofei, thank you." Silly girl. Xiao Ruofei rubbed Lin Xiao's hair lovingly and took her hand to the cashier. The shop assistant had already taken out a new computer that hadn't been opened. She quickly wrote the bill and said, "Sir, please swipe your card here. If you buy our new MacBook Pro today, we'll also give you a year of LeTV membership. This is the password card. Please keep it well." Xiao Ruofei took the membership card and stuffed it into Lin Xiao's hand. He grinned and said, "Just right. It'll be convenient for you to watch dramas in the future." After Xiao Ruofei swiped the card to pay, he picked up the box containing the computer and prepared to leave with Lin Xiao. Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei stopped and turned back to ask with interest, "Challenge activity? What kind of challenge?" The shop assistant made an inviting gesture and said, "Please follow me." The shop assistant led Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao to the other side of the shop. There was a basketball machine by the door. It was the kind of machine that was used in shopping malls or gaming parlors. The shop assistant said, "Sir, we have a promotion in our shop recently. Customers who spend more than 20,000 yuan in our shop can get a chance to challenge the basketball machine. You can get different rewards if you pass different levels. If you get a high score, you can get more rewards." Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao looked at each other and smiled. "Oh? Tell me more about it." There was a sign next to the shooting machine. The clerk pointed at the sign and said, "Sir, the specific rules of the challenge are here. You can take a look first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time." Xiao Ruofei nodded and looked at the sign. The basketball machine had 4 levels and 9 basketballs were used. The first level took 1 minute. If you got 40 points, you would pass. The prize was a mouse pad. The second level took 50 seconds. If you got 150 points, you would pass. The prize was an original Apple data cable. The third level took 40 seconds. If you got 250 points, you would pass. The prize was an original MacBook wired mouse. The fourth level took 30 seconds. This was the last level. If you got 400 points, you would get a MacBook Bluetooth wireless mouse. The prizes ranged from dozens of yuan to 500 yuan. The prizes couldn't be stacked. You could only get the most valuable prize. This was, in fact, a marketing campaign. Xiao Ruofei had played this kind of basketball machine that was commonly seen in shopping malls and game halls before. Many people could play to the third or fourth level, and it was not too difficult. Therefore, the prizes set were not very high-end. People spent more than 20,000 yuan. Giving away a mouse that cost 300 to 500 yuan was nothing. Even if they didn't play games, they would often give away similar accessories when they bought such expensive computers. However, Xiao Ruofei noticed that in addition to the reward mentioned above, the merchant also set up a record reward. After finishing all 4 levels and scoring more than 400 points, one would be able to obtain a reward for clearing the level. The reward was an original Bluetooth wireless mouse. If the total score exceeded 500 points, the prize would be upgraded to an iPod Nano worth around 1,000 yuan. If the total score exceeded 600 points, the prize would be upgraded again, becoming an iPod Touch worth around 1,500 yuan. Once the total score exceeded 700 points, the prize would be upgraded to an Apple smartwatch worth around 2,200 yuan. With a total score of more than 800 points, the level of the prize was raised all of a sudden. It became an iPad Pro worth about 5,000 yuan. The reason why there was such a high-value prize was mainly because 800 points was actually very difficult to achieve. Many people who played basketball games only got 600 to 700 points at most. Although there were rumors on the internet that some amazing people could score more than 1,000 points, they were very rare. The threshold for this challenge was very high. One had to spend more than 20,000 yuan in the store to have a chance. Among these consumers, there was suddenly a basketball player. The probability was too low. Therefore, the 700 to 800 points prize was actually more of a gimmick. People who could really take it away could only be said to be a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn. In fact, this event had been going on for more than 10 days. The most expensive prize given out by the store was an iPod Touch. No one would be able to get a prize of 700 or 800 points. 800 points was not the final level. The sign showed that if the total score exceeded 900 points, one could get a 13.3-inch MacBook Pro worth 15,000 yuan. With a total score of more than 1,000 points, one would be able to win the ultimate prize, a gift package of the Apple series, which included a Beats Studio headset worth 2,300 yuan, an Apple smartwatch worth 2,200 yuan, an iPhone 7 Plus worth 7,000 yuan, a 12.9-inch iPad Pro worth 8,500 yuan, a 13.3-inch MacBook Pro worth 15,000 yuan, as well as accessories such as a Bluetooth mouse and a Bluetooth keyboard. The total value was nearly 40,000 yuan. Of course, this so-called ultimate prize was just a pie in the sky painted by the store. It was only theoretically possible to break through 1,000 points. Although there were legends on the internet of amazing people who played basketball games and scored more than 1,000 points, there were probably only a few people in the world who could reach this level. Therefore, this was just a big gimmick for the store's promotion. When the store assistant saw Xia Ruofei carefully studying the ultimate prize of 1,000 points, he could not help but feel a little amused. However, Xia Ruofei was a customer who had spent more than 20,000 yuan in the store, so he could not rush him. He just waited patiently by the side. After Xia Ruofei finished looking, he asked, "Can I start the challenge now?" "Please wait a moment." The store assistant said, "Please give me the receipt." Xia Ruofei took out the receipt and handed it to the store assistant. The store assistant took out a small stamp and stamped the receipt, indicating that the receipt had enjoyed the opportunity to play the basketball game. Then, he said, "Sir, once you are ready, you can start the challenge at any time." Xia Ruofei nodded and said to Lin Xiao, "Xiaoer, how about I win an Apple gift pack for you?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, Okay. Brother Ruofei, wait a moment. I want to record the whole process of your challenge." After that, Lin Xiao immediately took out his phone and opened the camera app. He switched to the recording mode and said, "You can start now." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He put aside the laptop box in his hand and signaled to the store assistant. The store assistant immediately came over and operated the machine. Normally, the basketball game would start by inserting coins. However, this was not a game hall, so the store assistant could directly adjust the parameters of the machine and it could start. The basketball game made a sound and showed that it was the first stage. Then, it started a 5-second countdown. Some customers who were passing by, as well as customers in the Apple Store, saw that someone was challenging the basketball game, so they all gathered around. Soon, the 5-second countdown ended. The board of the basketball game rose and 9 basketballs rolled down. A 60-second countdown appeared on the board. This was the time for the first stage. Xia Ruofei picked up a basketball and threw it with one hand without even looking. With a schwa sound, the basketball hit the basket and scored 2 points. When the first ball was thrown out, Xia Ruofei's other hand had already picked up the second basketball. He almost did not hesitate to throw it with one hand. Again, it hit the basket and scored a total of 4 points. Next, Xia Ruofei shot left and right. The interval between each shot was very short, and each shot accurately hit the basket. The schwa 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 sound of the basketball hitting the basket sounded. The score displayed on the basketball game quickly rose and soon reached 180 points. When the onlookers saw Xia Ruofei's shooting posture and the continuous shooting of the basketballs to the basket, they could not help but exclaim. Some people noticed that Xia Ruofei had not missed a single shot so far. Every shot was a hollow basket. It was really pleasing to the eye. The store assistant was also a little stunned. "We met a master. This guy can't really break 800 points, right? Then wouldn't we have to give out an iPad Pro?" As for the 1,000-point mark, the store assistant did not think about it because it was simply an impossible task. Soon, the clock entered the 20-second countdown. At this time, the score for every shot was 3 points. Xia Ruofei was still shooting left and right with both hands. Moreover, he made consecutive shots. There were no mistakes at all. The score rose even faster. If it were not for the fact that there were only 9 basketballs and that it took time for the ball to roll down from the top after entering the basket, Xiao Ruofei could even shoot faster. Soon, the first minute of the first level passed. The baffle slowly rose, leaving the basketball on top. Finally, the score on the basketball game came out, 323 points. Everyone could not help but gasp. Many people might not have such a score after shooting the 4th level, but Xiao Ruofei actually achieved it in the 1st level. This score had already exceeded the score for the 3rd level. In other words, even if Xiao Ruofei did not shoot, he could smoothly enter the 4th level. It would be easy for him to get the reward. When they heard that there was a good shooter here, many people gathered around. Now, there were more and more onlookers. When the store assistant saw that the situation was not good, he quickly ran into the store and called out the store manager and the manager. When the store manager saw the score for the 1st level on the basketball game, his face almost turned green. It was the first time he saw someone who was so good at the basketball game. Could this person be the legendary basketball player who deliberately came to win the prize? However, the store manager thought about it and quickly dismissed the idea. He also noticed that Xiao Ruofei was about to leave after buying the items. It was the store assistant who stopped him and told him that there was such a challenge. This meant that before he bought the laptop, he did not know about the basketball game at all. Moreover, even if Xiao Ruofei was a pro who deliberately came to win the prize, the store manager could only pinch his nose and accept it. He spent more than 20,000 yuan to participate in the basketball game. It was completely within the rules. Lin Xiao watched and recorded. He was also very excited and could not help but shout, "Brother Ruofei, go for it. Go for it." Xiao Ruofei smiled and looked back at Lin Xiao. After the 1st level ended, there was another 5-second countdown. Then, the 2nd level would start immediately. Soon, the countdown ended and the 2nd level began. This level had a total of 50 seconds. Because Xiao Ruofei's shooting speed was very fast, all 9 basketballs were left on the top of the backboard. Xiao Ruofei waited for the backboard to open and the basketballs to roll down. Then, like lightning, he picked up a basketball with one hand and threw it out without even looking. The difficulty of the 2nd level had increased. The basket would move left and right. However, Xiao Ruofei's basketball seemed to have eyes. He accurately predicted the direction of the basket's movement and it still went into the net with a swoosh. After the basketball was thrown out, Xiao Ruofei picked up the 2nd basketball with his other hand and threw it out quickly again. It went into the basket. Then, there was a continuous performance. The basketball kept flying to the basket and going into the basket. It was very pleasing to the eye. That works? The onlookers could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The basket had started to move left and right, but Xiao Ruofei still did not need to look at the basket. Moreover, he still maintained such a high shooting speed and 100% accuracy. The score was rising rapidly. Was this guy a human or not? All the onlookers couldn't help but have this thought in their minds. The store manager and the staff looked even more dignified. It looked like they were going to spend a lot of money today. Only Lin Xiao tried to keep the phone steady while cheering for Xiao Ruofei loudly. In the last 20 seconds, the score for each shot became 3 points. The score was rising even faster. After the 2nd level ended, the total score reached an astonishing 568 points. It was only the 2nd level, but he had already broken through the level in advance. It was far more than the 400 points reward for passing the level. It was even more than the 500 points for the iPad Nano. Everyone could not help but have a thought. He might really be able to get more than 1,000 points. However, the store manager also comforted himself. The last 2 levels only had 70 seconds. According to his accuracy and shooting speed, getting 800 or 900 points should not be a problem. However, to get more than 1,000 points, the possibility was too low. Just as everyone was having their own thoughts, the 3rd level's countdown ended and the level officially opened. This level only had 40 seconds. Xiao Ruofei started to shoot continuously again. Moreover, everyone felt that Xiao Ruofei's shooting speed seemed to be faster. Especially in the last 20 seconds of the 3-point mode, Xiao Ruofei's shooting speed was obviously much faster. Moreover, until now, he had maintained a 100% accuracy. It was a miracle. After the third level ended, the total score reached a terrifying 791 points. Everyone calculated. Although the third level was 10 seconds shorter than the second level, Xiao Ruofei's score was actually not much different from the second level. Doesn't this guy get tired? Did his arms not get tired after shooting so many shots? How was it possible for him to maintain such a high speed and hit rate all the time? This was too scary. There was no doubt that he would get more than 800 points. That meant that the iPad Pro that was worth more than 5,000 was basically in his hands. Moreover, with Xiao Ruofei's consistency, it seemed that it would not be difficult for him to get more than 900 points. That meant that the 13.3-inch MacBook Pro that was worth 15,000 was also in his bag. End of chapter 490. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.